It's hard to believe that Disney is finally celebrating 100 years of magic. At this point, you'd be hard-pressed to find literally anybody who doesn't have some sort of memory associated with the movie maker, whether it's visiting a theme park, or seeing an animated classic as a young child, or singing along to a beloved tune. They put out Wish this year, a celebration of 100 years of filmmaking, and they don't seem to show any signs of slowing down anytime soon. So we thought we'd take all of our accumulated Disney knowledge and put it into one mega marathon video. We've got thousands of facts here. So get ready, grab a snack, and maybe board a transatlantic flight, because this is going to be one incredible video. Welcome back to ChannelFrederator. I'm Keegan, and we've got an enormous Disney compilation for you today. Let's kick things off with 107 facts about Cinderella. Keep an eye on the clock though, you know what happens at midnight.
When you think Disney, odds are one of three images pops into your mind: Mickey Mouse, the iconic castle in Disney World, and Cinderella. It's been more than 65 years since her feature film debut, but the servant-turned-princess still has a huge influence over Disney Studios to this day. Are you a diehard fan? Just wondering if it's worth a watch? We've got something for everyone as we count down the 107 facts you should know about Disney's Cinderella. Let's get started. Number 1. Disney's Cinderella is arguably one of the most popular classic films, but the Cinderella story stretches way beyond Disney's rich history. There are anywhere between 345 to 1,500 different versions of the Cinderella tale from literally all over the world. Number 2. The earliest Cinderella was the Egyptian tale of Rhodopis, written in BC times by Herodotus and adapted by Greek historian Strabo in the 1st century AD. In this version of the story, an Egyptian slave winds up marrying the king after a falcon steals her red slipper and drops it in his lap, leaving him in pursuit of the owner. Number 3. In a valiant second place is the story of Yi Zhan, written in China around 850. Instead of mice, Yi Zhan was friends with a fish, and then the stepmother killed the fish. Not cool, stepmom. Number 4. Disney's version bears the most in common with Charles Perrault's French variant of the fairy tale, Cendrillon, written in 1697. Perrault's innovations to the tale include the fairy godmother and pumpkin carriage, which would become so iconic in the film. Number 5. The term Cinderella is derived from the French word Cendrillon, which translates to Little Ash Girl. Perrault's stepsisters gave Cendrillon her name because she got her me time amidst the soot of the fireplace. Number 6. After Perrault, not all popular adaptations of the story included the godmother and the carriage. The infamously brilliant and dark brothers Grimm contributed a version in 1812 where Aschenputtel, or Ashfool, cries so much on her mother's grave that a magical tree grows there and helps dress her for the ball. It's like that tree in Pocahontas had a fashion sense or something. Number 7. The Grimm brothers variant took Cinderella to a much darker place, as in the stepsisters actually sever their feet in an attempt to fit into the glass slipper, and eventually have their eyes plucked out by pigeons at Cinderella's wedding. Number 8. Walt Disney's first portrayal of Cinderella was as a 1920s flapper girl. The short was the final film in Disney's first series of cartoons made for the Kansas City-based studio Laugh-O-Grams, which Disney himself directed and helped animate. It even predates Steamboat Willie. Number 9. The 1950 feature film wasn't the only time Disney revisited the material. In 1933, the now Hollywood-based Disney announced his plans to make Cinderella into a silly symphony. Disney wanted the version to exploit every possible opportunity for comedy, provided it will not disturb the main thread of the story. So literally, everyone employed at the studio was invited to contribute gags. Number 10. The silly symphony was abandoned for unspecified reasons, but most people have an inkling that it was because Disney became smitten with the idea of making his first feature. Many of the abandoned silly symphony ideas made their merry way to Snow White. Number 11. Years later, Walt Disney decided to make an animated feature starring Cinderella. It was the biggest risk of his career. Had Cinderella been a flop, it would have been the studio's last film. Number 12. Disney Studios was struggling in the post-World War II era. After films like Pinocchio, Bambi, and Dumbo performed poorly at the box office, the studio was left millions in debt. And that's 1940s millions, mind you. Number 13. The 1940s had been characterized by package features, films that contained multiple segments and were really only strung together by a simple idea. Disney's ability to make pictures was vastly hindered due to financial constraints and the fact that most of his staff was fighting overseas. At least we got the Three Caballeros out of it though, right? Or am I the only one that loves the Three Caballeros? Number 14. Cinderella was the first animated feature released after this slump. Because the studio's budget was still tight, Disney had to be strict about keeping the film on a tight schedule and budget. Scrapping entire months of work like they'd done with Snow White and Pinocchio would not fly. Number 15. Cinderella was chosen for its similarity to Snow White, a time-tested, well-loved fairy tale with a pretty lady audiences would sympathize with. Number 16. According to Eileen Woods, the voice of the titular character, Cinderella is Disney's favorite heroine from all of his films. Woods believes it's because the story's rags to riches nature. Basically, Cinderella's success made the Disney studio a Cinderella story itself. Number 17. Cinderella took 6 years to complete. Consider that it was released in 1950 and that World War II ended in 1945, and you'll see Walt Disney was really not to be messed with. Number 18. As a way to cut costs and to ensure the film would work as a whole, Disney had the entire film shot in live action first. The live action footage was used merely as a guide. The gestures, expressions, and movements helped the animators get off the ground quicker, so to speak. It also helped characters stay consistent throughout the film, since any given character may pass through several animators. Number 19. The animators were particularly worried about Cinderella and her evil stepmother. They felt that the audience didn't believe that they were real people. The whole film would wither like so many midnight pumpkins. The live-action shots helped them move the two in a convincingly realistic fashion, especially when you contrast them with the more obviously cartoonish stepsisters. Number 20. Helene Stanley provided the reference for how Cinderella would move and dance. Animators would then sketch Stanley as she went through scenes. She was later hired to be the model for Sleeping Beauty's Aurora and 101 Dalmatians' Anita, which may explain why those characters have eerily similar physiques. Number 21. Stills from the live-action footage were even used early in the storyboarding phase, so animators could get a sense of scale, spatiality, and layout. And yes, there was actually some guy rotating Cinderella and the prince on a platform while they danced. Number 22. Animation didn't start until the live-action version was wrapped, backgrounds were painted and set, and dialogue, sound effects, and music was recorded. Number 23. Creating a motion picture-length animation cartoon in pre-digital days was easier said than done. Approximately 300 highly skilled artists worked steadily for 5 to 6 years to make Cinderella come to life. To put some perspective on this, the drawings would have taken a solitary artist 42 years of working around the clock. Number 24. At the beginning of any feature, Disney would assign his animators the characters he thought would best fit their style, and surprise legendary animator Frank Thomas by giving him Lady Tremaine, Cinderella's evil stepmother. Thomas was confused by this decision as he was previously assigned the important but more charming likes of Bambi, Pinocchio, and the Seven Dwarfs, but he'd go on to do the Queen of Hearts and Captain Hook. You could say Tremaine was his gateway villain. Number 25. Each animator had a dialogue chart to help their drawing sync with the voice actors. The chart gave a frame-by-frame breakdown of each and every word as well as natural pauses between words and breaths. For example, the simple word hello took about 8 frames, meaning the animator had to draw the word's movement over 8 different drawings. Number 26. After the test drawings were done, they were sent to be oh so carefully traced onto sheets of celluloid, adorably nicknamed eels by the studio. The eels were then sent to be painted. The all-female painting team would apply color on the reverse side of the drawing. Number 27. Disney's paint was all ground and mixed in-house in a mystical paint laboratory. Over 1,000 different colors were typically used in a single production, and as if that wasn't impressive enough, the paints were all made with special formulas. We assume there was a plankton-like secret formula relationship happening here between Disney and Warner Brothers. Number 28. Between backgrounds and painting the eels, Disney used 800 gallons or nearly 5 tons of paint to complete the film. That's so much paint! Number 29. When the eels were completed, they were sent to the camera department to be photographed on top of the corresponding background. The stop-motion Technicolor camera Disney used could only record 1 frame at a time, so the operator had to change drawings for every shot.
Hey everyone, taking a quick break to let you know about a new show that we're excited about. It's called Science, and we're going to be taking a look at some of our favorite cartoons through a scientific lens.
A yellow sea creature that looks like a dish sponge has a pet snail that lives in a pineapple that never rots. His best friend is a dim-witted pink starfish who somehow has a driver's license. And they all live in a city under the sea 3,350 miles northeast of Australia called Bikini Bottom. So exactly why does Bikini Bottom defy the natural world? Let's nerd out a little bit.
So this coming Tuesday on ChannelFrederator, we're going to be talking about the science of SpongeBob. If that's something that sounds like it's up your alley, you should totally check it out and let us know what you think. And with that, back to your show.
Number 30. As many as 1 million drawings, including initial sketches, were made before the picture was finally approved. And to give you a glimpse into how devoted these photographers were, a film like Cinderella took a minimum of 125,000 individual stills. Number 31. After photography, the scenes were finally strung together and synchronized with a re-recorded soundtrack that included music, dialogue, and sound effects. And then, all that was sent to a color lab for one final processing. So, you know, super easy. Number 32. The role of Cinderella was quite coveted. 309 women auditioned for the part. Number 33. In the end, the woman who snagged the role didn't even audition for it. Eileen Woods was a host of the Eileen Woods Show on ABC Radio when she was just 14. One of her guests was future Cinderella songwriters Mac David and Jerry Livingston, who later asked Woods to record demos of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, So This Is Love, and A Dream Is a Wish Your Heart Makes as a favor. After hearing these demos, Disney immediately asked Woods if she would like to be Cinderella. Number 34. Woods contributed more to the character than just her voice. Animation director Mark Davis sketched sketched her as she recorded her lines and dialogue and incorporated many of her mannerisms and gestures into the final film. Number 35. After a lot of research and experimentation with coloring, Disney made the official call that Cinderella should be blonde. The studio believed the blonde test more captivatingly depicted the symbol of the lovelorn maiden. And as a blonde myself, I wholeheartedly agree with this decision. Bravo, Disney! Number 36. This doesn't mean there haven't been some conspicuous changes to her hair color over the years. In the original film, Cinderella's hair is strawberry blonde, but recent promotional materials show her as a straight-up yellow blonde. Her ball gown has changed too, from a silvery bluish color to a more eye-popping blue. Number 37. In the Perrault story, Cinderella's father is still alive but offers zero help to the situation. Cinderella worries she would be scolded if she confided in him about her stepmother's abuse. Number 38. Until very, very recently, Cinderella was the oldest Disney princess at a whopping curmudgeonly old 19. She was then tied with Tiana and then surpassed by Elsa, who's 21. Friggin' Elsa. Number 39. Cinderella is the first Disney princess who wasn't born into royalty, and it certainly took Disney long enough to have future princesses follow her example. The other non-royals are Belle in 1991's Beauty and the Beast, Mulan in 1998, and Tiana in 2009's Princess and the Frog. Number 40. Cinderella did not have talking animal friends in Cendrillon. Their inclusion may have been inspired by the Grimm's version of the story, where she basically had an army of birds to do her bidding. Number 41. The mice weren't always Cinderella's chums of choice. In an earlier draft, she had a pet turtle named Clarissa. I would like to meet that turtle, please, and perhaps see if it explains it all. Number 42. Multi-talented sound effects artist Jimmy MacDonald was the voice of Jack, Gus, and Bruno. MacDonald was also known for his animal noises, providing the voices of the Dormouse in Alice in Wonderland, and the tick-tock of the clock-eating crocodile in Peter Pan. He also did the voice of Chip and even supplanted Disney as the voice of Mickey Mouse. Number 43. Cinderella's outfits for her mice are similar to the Seven Dwarfs' sense of fashion, both sporting similar hats and shoes. Gus even had the same color palette as Bashful. Number 44. 3 of the mice that helped sew Cinderella's dress during the work song were matching colors, like Aurora's 3 fairy godmothers, who also helped make her dress, would in Sleeping Beauty several years later. Coincidence? Yeah, probably. It's probably a coincidence. Number 45. Cinderella was the first Disney princess to share a duet with her love interest. Aurora and her prince would follow suit in Once Upon a Dream, and then we skip several decades until the hit A Whole New World. Number 46. Prince Charming was performed by 2 actors. Mike Douglas, from the appropriately named The Mike Douglas Show, sang Prince Charming's musical numbers. William Phipps provided the prince's speaking voice. Both performed uncredited. Disney wanted Douglas for both, but his Chicago accent was too thick. Number 47. In the 1922 Cinderella short Disney made for Laugh-O-Rama, Cinderella had a pet cat that chauffeured her to the ball. Once at the ball, Cinderella's cat ended up in an equally romantic tryst with the prince's dog. Oh my. Number 48. Prince Charming is a made-up name never actually mentioned in the film. However, over the years, the phrase has basically become canon. Number 49. In one of the many deleted scenes, the prince was seen hunting a deer, only to reveal that the two were actually just pals playing a game. Maybe they cut it because they worried it would still induce traumatic shock post-Bambi. Number 50. In Perrault's story, the prince's ball lasts 2 nights, because 2 is more fun than 1, and Cinderella loses her shoe on the 2nd night. Number 51. When the studio's artists were struggling to land the perfect look for the fairy godmother, art director Kendall O'Connor, who had just finished The Pumpkin Carriage, offered to take a shot at it. He modeled the fairy godmother after how he imagined his wife, Mary Alice O'Connor, would look when she grew older. Number 52. And that's not even the most heartwarming part of the story. Mary Alice ended up becoming something of a real-life fairy godmother. In fact, her dedicated charity work and philanthropic activities caused her to become widely known as the fairy godmother of Burbank. Number 53. If you thought the fairy godmother's voice sounded familiar, you were right. Vernon Felton was also Dumbo's mom, the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland, Aunt Sarah from The Lady and the Tramp, and another princess's fairy godmother, Flora. Number 54. The concept of Cinderella's magical pumpkin carriage was introduced in Perrault's folk tale. Its original incarnation was used to represent the moon, witches, a charm against evil spirits, and rather uncomfortably feminine containment. Number 55. Eleanor Audley provided the voice of Lady Tremaine. She was also the thorn in another princess's side, so to speak, as the voice of Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty. Both characters also have a strong resemblance to Audley. Number 56. Another legendary Disney animator, Ward Kimball, was assigned Lady Tremaine's evil cat, Lucifer. Kimball looked everywhere for a cat to base Lucifer's design on. One day, Disney himself came over to Ward's house and was promptly and warmly greeted by Kimball's 6-toed cat, Feetsy. Disney exclaimed, "For gosh sakes, Kimball, there's your cat. What are you worried about?" Number 57. The voice of diabolical Lucifer was June Foray, better known for her sweet performances as Granny in the Tweety and Sylvester cartoons, Rocky and the Flying Squirrel, and Natasha Fatale in the Bullwinkle cartoons, and Betty Rubble in the Flintstones, just to name a few. Number 58. Similar to Cinderella, Drizella's hair color is ever-changing. When portrayed as a child, she has light brown hair, but as an adult, she has black hair. But, some people just have darker hair as they get older. Number 59. The King and Grand Duke are inseparable in some surprising ways. They're voiced by the same person, actor Louis Van Rooten. Number 60. In a pretty winning Disney Easter egg, Goofy's holler can be heard when the King and the Grand Duke fall from the chandelier. Number 61. In another winning Disney Easter egg, the King and the Grand Duke appear so popular in the Disney universe they even got invited to Prince Eric and Ursula's wedding in The Little Mermaid. Number 62. If you study the King's study, you can see he enjoys reading Homer, Plato, and Rabelais. Unless he just keeps those books on his desk for appearances. Number 63. The opening of Cinderella is narrated by the mellow voice of Betty Lou Gerson, who was later cast again in a very different role. The world's best-named villain, Cruella de Vil. Talk about dramatic vocal range. Number 64. We can make a very well-educated guess that Cinderella takes place sometime in the mid-ish 19th century because of the inclusion of gas lamps in the street scene when Cinderella is on her way to the ball. Characters' clothing, such as the men's military-style uniform jackets, also back this theory. Number 65. An alternative storyboarded opening for the film includes Cinderella imitating Lady Tremaine, Drizella, and Anastasia ordering her around. It also rhymes. Number 66. Cinderella work song was composed for the film, but cut. However, storyboards were made for its sequence, which would have been reminiscent to The Sorcerer's Apprentice and involved Cinderella imagining multiples of herself tackling her chores. Number 67. However, all was not lost. The song was later modified into simply the work song, which the mice sing as they work on Cinderella's dress. Number 68. Another scene that was later removed involved Cinderella eavesdropping on her stepmother and stepsisters as they gossiped about the mystery woman from the ball. Cinderella is entertained by their obliviousness and inability to recognize the woman was her. Disney cut the scene because he feared the scene made Cinderella seem spiteful to audiences. Number 69. An alternate ending entailed the Duke discovering Cinderella's identity and taking her to the prince dressed in her rags. But, in the words of Disney himself, the prince doesn't give a darn what she's in. The scene was scrapped because it robbed audiences of the emotional payoff inherent of the prince finding Cinderella for himself. Number 70. The fashion in Cinderella is a reflection of the shift in fashion after World War II as a parable of audiences' desires for a post-war transformation. Cinderella's work clothes, straight knee-length skirts, match the utility clothing scheme, Britain's restrictive wartime dress code. The addition of her headscarf is also another representation of women's fashion during World War II when materials for hats were in short supply. Number 71. Cinderella's new hairdo also mirrors a shift in trends. Pre-transformation Cinderella has a pin-curled 1940s hairstyle that her fairy godmother transforms into 1950s bangs with an elegant and glamorous updo. Number 72. The ball gown was inspired by designer Christian Dior's new look in 1947, which revived the hourglass figure. The new look consisted of soft, rounded shoulders, tight sleeves, cinched waistline, and wide skirts. Dior also named many of his designs after flowers, and Disney chose Cinderella's transformation to happen in a garden. Number 73. This mirroring of Dior was no small deal. Largely because of Dior, women's wartime Rosie the Riveter coveralls were suddenly transforming into these ultra-feminine hourglass gowns. Cinderella was essentially the embodiment of the new feminine ideal. Number 74. Disney's nod to Dior didn't escape the notice of Dior himself, who capitalized on the publicity and wasted absolutely no time in releasing the line of bridal wear called Cinderella Fantasies. Number 75. The pink gown the mice designed for Cinderella was inspired by designer Elsa Schiaparelli, whose signature style included large bows and the pink hue. Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters are also wearing Schiaparelli, and their destruction of Cinderella's dress can be seen as a reinforcement of Cinderella's outdated tastes. Number 76. Cinderella's torn pink gown is a reference to the Schiaparelli tear dress that she created with Salvador Dali in 1938. Both the tear dress and Cinderella's dress include pointed shards of fabric as well as light and dark shades of pink to accentuate texture. Dali and Disney had collaborated on the Destino project shortly before Cinderella, so Disney was almost certainly aware of the infamous dress. Number 77. The film's heavy emphasis on haute couture made a number of critics very grumpy. Indeed, Disney actually emphasized fashion and clothing more than previous versions of the story, which caused some to accuse the film turning a classic fairy tale into a bourgeois capitalist fantasy. Number 78. But the end result was undeniably beautiful and effective. The sequence when the fairy godmother transformed Cinderella's torn dress into a gigantic, beautiful ball gown is Walt Disney's favorite piece of animation, hands down. Number 79. When Cinderella and Prince Charming dance at the ball, their shadows do not match their movements, but we learned a while ago how intense the animation process was, so go easy on them, eh? Number 80. In other versions of Cinderella, she doesn't always wear a glass slipper. In the Grimm's version, the slippers are gold. There's also some debate that although Perrault certainly wrote de verre, or made of glass, at some point, certain translations shifted to de verre, which would be made of squirrel fur. Sounds a bit nutty to me. Number 81. Cinderella's shoe slips off 3 times in the film. Once while walking up the stairs to bring breakfast to her stepmother and stepsisters, once at the ball, and once at her wedding. Maybe she should start wearing boots or something, you know? Number 82. In the 3rd installment of the Cinderella films, we learned that her shoe size is a women's 4.5. No wonder no one else fits in those slippers. Number 83. When Anastasia attempts to make the glass shoe fit and she kicks the footman's face into the piano plays a high-pitched note, but the keys being hit are the piano's lower register, and, for that matter, within a smaller range. Number 84. Cinderella marked the launch of the Walt Disney Music Company, which allowed Disney to hire composers but retain the copyrights for the film's soundtrack, a standard practice today that was revolutionary at the time. Number 85. The timeless songs in Cinderella were composed by Al Hoffman and Jerry Livingston, in collaboration with lyricist Mac David. All 3 worked on Tin Pan Alley, which made them attractive choices to Disney. Number 86. Cinderella was by no means the trio's only Disney film. They also worked on Alice in Wonderland, which was released the following year. Number 87. Disney liked to bring his composers in early and keep them involved throughout the process. They were included in the director's first meeting on the project just after the storyboards were finished. Number 88. When recording the songs for Cinderella, Disney came up with the idea of using double-tracked vocals. This involved having Wood sing harmony with herself on a 2nd and 3rd vocal track for the song Sing Sweet Nightingale, something else that most artists do nowadays. Number 89. One song that didn't make the final cut of the film was Dancing on a Cloud, which obviously enough featured Cinderella and the prince dance in the clouds. The song was later replaced by So This Is Love, but the cloud sequence was eventually rewritten for the end of Sleeping Beauty. Number 90. Actually, the Dancing on the Clouds idea was first proposed for the unfinished 1933 Cinderella Silly Symphony, meaning that Disney Studios held on to the idea for over 25 years before it was finally used. Number 91. Disney Studio loves to stash hidden Mickeys in their films. When Cinderella sings Sweet Nightingale and scrubs the floors, bubbles float into the air and form Mickey Mouse ears if you look closely. Number 92. Perry Como and the Fontaine Sisters helped make Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo popular in mainstream music before Cinderella was even released. The Fontaine Sisters also appeared on Perry Como's variety show dressed as mice and previewed songs from the film along with Eileen Woods. Number 93. Disney's Cinderella opened on February 15th, 1950. As with many of their classic animated features, the studio held periodic re-releases in 1957, 65, 73, 81, and 1987, and 2013, helping to keep the story a treasure for every generation always. Number 94. The film cost less than $3 million to make. Disney producer-director Wooly Reitherman believes the film would have cost $8 million to make today. Number 95. With a budget that relatively small, the whole Cinderella story aspect of the production itself is no joke. Over the years, the film has earned back more than $85 million domestic and over $260 million worldwide. That's not adjusted for inflation. Number 96. Cinderella was nominated for 3 Academy Awards: Best Sound, Best Original Score, and Best Original Song for the famous Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, but didn't win. Still, the film stands as one of the most treasured titles in the Disney archives and was included in the American Film Institute's 10 greatest animated films of all time list. Number 97. Cinderella also left a very obvious legacy within the Disney company itself. Cinderella's castle now serves as the Disney logo at the beginning of their films, television productions, and music group projects. Number 98. The Cinderella's castle logo was a later development than you'd think. It was first used alongside the Black Cauldron in 1985. Number 99. At Disney World, there is a small fountain with a statue of Cinderella in Cinderella Castle. If you kneel to get a drink of water from the fountain and look up at the statue, the mural behind her creates the illusion of a crown sitting on Cinderella's head. Number 100. But, of course, that's not the Cinderella feature you're looking for in the Disney World, is it? Cinderella's castle in Disney World was modeled after the castle in the film, and when researching this fact, I learned that the castle in Disneyland is actually Sleeping Beauty's castle. Number 101. When the castle was being designed, Disney requested to have a suite built for his family inside. However, because of his death, the suite sat patiently until 2007, when one family was chosen at random every day within the park to stay at the Dream Suite. Number 102. On September 8th, 2015, the castle was renamed Elsa's Castle, and the castle facade was also remodeled. Frickin' Elsa! Number 103. Disney has released 2 direct-to-video sequels to the 1950s classic, Cinderella 2, Dreams Come True, released in 2002, and Cinderella 3, A Twist in Time, released in 2007. Number 104. Cinderella ventures outside her own realm. In fact, she makes a cameo appearance in Aladdin and the King of Thieves when Genie turns Jasmine into Cinderella. Number 105. In 1997, Disney embarked on the first live-action remake of Cinderella, a made-for-TV film that aired on the newly rejuvenated Wonderful World of Disney on ABC. The film starred Brandy as Cinderella and Whitney Houston as the fairy godmother, as well as Whoopi Goldberg and Jason Alexander. How is this movie not played all the time? Number 106. In 2015, Disney made a more high-budget theatrical stab at a live-action Cinderella. This time, Lily James took the titular role and was supposed by Helena Bonham Carter as the fairy godmother and Cate Blanchett as the evil stepmother. Number 107. Disney recently took an unexpected turn in their live-action remakes and have announced a live-action film that will be exclusively focused on Prince Charming.
I wonder what our next video will be. Just be careful while eating and drinking strangely labeled things. If you didn't guess by now, up next is 107 facts about Alice in Wonderland.
Curiouser and curiouser, after all these years, audiences most certainly are when it comes to Disney's 1951 animated Alice in Wonderland film. With its fantastical lands and eccentric characters, it's an unforgettable journey that enchants us every time we watch it. I'm Brittany with ChannelFrederator, and we're here to take you back down that rabbit hole to relive the classic animated tale. Whether you've seen it a million times or just wondered if it's worth the watch, we've got something for everyone with our 107 facts you should know about Alice in Wonderland. Let's get started. Disney's Alice in Wonderland is based on not one, but 2 books written by author Lewis Carroll, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and its sequel, Through the Looking Glass. One way Disney merged the stories is seen in the character, the Queen of Hearts. She's actually a combination of the Queen of Hearts in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and the Red Queen from Through the Looking Glass. Additionally, Tweedledee and Tweedledum are characters that appear exclusively in Through the Looking Glass. Lewis Carroll was the author's pen name. His real name was Charles Dodgson, a mathematician at Oxford. Carroll based Alice's character on his friend Henry Liddell's daughter. Henry Liddell was also a dean at Oxford University where Carroll taught math. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was the result of a picnic on a riverbank that the author had with Liddell's daughters, Edith, Lorena, and Alice. The author entertained the girls by creating stories for them on the spot. One of these stories centered around Alice, who loved the story he created for her so much she asked Carroll to write it down for her. Thus, the initial manuscript for what would become Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was born. The real-life Alice wasn't actually blonde, but a brunette. The real Alice has been portrayed in fiction almost as many times as the fictional version herself. It's said that Carroll based many of his characters off of real people. In fact, the dodo bird is based off of Carroll himself. In the novel, the bird has a stutter, much like Carroll did in real life. The decision to make a bird a dodo was based on how the author's stutter affected his own pronunciation of his real last name, de Dodgson. Get it? De Dodgson. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was first published in 1865, making the story just over 150 years old as of 2016. The Alice in Wonderland book underwent a title change. The Lewis Carroll classic was first called Alice's Adventures Underground when it was first presented in 1864. While Disney's Alice in Wonderland might be a definitive film adaptation of Alice's novels, it was not the first. It was beaten to the punch 48 years earlier with a live-action adaptation of the first novel. The film was produced in Britain and it had a runtime of 12 minutes long, making it one of the longest films produced in Britain at the time. Disney was fond of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland growing up and always planned on acquiring the rights to the story someday. Carroll's works played a part in the Walt Disney Studios' origins. Back in 1920s, Walt Disney created a series of silent short films known as Alice comedies, which placed a live-action actress into an animated setting, akin to films like Mary Poppins and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The first of these films was titled Alice's Wonderland. Prior to Disney's interpretation of the Alice stories, various productions had struggled with creating an adaptation of the story that worked well on screen. Walt believed that this was because the studios behind the adaptations were just incorporating absolutely everything from Carroll's novels into the films, regardless of whether it served the story in a meaningful way or not. Disney believed that you had to somewhat diverge from the source material but respect it and maintain the spirit of Lewis Carroll. Before creating Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Walt Disney considered making a live-action animated hybrid adaptation of Alice in Wonderland with a live-action Alice exploring an animated world much like the aforementioned Alice comedies. He scrapped the idea after Paramount released their own adaptation of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland in 1933. The live-action animated hybrid version Disney originally envisioned got as far as color screen tests featuring actress Mary Pickford. Walt didn't think audiences would relate to Carol's written Alice character on the big screen. He felt the character was too unsympathetic for a 10-year-old girl. Despite his love of the story, Walt actually was reluctant to follow through with an Alice in Wonderland animated feature. He knew the book lacked a linear plot, something the writers attempted to make up for in jokes and wild musical numbers. Ultimately, it was the animation team that persuaded Walt into making Alice in Wonderland. Due to the recent success of Cinderella, he decided to take a chance and let the animators have their fun. In an attempt to satisfy his urge to create an animated version of Alice in Wonderland, Walt Disney created a Mickey Mouse short in 1936 called Through the Mirror, which begins with Mickey fast asleep with a copy of Through the Looking Glass. Then he begins to dream and embarks on an adventure that contains plot elements reminiscent of Lewis Carroll novels. Walt Disney's desire to create Alice in Wonderland was subtly and cleverly first shown in Pinocchio as an Easter egg 11 years before the film was released. When Jiminy Cricket sings When You Wish Upon a Star, the spines of two books can be seen to the left of him, Alice in Wonderland and Peter Pan. It wasn't until 1947 that Disney was able to purchase the screen rights to both Alice novels. Due to the 1933 live-action feature release, Paramount Studios still had the rights to the story. However, it was back in 1938 when Walt registered the title and hired Al Perkins and David S. Hall to help develop the storyline and look of the animation. By 1939, the story reel for the animation motion picture was complete. Originally, Walt thought David Hall's artwork would be too difficult to animate because it resembled the sketchy nature of the original illustrations. Disney also wasn't really fond of the script Perkins wrote either. This, combined with the economic strain of World War II, had once again caused Disney to withhold production on Alice in Wonderland. Disney picked up steam on the project once again in 1947 when he commissioned a rewrite on the script by British author Aldous Huxley. The script was a very literal adaptation, so Disney punched it up with musical scores, whimsical scenery, and added more comic relief. Disney ordered that the classic characters to be revised, but still resemble the original design. Although the Tenniel illustrations were hugely famous at the time, the drawings were far too sketchy for animation in the Technicolor process. Many of the animal characters in the film were far more realistic in the book. The walrus, March Hare, and White Rabbit were all redesigned to have human features. The Alice design was simplified to save time. She was made to look younger, cleaner, lankier, and the costume patterns more minimal due to Technicolor complications. Disney animators did change around certain characters in the story. The funny doorknob was the only character Disney added to the story. And the talking doorknob wasn't the only sentient object in the entrance to Wonderland. Originally, the Drink Me bottle had a voice and personality before creators decided to add the doorknob instead. Since the original source material didn't really have much of a traditional story structure or plot to speak of, animators at Disney decided that they would instead base the movie around the old adage, be careful what you wish for. The Alice in Wonderland story contained too many characters to include in the Disney feature. According to Walt, introducing every character about a minute apiece would have taken up the entire feature. Huxley didn't exactly knock his first draft out of the park. Walt Disney thought it was too intellectual for audiences and rejected it. Sorry, dude. Huxley's draft incorporated Lewis Carroll as an actual character in the film's story. The draft was titled Alice and the Mysterious Mr. Carroll. While the author was still a prominent character in the film, writer-artist Joe Grant wanted Carroll to be played by Harold Lloyd, while Walt wanted Cary Grant to betray him. In 1945, Walt Disney announced that Ginger Rogers would be his Alice before changing his mind and temporarily choosing Luana Patton, who had previously worked with Disney on Song of the South, where she played Jenny. An actress named Lisa Davis Waltz was also considered at one point, but was eventually dropped as well. Lisa would work with Disney in the future as Anita in Disney's 101 Dalmatians.
Hey everybody, taking a quick break from Wonderland because we here at ChannelFrederator want to hear from you. You clearly love cartoons, but are we covering all the ones that you like? We want to know. In the description you'll find a link to our survey, and we'll be giving everybody who completes it a 5% discount to StashRiot.com. And as an added bonus, we're giving away one free StashRiot.com gift card to any qualified participant who completes the survey. Terms and conditions apply. All you have to do is click the link below and fill it out. It's that easy. So help us out by letting us know what you want to see, because remember, Frederator loves you. And now, let's travel back down the rabbit hole.
Walt auditioned over 200 actresses for the role of Alice before settling on the voice we all know and love today. The role of Alice voice would go to a young actress by the name of Catherine Beaumont. After Alice in Wonderland, Beaumont went on to voice Wendy Darling in Disney's Peter Pan. Disney discovered Beaumont after seeing her in MGM's On an Island with You and was so impressed with her performance that he invited her to audition for the role of Alice. According to Beaumont, Walt chose her for the role because he believed she had a voice that was pleasant to both American and British ears. Beaumont was only 10 years old when she got the part of Alice. The actress still had to do mandatory schoolwork for 3 hours, so there was a teacher on set at Disney with her. The history lesson during the caucus race was moved to the opening scene of the picture. Walt thought it gave the story more coherence and made Alice's descent into Wonderland more dramatic. The Jabberwock was written into earlier versions of the script, but was later removed because of its frightening nature. The Duchess was also written into an early version of the film. A sequence from the book was drawn featuring the Duchess and her whining baby, but the scene was found unfavorable and the character was later absorbed into the Queen of Hearts. An early story concept had Alice's cat, Dina, wandering into the Wonderland and getting lost. Dina would be transformed into the Cheshire Cat and journey with Alice, the Mad Hatter, and the March Hare through Wonderland. Disney's Alice in Wonderland was being developed at the exact same time as Disney's Cinderella. Walt saw it as something of a race to see which team could finish the film first. No pressure, guys. Despite the friendly competition, there were quite a few Disney animators that worked on both Alice in Wonderland and Cinderella concurrently. Animator Les Clark animated both at times, while Mark Davis had his hand in animating Alice and Cinderella's stepsisters. Disney animator Ward Kimball based the design of the sneaky and suspicious Cheshire Cat on the work he did for Lucifer, the villainous cat in Disney's Cinderella. Beaumont isn't the only person with a direct connection between Alice and Wendy Darling. Animator Don Lusk had his hand in animating both of those characters. Lusk was an animator on 13 of Disney's animated features, his first also being Walt Disney's first, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It is said that the film's animation was inspired in part by Spanish surrealist painter Salvador Dali. Because of Mad Hatter's card marked 10/6, fans dubbed October 6th Mad Hatter's Day, but the card is even a simpler meaning than that. It was actually just the price of the hat, marked 10 shillings and 6 pence, as explained in Carol's book, The Nursery Alice. The March Hare's name is derived from the saying mad as a March hare, which basically means that one is out of their mind and not thinking straight. The saying itself is based on the erratic behavior European hares exhibit during March, which marks the beginning of their mating season. During the Mad Tea Party scene, the Mad Hatter poses Alice with the question, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" to which neither of them have the answer to. This riddle was subject to much debate in the original novel, and despite the author flat out admitting that there was no answer to the nonsensical question, he later created one in an 1896 re-release of the novel with the answer, because it can produce a few notes, though they are flat and it is never put with the wrong end in front. This proved unsatisfactory to the fan base, so they set out to find the real answer, with some still searching to this day. And the sequences in which Alice grows and shrinks are based on a rare condition Carol suffered from, where migraines cause people to perceive the proportions of object in themselves either bigger or smaller than they actually are. The condition is sometimes called Todd syndrome, but the name Alice in Wonderland syndrome has become something of an official name as well. While they were featured in Through the Looking Glass, Tweedledee and Tweedledum's role in the film replaced that of two characters found in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, known as Mock Turtle and the Griffin. These two characters were replaced because Walt Disney did not find them at all amusing when translating from the page to the screen. Like many other Disney films, the filmmakers used the actors of Alice in Wonderland for more than just their voices. The actors would actually act out their scenes on a soundstage where it would be filmed and shown to the animators so they could use their live action footage as a point of reference when it came time to work their magic. Seeing as how the filmmakers shot reference footage of the actors performing the scenes, Alice was designed after Beaumont herself. Much like how Alice is a reflection of Beaumont, the Mad Hatter was designed to resemble his voice actor, comedian Ed Wynn. The Mad Hatter's dialogue during the unbirthday party scene is actually taken from the test footage shot as reference for the animators, not the dialogue from the recording booth sessions. Walt decided to use Wynn's dialogue from the test footage because he felt the comedian's performance was much stronger in that medium. And the sequence where the Mad Hatter attempts to fix the White Rabbit's watch was a result of an ad-lib made by Wynn while he was taking a break during a recording session. His rambling caught the attention of a bystanding Walt Disney who liked what he heard. Having noticed the tapes were coincidentally still rolling while this improv occurred, Walt told his sound technicians they could incorporate it into the film. They responded by saying Wynn's speech was unusable due to the large amount of background noise in the recording. Walt simply told the technicians, "That's your problem." Though through much work, Walt Disney was proven right and the speech was incorporated into the film, sounding crystal clear. Originally, the Drink Me bottle was going to be the personified object that Alice met at the beginning of her journey, but the filmmakers settled on making the doorknob the inanimate object Alice interacts with. Back when the Drink Me bottle was a talking character, it was voiced by Cliff Edwards, better known for playing Jiminy Cricket in Disney's Pinocchio. The man behind Cheshire Cat's voice, Sterling Holloway, was one of the most valued assets in Disney's voice acting arsenal. The actor portrayed Kaa the snake in Jungle Book, Adult Flower in Bambi, the stork in Dumbo and Roquefort, and even Winnie the Pooh. Playing the Queen of Hearts was a change of tone for voice actress Verna Felton, who had previously voiced the warm and loving Disney characters like Cinderella's fairy godmother and Dumbo's mother. The caterpillar was played by Richard Hayden, best known for his role of Uncle Max in The Sound of Music. The performance of White Rabbit marked actor Bill Thompson's Disney feature debut. He would later go on to voice many other characters for the studio, starting with Mr. Smee and Peter Pan Pan, Jock and Lady and the Tramp, and Uncle Waldo and the Aristocrats. Alice in Wonderland was the final film for the man behind the King of Hearts, Dink Trout, who sadly passed away a year before the film even hit theaters. While Disney's Alice in Wonderland has the biggest cast of characters out of the Disney animated features, even with all the ones they cut. It is also the first Disney animated feature to credit the film's voice talent on screen. This would never occur again until the release of Disney's Jungle Book in 1967. Several songs that were written for the film were never used,
including the original Cheshire Cat song, I'm Odd, that was originally written in place of Twas Burleg.
Original production began in 1946, and Alice in Wonderland took approximately 5 years to complete. This was mostly due to the fact that Disney shot live-action footage of their films first to use as reference. 800 gallons of paint were used to color the film, including over 1,000 different shades of watercolor. That's enough paint to color the outside of around 135 average-sized houses. 30 songs were written for the feature, 14 of which actually appear in the film. That's the highest number of songs in any Disney feature to date. The White Rabbit's watch never changes. Every time the watch is seen, the time shows 12:25. Look closely at the dodo bird's flame when he lights his pipe in the White Rabbit's house. A hidden Mickey can be spotted within the flame. During the Walrus and Carpenter scene, the R flashes in the word March on the Mother Oyster's calendar. This is a reference to the Old English saying about only eating oysters in the months that have an R in the name. Mock turtle soup is actually a real dish. It was popular during the Victorian times and consisted of calf meat. The fish in the Walrus and Carpenter scenes are reused. The same fish watched Pinocchio hunt for the whale in the 1940s classic. A grand total of over 350,000 drawings and paintings were utilized in making Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland was a huge collaborative effort of over 750 artists. If you watch carefully, you'll notice that the Queen's henchmen only have heart-face cards, and non-heart-face cards were excluded. This represented that the Queen wasn't playing with a full deck, so to speak. The film was scored by Oliver Wallace, who also worked on scores for other Disney animated classics like Peter Pan, Cinderella, and Dumbo, for which he received an Academy Award. Most of the songs featured in the film utilized lyrics from poems written by Carol that appeared in the Alice books. Both a song and a sequence were developed for the creature known as the Jabberwocky from Lewis Carroll's nonsense poem. Walt Disney would go on to cut all references to the creature from the film. The deleted Jabberwocky song was to be performed by comedian Stan Freberg, who would go on to voice Beaver in Lady and the Tramp. The film originally contained a scene where Alice met with the White Knight, a character from Through the Looking Glass.
The Disney interpretation of the character was meant to be a caricature of Walt himself, and helped Alice out of her predicament in the Told You Would.
Though he liked the scene, Walt demanded the scene be cut on the grounds that he thought Alice should get out of the situation on her own.
The sequence where Alice is lost in Told You Woods and terrified by bizarre creatures was actually a scene created for the Disney film, as the animators thought Alice didn't encounter enough conflict in the novels.
The caucus race in the film is a playful reference to the term for a political situation where a group of politicians get together and yell at each other to the point where the meeting becomes nonsensical and utterly pointless. The dates on the calendar seen during The Walrus and the Carpenter are the same as they would be in March of 2010, which, strangely enough, was the month and year that Tim Burton's live-action remake of the film was released. The manner in which the walrus lures the oysters by playing his cane like a flute is not in the original story, but is highly reminiscent of the tale of the Pied Piper, in which the Titler characters lure pests and children away from their town by using the tunes on his musical pipe. In a drastic change from films like Pinocchio and Dumbo, Alice in Wonderland featured something of an anti-smoking message for the first time in a Disney film in the form of the caterpillar. While quite a few characters in the books are portrayed as smokers, the caterpillar is the only character seen smoking in the film. When he does it, it has a negative effect on Alice, causing her to cough. This is distinctly unlike the Disney films previously mentioned, which featured the act as something casual. Alice in Wonderland was the first Disney film to use the power of television to promote a Disney animated feature. On Christmas in 1950, Disney aired an hour-long special that focused on the making of Alice in Wonderland titled 1 Hour in Wonderland. Predating even Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color, 1 Hour in Wonderland was Disney's first ever television broadcast. Distributor Sylvain Selective Films released a feature-length puppet version of Alice in Wonderland directed by French filmmaker Lou Bunin. Disney attempted to sue the company and push the release of the film away from their intended release date, but the judge ruled in favor of Sylvain Selective, citing the release of their film as a healthy competition for Disney. Luckily for Disney, Bunin's version performed poorly at the box office regardless. It is speculated that the White Rabbit's watch represents what's left of Alice's grasp on reality. Once the watch is destroyed, then the character is fully immersed in Wonderland. While it may be hard to believe in this day and age, Alice in Wonderland was actually considered a failure when it was first released in 1951. Walt Disney had even completely detached himself from the film, denying direct involvement and claiming it was never his idea to create it. Walt Disney personally disliked the film because he thought Alice had lack of heart. He also thought the film had way too many characters. Animator Ward Kimball felt that the film fell apart because Walt assigned 5 directors to the project and allowed each of them to produce their own part of the story, with the intent of each director being to outdo the other 4. This may explain why people people thought the film was so disjointed back in the day. Alice in Wonderland was a box office bomb whose performance just paled in comparison to Disney's previous success, Cinderella. It's speculated that if it weren't for Cinderella, Alice in Wonderland would have caused the Disney Animation Studio to file for bankruptcy. That's insane. Despite the film's sour reputation, the film was nominated for Best Music at the Academy Awards. While Alice in Wonderland was a flop at the box office, it prevailed on a relatively new medium that was steadily rising in the 1950s, television. Walt Disney used his Wonderful World of Color programming block to air Alice in Wonderland, where the film received millions of viewers nationwide. It was the first theatrically released Disney film to air on television. Alice in Wonderland made quite the impact on Disney's theme parks, the film's biggest contribution to Disney's tourism empire being the nauseating Mad Tea Party. The ride was one of Disneyland's opening attractions way back in 1955 and still operates there to this day. Mad Tea Party is one of the few attractions to be featured in every Disney theme park around the world, but it goes by quite a few different names depending on where you are. In California's Disneyland and Florida's Walt Disney World, it goes by Mad Tea Party. In Tokyo's Disneyland, it's referred to Alice's Tea Party, while in Disneyland Paris, it goes by Mad Hatter's Teacups. Hong Kong Disneyland's name is practically identical to Disneyland's Paris, but it's grammatically non-possessive, making it Mad Hatter's Teacups. Alice in Wonderland continued to have an influence on Disney films more than half a century after it was released. King Candy from Disney Animation Studios' Wreck-It Ralph was designed to resemble the Mad Hatter and his voice actor Ed Wynn, both visually and vocally.
In fact, Alan Tudyk landed the role almost solely on his ability to imitate the late comedian.
For the 60th anniversary re-release of Alice in Wonderland, Disney revived one of the cut songs that was performed by Cheshire Cat called I'm Odd. Funnily enough, the song is performed by voice actor Jim Cummings, who has taken over the mantle of another Disney character originally voiced by the late Sterling Holloway, Winnie the Pooh. Beaumont would reprise the role of Alice 51 years later for Square Enix and Disney's joint venture, Kingdom Hearts. To accompany the 1951 release of Alice in Wonderland, 2 comic books were published. One was a fun adaptation of the movie, and the other chronicled new adventures of Alice and her friends. It took over 20 years before Alice in Wonderland made a theatrical re-release. This was only because the interest in the film had finally grown, as it was proclaimed to reflect the psychedelic culture of the time. In 1974, the film eventually became Disney's top requested 16mm film rental. Afterwards, the studio took it upon itself to reissue the film nationally. Although the film wasn't popular among the time of its release, it was still revolutionary as far as animation is considered. Never before had a Disney movie been as vibrant in color, nor had that many characters been animated in a single scene.
If you're gonna learn one thing from this video, let it be this: do not kiss random sleeping people, okay? Alright, with that out of the way, here's 107 facts about Sleeping Beauty.
Of all the Golden Age Disney classics, one of the most enduring films is that of Sleeping Beauty. Audiences fell in love with the fair-haired princess in hiding, Maleficent became one of the coolest villains in animation history, and Prince Philip actually isn't a jerk like some other Disney princes we know. Are you a die-hard fan? Just wondering if it's worth a watch after all these years? Well, we've got something for everyone as we count down the 107 facts you should know about Sleeping Beauty. Let's get started. Number 1. In the early 1950s, Walt Disney began making plans for a Sleeping Beauty animated feature based on the classic fairy tale. It was planned to be the studio's 3rd feature-length picture to be released. Number 2. The supervising director was credited as Clyde Geronimi, while segments of the movie were directed by Les Clark, Eric Larson, and Wolfgang Reitherman. Number 3. The first draft of the script was finished March 30th, 1951, and in June of 1952, the first storyboard presentation was created and pitched to Walt Disney. However, Disney felt that the story approach was too similar to their previous works, especially since Cinderella had come out just a few years before that. Number 4. Production officially began in 1953. The scene where the princess is walking through the forest and singing to her animal companions was the first sequence animated for the film. It was also one of my favorites because it's super adorable. Number 5. In 1953, legendary animator Chuck Jones worked on Sleeping Beauty for 4 months while Warner Brothers' animation studio was shut down. He went uncredited in the film. All that hard work for nothing. Number 6. More story sessions were held for Sleeping Beauty than any other Disney film at the time. Walt worried about the similarities to Snow White and Cinderella, so the team worked hard on distinguishing a new approach to the film. Number 7. Tom Orab is the first character stylist to receive sole credit for his work on Sleeping Beauty. The artist admits he found some of his influence within the art stylings of British cartoonist Ronald Scarl. You know what they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Number 8. More than 300 artists and technicians worked on making each frame a complete work of art. Over 1 million drawings were produced to create the Disney animated classic. Number 9. According to the artist, the film was in production longer than any other animation at the time. That's because of the insane amount of work that went into the movie. In other films, one background design would normally take a day, but for Sleeping Beauty, it would take a week. Number 10. The studio wanted to make Sleeping Beauty stand out as something completely original. The artist working on the film researched medieval art and architecture for inspiration on how the picture should look. Number 11. Luckily, production designer Ivan Earl was a fan of the time period, and his work was already heavily influenced by pre-Renaissance. Ivan created a stylized and unique look to the animation that Walt described as moving illustrations. Isn't that what animation is, Walt? You're an animator. You should know this, right? Number 12. Disney artist John Hench traveled to New York City and visited several museums for visual inspiration. He returned with photos of famous unicorn tapestries that were eventually used as reference for the film's unique stylized illustrations. Number 13. All of the backgrounds were hand-painted and so clear that details are even included on bushes that appeared to be miles away. The details were so intricate and thought out it was unlike any animation before it. Number 14. Each scene was designed to be either completely horizontal or vertical, such as Gothic tapestries were designed. This includes the character's positioning as well. Number 15. The film's stunning artwork and epic scope led to the decision that it would be shot in a widescreen format. In fact, Sleeping Beauty was the first animated picture to be shot in 70mm film, or Technorama 70. Number 16. Although the complexity of the artwork was so stunning that some people have said it should be mounted and marveled in museums, it raised another tough challenge for Disney animators to overcome. The human designs proved tough to develop within such a stylized world. Number 17. Mark Davis, directing animator for the film, designed the characters for Sleeping Beauty. He had a notorious reputation for being the champion of female figures at the studio during the time. Number 18. In designing Aurora's look, there was a disagreement of what color she should wear. This was the basis of the fairies fighting over whether her dress should be blue or pink. I kinda think they should have gone with black or gray instead. We need more goth punk rock princesses. Number 19. Mark Davis had also designed the iconic Maleficent. While scrolling through books on the Middle Ages, he was inspired by a religious figure whose robes resembled fire. Number 20. Horns were added to the design of Maleficent simply because she's evil. Davis thought it couldn't hurt, but other than that, that's the reasoning. They are of no real significance. I mean, they do look pretty cool though. Number 21. Maleficent's collar was designed with eerie intent. The jagged edges were meant to resemble bat wings. Bats can be kinda cute though. Number 22. Davis still retains credit for the look of Maleficent, even in the live-action film starring the amazing Angelina Jolie. I mean, the resemblance is pretty spot on. Number 23. Maleficent's raven was almost a falcon named Diablo. Although the raven's name is never spoken in the film, Disney animators still refer to him as Diablo. Number 24. Walt wanted the three fairies to all look alike, similar to the Huey, Dewey, and Louie characters. The artist thought the idea lacked creativity, so they worked on defining each individual personality. Imagine how much better this movie would have been if the fairies were actually just Huey, Louie, and Dewey. Scrooge as Maleficent would have been a nice touch too. Let's write that movie, guys. Number 25. There were many different renditions for the Good Fairy's wardrobe. To get the right look, animators studied medieval attire from both Germany and Scandinavia. Number 26. The Good Fairies' names were of great significance early on in development stage. Their names dictated their ruling domain. Flora was flowers, fauna ruled animals, and Merryweather controlled the weather. So original. Number 27. Flora and Fauna were renamed after the treatment. They were originally called Tranquility and Fernadel. Good call on the name change, though. Number 28. Some of Hollywood's biggest known character actresses worked as live-action references and submitted voice recordings for the film. Some of these actresses were Madge Blake, Spring Byington, and The Andy Griffith Show's Aunt B, Frances Bavier. Number 29. Helene Stanley was the live-action model for Sleeping Beauty, but not the voice actor. Mary Costa provided both the singing and speaking voice of Princess Aurora. Number 30. One of the many reasons Helene Stanley was hired was her ballet experience. Of course, the story was inspired by a ballet, and her character dances gracefully during every song, sometimes with animals too, which seems like a hard dance to pull off. Number 31. The studio had searched for a voice for Sleeping Beauty for 3 years before finding Mary Costa. Mary believes Walt favored her because of her ability to navigate her voice through high notes, much like the music of Tchaikovsky. Number 32. Costa was still attending school when she landed the role of Sleeping Beauty. She was only 19 years old at the time and a student at Glendale High. Number 33. Costa is originally from Knoxville, Tennessee. Her southern accent almost prevented her from landing the role of Sleeping Beauty, but the studio decided to take a chance based on a similar yet reverse performance by English actress Vivien Leigh in Gone with the Wind. Number 34. Walt actually didn't meet Costa in person until after the production was finished. He feared her looks and personality might influence him to make changes to the character. Number 35. Although Helene Stanley modeled and Costa provided her voice, there was one other subtle influence for Princess Aurora's design. The animators added similar features of Audrey Hepburn as inspiration for Aurora's body type.
Hey guys, I'm Lauren Mayhew, and we're taking just a quick break from the Sleeping Beauty facts to let you know about a new music channel that I'm hosting called Mic Drop. Now, if you guys love 107 Facts, you are gonna love this channel because we'll have 107 facts on your favorite musicians and tons more. What are you guys waiting for? Subscribe and watch some videos over at Mic Drop. Now, back to the facts.
Number 36. Walt had brought in the voice actor for Maleficent himself. Eleanor Audley had already earned a role in his eyes based on her performance as the evil stepmother in Cinderella. You could say Audley was a scary good voice actor. That is, good at doing scary voices. Number 37. Audley initially turned down the role of Maleficent because she was battling tuberculosis at the time, but eventually reconsidered. Number 38. Mark Davis credits the liveliness of Maleficent's facial expressions to Audley. He praised her performance, claiming she's one hell of an actress. Number 39. Audley used a lot of contrasting elements in her performance as Maleficent. The actress claimed she wanted to achieve nastiness and charm all at the same time. Number 40. Seasoned Disney actress Verna Felton returned to voice both Aurora's mother and Flora the Fairy. Felton is known for her performances as Dumbo's mother, Cinderella's fairy godmother, and the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland. Number 41. Felton was married to actor Lee Miller, the voice of Disney's Pluto. So there's an interesting visual for you. Number 42. Felton passed away December 14th, 1966, a day before Walt Disney died. Number 43. Merryweather was voiced by Barbara Luddy. She is also known for her performance as the very elegant lady from Lady and the Tramp. Number 44. Ed Kemmer was the live model for Prince Philip. He played Commander Buzz Corey on TV's Space Patrol. Number 45. Several actors auditioned for the role of King Stephen, but to no avail. Taylor Holmes was of course cast for his wonderfully dignified voice, and the role would become his last for Hollywood. Number 46. 20 male singers all auditioned for the role of Prince Philip. Bill Shirley was cast because his voice was a high baritone, which Walt felt was ideal for the gallant Prince Philip. Number 47. Prince Philip is said to have been named after another royal that Americans would have been familiar with during that time period, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, the husband of Queen Elizabeth II. They had only been married for 12 years at the time Sleeping Beauty was released, and she had been queen for just 7. Number 48. Shirley was already towards the end of his acting career when he got the role in Sleeping Beauty. It was his last credited movie role. Number 49. It was required that both Costa and Shirley perform together before production began. Walt wanted to be certain that their voices could work together before the actors were finalized in their roles. Luckily for us, they sing together wonderfully. In fact, Shirley and Costa performed the song Once Upon a Dream in concert in 1958. Number 50. Sleeping Beauty had a strong reliance on its classical score. The music was recorded in state-of-the-art stereophonic sound at a facility in Germany. This was an attempt to make the movie stand out and be as epic and memorable as possible. Number 51. Unfortunately, most of the original score was scrapped because the sound was too much like a Broadway musical. The only song that remained was Once Upon a Dream. Number 52. Even though most of the score was taken from Tchaikovsky's famous ballet by the same name, George Bruns takes a majority of the credit. He was handpicked to be the musical director by Disney himself. Number 53. It took 6 years and $6 million to complete this ambitious animated classic. It took so much time and effort mostly because of the film's incredible attention to detail, coupled with the studio's multiple projects in development at the same time. Number 54. Though the movie was a great adaptation, the original tale of Sleeping Beauty was a Charles Perrault classic fairy tale called The Sleeping Beauty in the Wood. The Brothers Grimm also had a famous version of the tale entitled Little Briar Rose. Number 55. Tchaikovsky's ballet and the Brothers Grimm fairy tale were Disney's biggest influences. In the ballet, the princess is named Aurora, but in the Grimm fairy tale, she is called Briar Rose. Both names were used during the Disney adaptation. Number 56. Ready for some what did they change facts? Here we go. The fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty is only about 4 to 5 paragraphs long, so the story team had to consider ways to add conflict and extend the story, which they did mostly through Prince Philip and Maleficent. Number 57. Another problem with the original story is that it didn't have enough action to keep audiences entertained. Disney had to change the story up and develop a solid antagonist for the film, which is how the evil witch Maleficent was born. Number 58. In the Charles Perrault original tale, Maleficent isn't a witch but one of the fairies who wasn't invited only because she had become a hermit. She was very much welcome to attend the affair, but had cursed the infant after she wasn't gifted with a golden basket like the others. I mean, I'd be pretty mad too if everyone but me got a cool gift basket. Number 59. Maleficent didn't have a name in the original tale. She was just referred to as the aged fairy that kept to herself. Well, that's pretty rude. Disney came up with the name Maleficent, which means wicked and prone to evil. Also super unflattering. Number 60. For some reason in the Perrault tale, the fairy puts everyone to sleep except the king and queen. The prince's family takes over their throne by the time the princess awakens from her slumber. Number 61. It was never said that true love's kiss would wake the princess. However, it was foretold that after a 100-year slumber, she would wake up to her true love standing before her. It's like when I wake up from a really good nap just to find my cat staring at me. I mean, it's cute, but, you know, kind of creepy also. Number 62. There was no dragon in the original tale. Disney added the dragon for conflict, but originally the princess was only guarded by the hedge of thorns so thick no man could enter. Number 63. The prince and princess have 2 children together in the original tale before anyone even knows they're married. They have a daughter named Dawn and a son named Day, whom is said to be as pretty as the girl. Number 64. Maleficent is not the real threat in the original tale. In fact, she isn't heard of again after she curses a child and leaves the banquet. At least not until 2014 when she gets her own movie. You go, girl. Number 65. The prince's mother is a descendant of ogres. After the prince goes public with his marriage to Sleeping Beauty, his mother tries to eat his wife and children during his absence. In-laws, am I right? Number 66. The real hero of the story is the chief steward, who saves the day while the prince is off at war. Once the queen mother requests that the children be served to her for dinner, he hides them in his quarters. Nice guy. Number 67. The queen mother is so enraged when she realizes that Sleeping Beauty is still alive, she attempts to throw her and her children into a pit of bloodthirsty creatures. Number 68. But instead, she commits suicide once the prince arrives. That's depressing. Number 69. Only in the Grimm version of the fairy tale was there a date set for the princess to prick her finger, and it was on her 15th birthday. In the Perrault story, it just so happened to take place on her 16th. Kind of a crappy Sweet 16 present, if you ask me. Number 70. The Grimm brothers also wrote Sleeping Beauty's birth as the queen's personal wish being granted. A frog hopped out of her bath and told her that her wish for a child would come true that year. But why was she taking a bath with frogs in the first place? Number 71. For the most part, the Disney film follows the Grimm version of the story closely. The only major change is that the Grimm tale had 13 fairies instead of 3. Number 72. In addition to Perrault's and Tchaikovsky's influence, Sleeping Beauty is also regarded very much as a film of its time. Many critics have cited its themes of adolescent romanticism and rebellion taken from the emerging teenage melodramas of the late 50s. Number 73. Walt was seen as the perfect script doctor. He reworked the scene where the good fairies rescue Prince Philip so that it would have more of an emotional impact on its audience. Number 74. In 1958, Sleeping Beauty was adapted into a comic book that appeared in the Sunday newspaper. The comic appeared in over 55 cities and was seen by over 40,000 readers. Number 75. The storybook at the beginning of the film had to be designed to fit the massive widescreen dimensions of the Technorama, so the book itself actually measures to be about 20 by 24. Number 76. Trick photography was used in the beginning of the movie. The prop storybook was filmed in an oversized environment so it would appear smaller on the screen than it actually was. Number 77. The sound of the dragon's roar was inspired by US Army footage of a flamethrower. That's pretty sweet. Number 78. Before Elsa and Frozen, Princess Aurora was the only true blonde princess. Cinderella's original hair color was strawberry blonde, and Rapunzel is a natural brunette as we see in the film. Number 79. Aurora speaks less time than any other Disney character, besides Dumbo, who doesn't talk at all. Aurora has a total of 18 lines of dialogue when she isn't singing. Number 80. Like many other Disney animations, there are hidden Mickeys in the film, which are small tributes to Mickey Mouse. When fairies discuss how to help the king and queen, Merryweather has a cookie shaped like Mickey Mouse's head. Number 81. Sleeping Beauty's famous castle in Anaheim, California was used as a promotional tool for the movie since it opened 4 years before the film released. In 1957, they opened a walkthrough exhibit containing archived footage from the production, most of which actually didn't make it into the film. Number 82. The Sleeping Beauty castle was almost Snow White's castle, but Disney decided to go with the castle from their newest film to help boost its success. Number 83. Animator Eric Cluworth worked on the final battle scene between Maleficent and Prince Philip. The artist studied how a rattlesnake strikes its victim as reference for the dragon's deadly attack moves. Number 84. The epic battle between Prince Philip and the dragon was also choreographed in live action. A set was built and filled with obstacles for the actor to run through while fighting off a model dragon that was essentially a pillow attached to a long pole. Number 85. Disney recycles the dance scene from the ending of the film. The same sequence was mimicked for Beauty and the Beast. Number 86. Disney fans will also note a very similar style in the ultimate battle between Philip and Maleficent. It bears a striking resemblance to the Night on Bald Mountain sequence from Fantasia, especially when Maleficent is casting thunderbolts down from one of the turrets on her castle while Philip is trying to escape. Number 87. The final sequence where Princess Aurora and Prince Philip dance in the clouds was a favorite of Walt Disney. He had planned for the sequence to be Snow White and Cinderella, but the sequence finally found its fit as the finale of Sleeping Beauty. Number 88. Sleeping Beauty premiered during a prime time for Epic Films on January 29th in 1959. It was one of the most financially successful films of 1959, second only to Ben-Hur. Number 89. It ended up being the 16th animated Disney movie and a special part of a long line of Golden Age classics that include Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, Fantasia, Dumbo, Bambi, Cinderella, Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan, Lady and the Tramp, The Sword and the Stone, and The Jungle Book. Number 90. The movie was also released in theaters in 1970, 1979, and 1986. Shortly after, Sleeping Beauty was finally released on home video in 1986. Number 91. An Academy Award-winning 29-minute live-action short called Grand Canyon accompanied the release of Sleeping Beauty. The short film contained no dialogue or narration. Is it just me, or is that kind of a long short? Number 92. The role of Sleeping Beauty sparked Costa's career as an international opera singer. She went on to perform in 44 opera roles around the world. Number 93. Costa sang at the memorial service for John F. Kennedy. She was personally requested by Jackie Kennedy, who fell in love with her voice after hearing her sing at the Academy Awards. Number 94. Audley went on to enjoy prominent recurring guest roles as a TV actress, playing Oliver's mother on Green Acres and Jethro's school headmistress on the Beverly Hillbillies. Number 95. Each scene in each cell is described as a masterpiece, but came at such a cost. After this movie, Disney could no longer afford to pay attention to detail that closely. So, it's official. Sleeping Beauty was the end to a beautiful era in animation and was the last Disney feature to use hand-inked cells. Number 96. Although the movie was technically a success, it still didn't make enough to cover the production costs. It was the first time Disney had to report a loss in over 10 years. Number 97. Because Sleeping Beauty failed to live up to its expectations upon its release, it was the last Disney movie based on a fairy tale until 1989's The Little Mermaid. Up until that point, Disney figured that audiences had simply had enough of princess stories. Number 98. Despite all that, as far as Disney films are considered, Sleeping Beauty is ranked among the top most influential graphics of all time. Designers of today use the movie as a reference for complexity and originality. Number 99. The music is also critically praised. Sleeping Beauty received an Academy Award nomination for Best Score as well as a Grammy nomination for Best Soundtrack. Number 100. During the 1960s, an Art of Animation exhibit opened in Disneyland Resort. The display used original artwork from the film Sleeping Beauty to demonstrate how animations were made. Number 101. When it comes to reviews for the film, both past and present, they were decidedly mixed. Here's what Dean Esner of Time magazine said about the movie. The hero and heroine are sugar sculpture, and the witch looks like a clumsy tracing from a Charles Addams cartoon. Ouch, it's kinda harsh, man. Number 102. The movie also got some backlash for having a heroine who never talks and only sleeps. Feminist Disney on Tumblr gave it a 1.5 out of 4 stars. Number 103. However, Google Play and Fandango gave the movie 4.5 stars, and Rotten Tomato currently ranks the movie at 92%. Number 104. Sleeping Beauty was the first of the studio's perennials to appear in Blu-ray, and oh boy is it pretty. Number 105. In the summer of 2012, the MPAA organized the last 70mm film festival. Sleeping Beauty was included along with The Sound of Music, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Spartacus, and others. That must have been one fun movie night. I wonder if they had enough popcorn. Number 106. Though it didn't make that much money initially, thanks to its re-release in theaters and home media, the movie grossed more than $51.6 million. Number 107. Disney reimagined its classic Sleeping Beauty film in 2014 with the release of Maleficent, a live-action version that tells the story from the big bad's perspective. It was a huge hit, grossing $758.5 million, and a sequel is on the way. It might not stack up against the animated version, but hey, we'll take our Sleeping Beauty when we can get.
Next up is the movie that taught me just how rhythmically gifted lobsters can be. I never looked at a crustacean the same way ever again. Surf and Turf 2. It's time for 107 facts about The Little Mermaid.
Before there was Frozen, Tangled, and all of these new shiny 3D CGI films, The Little Mermaid Ariel, along with her buddies Flounder and Sebastian, brought Disney animation back into the spotlight with its lovely characters and catchy tunes. It also sparked the period now known as the Disney Renaissance. Let's get started. Fact number 1. The Little Mermaid is the 28th film in the Disney Classics line of movies. It's considered by many to be the very start of the Disney Renaissance, a resurgence of critically acclaimed Disney films. The Little Mermaid was the first animated fairy tale made by Disney since Sleeping Beauty in 1959. It was also their first major box office hit since the 1977 release of The Rescuers. Number 2. The film's original theatrical release was in 1989. It was re-released in fall 1997 when it made nearly $30 million in addition to its original earnings.
I'm really looking looking forward to this performance, Sebastian.
Number 3. The Little Mermaid fairy tale that the film is based on was written by Hans Christian Andersen. You might find the name familiar, as he also wrote the fairy tale The Snow Queen, which served as the inspiration for another blockbuster Disney princess film, Frozen. Number 4. Originally, The Little Mermaid was supposed to come out much sooner. It was planned to be one of Walt Disney's earliest films, and would have been a package film consisting of vignettes from Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales. Development began after 1939's Snow White, but was delayed several times for various reasons. Number 5. The idea was rediscovered in 1985 by Disney director Ron Clements. Clements came across the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale in a bookstore and was immediately intrigued by the story. He wrote up a 2-page treatment and pitched it during one of their meetings. Number 6. Jeffrey Katzenberg, the CEO of Disney, passed up on the idea as he felt it was too similar to the movie Splash, which they were making a sequel to at the time. Splash also featured mermaids, and the creative team was a bit apprehensive about their similarities. Number 7. Despite being rejected, the following day, Clements received a call from Katzenberg, who informed him that he'd read the treatment for The Little Mermaid and felt there was potential. From there, it was put into development. Katzenberg himself believed the treatment for the story was better in writing than it was when it was being pitched. Number 8. The Little Mermaid script was written by Ron Clements and John Musker. However, this wasn't exactly planned from the start. With The Little Mermaid on track for production, Katzenberg's next task was to find and hire a great screenwriter. As Katzenberg was receiving drafts from many screenwriters, Clements came to him personally and told him that he believed they can do a good job. It never occurred to Katzenberg that his animators and animation directors could be great screenwriters as well. Number 9. The film's primary composer was Alan Menken, who's gone on to score many future Disney productions, such as Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Pocahontas, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hercules, Enchanted, and Tangled. Number 10. Howard Ashman had been approached by the studio and came on the team to lend his talent to The Little Mermaid as a lyricist. He had grown on several Disney films, such as Pinocchio and Peter Pan, and wanted to try making something that would fit perfectly on the bookshelf with those type of stories. Number 11. When the project was set to come out earlier in Disney's history, illustrator Kate Nielsen created some character sketches for the movie. The animators for The Little Mermaid rediscovered his sketches in the Disney archives and used them as inspiration for their own art. Nielsen was given a credit in the final film 50 years after he made the original sketches. Number 12. The Little Mermaid required the most special effects shot for a Disney film since Fantasia, mostly because so much of it took place underwater. The sheer amount of artistic manpower needed forced Disney to farm out the underwater bubble effects to Chinese firm Pacific Rim Productions in Beijing. Number 13. Effects supervisor Mark Dindal has estimated, maybe jokingly, that over 1 million bubbles were drawn for the movie. Number 14. Having a movie set underwater had its own set of difficulties. Mark Dindal explained that being underwater meant that there was always movement, such as hair floating. There was never a dull, still moment underwater. As inspiration, they examined the underwater scenes in Pinocchio. Number 15. Notably, The Little Mermaid was the last Disney feature film to use the hand-painted cell animation technique. The following Disney film, The Rescuers Down Under, used the combined digital and traditional method developed by Pixar called Computer Animation Production System, or CAPS. Number 16. A ton of work went into the animation of Ariel and Eric's wedding ship sailing away. It was produced using the prototype CAPS animation method rather than traditional hand-drawn animation. This method was also used experimentally for a few other scenes in the movie, such as the staircase behind Ariel and Eric's castle and the broken ships in the final battle. Number 17. The high demand of animation needed for The Little Mermaid resulted in Disney opening a satellite facility. This facility was located in Lake Buena Vista, Florida, within Disney MGM Studios theme park in Disney World. Number 18. By high demand, we weren't kidding. Ariel alone required over 30 models for animation. This was because skin tones and hair colors constantly changed due to lighting in and out of the water. Number 19. The blue-green hue of Ariel's tail was specifically designed for the movie. It was mixed in the Disney Paint Lab and was named Ariel in her honor. Number 20. The color of Ariel's now iconic hair was a point of contention amongst the animation team. Red was chosen for 2 reasons. Red and green, Ariel's hair and tail respectively, are complementary colors, and the mermaid movie Splash featured a blonde mermaid, so they had to go with a different hair color. Number 21. The color in the opening scene of the film was deliberately muted. The directors made it overcast because they wanted to save bright bursts of color for the liveliness under the sea. Sounds like something Sebastian would agree on. Number 22. The animators used live-action actors and actresses as references for how the characters would move and interact. This practice was often used in Disney's early days and was revived for The Little Mermaid. Number 23. Before animation was complete, the team put together a rough version of the film using story sketches, music, and dialogue, and previewed it to Jeffrey Katzenberg. Katzenberg loved the script and songs, but didn't fall in love with the film. The crew explained that Katzenberg had no experience in seeing animation through animatics and sketches, and had absolutely no patience. He wanted things in motion, he wanted things fast, and story sketches did not deliver that for him. Number 24. The team found weaknesses in their original write-up for the film. It was then that Howard Ashman stepped in to help. He's responsible for rewriting 3 key scenes in the movie: Ariel and Sebastian's talk by the beach, Sebastian coaching Ariel on love, and King Triton's decision to give Ariel legs towards the end of the movie. Number 25. King Triton's decision at the end of the movie originally contained no dialogue. The team believed that the scene would deliver the message perfectly through visuals. However, Ashman felt the team shouldn't be afraid of having words spoken. Number 26. Actresses auditioning for the role of Ariel had to send unnamed tapes, so all of the auditions for the role were anonymous. Jodie Benson, who was a theater actress at the time, was chosen for the part. She previously appeared in the short-lived Broadway musical Smile, written by Howard Ashman. Due to Smile's abrupt closing, Ashman gave all the stars in the musical a chance to audition for the Disney film. It took a year, but Benson landed the part. Number 27. Ariel shares her voice with another princess, but not a Disney one. 5 years after The Little Mermaid, Benson provided the voice of the titular hero in Don Bluth's animated film, Thumbelina. Like The Little Mermaid, the Thumbelina fairy tale was written by Hans Christian Andersen. This guy's super popular. Number 28. While Benson did the voice acting and singing, writer and actress Sherry Lynn Stoner provided physical acting that animators used as reference. She was a former member of the Groundlings improvisational comedy group and was chosen for the role. Stoner's worked on a number of shows herself and has created and voiced the Animaniacs character Slappy Squirrel. She's even been used as a reference for a later Disney film, Beauty and the Beast. Number 29. Ariel's appearance was based on actress Alyssa Milano, who was acting in the TV show Who's the Boss at the time of The Little Mermaid's creation. Milano didn't know about it herself until she took part in the making of video for The Little Mermaid. While Ariel's appearance was based on Milano, her hair underwater was based on footage of Sally Ride in space and actress Sherry Lynn Stoner swimming in a pool. Number 30. Unlike a lot of Disney movies, Ariel's speaking and singing voices were performed by the same actress. Director Ron Clements said that it was important for the songs to feel like extensions of the dialogue, and having the same actress speak and sing as Ariel would help with that connection. Number 31. Howard Ashman would stay in a booth with Jodie Benson while she was recording. Ashman coached Benson as he wanted her to inhabit Ariel as perfectly as possible. Admittedly, he had to sneak around while directing her inside the booth so the microphone wouldn't pick up his movements. Number 32. Ashman would also perform the songs before the voice actor did. Jodie Benson and Pat Carroll, the voice of Ursula, have said that they stole some aspects of their own delivery from Ashman's performance. Number 33. Part of Your World was nearly cut from the film. According to an interview with Clements and Musker, the song tested poorly with a sample audience of children. Jeffrey Katzenberg himself wanted the song removed from the movie. He pointed out that one child sitting in the front dropped his popcorn and paid more attention to cleaning it up than the scene that was playing right in front of him. Number 34. Glenn Keane, the animator behind the Part of Your World sequence, fought very hard to keep the scene in the movie. With enough petitioning, the scene was kept in for the next preview, complete with animation. As you would imagine, the reception was more positive, with children staying silent and attentive throughout the entirety of the film. Katzenberg finds this story a little bit humiliating. I mean, I would too if I knew that I was extremely close to cutting one of the Little Mermaid's defining songs. Number 35. Glenn Keane was also one of the supervising animators for Ariel. In addition to being the son of the creator of the Family Circus comic strip, Bill Keane, he also worked as the animator for the Eagle Marahoot in The Rescuers Down Under, Belle in Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, and Pocahontas. Number 36. During the reprise of Part of Your World, Ariel has an iconic scene where she climbs on a rock in the sea while a wave crashes over her. It's a depiction of the original Little Mermaid fairy tale and is located in Copenhagen, Denmark, the same country where the author of the fairy tale, Hans Christian Andersen, is from. Number 37. While the song is famously called Part of Your World, Ariel never says these words in the song. At the end of the chorus, she always sings Part of That World. Number 38. When Jodie Benson was recording Part of Your World, the lights in the studio were turned down to get a better feeling for an underwater environment. This can be seen in the final cut of the scene where Ariel sings in a dark grotto. Number 39. Prior to The Little Mermaid, Menken and Ashman collaborated on making the music for the show Little Shop of Horrors. Fans have pointed out the similarities between Part of Your World and the Little Shop of Horrors song Somewhere That's Green, which Menken and Ashman both worked on. Number 40. The original inspiration for Ursula's voice was Golden Girls actress Bea Arthur, and the script was written with her in mind. Arthur turned it down and Elaine Stritch was cast as Ursula. However, she and music producer Howard Ashman clashed too much and she was replaced by Pat Carroll. Number 41. Pat Carroll is an experienced thespian and deepened her natural contralto voice to play the part of Ursula. She envisioned Ursula as part Shakespearean actress and part used car salesman. Number 42. Roseanne Barr, most famous for her stand-up comedy and the iconic 80s sitcom Roseanne, also read for the part of Ursula. According to Clement and Musker, Barr auditioned for Carlotta, but the directors were enamored with her voice and asked her to read some lines for the Sea Witch. Number 43. One of the first references for Ursula's physicality was a man. Max Kirby, a friend of Rob Minkoff's, dressed in drag to provide a frame of reference for the animators. Number 44. Another reference was a man named Glenn Milstead, better known as the drag queen Divine. Rob Minkoff drew an overweight matron to provide a frame of reference for the animators, who agreed that it looked like Divine. Number 45. Ursula was originally not nearly so octopus-like. In concept art, she was envisioned as more of a lionfish or a scorpionfish with lots of spikes and spines. Number 46. In the original write-up for The Little Mermaid, Ursula was supposed to be Triton's sister, making her Ariel's aunt. However, the idea was ultimately scrapped. Number 47. If you pay close attention, you might notice that Ursula only has 6 tentacles, which doesn't quite make her an octopus. Pat Carroll even calls her a squid. However, this is a point of contention amongst fans and experts alike, who consider her arms to be the 2 other limbs. Number 48. Now that we know she has 6 tentacles, did you know that she was originally going to have 8? Well, she was, but it was much harder to animate. Number 49. The original Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale did feature a sea witch character, but she was unnamed and much less important. Disney gave Ursula a much more prominent role in the movie, resulting in one of the most memorable villains in cartoon history. Number 50. In the film, Ursula uses Ariel's voice to transform into a beautiful young woman named Vanessa, who tricks Eric into marrying her to sabotage Ariel. This disguised form is, fittingly, also played by Jodie Benson. Number 51. The spell that Ursula sings when she's stealing Ariel's voice sneaks in some Latin words referencing what's happening during the scene. There's woke for voice, beluga for fish, and laryngitis for throat, and many more. Number 52. Jim Carrey auditioned for the role of Prince Eric. He even wore a baseball cap to the audition to try and seem more youthful to fit the part. This was before he became the elastic-faced, well-ranged actor we know him as today. Number 53. The voice actor for Eric was only 17 when he recorded his role for the movie. His voice was considered mature enough for the role, which was much older than his age. Barnes' other claim to fame is the role as Spider-Man in the 1994 animated series. Number 54. Sebastian was originally going to be a minor character who was a British butler. The film's main lyricist, Howard Ashman, took one look at the story outline for The Little Mermaid and suggested changing the character to a Jamaican crab. This led to the tune and tone of the song Under the Sea, which changed the nature of the film. Number 55. While Sebastian is a Jamaican crab, Sebastian's accent isn't entirely Jamaican. While it certainly sounds that way, his voice actor, Samuel E. Wright, has said that he derived the accent from a pair of college friends who were from Trinidad. Number 56. Samuel E. Wright said he wasn't entirely sure what was up with the role when he first auditioned for it. He was told that they wanted a Sammy Davis Jr. character with a lot of energy. Number 57. People have often told Wright that he looks like Sebastian. He agrees, as Disney films often cast their voice actors, then animators draw the characters based on the expressions they make. Number 58. Wright would often act out jokes and improv while recording, which Disney wasn't happy with. They told him he couldn't just add things in due to the precise nature of animation. A year after the film's completion, Disney called Wright up for a session explicitly designed for his improv lines. Number 59. After 3 hours of recording, they had enough content to put into the film. Wright says the famous line, "Teenagers, you give them an inch, they swim all over you," spurred from this session. Number 60. Flounder isn't a flounder. Flounder's a flat fish. Well, he's kinda pudgy. Flounder doesn't resemble any other fish 100% and is pure invention. Number 61. In the television series, it's revealed that Flounder's real name is Guppy number 35. Ariel also refers to Flounder as a guppy in the sequel. There is, however, still a lack of resemblance between Flounder and real-life guppies. Number 62. The name of the shark that attacks Flounder is Glut, but it's never mentioned in the film. Originally, Glut was going to return for another fight and be beaten by Flounder, but it was cut from the film when the story got simplified. Number 63. Before Buddy Hackett was locked in for the role of Scuttle, comedian Bill Maher was considered for the role. Michael Richards, now known for playing Kramer on Seinfeld, also auditioned for the part. Number 64. Rumor has it that Patrick Stewart was offered the role of King Triton. However, he had to decline because he was too busy with Star Trek: The Next Generation, so the part went to Kenneth Mars. Number 65. The Little Mermaid was the final film for actor Ben Wright, taking the role of Prince Eric's butler, Grimsby. He had previously voiced other Disney characters, such as Roger in 101 Dalmatians and Rama in The Jungle Book. Number 66. Some of Ariel's sisters have specific naming origins. Alana was Howard Ashman's nod to Alan Menken. Atina was inspired by a musical Menken wrote called Atina, Evil Queen of the Galaxy, and Adrena was the name of the aerobics instructor of one of the directors. Number 67. The action movie Die Hard inspired the massive climactic battle at the end of the film. Die Hard was a huge deal when The Little Mermaid came out, and Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted the ending sequence of the movie to be bigger, so he told his team to make it more Die Hard. The villain Ursula was originally meant to remain her original size at the film's climax, but the writers had to make her larger for the final fight to be up to par. Number 68. The shipwreck scene was based on Pinocchio. To animate the shipwreck and Ursula's emergence from the sea, The Little Mermaid animators studied scenes of Monstro from the 1940s film. Number 69. The shipwreck scene was so intense that Disney effects animators spent a year animating it. Number 70. There are a number of major differences between the Disney film and the original fairy tale. In the original story, the mermaid has no name and makes a deal with the sea witch to get legs that would constantly feel like walking on knives. She has to win the love of a prince or die of a broken heart and become sea foam. You can tell why Ron Clements had to make it more positive in his treatment. Number 71. In the original story, mermaids were allowed to swim to the surface and see the world above when they turned 15. The Disney version seems slightly different, as Ariel is 16 when the story takes place. Number 72. The Little Mermaid movie contains a cameo of Mr. Limpet. Mr. Limpet is the protagonist of the film, The Incredible Mr. Limpet, which is about a man who turns into a fish. Number 73. A model of Mr. Limpet appears in the Little Mermaid ride at the Disney parks. Number 74. The movie contains a number of hidden Mickeys, which are pictures of Mickey Mouse carefully inserted into the film. Mickey can be seen in Ursula's contract. Number 75. There are hidden characters in the movie's wedding party too. The King and the Grand Duke from Cinderella can be seen on the boat where Eric is set to marry Vanessa. Number 76. In the Part of Your World sequence, Ariel wonders what a fire is while looking at a painting. The painting in the movie is Magdalene with the Smoking Flame, a portrait of Mary Magdalene by French painter Georges Delattre. Number 77. At the very beginning of the film, King Triton is entering a concert hall to see his daughters perform. A careful eye reveals Mickey, Donald, and Goofy sitting together in the crowd. Number 78. Before the film's release, Jeffrey Katzenberg warned the crew that it might not be as well received like Oliver and Company because it was a girls' film. But once the movie was nearly done, Katzenberg's tune changed, and he felt that it would be the first animated blockbuster. The Little Mermaid went on to earn 64% more at the box office than Oliver and Company. Number 79. Ron Clements recalls that a New Jersey state trooper sent him an emotional letter. The trooper had seen the movie and was in tears when it finished. Afterwards, he called his daughter and made up with her. Number 80. The Little Mermaid received 3 Academy Award nominations in 1990, making it the first Disney film to be nominated since 1977. Number 81. Alan Menken won Best Original Score and Best Original Song, along with Howard Ashman at the Golden Globes, mirroring their wins at the Academy Awards for Best Original Score and Best Original Song. Number 82. Alan Menken thought his first musical cue for the movie was terrible, and he was sure he'd get fired. He had never written an underscore for Disney film. Funny when you think about all the awards he's received. Number 83. At the Grammys, Menken, Ashman, Kraft, Benson, Wright, Carroll, and Renee Auberjonois won for Best Recording for Children. With all those catchy tunes still popular today, it was a well-deserved win. Number 84. Time magazine named The Little Mermaid one of the top 25 animated films of all time. This list was published in 2011, more than 2 decades after the film was released in theaters. Number 85. A woman actually sued Disney over some visual mistakes in the film. Organizations claimed that the VHS cover displayed certain inappropriate anatomical parts, and that there were subliminal adult messages in other Disney films. The lawsuit was eventually dropped in 2 months. Number 86. Jim Henson wanted to make his own live-action television series based on The Little Mermaid. The show was to be called Little Mermaid's Island, with Ariel interacting with Henson puppets. 2 episodes were made, but neither were aired. Number 87. The Little Mermaid received an animated prequel series chronicling the time before the events of the film. The idea was favored over the live-action series previously planned. Several cast members reprised their roles from the film, including Benson as Ariel, Wright as Sebastian, Mars as King Triton, and Carol as Ursula. Number 88. The Little Mermaid received sequel and prequel movies in the form of The Little Mermaid 2, Return to the Sea, and The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Beginning. These 2 movies tell the tale of Ariel's life after marrying the prince and having a daughter, as well as her origin story respectively. Number 89. A Broadway musical adaptation of The Little Mermaid premiered in New York City in November 2007 and ran until summer 2009. Number 90. The Broadway musical used a slightly tweaked background story. In the musical, Ursula and King Triton were the children of Poseidon, god of the sea. On his deathbed, he gave each child half of the sea and 1 artifact. Triton got the trident and Ursula got her magic shell. Number 91. In the Broadway musical adaptation of the movie, the crew was tasked with emulating underwater movement on stage. They did this by having actors playing underwater characters wear Heelys and skating around the stage to look like they were swimming. Number 92. Besides the Broadway show, The Little Mermaid has a second stage show called Voyage of the Little Mermaid. Voyage of the Little Mermaid is a 17-minute long version of the film's story performed in Disney's Hollywood Studios park. Number 93. A song called One Dance was removed from the film, intended to be shown as Ariel's thoughts as Prince Eric showed her around. It was cut as the crew thought kids might not understand that it was in Ariel's head. This device was later used in the Broadway musical to allow Ariel to sing even after losing her voice. Number 94. Vanessa carries Ariel's voice around her neck inside a shell, using it to cast her magic on Eric. In the Broadway musical, Ursula's magic shell was inherited from Poseidon and was the source of much of her power after being banished. Number 95. It's never explicitly stated where The Little Mermaid takes place. Some fans, however, speculate that it's Denmark due to the fact that the fairy tale's author, Hans Christian Andersen, was Danish. Number 96. The Little Mermaid was released multiple times for home video. 1990 on VHS, 1998 in the Masterpiece Collection VHS series, 1999 on DVD, 2006 under the Platinum Edition DVDs, and 2013 as part of the Diamond Edition Blu-ray line. Number 97. The Little Mermaid got its first official Disney Parks ride in 2011, known as Ariel's Undersea Adventure. In Disney World, it's known as Journey of the Little Mermaid and goes through the basics of the movie with animatronics and video effects. Number 98. When the Little Mermaid ride was added to the American Disney parks, Ariel's meet and greet grotto was moved as well. According to the lore, even after getting her happily ever after, Ariel held her grotto so close to her heart that Eric moved it next to the castle. Number 99. Ariel appears in the Japanese Disney manga, Kilala Princess. In the manga, Kilala travels to Atlantica and befriends Ariel. Number 100. Jodie Benson performed Part of Your World at the 2011 D23 Disney Expo. She also performed alongside Paige O'Hara, who played Belle, Anika Noni Rose, who played Tiana, and Lea Salonga, who provided the singing voices for Jasmine and Mulan. Number 101. At the same D23 Expo, Benson received a Disney Legends Award for her work portraying Ariel. Number 102. Elements of The Little Mermaid make an appearance in the 2002 Disney Square Enix mashup Kingdom Hearts. The stories are based in the world of Atlantica, where Ariel, Ursula, and a handful of other important characters from the original film interact with Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Benson and Carol even reprise their roles as Ariel and Ursula, respectively. Number 103. In late spring of 2016, there was a special Hollywood Bowl performance honoring The Little Mermaid. The performance featured celebrities singing songs from the film, including John Stamos as Chef Luis and Rebel Wilson as Ursula. Number 104. The performance also featured actress Titus Burgess as Sebastian and Norm Lewis as King Triton. The two actors actually created these characters in the Broadway musical's first cast. Number 105. The Little Mermaid released under Disney's Tsum Tsum line of plush toys on May 5, 2016. The characters included in the set were Ariel, Flounder, Sebastian, Scuttle, Ursula, King Triton, Prince Eric, and his dog Max. Number 106. Ariel's beauty isn't just popular underwater. Both cosmetics brand e.l.f. and beauty source Sephora have had their own Little Mermaid makeup lines. The e.l.f. line includes a special book of cosmetics, while the Sephora line had its own Ariel perfume. Number 107. Disney is actually in the development stages of a live-action version of the movie, following other live-action adaptations like The Jungle Book, Cinderella, and 101 Dalmatians. The film is set to star Chloe Grace Moretz as Ariel. Moretz is known for roles such as the hero, Hit Girl, and Kick-Ass.
For all the big book readers out there, we've got another Disney classic to disassemble. Although, let's be real, most people are here for Gaston. Either way, let's break down 107 facts about Beauty and the Beast.
It's a tale as old as time, and a song as old as rhyme. And no, not Time magazine, that's only as recent as 1923. This is much, much older than that. Let's get started. Number 1. Walt Disney attempted to produce Beauty and the Beast into an animated film 2 times prior, in the 1930s and the 1950s, but writers continuously had a difficult time adapting the story. In both instances, the project had to be shelved. Number 2. Disney borrowed ideas from Jean Cocteau's 1946 French film, which was another adaptation of the same traditional fairy tale that the film was to be based on. Of course, all 3 share the same name. Number 3. Julie Andrews was considered for the role of Mrs. Potts, but reportedly declined. Maybe she was afraid of being typecast as porcelain-based characters. That's a real threat in Hollywood. Number 4. Sequences where the film lacks a song or musical score only add up to 5 minutes. And it makes me wonder why we can't just fill those 5 minutes with more of Gaston's song. Number 5. Chip was set to only have 1 line in the film, but producers couldn't resist how cute Bradley Michael Pierce sounded and added more. Number 6. Prior to this, the token cute character of the film was going to be a music box that communicated through notes. I think we can agree that Chip was the better choice, though my personal favorite choice is the footrest dog. Number 7. Regis Philbin auditioned for the role of the Beast.
Is that your final answer?
Disney's final answer was a no. Number 8. In 1988, Walt Disney hired British animation director Richard Purdom to adapt the film, but this version was quite dark and non-musical. Number 9. Linda Wolverton was brought on to rewrite the script. Her only prior experience with Disney was writing episodes of Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Number 10. Belle's characterization was inspired by Katharine Hepburn's portrayal of Jo in the 1933 film adaptation of Little Women. Linda wanted to make Belle a strong and independent character. Number 11. Sherry Stoner served as the reference model for Belle. She also served as the model for Ariel in The Little Mermaid. Number 12. Both Belle and Ariel have a tendency to bite their lips and sweep their hair, which are both habits of Sherry Stoner that animators tried to replicate. Number 13. Angela Lansbury, the voice of Mrs. Potts, was originally reluctant to sing the classic song Beauty and the Beast. It was written as a rock ballad, which wasn't really her style. After she expressed her hesitance, the studio asked her to sing the song in the manner she envisioned it, which is how it became the song we all know and love today. I want to hear the rock ballad version so desperately it hurts. Number 14, Jodie Benson, the voice of Ariel from The Little Mermaid, was Disney's original choice to play Belle, but they ended up selecting Paige O'Hara. Gosh, they just really love crossing over those two characters. Is there some conspiracy Disney hasn't let us in on? Number 15, Paige O'Hara shed actual tears when recording the scene of Beast's death. In fact, her sobbing was so intense that producers asked her if she was okay. She immediately dropped out of character and declared, acting. Number 16, the Beast's real name is Adam, but it's never mentioned in the film. If he's a Prince Charming, that makes him Prince Adam, like in He-Man. Hang on, I need to log on to my fanfiction.net account. Number 17, the animator Glenn Keane based the Beast on several different animals. He has the mane of a lion, the head and beard of a buffalo, the brow of a gorilla, the eyes of a human, the tusks of a wild boar, the body of a bear, and the legs and tail of a wolf. Number 18, in the original script of the film, Gaston was going to be killed by wolves after surviving his fall. The subplot was scrapped, but eventually ended up in The Lion King, with Scar being devoured by hyenas. Number 19, some sculptures in the Beast's castle are actually earlier concept designs for his appearance. Number 20, Belle is the second Disney princess of non-royal descent. The first is Cinderella, and the third is Tiana. This raises the question, is Mulan a Disney princess? Number 21, Beauty and the Beast was the first animated film to be nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture. It lost to Silence of the Lambs. Number 22, it was also the first animated film to earn more than $100 million in the box office. Number 23, the Beast and Belle's final dance in the film is actually recycled animation from the final dance of Sleeping Beauty. This isn't the first instance of Disney doing this either. It turns out they're fans of recycling. Number 24, the ending credits were performed by Celine Dion and Peabo Bryson. Number 25, Beauty and the Beast was the first Disney animated feature film to have a pop version of its theme play during the credits. Number 26, a number of paintings on the walls of Beast Castle are inspired by famous artworks, including pieces by Vermeer, Rembrandt, and Goya. The Beast has excellent tastes. Number 27, Paige O'Hara was in her early 30s when she voiced Belle, though the Disney princess is only 17. Number 28, Beauty and the Beast was the first animated feature to win a Golden Globe for Best Picture, Musical, or Comedy. Number 29, Patrick Stewart almost voiced Cogsworth, but had to turn down the role due to scheduling conflicts with Star Trek The Next Generation. Number 30, Beauty and the Beast was Disney's 30th animated feature. Number 31, the film consists of around 120,000 drawings and 1,295 painted backgrounds. Number 32, the art director of the film, Brian McKenty, chose to have Belle be the only character in her town who wears blue. This was meant to signify how different she is from everyone else. Of course, our protagonist later meets Beast, who also wears blue at times. Number 33, the film is dedicated to lyricist and executive producer Howard Ashman, who died 8 months prior to its final completion due to AIDS-related complications. It was his final body of work. Number 34, Howard Ashman was posthumously nominated for the Oscar for Best Song alongside collaborator and friend Alan Menken. Actually, 3 of their songs were nominated for the category. They won with Beauty and the Beast. Number 35, the film and Alan Menken scored a second Academy Award for Best Score. Number 36, Chip is the only character in the castle besides the Beast to call Belle by name. Number 37, LeFou's name means the madman in French, and is also a phonetic pun for the French pronunciation of the fool. Number 38, the smoke from the scene when the Beast transforms back into his original form is actual smoke, not animated. That's one way of getting it to look really realistic. Number 39, the aforementioned smoke was originally used in Disney's film The Black Cauldron. Number 40, there were darker scenes from the film that were cut, including Gaston visiting an asylum and the Beast dragging an animal carcass. Number 41, Rupert Everett auditioned for the role of Gaston, but was turned down because he didn't sound arrogant enough. He kept this critique in mind when trying out for the role of Prince Charming in Shrek 2, which he nabbed. Number 42, when the Beast and Gaston are struggling on the roof, Gaston yells out, "Belle is mine!" The line was originally "Time to die," but changed to fit Belle back into the scene. Number 43, the stained glass window at the end of the film depicting Beauty and the Beast, or Prince Adam, was constructed following the movie's release and resides permanently at Disneyland. Hey everyone, we're taking just a quick break to let you know what's coming up. So on Tuesday on Cartoon Hangover, we have 107 facts about Spirited Away. Then on Thursday on ChannelFrederator, we have 107 facts about the upcoming Pixar film, The Good Dinosaur. Then on Saturday on ChannelFrederator, we have our Saturday Morning Cartoons feature, which features some of the best animations from members in our network. It's great, you should totally check it out if you want to see awesome animations by cool people. And with that, back to the facts. Number 44. The prologue of the film states that the rose will be in bloom until the prince is 21, and in Be Our Guest, Lumiere sings the line, 10 years we've been rusting. Some simple math, the conclusion can be drawn that the prince met the sorceress when he was just 11 years old. Her punishment's looking a bit harsh now. Did anyone ever contact authorities about that? Number 45. Lumiere is voiced by Jerry Orbach, who played Detective Lenny Briscoe on Law & Order for 13 seasons. Number 46. In 1991, an unfinished version of the film screened at the New York Film Festival. Despite 30% of the film being composed of storyboards and uninked pencil tests, it received a 10-minute standing ovation. Number 47. The role of Cogsworth was actually written for John Cleese, who turned it down. Number 48. Beauty and the Beast is only the 41st highest grossing animated film of all time. This may have a little something to do with inflation. Number 49. Lawrence Fishburne, Val Kilmer, Mandy Patinkin, and Tim Curry were also considered for the role of the Beast. Where's D. Bradley Baker? I want D. Bradley Baker. Number 50. Jeffrey Katzenberg hired Kirk Wise and Gary Trousdale to direct the film. Similar to Linda Wolverton, the two didn't have much on their belt. Their major credit was a short film titled Cranium Command, which was commissioned for an attraction at Disney's Epcot Center. Number 51. Rami Benson was cast as the Beast, despite being best known for his roles as sensitive male teens in movies like Ice Castles and The Chosen. Number 52. The sounds of growling panthers and lions were mixed into Robbie Benson's voice digitally to enhance the Beast's howls, which I know I'm putting a lot of pressure on the editor right now, but I would like to try that myself. Number 53. Beauty and the Beast was one of Disney's earliest collaborations with Pixar. Pixar developed a computer animation software, CAPS, short for Computer Animation Production System, for Disney. It was first used in The Rescuers Down Under, and then for the ballroom sequence in Beauty and the Beast set to the titular song. The software enabled animators to create a 3D model of the ballroom, which was used to make it appear as though the camera was swirling through the space as Belle and the Beast dance. The sequence was considered a highlight of the film and helped spur Disney to move to full-length computer animated films. Number 54. The film was released in November 1991 to an overwhelmingly positive response. It was the third highest grossing movie that year. Terminator 2 apparently took the number 1 slot. Number 55. When the film was released in China, the Beast's speaking and singing voices were dubbed by Jackie Chan. Number 56. The song Human Again was cut from the film's original release. It was added again to the 2002 re-release, as well as the Broadway musical. Number 57. As Gaston falls, tiny skulls flash in his eyes to signal that he is approaching death. Number 58. Art directors traveled to the Loire Valley in France for inspiration. They also studied French painters Fragonard and Boucher, which influenced the illustration style. Number 59. With this film, Linda Wolverton became the first woman to write an animated feature for Disney. Number 60. For the first time, animators were credited on screen with the specific characters they had brought to life. Number 61. In the middle of development for Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid premiered. It changed the direction of the film, which then also became something of a Broadway musical brought to animation. Number 62. Director Kirk Wise started his career drawing caricatures and a theme park. Not one of Disney's, though. While he attended art school, he worked at Universal Studios to make extra money. Number 63. Glenn Keane wishes that the Beast had stayed as the Beast instead of reverting back to his princely human form. To help with the transition, he suggested a line be inserted where Belle asks, "Do you think you could grow a beard?" It didn't make it in, but Glenn believes this is a great idea and a missed opportunity. I'm inclined to agree with him. That sounds amazing. Number 64. When Maurice, Belle's father, gets lost in the wood, he comes across some road signs. If you squint, you can read that one of them says Anaheim. Of course, this is the city in California where Disneyland is located. He could have ended up somewhere a lot more fun than Beast's Castle. Number 65. Another sign points to Valencia, which is the city that Cal Arts is located in. Number 66. John Alvin, the poster artist for Beauty and the Beast, also designed posters for other renowned films. They include E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Gremlins, The Lion King, The Color Purple, Blazing Saddles, and more. Number 67. Belle makes a cameo in the film The Hunchback of Notre Dame, another Disney film set in France. Pumbaa from The Lion King and the Magic Carpet from Aladdin also make appearances. Number 68, the Beast has also made a cameo in another Disney film. If you pay attention to the Sultan's stacking toys in Aladdin, you can see that one of them is the Beast. Number 69, an earlier version of the film had no music and added some members to Belle's family, a little sister named Clarice and a cat named Charlie. Number 70, at one point a scene was going to be included that showed the Beast being cursed by the sorceress. She would chase him through the castle and hit bystanding servants, accidentally transforming them into the objects before finally getting to the prince. Number 71, Disney's animation department won a Scientific and Technical Academy Award for the design and development of the computer animated production system they used for the film. Number 72, Bambi's mother makes a cameo in the film during the opening shot. She can be seen drinking from a stream in the lower right. It turns out she was fine, she just abandoned her child. She wasn't shot. That's so much better. Number 73, the song Be Our Guest was originally meant to be sung to Maurice, not Belle. Producers felt it was too good to use on a secondary character though, so things were rewritten. Number 74, in 2002, the Library of Congress selected Beauty and the Beast for preservation in the National Film Registry, deeming it culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. Number 75, according to Maurice, the Beast is 10 feet tall. Number 76, the first stained glass window seen in the prologue of the film has Vincent Casey Vincent on it, which is a Latin phrase meaning he conquers who conquers himself. It's a dead language, so you can't get on me for pronouncing it incorrectly. Number 77, in the mob song, Gaston says, "Screw your courage to the sticking place." This is a reference to Macbeth. Number 78, the Beast's makeover when he's preparing for his evening with Belle parallels that of the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz. Of course, the Beast doesn't keep the ribbon and curls. Number 79, the last portion of Cogsworth's line, "Flowers, chocolates, promises you don't intend to keep," was actually ad-libbed by David Ogden Stiers. Number 80, actually producers encouraged actors to improvise, so there were a few lines in the final film that were never in the script. Number 81, almost the entire cast of the film is composed of Broadway stars. This was intentional as Disney hoped that in the future a theatrical backer would finance a stage version. Number 82, in the French version of the film, Cogsworth is named Big Ben after the famed clock tower in London. Number 83, Belle's dress is loosely based on Dorothy's from The Wizard of Oz. Number 84, when Paige O'Hara was auditioning for the film, a bit of her hair flew into her face and she tucked it back. Animators liked this and added it to the film. Number 85, the scene where Belle runs into a field and sings is an homage to the opening scene in The Sound of Music. Number 86, as Belle leaves the bookshop, three men sing. The two men flanking the blonde in the middle are caricatures of the directors Kirk Wise and Gary Trousdale. Number 87, Belle's favorite book is actually not too distant from her real life. It features far-off places, daring sword fights, magic spells, and a prince in disguise. In fact, the lead meets Prince Charming only on, but doesn't find out until Chapter 3. Fans have speculated that the book Belle is reading is Sleeping Beauty. Number 88, among the 370 people involved in its production, 43 were animators. Number 89, at the foot of the Beast Castle at Walt Disney World, you can dine at the Be Our Guest restaurant. Not only is it designed to look like the castle from the film, you can even order the gray stuff that Lumiere sings about in Be Our Guest. Number 90, upon its release, Frank Rich, a renowned theater critic for the New York Times, asserted that the film was better than any musical he'd seen on Broadway that year. Number 91, Frank Rich's comment inspired Disney to develop the film into its first Broadway musical based on one of its animated features. It opened in 1994 and ran for 5,464 performances before it was closed in 2007 to make way for The Little Mermaid Broadway show. It is currently the 9th longest running musical in Broadway history. Number 92, in 2017, Disney will release a live-action film of the same name and general plot. The director, Bill Condon, has said that he will draw inspiration from the animated film and that he plans to include most of the songs from the musical. Number 93, Paige O'Hara, the voice of Belle, made a cameo appearance in Disney's 2007 film Enchanted. She played a television soap opera character who acted out a scene paralleling Belle tending to the Beast's wounds. The character's name was Angela, which was apparently a pointer to her Beauty and the Beast co-star, Angela Lansbury. Number 94, directors Wise and Trousdale went on to direct The Lion King, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and Atlantis, The Lost Empire. Number 95, Wolverton went on to co-write Disney's The Lion King and Mulan. She also wrote the 2010 live adaptation of Alice in Wonderland. Number 96, the three Bimbettes are actually played by just 2 actresses. Number 97, animators were encouraged to add Gaston hitting LeFou wherever they could fit. Number 98, spin-offs of the Beauty and the Beast include Belle's Enchanted Christmas, Belle's Magical World, Sing Me a Story with Belle, and 6 video games. Number 99, Howard Ashman was the person who pushed for Belle's father to be an eccentric inventor. Number 100, Mrs. Chamomile was a name suggestion for Mrs. Potts. Number 101, the animator in charge of Belle studied ballerinas to establish how she would move. Number 102, while many animated films take around 4 or 5 years to complete, Beauty and the Beast only took 2. Number 103, producers were so pleased with Tony Jay's work that they even used his audition piece in the final film. Disney also cast him again later as Frollo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Number 104, in the added song Human Again, Belle and the Beast can be seen reading a book together. It's none other than Romeo and Juliet. Number 105, during Human Again, we also see characters cleaning up the castle. Because of this, animators had to go back and clean up the castle in scenes following the song for continuity. It was still quite a mess in the original. Number 106, the completed film premiered at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood. And finally, number 107, the Bimbettes' hairstyles initially match up with Belle's, Ariel's, and Jasmine's. Bimbettes seems like a really derogatory name.
You know what? I'm gonna say something really brave right here. I prefer Robin Williams' portrayal of Genie over Will Smith's. So sue me. As you wait for the paperwork to process, though, you can learn 107 facts about Aladdin.
When it comes to beloved Disney classics, the rags to riches tale of Aladdin remains a favorite among animation fans of all ages. The music is on point, Jafar has the best evil facial hair ever to grace the big screen, and there's a genie. What's not to love here? Did you know, like Pinocchio's growing nose, the feather on Aladdin's turban falls into his face whenever he tells a lie? There's more of that good stuff coming your way, and we've got something for everyone as we count down 107 facts about Disney's Aladdin. Let's get started. Number 1. Aladdin is based on a Middle Eastern folktale of the same name that's been told since at least 850 AD. The story was first officially published in France sometime in the 18th century as part of a book filled with other famous Middle Eastern folklore called The Book of 1001 Nights. The book's English translation is simply Arabian Nights. Number 2. Disney's 1992 adaptation wasn't the first time the studio dabbled with the film's source material. In 1930, Disney Animation Studios released the Mickey Mouse short film Mickey in Arabia, which contains elements of the Aladdin folklore along with other tales associated with the Arabian Nights. Number 3. The idea of a Disney-produced Aladdin film dates back as far as 1988, when lyricist Howard Ashman wrote a 40-page treatment for an animated musical adaptation for The Legend of Aladdin. Had Ashman's full vision been realized, the film would have taken on the form of a campy 1930s musical with the genie character resembling the likes of jazz musicians Fats Waller and Cab Calloway. Number 4. Aladdin is directed by Disney legends John Musker and Ron Clements in their third collaboration. They've also co-directed The Great Mouse Detective, The Little Mermaid, Hercules, Treasure Planet, The Princess and the Frog, and are currently in charge of Disney's newest movie, Moana. Number 5. Musker and Clements turned down the opportunity to direct Beauty and the Beast in order to tackle the tale of Aladdin. How do you choose between those two? Personally, I think they made the right decision. Number 6. The director said they created the film with the intended message of just being yourself, that what's on the inside of you is much more valuable than anything you may or may not have on the outside. They thought this message especially applied to teenagers and is one of the reasons Aladdin and Jasmine are portrayed as such. Number 7. The artists behind Aladdin certainly did their homework in order to capture the essence, vibe, and the curvy architecture of the 15th century world of Islam culture. They did this by studying over 1,800 photos they had taken of ancient sites from a trip they took to Iran. Number 8. Animators tried to make the characters look unrealistic on purpose after working on realistic characters for Beauty and the Beast. Because of this, each character can be broken down into a basic shape. Number 9. The new style of drawing proved to be great for Disney animators, who called the previous movies chiseled realism. The new style allowed animators to work quicker and made the characters easier to follow on screen. Number 10. The characters of Aladdin were made to be curvy in order to rhyme with the curvy architecture all around them. The animators were particularly influenced by the works of legendary artist Al Hirschfeld, who was known for drawing characters comprised almost entirely of curves. In turn, Hirschfeld said that he was honored and flattered that the animators were influenced by him. Number 11. This rule did not apply for Jafar, who was comprised mostly of straight lines and angles. This was done to establish him as the villain that clearly doesn't fit with anybody else. Number 12. The film's color scheme was was designed by Richard Vender Wend, with many colors symbolizing certain meanings and themes. The color blue represented water and goodness, red stood for heat and evil, while gold was a neutral color that leaned slightly towards the forces of evil. Number 13. Aladdin was originally intended to take place in Baghdad, Iraq. When the first Gulf War happened, the filmmakers decided to change the location to the fictional land of Agrabah, which is an anagram of Baghdad. Number 14. Quite a few supporting characters were cut from the film, chief among them being Aladdin's mother, who would try her best to guide her son away from the life of a petty thief. On the opposite side of the spectrum were Aladdin's three friends, Babkak, Omar, and Kasim, three goofballs that were always getting into trouble. They were scrapped in order to simplify the story. Number 15. In the first version of the movie, there were two genies, the genie of the lamp and the genie of the ring. This concept was borrowed from the Aladdin folktale, with the genie of the ring being the less powerful of the two. If the genie of the lamp complains about an itty-bitty living space, we can only imagine how the genie of the ring must have felt. Circular. Number 16. That's not the only piece pulled closely from the folktale. In the story, Aladdin's genie of the lamp helps him become rich and powerful to marry the Sultan's daughter. No word on if he also changed his name to Prince Ali though. Number 17. The first full story reel of Aladdin was so badly received by Walt Disney Studio executives that it almost killed production of the film entirely. Members of the crew collectively refer to the day of this screening as Black Friday. The Aladdin team had just 8 days to prevent Disney from axing the film by reworking the entire story almost entirely from scratch. Yikes. Number 18. Aladdin's personality came out because Disney animators were tired of using cardboard cutout princes. They wanted a story about how the princes fell in love instead of something that was just assumed, like with the prince in Snow White. I mean, this guy's name is literally just Prince. You can't get any more cardboard than that. Although, if your name is Prince, you can make some pretty good music. Number 19. Aladdin was originally designed to resemble actor Michael J. Fox. The filmmakers soon came to a consensus that perhaps he was a bit too young for a woman like Jasmine, so they redesigned him to look like Tom Cruise. Number 20. According to supervising animator Glenn Keane, Aladdin's design and movements were partially based on MC Hammer, specifically from his appearance and dance moves featured in the music video for You Can't Touch This. Clearly, Aladdin's baggy pants are one of the biggest influences Hammer had on the character. Number 21. One of the biggest challenges the animators faced when designing Aladdin was making Jasmine's eventual attraction and affection for the protagonist believable. They achieved this by giving Aladdin bravado and confidence through his poses and actions, yet filled him with inner insecurities that made him relatable to everybody, even Jasmine. Number 22. Aladdin marked one of the first times that a Disney voice actor didn't also have to be a magnificent singer. The move opened up the world of Disney animation to every actor, which worked out great for Scott Weinger, who ended up voicing Aladdin. His voice cracked while singing during the audition, but he did get to end up dating DJ Tanner, which is pretty good. Number 23. Brad Kane served as the singing voice for Aladdin. He's famously known as the voice behind the original Silly Rabbit Tricks Are for Kids. Number 24. Weinger auditioned for the role of Aladdin with a tape of him and his mother playing the part of Genie. While Disney execs were impressed with his performance and obviously gave him the role, he claimed that his mother nearly stole the show with her portrayal as the Genie, which he called a hip Jewish Brooklynite character. The studio joked that if the Robin Williams deal fell through, they would cast her as the Genie in a heartbeat. Way to go, Mom. Number 25. While Genie's voice is iconic, one of the trickiest voices to cast was Aladdin's. Ron Clements said he had to sound old enough to carry the romance, but young enough to have the teenage sound we liked. Number 26. Before settling on Weinger, Clements and Musker spent months auditioning around 60 voices for the role of Aladdin. Weinger didn't even realize he was auditioning for Disney's next big animation movie until a friend told him. Number 27. Linda Larkin provides the voice for Princess Jasmine, but like Aladdin, not for the singing parts. Jasmine's Tony Award-winning singing voice, Lea Salonga, would later go on to provide the singing voice for another Disney princess, Mulan. Number 28. Supervising animator Mark Henn based his design of Jasmine off his own sister. He even had photos of his sister next to him at his desk that he used as references when drawing the princess. Number 29. Abu the monkey is related to Curious George, the monkey in Raiders of the Lost Ark, Megatron, Raja, the Cave of Wonders, Hefty Smurf, and Fred Jones. Okay, that might not be canon, but you can trace their lineage back to the same actor, Frank Welker. Number 30. Jafar's design was influenced by another one of Disney's greatest villains, Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty. Not only did they try to visually resemble the wicked sorceress, the animators went back to Maleficent and studied how she moved. Number 31. Jafar was originally envisioned as being somebody with a bad, explosive temper, while Iago was intended to be calm and collected with a sinister British accent. The filmmakers later realized that making Jafar the calm type would make him much scarier, so the duo's personalities were swapped. Number 32. The directors immediately casted Jonathan Freeman as Jafar upon just listening to his voice. When they finally met the man behind the villain, they were surprised to find that the sinister voice belonged to somebody that looked so innocent and good-hearted. According to the character's supervising animator, Andreas Deha, Freeman's voice didn't match his body at all. Number 33. Deha has a talent for bringing Disney villains to life. He's also worked on Scar from The Lion King and Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. Number 34. The animators designed the Genie for Robin Williams specifically. They wanted the wish granter to be mercurial, as Williams was famous for being quite mercurial with his voice during his stand-up routines. Number 35. Even though it was written for him, Jeffrey Katzenberg doubted that they would be able to sign Williams due to money, timing, contracts, and landing an A-lister for a voiceover job. Because of this, he insisted that Clements and Musker come up with alternatives. Number 36. Prior to Aladdin, actors rarely did voice work unless they were desperate. Voice acting wasn't its own medium, and real actors wanted nothing to do with it. While making The Little Mermaid, Clements and Musker had written the role of Ursula for comedian B. Arthur, and she had refused the role. But, as we know, Williams did a phenomenal job and changed the game of voice acting forever. Now there's almost always a major celebrity voice featured in every animated movie. Number 37. Some alternate casting choices for Genie were John Candy, Eddie Murphy, Martin Short, John Goodman, and Albert Brooks. All of these actors have lent their voices to a number of Disney characters over the years. Number 38. To convince Williams he was a perfect fit for the Genie, the character's supervising animator, Eric Goldberg, prepared an animated test around a few of Williams' stand-up routines. One of these tests involved a bit on schizophrenia, and the animator turned it into a scene where Genie grew another head and argued with himself, perfectly capturing what it is the character would be. Goldberg says he's sure it wasn't the only factor, but Williams signed the contract shortly after seeing that particular animation. Number 39. Williams voiced the Genie for only $75,000, a very small feat compared to the $8 million price tag attached to his name at the time. He mainly took the pay cut because he wanted to be a part of a Disney animation, and he also wanted to leave behind something special for his own children to enjoy. Number 40. Williams wasn't the only A-list comedian amongst Aladdin's cast of voice actors. Gilbert Gottfried provided the loud and obnoxious voice of Jafar's parrot, Iago. The filmmakers decided to cast Gottfried after seeing the comedian's performance in Beverly Hills Cop 2. Number 41. The loudmouth Iago was designed after the pet cockatoo of the character's supervising animator, Will Finn. Like Iago, Finn's bird would alternate from being very quiet and docile to becoming very loud on a dime. Number 42. The reason Iago defies all logic and has teeth is because Will Finn didn't think you could get the most out of a Gottfried performance without incorporating the comedian's iconic teeth into the character. Number 43. While Jafar himself may have a fancy parrot as a companion, Freeman actually has a phobia of birds. Number 44. Jeffrey Katzenberg was worried that Aladdin was going to turn into a Saturday Night Live skit thanks to Robin Williams' bevy of impressions. In order to cut down on the SNL feel, Disney tried to add a kid-pleasing element for every Williams riff. One part comedy, one part family fun. That's a recipe for success. Number 45. Aladdin also marked the return of legendary composer Alan Menken. Quick, think of a Disney song. Chances are Menken composed it. He's composed songs for The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Pocahontas, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hercules, Home on the Range, Enchanted, and Tangled. Number 46. The song One Jump Ahead replaced another song called Proud of Your Boy, which focused on a scrapped plot point where Aladdin was determined to make his mother proud by moving up from being a street urchin into somebody truly great. The song was scrapped when it was decided that the film should head in a more comical direction. However, the song did end up coming back for the Broadway edition of Aladdin, and Clay Aiken sung it on the DVD. Number 47. That wasn't the only song cut. Menken composed 8 other songs for this movie. There were songs for Jafar, Aladdin's friends, the ones that got the cut, and Aladdin himself. The songs were cut for various reasons, but can be heard on the special edition DVD. Number 48. Renowned composer Howard Ashman was paired with Menken to create Aladdin's legendary soundtrack. The duo had previously broken ground with their collaborative efforts on Disney films like The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast. Number 49. Aladdin was the last movie Ashman worked on before he passed away from AIDS in 1991. He had crafted the songs Friends Like Me, Prince Ali, and Arabian Nights. Number 50. After the death of Ashman, Disney brought in Tim Rice to help Menken finish out the music for the movie. Rice later went on to work with Elton John for The Lion King. Number 51. The first song that Menken and Rice worked on together was the Academy Award-winning A Whole New World. Number 52. As it appears in the film, the Arabian Nights song is only a fraction of the length it was originally written to be. It was trimmed down significantly to improve the pacing of the film. Number 53. Unlike most soundtrack recording sessions, the voice talent of Aladdin actually performed alongside a 75-piece orchestra live with only the thin wall of a glass booth separating them. Number 54. Kane has only sung A Whole New World 3 times. He got it right on his first and only try during the recording session. The second time was during his wedding, where he performed the song at his own reception. The third was on an airing of ABC's Good Morning America, where he was reunited with Lea Salonga and performed the song as they did over 20 years earlier. Number 55. Jafar was originally meant to have his own song during his final encounter with Aladdin, but the songwriters didn't have the time to write more new songs. Plus, the animators were worried that a long song would interfere with the scene's flow. They compromised with a reprise of Prince Ali performed by Jafar. Number 56. In the preview screenings for the movie, nobody clapped after listening to the song, so animators added the applause sign at the end of Friend Like Me. During the next test screening, it worked, and the people clapped when they saw the sign, so the animators kept it in the movie. Good job, animators. Number 57. Much like Pinocchio's growing nose, the feather on Aladdin's turban falls onto his face whenever he tells a lie, just like I said in the intro. Number 58. The Warner Brothers cartoons approve, or at least their director did. Chuck Jones called Aladdin the funniest feature ever made. Number 59. Goldberg said that he designed the genie to be Jewish, and Williams followed suit by adding bits of Yiddish into Genie's dialogue. Number 60. Throughout the movie, Genie transforms into roughly 70 different characters, including a goat, cheetah, a bumblebee, a dog, and a dragon. Number 61. Don't worry, we didn't forget the celebrity ones. There are just so many that we had to include them as their own fact. Genie also references 15 celebrities. Ready for the list? Here we go. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jack Nicholson, Rodney Dangerfield, Robert De Niro, Groucho Marx, Peter Lorre, Arsenio Hall, Walter Brennan, William F. Buckley Jr., Cab Calloway, Carol Channing, Mary Hart, Ed Sullivan, Senior Wences, and Jerry Lewis. That's a lot of celebrities. Number 62. Genie also transforms into one more celebrity, Robin Williams himself. The goofy hat and Hawaiian shirt that Genie wears at the end of the film is a nod to Williams' wardrobe in a short Back to Neverland. Back to Neverland was a video that played during the Disney Animation Tour at Disney Hollywood Studios Park in Orlando, Florida. Number 63. This isn't the first time that Genie resembled his voice actor. In the sequel, Aladdin and the King of Thieves, Genie transforms into another famous Williams character, Mrs. Doubtfire. Help is on the way! Number 64. Genie also makes a Disney-fied transformation as well. Just before he turns Aladdin into Prince Ali, the Genie transforms into Pinocchio. Genie's Pinocchio gag was actually an inadvertent brainchild of Robin Williams, who made a sound in the recording booth that Eric Goldberg recognized as the sound Robin Williams would make during some of his stand-up routines that symbolized someone's nose growing because they had lied. Goldberg then convinced the animators to visualize the gag as the cameo we know today. Number 65. Believe it or not, there were supposed to be even more transformations in the movie. Among the list that got cut were Elmer Fudd, Glinda the Good Witch, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and of course, Mickey Mouse. Oh boy. Number 66. Alright, so the Pinocchio transformation was pretty obvious, but did you notice the other Disney Easter eggs in the movie? There's also the Beast in the Sultan's Animal Stack, Sebastian in Genie's Prince Cookbook, and Mickey Mouse when Raja transforms. Number 67. Genie's impressions were all Williams doing. The script called for archetypes like a game show host and evangelist, but on the first day of recording, Williams came out with celebrity impressions and Clements and Musker loved it. Number 68. A master of impressions, Robin Williams recorded every line as 20 different characters. Number 69. Williams recorded all of his dialogue in 4 4-hour sessions. So yes, every line, 20 different times in 16 hours. This man was a legend. Number 70. As a tribute to Williams, Goldberg listened to all 16 hours of his recorded lines, took some of the funniest ones, and storyboarded them for the extra on Blu-ray release of Aladdin. Number 71. The directors have stated that the Genie's pop culture references are completely anachronistic to the film's story and that he can make them because he's a godlike entity that transcends both space and time. They go on to say that he's not making these jokes to entertain the characters in the film, but as a means to entertain himself. Number 72. The animators were concerned that people wouldn't laugh at Williams' celebrity impressions if they didn't know who it was he was impersonating, so they were sure to make Genie turn into an exaggerated and goofy version of the celebrity so that the impressions would be seen as just another funny character that the Genie was turning into. Number 73. One of the biggest challenges Weinger faced when voicing Aladdin was working off of Williams, who would frequently cause him to laugh during his takes. Williams once caused Weinger to laugh so hard he actually fell out of his chair. Number 74. Goldberg compared Williams' time in the recording booth to a road trip. He said that the script was more of a roadmap that Williams barely ever followed, creating hundreds upon hundreds of his own hilarious detours. Number 75. Unsurprisingly, Williams is a pretty busy guy and quite in demand. He did work on Aladdin during his downtime while filming Steven Spielberg's film Hook. Number 76. While the peddler's speaking voice was done by Williams, his singing voice was actually provided by Broadway star Bruce Adler. Number 77. Clements and Musker originally had a scene written for the peddler when he's going through his various items with the viewer, but what they had written wasn't quite meshing with Williams' performance. Katzenberg told the directors to simply bring Williams to a stage, lay out a pile of junk for him, and let him sort through the junk and improvise with it. Sure enough, this method clicked, giving the filmmakers over an hour of material for this one scene alone. Number 78. Most fans suspected the peddler to really be the Genie. Blue clothes, red waistband, bushy eyebrows with a curly beard. Let's also not forget that they're the only two characters in the whole movie who only have 4 fingers. Coincidence? We think not. And guess what? Clements and Musker have even confirmed it. Originally, the Genie was going to reveal himself as the peddler at the end of the movie, but the scene got cut. Number 79. In the original Arabian Nights story of Aladdin, the Genie provided Aladdin with unlimited wishes. It was actually the writers on Disney's Aladdin that came up with the concept of the Genie granting only 3 wishes. They felt this choice would make Aladdin's journey much more challenging with higher stakes. Number 80. In Friend Like Me, Genie sings that Scheherazade had 1,000 tales. Scheherazade was the author and teller of the stories from 1001 Arabian Nights, of which Aladdin originally comes from. Bonus fact, there aren't really 1,000 tales, but but she did allegedly keep a sultan entertained for 1,001 nights. Number 81. Genie also mentions Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, whose story was the basis for the Aladdin sequel, Aladdin and the King of Thieves. Aladdin's dad, Kasim, is even named after one of the stars of the story. Number 82. Genie's nickname for Aladdin, Al, was improvised by Williams during his first recording session. The filmmakers then incorporated the nickname into the script because they thought it built upon the growing friendship between Aladdin and the genie. Number 83. According to the directors, Williams' longest string of improv came from the scene where the genie was cheering Aladdin on during his battle with Jafar. In the grand scheme of it all, only a speck of what Williams recorded was actually used. There were more cutbacks to the genie planned during the fight, but the filmmakers thought it took away from the intensity of the conflict and narrowed it down to the few we see in the film today. Number 84. Williams frequently made improvisations that would be seen as a bit too colorful for a Disney film. The directors had to remind Williams to keep things clean more times than you would think. Gottfried had the same problem whenever he was asked to improvise, and yes, they were recorded. No, we will never hear them. Number 85. Williams accidentally made the movie longer. No, really. The animators had to extend some of the pauses after Genie's lines to make room for laughter. Number 86. Jafar and Iago had such good chemistry because Gottfried and Freeman would often record their lines together, something that didn't happen all that often in animation at the time. Their collective laughter was deemed to be so important that the directors would just record the two laughing together for up to 15 minutes straight at a time. Number 87. Williams wasn't the only one on film doing impressions of existing personalities. Iago's line, "On a scale of 1 to 10, you are an 11, is a jab at the Los Angeles film critic Gary Franklin and his rating scale. Number 88. Disney was worried that Iago's line, "Oh, excellent judge, yeah, sure, not," would lead to a legal battle with Michael Myers' lawyers, as "not" was a famous catchphrase coined by Myers for his film Wayne's World. Luckily, the reference got to stay in the film and went unpunished after its official release. Number 89. The constant pain and suffering Iago goes through was brought about by a word of advice Gottfried would constantly give the animators: "When in doubt, hurt the bird." Sure enough, Iago's physical torment became one of the most positively received aspects of the film, reminding us why Gottfried is one of the best comedians in the business. Number 90. Animators studied Freeman's recording sessions in order to perfect Jafar's mouth movements. Number 91. Freeman's mouth movements were apparently the quintessential Jafar, as he currently stars as Jafar in the Broadway version of Aladdin 20 plus years later, and he's still playing the same character. Freeman says he refers to this part of his life as us, or we, meaning Jafar and himself. Number 92. The two characters that Aladdin stands between that negatively comment on Prince Ahmed when he arrives in Agrabah are the animated cameos of the film's directors, John Musker and Ron Clements. They even provided the voices of their respective animated alter egos. Number 93. There's an entire musical based on the idea of Jafar being the good guy. It's called Twisted, the Untold Story of the Royal Vizier, and tells the story of a vizier just trying to do his job, but a stupid street rat named Aladdin keeps getting in the way. Number 94. Jasmine is the only Disney princess to kiss a villain. Anna came pretty close in Frozen, but Jasmine still holds the crown. Number 95. The first scene of the film was designed to look like it was shot in one continuous take, similar to films like Orson Welles' Touch of Evil, whose first scene is actually one continuous take. Number 96. The genie's armbands were not originally designed with the intent of being a symbol of his imprisonment. It was a last-minute decision by the directors because they needed something to visually symbolize the genie's freedom. On reflection, the directors don't like the way Genie looks without them, claiming he looks naked without his bands. Number 97. Aladdin was the highest-grossing movie of 1992. It brought in $217 million in the US and over $500 million worldwide. Number 98. Aladdin was nominated for a total of 4 Oscar categories and won 2 of them. Menken won for Best Original Score and took home another award with Tim Rice for their song A Whole New World. Number 99. The Academy apparently turned down the movie for Best Adapted Screenplay because so much of the dialogue was improvised. Number 100. As of July 2015, Disney is developing a live-action prequel to Aladdin simply called Genies. Not much is known about the film at this time, but it will explore the realm of the genies and will tell the story of how one particular genie became trapped inside the magic lamp. Number 101. Jafar originally shouted the phrase Razaul Azadani to open the Cave of Wonders, the phrase actually being the name of one of Aladdin's layout supervisors. This line was cut over the possibility that the name would be misconstrued as something inappropriate or offensive in a Middle Eastern language. Number 102. The name of the leader of the guards in the films is Razaul, yet another reference to Razaul Azadani. Number 103. The directors refer to Jasmine as a bird in a cage wishing to be set free. This symbolism is visualized with the canopy above the princess's bed, which was designed to resemble a birdcage. Number 104. According to Glenn Keane, the animators originally wanted a real-life visual reference as to how Aladdin would roll an apple off his shoulder, but nobody was able to pull it off except for Aladdin himself. Number 105. The magic carpet was an element created for the Disney film. There was no such object in the original story of Aladdin found in the Tales of Arabian Nights. It was created using a combination of traditional hand-drawn animation and computer animation. The animators saw the process as an enhancement of old techniques, not a replacement. Number 106. According to Eric Goldberg, the challenge in characterizing the magic carpet was having it emote through its actions as opposed to things like a voice or a face. The animators looked back to actors from the silent era of filmmaking like Charlie Chaplin to successfully overcome the carpet's lack of traditional communication and emotion. Number 107. The directors have busted the age-old urban legend of Aladdin saying, "Good teenagers, take off your clothes." They claim Aladdin is actually saying, "Good tiger, take off, scat, go." The reason Jasmine looks at him suspiciously after delivering this line is because his turban is starting to fall off and she's beginning to piece together that Prince Ali and Aladdin are one and the same, not because of his supposedly sketchy comment. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, guys. Extra fact. The animators wanted the magic carpet escape sequence to feel like a roller coaster ride, so they sent Rasul Azadani to the Magic Mountain amusement park in California where he brought a camera onto a roller coaster. He had to ride the roller coaster twice because he accidentally left the lens cap on the first time around. Extra fact. The Prince Ali sequence was designed to resemble the annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in New York City. Extra fact. Aladdin's method of using the severed rolling tower's window opening to survive being crushed is taken directly from a gag made famous by actor and comedian Buster Keaton in the silent film Steamboat Bill Jr., where he survives a house falling on top of him by conveniently standing in a spot where the falling house's window opening would prevent his demise. Extra fact. The hourglass Jasmine is trapped in during the final battle between Aladdin and Jafar is a visual pun for a device used in films in their third act known as a ticking clock, where the protagonist is trying to prevent something bad from happening with the camera constantly cutting back to a point of tension in the scene that represents a limited amount of time to prevent that bad thing from happening. Jasmine potentially drowning in the hourglass makes this device more literal. Extra fact. The filmmakers were originally worried that the battle between Jafar and Aladdin would get so violent and extreme that it would land the film a PG rating. Fortunately for them, the ratings board gave it a G rating on its first and only submission. The directors were hit with a sense of doubt and paranoia shortly afterward, now worrying over the possibility that the scene wasn't as intense or dark as it could have been. Extra fact. Animator Kathy Zielinski is truly devoted to her craft. She spent the entirety of her pregnancy working on the film, and the instant all of her scenes had been completed, her water conveniently broke. Extra fact. Fans of Raiders of the Lost Ark may notice that much of the imagery used in the sequence where Aladdin takes the lamp resembles scenes from the Spielberg film. When Disney held a screening Steven Spielberg attended, the filmmakers apologized for stealing so much of his imagery in the sequence, to which he stated he didn't actually mind because he stole the imagery in Raiders from other films.
Some movies truly alter the cinematic landscape forever, and I don't think I'm being too dramatic when I say that The Lion King is one of those movies. From the Simba reveal at the top of Pride Rock to the betrayal at the hands or paws of Scar, The Lion King is a certified bona fide classic. Here's 107 facts about it.
It's one of the most beloved films of all time, one of the top grossing, and also a successful Broadway musical. It's also well known for completely misrepresenting hyenas to the media. Let's get started. Number 1. The making of The Lion King reveals that the opening scene originally featured a dialogue track that introduced most of the main characters. Directors Roger Allers and Rob Minkoff scrapped it once they heard the final version of Circle of Life. Number 2. Going along with that decision, the opening scene was so powerful it was used as a trailer for the film. This was the first time Disney ever made a trailer using a complete scene. And it's also the first time that people raised their frightened cats up in the air like they were Simba. Number 3. The Lion King was Disney's first animated film to have a completely original story. When we say completely original, we mean it isn't an explicit fairy tale ripoff, it's still totally Shakespeare's Hamlet. Number 4. It was planned for Tommy Chong to play the third hyena opposite his comedy duo buddy, Cheech Marin. But he couldn't be reached, so Jim Cummings was cast instead. Number 5, the first script of the film was titled King of Beasts. Then it was King of the Jungle. Then it was King of the Hill.
Yep.
Number 6, the title was changed from King of the Jungle when someone had the smarts to realize that lions don't live in jungles. My knowledge of lions comes from the movie Madagascar, so as far as I know, lions come from the zoo. Number 7, unfortunately, the use of jungle lives on in some of the film's taglines. Number 8, the aforementioned first script featured Scar as a lone lion in charge of a pack of vicious baboons. In this iteration, he had no relation to Simba. Number 9, the early draft also had Rafiki as a cheetah instead of a mandrill. Number 10, and Timon and Pumbaa were both friends with Simba from the start of the film rather than being introduced later. Number 11, Nathan Lane and Ernie Sabella nabbed the roles Timon and Pumbaa but originally auditioned to play hyenas. Number 12, Lane and Sabella actually asked the film's casting director if they could audition together after bumping into one another in the lobby of the audition in New York. As you'd expect, they were hilarious. Number 13, Cheech Marin and Whoopi Goldberg ended up being been cast as hyenas. Number 14, in addition to the third hyena, Jim Cummings also voiced a gopher who reports to Zazu. Number 15, he also filled in for Jeremy Irons, the voice of Scar, on the last third of the song, Be Prepared. Number 16, Cummings had to fill in because Jeremy Irons threw his voice out while recording the song. Number 17, the classic song Hakuna Matata wasn't originally in the script for the film. There was instead a song about eating bugs titled He's Got It All Worked Out. Director Rob Minkoff has said, "We couldn't convince everybody that making the entire song about eating bugs was a good idea." Soon after, the research team came back from their trip to Africa with the phrase Hakuna Matata. We talked about it in a meeting with Tim Rice, and that's when the idea struck. I remember Tim saying, Hakuna Matata, it's a bit like Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, and a song was born. Number 18. Following Simba's first encounter with the hyenas, the film was going to feature a lullaby sung by Sarabi, titled The Lion in the Moon. The song was going to be about a protective lion spirit. Number 19. The groundhog that appears in the film was originally going to be a naked mole rat, but animators couldn't get him to look right. One of the directors has said, "We would have lost our G rating." Number 20. The Wildebeest Stampede took Disney CGI animators more than 2 years to create. They even had to write a new computer program to govern the herd's movement. Number 21. Until 2013, The Lion King was the highest grossing animated film of all time. Then Frozen came along. At first, The Lion King animators were mad, but then they let it go. Number 22. The Lion King is still the highest grossing hand-drawn animated feature of all time. It had a box office total of over 987 million, which brings us to our next fact. Number 23. The film was actually made by a B team of Disney animators. The A team chose to focus on Pocahontas, which they felt would be more successful. It turns out that lion cubs are more cute than raccoons and Grandmother Willow. Number 24. The Lion King VHS is the best-selling home video of all time. Number 25, Rafiki is supposed to be a mandrill, but he's actually more of a baboon mandrill hybrid. True mandrills don't have tails. Number 26, a 1994 earthquake forced Disney Studios to close down temporarily. As a result, a great deal of The Lion King was completed in the homes of the artists. Number 27, the first director of The Lion King was George Scribner. He wanted the film to be a sort of animated National Geographic feature. When it was decided that it would be a musical, he left. Number 28, we all know about hidden Mickeys, right? A small yellow beetle found by Timon under a log is wearing Mickey Mouse ears. Number 29, Disney had wildlife expert Jim Fowler bring in real African animals like hornbills and lions to the studio at different stages of life so animators could use them as figure models. Number 30, in the making of The Lion King, screenwriter Irene Mecchi has said the idea for the film was first presented to her as Hamlet in Africa with Bambi thrown in. Number 31, a number of characters that were developed for the film never made it in. One such character was Mitu, who was going to be a tag-along little brother of Nala. Number 32, Simba would try and save Mitu from the stampede, but fail. Luckily, Mufasa would come to the rescue. Unluckily, he would die. I guess some things are just unavoidable, like crying when Mufasa dies. Number 33, another character who was written out of the script was Bati, a wisecracking, bat-eared fox who was a friend of Nala's. Number 34, there was also another meerkat named Tesma who would be a mopey relative of Timon. Number 35, at one point there was going to be a lizard named Iggy. Number 36, the hyenas were originally going to be cape hunting dogs. Number 37, Rowan Atkinson, also known as Mr. Bean, was cast as Zazu the Hornbill. Several former members of Monty Python were also considered for the role, along with Patrick Stewart. Number 38, Hakuna Matata originally had an extra verse with Timon explaining his difficulty fitting in with other meerkats. Number 39, originally the final fight between Simba and Scar had Simba falling off a cliff and losing. Scar would laugh maniacally while being burned to death, after which it would be revealed that Simba survived the fall. Number 40, the American Film Institute lists The Lion King as the 4th best animated film of all time. The 3 to beat it out were Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio, and Bambi. Number 41, we all know about the scandalous sex in the dust cloud hullabaloo. Animators claim that it was actually meant to be SFX as a nod to the art department. Dirty people and their dirty minds. Number 42, according to Entertainment Weekly, Disney made more than $1 billion on Lion King merchandise back in 1994. Number 43, The Lion King wasn't the first time that James Earl Jones and Madge Sinclair played an African king and queen together. The voice actors for Mufasa and Sarabi also performed alongside one another as royalty in the 1988 film Coming to America. Number 44, Tim Rice apparently went through around 15 iterations of lyrics for Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Number 45, the Elton John recording of the aforementioned song, which plays during the credits of the film, was Rice's first version. Number 46, Elton John's version of Can You Feel the Love Tonight nabbed an Oscar. Number 47, Disney has denied any connection between The Lion King and Kimba the White Lion, but people can't help but draw comparisons. In fact, Matthew Broderick, who voices Simba as an adult, originally thought he was working on a remake of Kimba the White Lion when he read the script.
Greetings, viewers. This is Garrix Wormuloid, host of Earthling Cinema on Wisecrack. If you'd like to uncover the deeper meaning to some of Earth's most renowned films, head over to Wisecrack and check out the Earthling Cinema playlist. Now, back to the facts.
Number 48, Pumbaa is the first Disney character to have ever farted on screen. Animation milestones. Number 49, in November of 1991, Disney sent a team of animators to Hell's Gate National Park in Kenya to research for the film. As a result, the majority of the film's landscapes are based on this park. Number 50, Pride Rock, however, is not based on the park, or anywhere for that matter. It was created by one of Disney's artists in good old Burbank, California. Number 51 is even more hate for the hyena portrayal. Biologists were displeased with how hyenas were portrayed as villains in the film. One even listed boycotting the film as something people could do to help preserve hyenas in the wild. Number 52, Disney felt that Pocahontas would be more successful than The Lion King because of its historical roots. What could be more historical than the first ever Disney animated fart? Number 53, back when the film was still called King of the Jungle, the plot centered around a conflict between lions and baboons. Number 54, Pumbaa often rubs his belly. This tick was inspired by animator Tony Bancroft's then pregnant wife, who would often rub her belly. Bancroft felt that adding the action would make Pumbaa seem more human and relatable. Well, okay, yeah, except he isn't pregnant. Number 55, a scene during Be Prepared has Scar's army of hyenas assemble in linear formation before marching. It was actually inspired by an image of Adolf Hitler watching a Nazi procession. Number 56, James Earl Jones is iconic as Mufasa, and it's hard to imagine anyone else even trying to take on the role. Surprisingly though, Disney's first choice was Connery.
Suck on it, Trebek.
Number 57, Can You Feel the Love Tonight was originally going to be a comedic duet for Timon and Pumbaa. Who pulled the plug? Supposedly Elton John. Number 58, produced by Disney Theatrical, The Lion King musical opened on Broadway in 1997. It garnered 6 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. Number 59, Jeremy Irons is amazing as Scar, but did you know that Tim Curry and Malcolm McDowell were also considered for the role? Number 60, looks like someone didn't do their research, and this isn't about hyenas. The pyramid of animals in I Just Can't Wait to Be King includes anteaters, but anteaters aren't native to Africa. They're actually from South America.
Really?
Number 61, a character that appeared in drafts but didn't make it to the final film was a python who was going to be Scar's sidekick. Or rather, Scar's sidekick. Number 62, another cut character was Sarabi's sister. Number 63, The Lion King was the first Disney animated feature to be dubbed in Zulu. Number 64, The Lion King was Disney's second animated feature to win a Golden Globe for Best Musical or Comedy. Beauty and the Beast was the first, and only Toy Story 2 has nabbed the award since. Number 65, we all remember the defining moment when little Simba says, "You're weird," and Scar says,
You have no idea.
The latter line is actually intentionally the same as one previously uttered by Irons in his Oscar-winning performance as Klaus von Bülow for the film Reversal of Fortune. Number 66, The Lion King was a lot edgier in some early drafts. One iteration had Nala being banned from Pride Rock for spurning Scar's sexual advances. Number 67, the scrapped Nala Scar plotline was added back in for the film's stage musical adaptation because director Julie Taymor wanted to expand the presence of female characters characters in the story. Number 68, the opening chants in Circle of Life actually translate to "Here comes a lion, father, oh yes, it's a lion. Here comes a lion, father, oh yes, it's a lion. A lion we're going to conquer. A lion and a leopard come to this open place." Number 69, Scar is the only lion in The Lion King who has claws. No wonder it was so easy for him to off Mufasa. Number 70, it's rumored that adult Simba's mane was modeled after John Bon Jovi's hair.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Number 71, Zazu's name is misspelled in the closing credits as Zasu. Number 72, the film's creators went on a safari in Kenya for 2 weeks to study how real lions live. They recall tying a rope behind their Land Rover and driving slowly as lion cubs chased the oversized string. The cubs were like really big house cats, batting and playing with the rope. Number 73, the scene where Mufasa's ghost appears in front of Simba was the last scene created for the film. Number 74, the original script had Mufasa dying with no further appearances, but producers decided that Simba really needed to see his father again. Number 75, we mentioned before that Disney put all its key animators on Pocahontas, which everyone expected to be more successful. Back then, story artist Brenda Chapman, who would go on to direct Brave and The Prince of Egypt, thought that The Lion King's story wasn't very good. Number 76, similarly, Disney legend Bernie Madison declared, "I don't know who is going to want to watch that one." Number 77, the name of Nala's mother is never explicitly stated in the film, but it is included in the ending credits as Serafina. Her name also appeared on Burger King trading cards. Number 78, when Timon is performing his hula dance for the hyenas, you can hear a sped-up version of the Aloha chant from Disneyland's Enchanted Tiki Room. Number 79, a number of characters' names are based on Swahili words, which means it's time for a lightning round. Simba's name means lion. Number 80, Sarabi's name means mirage. Number 81, Rafiki's name means friend. Number 82, Pumbaa's name means simpleton or weak-minded. Number 83, Shenzi's name means barbarous, uncouth, uncivilized, or savage. Number 84, Bonsai's name means skulk or lurk. Lightning round over. That was a little one. I'm not even that out of breath. Number 85, we've mentioned one hidden Mickey, now here's another. When Mufasa is telling Simba about the great kings of the past, pay attention to the stars. During the wide shot, you can see Mickey Mouse.
I knew that one.
Number 86, at the end of the same scene, you can also see the constellation of Leo in the sky. Number 87, Elton John was given a special screening of The Lion King weeks before its opening. He noticed that Can You Feel the Love Tonight had been left out and successfully lobbied to have it put back in. Gotta get that Academy Award, am I right? Number 88, the film's animators were so impressed with Jeremy Irons as Scar that they worked the actor's facial features into the character's design. Number 89, in 1994, The Lion King was the highest grossing film worldwide. In the US specifically, it was the second highest grossing after Forrest Gump.
My name's Forrest.
Number 90, when Jonathan Taylor Thomas was recording the scene where Simba is pinned down by Nala, he was hit on the back to make it sound like he had gotten the wind knocked out of him. Hopefully they didn't take too many takes for that. Number 91, we mentioned that early drafts had Scar being unrelated to Simba and, in turn, Mufasa. This was changed eventually because story writers felt that adding a familial connection would be much more interesting. It would be a threat from within. Number 92, Simba and Timon may be buddies, but their respective actors only met once during the film's production, and it was in a hall. That's because Matthew Broderick and Nathan Lane's lines were recorded separately. Number 93, that's okay though, we're sure Broderick and Lane had a chance to get to know one another better when they worked together on the film The Producers. Number 94, hyenas are portrayed as quite the scavengers in the film, but in reality they scavenge the kills of lions less than lions scavenge theirs. Number 95, in The Lion King, hyenas also seem a little derpy? But they're actually pretty much equal to lions in both intelligence and ferocity. They have intricate social structures and are less prone to killing their own kind than lions are. Number 96, The Lion King was the last Disney film to be supervised by Jeffrey Katzenberg before his departure to form DreamWorks. Number 97, Mufasa's off-screen roar, heard before he saves Simba and Nala from the hyenas, isn't actually a lion's roar. It's a combination of the roar of a grizzly bear, the roar of a tiger, and an F-16 flyby falcon. Number 98. Early on in the film's production, Mufasa was scripted to sing a song titled To Be King. It didn't suit James Earl Jones' singing voice, so it was scrapped. Number 99. The composer for the film was none other than Hans Zimmer. Since then, he's composed for other big-name films like the Pirates of the Caribbean series, the Dark Knight trilogy, and Inception. Most importantly, though, he was the composer for Muppets Treasure Island. Number 100. To help provide authenticity to the film's soundtrack, Hans Zimmer relied on the help of his South African friend, Lebo M. He's the one you hear during the opening bars of Circle of Life. He also wrote the African chant that underpins the song. Number 101. Hans Zimmer actually promised directors Rob Minkoff and Roger Allers, as well as producer Don Hahn, that he would get Lebo M to work on the film. The two had previously collaborated on the 1992 film, The Power of One. However, he realized after making his promise that he had no idea where to find Lebo M. It all worked out when his friend showed up at his house one morning out of the blue. Number 102. The IMAX version premiere for the film had some interesting invitations. They requested no nannies. That's subtle code for, yeah, you can bring the kids, but the invitation is for you, not them. And there's a reason for that. Number 103. The Lion King was legendary actor Gregory Peck's favorite animated film. In fact, expanding beyond animation, it was one of his top 5 favorite films of all time. Number 104. Liam Neeson was considered for the role of Mufasa. It was thought that Mufasa was going to have a very particular set of skills. Number 105. More than 600 artists, animators, and technicians contributed to The Lion King. It took more than 1 million drawings to complete the film, including 1,197 hand-painted backgrounds and 119,058 individually colored frames of film. Number 106. The scene where the hyenas chase Simba out of the Pride Lands into the desert flows from screen left to screen right. Originally, though, it went from screen right to screen left. Filmmakers flipped all the shots so that the chase would match the shot of Simba running back home to face Scar. And finally, number 107, Timon's infamous hula dance was originally going to be a Saturday Night Fever-esque disco dance.
Up next, we've got 107 facts about the Hunchback of Notre Dame. The villain song in this one is unreal, and of course the lovingly animated depiction of 19th century Paris is simply gorgeous. Enjoy.
By the mid to late 90s, the Disney Renaissance was on its way back down in terms of popularity. But amongst the more questionable movies arose one of the most interesting movies they ever made, based on a historically significant novel. It was wildly out there for what a family-friendly company like Disney was expected to produce, so today we're going to take stock of what's what. Number 1, and we begin right at the start of the movie. Alan Menken, the songwriter for the movie, considers the opening song, Bells of Notre Dame, to be the best opening he's ever written for a movie. Number 2. Because so much of the movie takes place in the Notre Dame Cathedral, Menken allowed himself to be inspired heavily by church music and uses the pipe organ quite extensively as instrumentation. Number 3. In this song, the jester's lines, Clopin, was originally supposed to be spoken dialogue, but this was considered to be dry and boring, so they set it to the music as well. Number 4. A recurring motif throughout the movie is the background choir actually singing in Latin. While we won't translate everything, one line worth noting is Quando Judex est venturus, literally, when the judge comes. Does this refer to the final judgment in the Book of Revelation, or to the fact that Frollo is a judge in this version? Open for interpretation. Number 5. A translation that is, let's say liberal, is that of Quasimodo's name. Clopin says it means half-formed, and there is something to be said for that. But in the book, Frollo gives him that name because he found the boy on Quasimodo Sunday, which is the first Sunday following Easter. Number 6. There were 2 reasons for switching Frollo's profession from that of an archdeacon in the book to a judge in this movie. One being an attempt to avoid angering Christian groups, which failed for reasons we'll mention later, and because the writers felt a judge would be scarier, as those have more power. Number 7, ironically enough, the Archdeacon is on balance one of the most humane characters in the movie, second only to Esmeralda. Number 8, although the Topsy-Turvy song does have the appearance of a hand puppet who resembles Frollo, sync up with the line, Shock the Priest. Number 9, during the song Out There, it's cameo time. Belle is seen walking around in the bottom of the frame, a man is carrying the carpet from Aladdin, and rather morbidly, 2 men are carrying Pumbaa on a pole. Number 10. That said, directors Kirk Wise and Gary Truesdale commented that the statue that resembles a warthog is not Pumbaa and is instead based on the actual gargoyle at that location on the church. Number 11. In that same song, Quasimodo climbs to the spire of the cathedral. And not only was that not there in medieval times when the movie takes place, it wasn't even there when Victor Hugo published the novel. Number 12. And one more thing to spot on screen during that song. In an early shot, there's a building with a satellite dish on the roof. Number 13. Even though Demi Moore attempted to sing her own songs, she was ultimately the one to insist that they bring in someone else to sing her part, a role which fell to Heidi Mollenhauer. Number 14. On top of that, on the separately released soundtrack album, there's a different version of God Help the Outcasts sung by Bette Midler. Number 15. Hellfire is generally considered to be the darkest villain song ever released. It's so dark that the directors were nearly forced to cut it from the movie. Number 16. Part of the reason for this was the fact that in a pre-release version of the song, the animation of Esmeralda dancing in the fire and smoke was different, and her clothes were much less defined. The MPAA told Disney to ensure she appeared dressed. Number 17. The phrase the hooded figures sing during this song, Mea Culpa, literally means my fault, and you'll only really ever hear it in two places, both strangely appropriate, in court and before confessional. Number 18. Tony Jay was initially unable to reach the final note of Hellfire, and requested the note to be lowered a key. Alan Menken refused, though, forcing Tony Jay to take singing lessons instead. Number 19. One person who was considered by Menken to perform versions of the songs for the soundtrack was Michael Jackson. Even at the time, Disney higher-ups didn't want to open themselves up to that kind of controversy, so it fell through. Number 20. The three gargoyles are named Victor, Hugo, and Laverne. While the namesake of the first two is obvious, the third was named after Laverne Andrews of the Andrews Sisters. Number 21. Originally, they were planning to name her after Victor Hugo's middle name, Marie. Number 22. Though at one point they were going to be named Cheney, Lofton, and Quinn after three actors who portrayed Quasimodo in previous movie adaptations of the book. Number 23. However, this did end up happening in the German stage adaptation, where they are named Lonnie, Charles, and Antoine, again, after those three actors. Number 24. If you get the impression that they are in Quasimodo's imagination, which would make them that much more tragic, that's not coincidental. Gary Truesdale, Kirk Wise, and Don Hahn have all made statements inferring so much. Number 25. Even though we keep referring to them as gargoyles, that's not what they are actually called, as gargoyle is reserved for the figureheads of the waterspouts. These, as normal statues, would be called grotesques, and their purpose was to ward off evil spirits. Number 26. While the movie was in production, a few of the animators went over to the TV department of the studio to make sure their designs of the gargoyles were distinct from the then newly airing TV show Gargoyles. Number 27. As for the relatively curious casting of Jason Alexander as Hugo, well, this was the first movie at Disney's animation department to start production after Aladdin was a huge hit, so it's likely studio execs wanted another popular comedian making anachronistic jokes. Number 28. Actually, the director's first choice for the voice of Hugo was Nathan Lane, who voiced Timon in The Lion King. He was unavailable due to his commitments on Broadway. Number 29, according to Jason Alexander, they made him eat barbecue potato chips to get the right talking with his mouth full sound during the lines when Hugo does so. Number 30, Demi Moore got the opposite treatment. She was banned from bringing her own prawn mayonnaise sandwiches because of their powerful smell and the fact that she didn't refrigerate them. Number 31. This was one of two movies to come out in 1996 in which Demi Moore plays an exotic dancer who catches the eye of, and ultimately brings down, a man in power. Number 32. At the time, she was one of the highest paid voice actresses in Hollywood, earning $1 million for her appearance in this movie. Number 33. Mary Wick's, voice of Laverne, died before she could record all of her lines. Jane Withers became a sort of vocal stand-in, finishing the remainder of her lines. Number 34. Wicks still got the credit, though, as she finished pretty much all but 6 lines before dying from the complications following hip surgery. Number 35. Laverne complains about the pigeons. Don't you ever migrate? The answer is no. They appear to be rock doves, which don't migrate. Number 36. On the voice actors, the directors considered all kinds of big names for the role of Frollo, including Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, Anthony Hopkins, and Derek Jacobi. In the end, they decided on Tony Jay, partially because Wise and Truesdale had worked with him previously on Beauty and the Beast, however briefly. Number 38. Not only did Tony Jay do a great job as Frollo, both as his speaking and singing voice, he has also stated that he declared Frollo as his bid for immortality. Clearly it worked, because here we are talking about him 15 years after his death. Number 39, though it is quite ironic that Tony Jay voiced a character who considers himself such a devout Catholic, while Jay himself was Jewish. Number 40, in the Norwegian dub of the movie, Frollo's speaking part was done by Evan Stormoen, who had previously voiced Scar, while his singing part was done by Paul H. Johannesson, who previously dubbed Gaston. Number 41. Hunchback was one of the favorite Disney movies of former Disney studio head Michael Eisner. Number 42. In the opening, the Boatman, two of the Romani, and Frollo's guard are all voiced by Jim Cummings. Number 43. The music that plays when Frollo kills Quasimodo's mother was inspired by Requiem in D minor, composed by Mozart. Ironically enough, Mozart was played by Tom Hulce in the film Amadeus, and Hulce voices Quasimodo here. Number 44. The wig the gargoyles put on Quasi strongly resembles the ones worn by people at the time Amadeus takes place. Number 45. While Tom Hulce was auditioning, he thought it was very strange that everyone kept staring at the floor, like they were at a memorial service. In fact, the directors simply had their sketches laid out on the floor in front of them to make it easier for them to picture the characters and see if the voice matches. Number 46. The singer Meatloaf was almost cast as Quasimodo, because perhaps unsurprisingly he had quite a good singing voice. However, the directors thought Tom Hulce's speaking voice matched the character better. Number 47. Hulce managed the scene of Quasi rejecting Frollo's patronage at the end of the movie in one take. Number 48. Another one who came in to audition for this role was Mandy Patinkin, with an audition so disastrous that it's still known at Disney Studios as the Patinkin Incident. Number 49. Part of this was that he brought his own arranger for the song Out There, which really turned off composers Alan Menken and Stephen Schwartz. Number 50. Ironically enough, even though he didn't get this role, Patinkin did portray Quasimodo in a TV adaptation a year later, with Salma Hayek as Esmeralda. Number 51. This was Kevin Kline's first time voice acting in the role of Phoebus. He would take up several more of these roles in future movies. Number 52. Phoebus' horse, Achilles, is voiced by Bob Bergen, the same person who does the voice for Baby Quasimodo. Number 53. The horse is not named in the book. Instead, the creators thought it would be funny to give him that name for when Phoebus has to say, Achilles' heel. Number 54. Frollo's horse is never called by name in the movie. However, according to DVD commentary, it's called Snowball. Number 55. While Esmeralda's goat Djali seems like another animal sidekick thrown in for Disneyfication, it actually does appear in the book. In fact, the goat survives the novel. Number 56. Of course, plenty of things were changed, like Esmeralda not really being Romani in the novel, instead having been stolen by the Romani as a baby and then raised as one of their own. Yeah, that's definitely for the best that they cut that. Number 57. Also something lost in adaptation was that Quasimodo was stone deaf from ringing the bells for years, and having a severe speech impediment because of that. Number 58. Phoebus gets a redemption arc in this movie, which definitely isn't there in the novel. Might be a little bit on the short side, but at least he does something. Number 59. Although him being excited by Frollo telling him to look at Esmeralda's dance performance is much closer to how he would behave in the novel, only he stays at that level. Number 60. Originally it would have been Clopin who rallied the citizens of Paris to rise up against Frollo, but it was decided to give this speech to Phoebus as a more fitting conclusion to his arc. Number 61. And this brings us to the changes made to Frollo's character, who is actually made more evil in the movie than he was in the book. He has a brother that was cut from the Disney version, and overall loses his redeemable traits. Number 62. Of course, Frollo is probably the most monstrous villain Disney ever created. And while the rest of the Disney villains touch on most of the classical 7 deadly sins, Frollo was and remains the only one to touch on the sin of lust. Number 63. The Old Prisoner, sometimes referred to as Old Heretic, is voiced by director Gary Truesdale. Number 64. Incidentally, the design of that character is based on the form Jafar takes at the start of Aladdin. Number 65. Okay, I feel we've put this off long enough. Let's talk about the ending and its radical departure from the end of the book. Of all the characters in the book, only 2 survive to the end, and one of them didn't make the cut in the Disney movie. The other is Phoebus. Number 66. The thing is, because the thematic angle of this movie is so wildly different, the ending has to evolve too. The book is making the point that the cathedral existed before the characters and will exist after them, and that the actions of the characters don't matter. The movie argues the exact opposite, that the actions of the characters do matter, so they have to survive. Number 67. One of the themes that gets way more attention in this version than any previous adaptation is the incredibly abusive relationship between Frollo and Quasimodo, introduced with this line,
"Who is the monster and who is the man?"
Number 68. It's also neatly visualized in the scene where they have lunch. Frollo has silver cutlery, while Quasi has to make do with a wooden spoon. Number 69, and if you're wondering if Victor Hugo would be okay with this, probably. A few years after his book became a massive success, he wrote an adaptation for the stage in which Phoebus dies a heroic death and Esmeralda survives. Number 70, a much darker ending had been considered at one point for the movie, where Frollo does manage to stab Quasimodo, before Frollo would have been killed by Esmeralda. Number 71, Frollo's last words.
"And he shall smite the wicked and plunge them into the fiery pit,"
are a pretty loose adaptation of Isaiah 11:4. Number 72, on the whole, this movie treats the cathedral itself almost like a living thing. Obviously the gargoyles come to life, but also the gargoyle Frollo tries to hang on to at the end, the kings of Israel, and even the Virgin Mary and the baby Jesus stare at Frollo. Number 73. Even Quasimodo plays into this notion by naming all of the bells, although one could easily argue he did this to pass the time and fight the boredom. Number 74. In reality, Notre Dame never had that many bells. The bell towers survived the 2019 fire, and there are currently only 10 bells in there. Number 75, that said, the architecture of Notre Dame gets a lot of detail, and the animators tried staying as true as possible to the way the cathedral looked in the Middle Ages. Number 76, this was because the cathedral looks quite different today. The eyes from the opening are the old kings of Israel, but the revolutionaries in the French Revolution thought that they were the kings of France and beheaded them all. Number 77, but the creators actually visited the cathedral quite extensively and took advantage of the fact that while the movie was in production, Disneyland Paris had just opened so they could get free office space. Number 78, this was actually the first Disney movie to have work done on it at all three of the big Disney locations, Burbank, Orlando, and Paris. Number 79, originally, Wise and Truesdale were working on an adaptation of the Orpheus myth after their success of Beauty and the Beast, but studio head Jeffrey Katzenberg insisted they switch to an adaptation of Hunchback. Number 80, he was pitched this idea by David Stanton, then Creative Affairs VP at Disney, and Stanton got the idea from the Classics Illustrated version as a kid. Number 81, turns out Katzenberg wasn't a very hard sell, and this seemed like a good idea to rake in a bunch of awards, and possibly turn it into a Broadway stage show later on. Number 82, although we are now 25 years on and no stage adaptation of this movie ever made it to Broadway. Number 83, the hope of awards wasn't unfounded either, as Beauty and the Beast was nominated for Best Picture at the Oscars, and possibly because of that, they created the category of Best Animated Film, so giving this to the same creative team seemed like a good option. Number 84, so it was probably quite a bummer that it didn't quite happen. It was nominated for Best Music at the Academy, but lost, and didn't win at most of the other big award ceremonies either. Number 85, not that Katzenberg would get to see any of this, as he was worked out of the company in 1993 and went on to found DreamWorks. Number 86, there is actually some debate going on among the fans exactly which wars Phoebus is returning from, given that France wasn't at war during the time of the movie. Number 87, although it is convenient for the plot because if there was a war, that would be where the king would be, also a character in the book who is absent from this movie. Number 88, it would also explain how Frollo, a judge, has virtually unlimited authority and what appears to be a private army of guards. Number 89, Phoebus getting hit by an arrow and being wounded by it has to have been an incredible shot. In medieval times, knights in full plate armor were basically walking tanks, and arrows couldn't penetrate well-made armor, plus the layers underneath. Number 90, Quasimodo pouring either boiling metal or oil was, contrary to popular belief, not actually used as a defense method in medieval times. Boiling water or even hot sand was just as effective and much cheaper, but it doesn't look nearly as cool, so that's how we get this scene in the movie. Number 91. It's also worth noting that someone who is disfigured as Quasimodo is here would probably not be so agile and freakishly strong. Number 92. The Feast of Fools was a real thing at the time the movie takes place, and was quite a popular festival among the common folk. Number 93. The dress Esmeralda wears while dancing at the Feast of Fools would definitely not be worn by someone of Romani descent, as they consider red a color that brings bad luck. Number 94. Instead, we get to part of what made her controversial, namely the red dress and purple sash, which is another reference to the Bible, but to the Whore of Babylon, also in the Book of Revelation. Number 95. On the flip side of this, there were people calling out Disney on making yet another woman of color way more sexualized than her white counterparts, a trend they had only recently started to reverse. Number 96. Her having green eyes is also a reference to her being accused of witchcraft, as green eyes were sometimes seen as a sign of witchcraft in the Middle Ages. Number 97, one more of these biblical references, is Quasimodo tearing the pillars of Notre Dame down to free himself, being inspired by the biblical story of Samson, who does the same thing. Unlike Quasi, though, Samson is killed in the process. Number 98, the manner in which Frodo kills Quasimodo's mother, kicking her down to the ground so that she hits her head, mirrors the way in which Esmeralda's mother dies in the book. Number 99, it's also noteworthy how she had the moment of her death on screen, rather than previous Disney movies where the moment itself is usually hidden behind an edit. Number 100. On the whole, this movie being so relatively graphic is a warning for things to come, that it's going to be a dark movie, probably the darkest that Disney has ever produced. Number 101, although with the fact that it's considerably more lighthearted than the book, and still counts as one of Disney's darkest, it should give you a pretty clear indication of how far the creators of this movie had to climb in the process of adaptation. Number 102, and that was at least part of the not-so-great reviews that it got at the time of its release, but it is slowly gaining in popularity. Number 103. Let's now finally talk about the animation. Even though we're well into the 1990s by this point, some of it was still done with the old multiplane technique that had been in use since the 1930s. Number 104. But after the success of the use of CGI in the Stampede scene in The Lion King 2 years earlier, they decided to use CG animation for the crowd during the Feast of Fools. Number 105. Other aspects of the movie that were done in CG were parts of the cathedral during the climax and the fires during the scenes of Frollo searching Paris. Number 106. The animation goes notably dark after Quasimodo thinks Esmeralda died, until Frollo opens the door, bathing the scene in red to symbolize the danger. Number 107, and for a personal note from the writer, this is one of his favorite Disney movies of all time, so if this list was suspiciously glowing, that's why.
Let's talk about the grooviest animated flick. Yeah, it's time for Hercules. Love me some ancient monsters, and Meg. Meg is cool too. 107 facts about Hercules, right here, right now. Greek mythology is characterized as a group of myths and legends from ancient Greece that create stories through powerful gods and heroes to explain the state of the world, express religious ideas, and to represent their culture. Over the course of centuries, these myths and legends have transcended from old papyrus scrolls to the big screen and, of course, entered the world of animation. Disney found in Greek mythology a story that was worth telling, and it's perhaps one of the biggest myths out there. 107 facts about Hercules. Number 1. Hercules was released on June 13th, 1997. Number 2. It's Disney's 35th feature film and the 8th film produced in the successful period known as the Disney Renaissance, which brought huge profits for the company. Number 3. The Disney Renaissance period spanned from 1989 till 1999 and includes other classic Disney films like The Little Mermaid, The Rescuers Down Under, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, The Lion King, Pocahontas, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Mulan, and Tarzan. Number 4. Hercules was directed by Ron Clements and John Musker, both of whom also directed other popular Disney films like The Great Mouse Detective, The Little Mermaid, Aladdin, Treasure Planet, The Princess and the Frog, and Moana. Number 5. After Aladdin, the directors began exploring several options for their next project, reviewing more than 30 ideas before settling on Hercules. Number 6. Clements began his career as an animator at Hanna-Barbera, later moving on to Disney as an animator on The Rescuers and Pete's Dragon, among many other projects. Number 7. Musker met Clements when they were both working as animators on The Fox and the Hound. Number 8. Both Clements and Musker were apprenticed to the legendary Frank Thomas, one of Disney's 9 old men, and was a co-author of the 12 Principles of Animation, a work many refer to as the Animation Bible. Number 9. Art designer Gerald Scarfe, who designed almost all the characters, is a famous English artist and illustrator, best known for his work with Pink Floyd and his animations on Pink Floyd's The Wall. Number 10. In Greek mythology, there are 9 muses, although in the film we only see 5. The 5 muses in the film consist of Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, Clio, the muse of history, Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, Terpsichore, the muse of dance, and Thalia, the muse of comedy. Number 11. The Spice Girls were invited to voice the muses and sing the songs, but they declined the offer due to a scheduling conflict. Number 12. In one of the songs, the muses sing about the public appearances of Hercules to make money, and we see that there's a lot of marketing around his image. But as modern as this sounds, in ancient Greece and Rome, athletes were paid very well to do exactly what Hercules did for the masses. Number 13. Aside from the 6th Symphony sequence in the 1940 Fantasia film, this is the first Disney film entirely inspired by mythology and not by a fairy tale. Number 14. Although the movie is inspired by Greek mythology, Hercules is the Roman equivalent of the Greek god Heracles. Number 15. On his way to Thebes, Hercules meets Megara and rescues her from Nessus, and although in Greek mythology this is not the way they meet, it was when Hercules met his second wife, Deianira. Number 16. The scene in which Pain and Panic take the form of snakes to get rid of little Hercules, who just grabs them by the head and hits them, is a reference to the mythology. According to the myth, the goddess Hera sent 2 snakes to kill Hercules when he was a young boy, who simply took them by the neck and hanged them. Number 17. The character Hercules was the first time that Disney animator Andreas Deya got to animate a hero. He had previously animated just villains, namely Gaston, Jafar, and Scar. Number 18. He stated that Hercules had been the most difficult character to animate in his career up to that point, because his muscles and a large part of his anatomy are visible. Normally, the majority of characters' body parts were covered by clothes, which allows animators to only focus on the visible parts. Number 19. Depending on how many heads the Hydra had, it took animators anywhere between 6 to 14 hours to render just 1 frame. Number 20. When Phil and Hercules enter Phil's lair, Hercules hits his head on a pole, which is said to be Argo's mast. In Greek mythology, Jason, captain of the Argos, died from being hit with a mast, and in myths, Hercules was one of the sailors better known as Argonauts. Number 21. The Hydra was done in CGI, unlike the rest of the movie, which is in traditional animation. It was made this way because it would have been incredibly difficult to animate each of the heads separately. Number 22. Prior to the movie's release, director John Musker stated that he had long been a fan of Gerald Scarfe's work as a cartoonist. He initially hired him only to assist with character design during production, but Scarfe later worked closely with the artists as artistic advisor to the animators. Number 23. Scarfe worked hand-in-hand with art director Andy Gaskell and artist Sue Nichols, and oversaw the production style where he would incorporate his style into every artistic aspect of the film. Number 24. In addition to Scarfe's designs, part of the film's style is inspired by ancient Greek art, especially during the musical numbers of the Muses. Number 25. For the 1940 Fantasia Symphony No. 6, many animators reportedly suggested taking inspiration from ancient Greek art, but Disney rejected the idea because they believed such a style would be too experimental for an audience. Number 26. For the release of the film, director Ron Clements also defended the differences between this take on the story and the original myth, arguing that there is no definitive version of the myth of Hercules, and that there are many popular stories, all of which they drew from for the film. Number 27. Eric Goldberg, Phil's animation supervisor, said that Phil was inspired by Grumpy from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and Bacchus from Fantasia. Number 28. Directors John Musker and Ron Clements envisioned Olympus as a city made of clouds, and to achieve their vision, they painted cloud backgrounds mixed with hand-drawn effects, like when we see the recliner being created when Hercules is a baby. Number 29. The project was originally going to be an adaptation of The Odyssey, but it was scrapped because it didn't fit the current animated comedy formula. Number 30. For this film, 1,601 backgrounds were made by the hands of 41 artists. Number 31. 108 effects artists were commissioned to add shine to the gods and fire to Hades' hair, as well as to create the 4 elements that surrounded the Titans and Zeus's thunder, among many more. Number 32. For this 90-minute film, 72,000 pencils and 1 million sheets were needed. Number 33. Producer Alice Dewey, along with directors and supervisors, took a trip to Greece and Turkey in the spring of 1995, where they visited ancient sites and consulted experts on Greek mythology. Number 34. Animation work started at the end of 1995 with a team of 906 artists made up of animators and technicians. Among these 906 artists was an entire team of 100 artists who were located in Paris and animated 10 minutes of film. Number 35. Animator Nick Ranieri, another Disney veteran in charge, who also served as supervisor of the character animations of Lumiere and Miko, oversaw development of Hades, which was like a dream come true for him. Number 36. Due to the heavy criticism that the previous films Pocahontas and The Hunchback of Notre Dame for being too mature for Disney, it was decided from the beginning that Hercules was going to be a comedy film. Number 37. Zeus, the father of Hercules, is the brother of Poseidon, the god of the seas. Poseidon has a son named Triton, who you may recognize as Ariel's father, which would make Hercules Ariel's cousin. Number 38. According to mythology, Alcmena became pregnant by Zeus, since he had pretended to be her husband Amphitryon while he was at war, and Hera, Zeus's wife, upon learning that Alcmena had a demigod son, did everything possible to destroy him, and even kill him. In the movie, things were simplified to presenting Zeus and Hera as the biological parents of Hercules and Alcmena and Amphitryon as the adoptive parents. Number 39. This film was not successful in Greece, and in fact, it was considered an insult since it was not at all close to the original myth. Number 40. The American actor Tate Donovan was chosen to play Hercules. He's best known for his performances in film and television, including roles in Hostages, The OC, and on Friends. Number 41. Donovan has participated in other animated projects with small roles, but with the character of Hercules, he was not only part of the movie, but also in the animated series and all of the video games. Number 42. In the Spanish film dub, the popular Puerto Rican singer and actor Ricky Martin voiced Hercules. Number 43. Meanwhile, the Mexican singer Tatiana lent her voice to Megara. In Mexico, Tatiana is known as the Queen of Children due to her popularity with children's songs. Number 44. In the original film, Susan Egan is the one who gives life to Megara. She's best known for her performances in musical theater and her voiceover work. She was the first Belle in the Broadway adaptation of The Beauty and the Beast, and you could hear her as Rose Quartz in Steven Universe. Number 45. Hercules' singing voice as a teenager was originally done by actor Josh Keaton, but the singing was later re-recorded to be done by Roger Bart, who also voices the regular speaking voice of Teenage Hercules. Number 46. Hades is voiced by veteran actor James Woods. During recording, Woods did a lot of ad-libbing, especially in scenes shared between Hades and Megara. Number 47. Hades is one of Woods' favorite characters, so much so that every time Disney invited him to reprise his role, he accepted. Number 48. Woods was so attached to the role that when the movie went over budget, he offered to refund his salary and do it without payment. However, Disney didn't take him up on this offer, and luckily everything worked out as we could see. Number 49. Woods' manner of speaking a mile a minute was a 180-degree change of Hades' initial characterization as a character who talks in a slow and menacing way. Woods' performance impressed the team so much that they rewrote the character. Number 50. Woods' fast-talking style provided a challenge for animators, who needed 2 weeks to animate 1 second of Hades talking. Number 51. Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson were originally considered for the role of Hades, and both worked together on Tim Burton's Batman. Coincidentally, James Woods was also considered to play the Joker. Number 52. Hades is the only deity that does not have the shining light effect that we see around the other gods and Hercules himself at the end of the movie. Instead, Hades is the only one with a smoky effect. Number 53. Other candidates for the role of Hades were Willem Dafoe and David Bowie, although a lot more auditioned for this role. In fact, John Lithgow was initially chosen for the role and had recorded all the dialogue, but was eventually replaced by Woods. Number 54. The legendary Danny DeVito plays Phil. DeVito has a tremendous career in movies, but he also knows the world of animation well, having participated in projects like The Lorax, Space Jam, and even The Simpsons. Number 55. In fact, Phil's design is partially based on Danny DeVito. Number 56. Marcos Valdez gives life to Phil in his Spanish version. Marcos also participated in Shark Tale, The Jungle Book 2, and The Adventures of Buratino. Number 57. In the Spanish version, the Mexican singer Kalimba had a small participation as one of the children trapped under the rock. Before Hercules, Kalimba already had an important role in animation, giving life to little Simba from The Lion King. Number 58. When the supposed children are trapped under the huge rock, they say somebody call IXII, which is the Roman numeral version of 911. Number 59. Keith David plays Apollo. David is an experienced Hollywood actor in both live action and voice acting, but he may be remembered for his voice acting as the cat in Caroline and the Secret Door, the villainous Dr. Facilier in The Princess and the Frog, and the Flame King in Adventure Time. Number 60. John Goodman, Jim Belushi, Jeffrey Tambor, Gregory Peck, and Patrick Stewart were all considered for the role of Zeus, and almost all of them were later cast in a few Disney movies. Number 61. In the end, it was the renowned actor Rip Torn who made the cut for the role of Zeus. Number 62. In the Spanish version, the Nicaraguan Guillermo Romano was chosen to play Hercules' father. Romano had a lengthy career, but it may be easier for you to recognize him as King Triton from The Little Mermaid, or as Adam West's Batman. Number 63. Legendary Hollywood actor Charlton Heston lent his voice as the movie's narrator. Number 64. About halfway through the movie, Hades says, "Calm down, it's only halftime." Number 65. For the scene where Hades eats worms, James Woods ate a watermelon to make the sounds more real. Number 66. The role of Pain was written with actor Bobcat Goldthwait in mind, who confessed that he still had to audition to practically play himself. Number 67. When Hercules poses for a portrait painting, he is wearing the skin of a lion, whom you may have recognized as Scar. Number 68. The Air Herc sandals that Payne is wearing allude to Air Jordan sneakers. Number 69. Air Jordans are a line of the Nike brand, the name of which is inspired by the Greek goddess of victory called Nike. Number 70. During Hercules' training, we see that Phil, Hercules, and Pegasus are on logs with a beautiful sunset in the background, which is a reference to Karate Kid. Number 71. The statue that Hercules hits and breaks while throwing the stones is the Venus de Milo sculpture that can be visited in the Louvre Museum in Paris, France. Number 72. In Greek mythology, the Muses are also daughters of Zeus, making them the half-sisters of Hercules. Number 73. Per the myth, Pegasus was actually created with the blood from Medusa's head, and not, as the movie suggests, with clouds from Olympus. Number 74. When Megara and Hercules fall in love in the park, Megara pokes her back with Cupid's arrow. Number 75. Hades is probably the oldest or longest living Disney villain due to his immortality, at least if we're not counting human villains. Number 76. Early into production, the filmmakers decided the Hydra would ultimately have 30 heads, consisting of one master head. The computer could multiply the heads to their desired scale. Overall, 13 animators and technical directors spent nearly a year and a half creating the 4-minute battle sequence between Hercules and the Hydra. Number 77. The character of Megara is a mixture of the 4 wives that Hercules had according to mythology. Number 78. In mythology, the first wife of Hercules was called Megara, who is supposed to have been killed by her husband due to a fit of madness caused by Hera. Number 79. When Hercules seems to be defeated by the Hydra, Hades, sure of his victory, lights a cigar. Red Auerbach, the legendary coach of the Boston Celtics, Red Auerbach, did the same when he felt that the game was already won. Number 80. In the last battle, Hercules took a piece of wood and stuck it in the eye of the Cyclops. This is inspired by the Odyssey, since this is how Odysseus kills the Cyclops. Number 81. Over a period of more than 3 years, Gerald Scarfe created thousands of drawings for the film, some up to almost a square meter. Number 82. The methodology of Gerald's work was very instinctive. He tried to imagine and interpret how the characters would look, how they would feel, and how they should act. And when the idea came to him, he immediately began to draw so as to not lose inspiration. After Scarf would meet with the animators and supervisors, they would draw on his drawings. And if for some reason they could not see each other, he would even send them faxes from his house to make sure that his style was incorporated into the film. Number 83. Some of the 12 gigs of Hercules from mythology are shown in the song Zero to Hero, like killing the Nemean lion, capturing the Erymanthian boar alive, and driving the birds from the Stymphalis. Number 84. In fact, the myth with the Hydra is also part of these 12 gigs. Number 85. At the end of the film, we see Hermes, the messenger, playing a keyboard. Paul Schaefer, who gives life to this character and also inspired his design, played the keyboard on The Late Show with David Letterman. Number 86. When we see Hermes handing flowers to Zeus and Hera, his pose resembles the FTD Flowers logo, which uses an illustration of Mercury. Mercury is the Roman name for Hermes. Number 87. Pain and Panic are simplified versions of the Greek names, Phobos and Deimos, which mean fear and terror. Number 88. In 2020, a live-action remake of the movie was confirmed and has been in production since. Jeffrey Silver and Karen Gilchrist, who previously produced the CGI remake of The Lion King, are attached as producers, together with the Russo brothers. The remake will put a modern spin on the myth and will be a modern musical inspired by TikTok. Yeah, you heard that right. Depending on the execution, this could even be fun to watch. Number 89. When Hercules looks for Phil the first time, Phil tells him 2 words, "I'm already retired." And we see that Hercules reacts to that by counting the words on his fingers, confused because, well, he said 2 words when it's actually 3. This joke alludes to the fact that the Greek translation would actually only consist of 2 words. Number 90. Hercules is the second Disney movie where the villain doesn't sing, the first being Oliver and Company. Number 91. The walls that we see in the House of Alcmena and Amphitryon are decorated with the frescoes from Akrotiri on the Aegean island of Thera and can be found in the National Museum of Archaeology in Athens. Number 92. In the song I Won't Say, I'm in Love that Megara sings, her eyes are blue instead of purple. Number 93. In this same song, at the end, the muses sing a sha-la-la-la that can also be heard in the song Kiss the Girl from The Little Mermaid. This is likely no coincidence as both movies share the same composer. Number 94. Also in that song, we see that the muses take on the same poses of the busts in the Haunted Mansion, which can be found at the Disney theme park. Number 95. At the end of the film, we see Hercules talking to his parents at the top of the stairs at the gates of Olympus. However, at the very next moment, we see him downstairs approaching Megara. Of course, since he's a god, he's likely able to fly or teleport, right? Number 96. On Olympus, we can find Narcissus, but in reality, he was not a Greek god, so it wouldn't have been possible for him to be there. Number 97. When Hades gets angry, the flames in his hair turn yellow, orange, and red, but the blue fire is the hottest. Number 98. In the scene where the young Hercules talks to Zeus as the great stone statue, we see that Hercules wears the red ribbon of the medallion around his neck, but once Pegasus enters the picture, the ribbon disappears. Number 99. The composer of the soundtrack was the renowned Alan Menken, who had previously worked on other Disney movies like The Little Mermaid and Aladdin. Number 100. The stone bench that Hercules and Megara sit on is a scola, which is a semicircular bench that was extremely popular in Pompeii. Number 101. 2 of the builders above the arch that Hercules races through with the wagon in the beginning of the movie are based on directors Ron Clements and John Musker. Number 102. In that same sequence, we see at the beginning that Penelope is only sitting with Amphitryon, but later she has a bandage on her little leg. Number 103. When Hercules leaves his handprints in the cement next to the other gods and heroes, the floor reads to Sid. This is a reference to Sid Grauman, the founder of the Chinese theater in Los Angeles, where celebrities have left their footprints. Number 104. When the Harpies tell Hades that the planets will align in 18 years, we see 6 planets, but back then they only knew of the existence of 5. Number 105. In the movie, Hades frees the Titans from the bottom of the ocean, but in the original myth, they had been banished to Tartarus, which is the deepest and worst section of the underworld. Number 106. In this version, the Titans are seen as demons embodying the forces of nature and have no relation to the gods. But in the myth, the Titans are the parents of some of the gods and have powers just like them. Number 107. Hades is represented as a character with control over fire, but this element isn't really related to Hades, earth and gold being the elements closest to this character. You know for a fact that you tried swinging off a tree like Tarzan after seeing this movie. Don't even try to lie to me. Whether you did so successfully or not, well, that's your business. You just can't deny the influence, and you also can't deny the bangers that Phil Collins wrote for this soundtrack. 107 facts about Tarzan. Oh!
While there have been many versions of the Tarzan story, none have seemed to resonate with audiences quite like Disney's retelling of the timeless tale. Disney's Tarzan was the perfect jungle storm, showcasing thrilling animation, an all-star cast giving life to now beloved characters, and the ultimate secret weapon. I'm, of course, talking about Phil Collins. There's not only a lot to love about Disney's first animated feature of the 20th century, but a lot to know. We've got something for everyone as we count down the 107 facts you should know about Disney's Tarzan. For example, did you know Phil Collins recorded the film's songs in 5 different languages? You want to know? We can show you. Let's get started. Number 1. Disney's Tarzan is based on Tarzan of the Apes, a novel written by Edgar Rice Burroughs. First published in 1912, the novel tells the story of an English orphan raised by apes in the African jungle, so familiar enough. Number 2. While the Disney film focuses on Tarzan of the Apes, there are an additional 21 Tarzan novels written by Burroughs throughout his lifetime, and you thought oversaturating the market with sequels was a 21st century problem. Number 3. Tarzan of the Apes was honored by the Library of America for its centennial anniversary in April 2012 when it was republished with a special hardcover edition of the novel. The silhouette kinda looks like our Tarzan, no? Number 4. While the House of Mouse can lay claim to creating the first ever animated adaptation of Tarzan, the first theatrical adaptation occurred 81 years earlier in 1918 with the live-action film directed by Scott Sidney. Number 5. Thomas Shoemaker, the president of feature animation at Disney, expressed surprise that there weren't any previous attempts to make an animated Tarzan film, claiming that the only way to portray Tarzan as Edgar Burroughs truly intended was through the art of animation. Better late than never, I suppose. Number 6. We learned Disney's Tarzan isn't the second adaptation of the novel, but it's not even in the first 10. Disney's film has the distinct honor of being the 48th film based on the Tarzan story. Despite being so late to the party, many call Disney's Tarzan the definitive version. What can we say? Disney gets things right. Number 7. According to Schumacher, the relationship between Kala and Tarzan is the heart of the film. He considers it Disney's personal mark on the film as it was a previously unexplored corner of the story, even in the novel. Number 8. Tarzan is Disney's 36th animated feature release. To put its release in perspective, it came out 1 year after the release of Mulan and 1 year before Fantasia 2000, so take a wild guess at what year it came out. Number 9. In April of 1995, the Los Angeles Times reported that the film was in its preliminary stages after Disney had obtained the rights to the story from the estate of Edgar Rice Burroughs, just 4 years before the film was released. Number 10. Tarzan was produced by Bonnie Arnold, who had previously worked with Disney and Pixar to usher in the next generation of animation with a little film called Toy Story. So she's kind of a big deal. Number 11. Kevin Lima was chosen to helm the film after directing a Goofy movie, which, let me just add right here, is definitely the most underappreciated Disney film. Lima shared the director's chair with his friend Chris Buck, who would later go on to become the savior of little girls everywhere with his directorial efforts on Frozen. Number 12. Lima was first approached to direct the film in the early 1990s by former Disney chairman and eventual founder of DreamWorks Animation, Jeffrey Katzenberg. Katzenberg wanted Lima to lead a team from Disney's television animation studio in order to cut costs, but Lima felt uneasy about utilizing a team of relatively inexperienced animators to create such a colossal project. It wasn't until Katzenberg's replacement, Michael Eisner, approached Lima again and promised the project would be assigned to the Disney Animation Studio that Lima agreed. Number 13. Once firmly in the director's chair, Lima decided to read Tarzan of the Apes and begin to visualize the theme of 2 hands being held up against each other. That image became an important symbol of the relationships between characters in the film and a metaphor of Tarzan's search for identity. He was looking for something that would emphasize Tarzan's sense of being similar, yet different from his ape family. One could say that he didn't want to monkey around with this one. Okay, you guys know I had at least tossed one of those in there. There'll probably be more though. Number 14. To prepare for animating the gorillas, the animation team attended lectures on primates, made trips to zoos, and studied nature documentaries. A group of animators went as far as witnessing a gorilla dissection to learn about the musculature. Disney animators are a very committed bunch. Number 15. In 1996, the animation team went on a 2-week safari in Kenya to take reference photographs and observe the animals. On the trip, they visited Bwindi Impenetrable National Park in Uganda to view mountain gorillas in the wild and get inspiration for the setting. Number 16. During this expedition to Africa, writer and animator Glenn Keane expected the gorillas to be ferocious feral beasts. As it turns out, King Kong got it wrong. When the animators encountered apes in the real life, they were actually quite docile. They calmly sat together as a family. Aw. Number 17. On their trip, the crew was amazed by the way their camera moved through the jungle and vegetation. They loved the feeling of the viewer moving through the jungle like all the other characters, which influenced the development Deep Canvas, a piece of animation software that would prove to be a critical component of the film's development. Number 18. Deep Canvas was developed to simulate a roller coaster-like experience for the viewer. Deep Canvas was also able to make out this deep jungle in a 3D environment. With this software, animators were able to take a layered background that would normally be made with real paint and give it dimension, as well as a plane to track the characters through the wild ride. And, admit it, those shots are your favorite part of the movie. Number 19. Screenwriter Tab Murphy, who had just finished work on The Hunchback of Notre Dame, was attracted to the theme of man versus nature in Tarzan. For the third act, Murphy suggested that Tarzan should leave for England, as he did in the book, but directors felt that that was incompatible with their central theme of what defines a family. In order to keep Tarzan in the jungle, the third act needed to be restructured by redefining the role of the villain and inventing a way to endanger the gorillas. Number 20. In January 1997, husband and wife screenwriting duo Bob Zudiker and Noni White were hired to help refocus and add humor to the script, as a way to balance the emotional weight of the film. They had previously done the same for The Lion King, so the script was in more than capable hands. Number 21. Comedy writer Dave Reynolds was also brought in to write humorous dialogue for the film. His work was originally intended to last 6 weeks, but he wound up staying aboard the project for a year and a half. Reynolds would later contribute to the writing of other Disney jams like Finding Nemo and The Emperor's New Groove. Number 22. One challenge the writers faced was how Tarzan should learn about his past. According to producer Bonnie Arnold, the filmmakers decided that Kala bringing Tarzan back to his parents' treehouse was much more powerful than simply telling Tarzan the story in her own words. Number 23. In a departure from Burroughs' novel, Clayton was promoted to serve as a guide for Professor Archimedes Q. Porter and his daughter Jane. In addition, Kerchak was recharacterized from a savage silverback into the protector of the gorilla tribe. Number 24. In a stunning turn of events in the novel, Clayton is Tarzan's biological cousin. According to the book, Tarzan's real name is John Clayton, meaning William Clayton, R. Clayton, could have easily been the film's very own Darth Vader.
Tarzan, I am your cousin.
Number 25. In Burroughs' novel, Tarzan's parents are marooned by mutineers, where in the Disney version, they're escaping a burning ship. Lady Alice, Tarzan's mother, dies in her sleep while Tarzan's father is killed, not by Sabor, but by Kerchak himself. Number 26. Tarzan was not adopted by gorillas in Tarzan of the Apes. The ape species that does adapt Tarzan in Burroughs' novel are called Mangani, a fictional species made for the novel. They have their own language with words such as Sabor, and there is a small dictionary that documents things like conjunctions, articles, and some words. Of course, in the film, everyone just speaks English. Number 27. There was only one gorilla in the book, a Bolgani, which Tarzan kills, earning him mad respect among the apes. The Disney film was the first adaptation of the story where the apes that adopt Tarzan are gorillas. Number 28. In the film, Kerchak is Tarzan's adopted father and leader of the apes. Kerchak is leader of the apes in the novel as well, but Tarzan's adopted father in the original source material was named Tubalt, meaning that Kala isn't Kerchak's mate either. Number 29. You may be wondering how a jungle man like Tarzan has such a clean, hairless face. In the novel, Tarzan learns to shave with a knife, while for the Disney animators, he may just follow the time-honored tradition of clean-shaven protagonists. Suspension of disbelief, people. Number 30. The Jane Porter in the original novel is an American woman with a no-nonsense attitude, a stark contrast from the film's warmer British counterpart who can afford to work and have quite a bit of fun at the same time. Number 31. When Tarzan learns English in the novel, he speaks it as well as everyone else. Disney's version went for a bit of a more realistic edge, where he speaks perfectly well around the apes, but understandably struggles with the human's language throughout the film. Number 32. In 1995, Phil Collins was initially brought on to the project as a songwriter following a recommendation by Disney music executive Chris Montan. Early into production, directors Kevin Lima and Chris Buck decided not to follow Disney's musical tradition by having the characters sing. Lima found the thought of a half-naked man singing from the treetops a tad bit ridiculous. Number 33. While Phil Collins made himself known to an entire generation of children as that one guy that did that Tarzan soundtrack, other listeners know him from the legendary prog band Genesis. He later pursued a solo career where he churned out such hits like In the Air Tonight. Number 34. Phil Collins was motivated to join the film for the rhythmic possibilities. He felt the film was tailor-made for him because of what he does best: drums. Number 35. Phil Collins' music in the film was designed to be an actual character, specifically the film's narrator. Number 36. Despite being told to wait by the filmmakers, Phil Collins just couldn't contain himself, and he wrote most of his songs for the film before the script was even completed, with only an early plot outline to work with. Some of these early songs included Son of Man, Strangers Like Me, and everyone's favorite, Trash in the Camp. Number 37. Collins developed everything for these early songs aside from the lyrics, as he didn't know how the songs would serve the story just yet. For the time being, he inserted what songwriters call dummy lyrics, placeholders to keep the song going until a better word could be found. The only exception was the lullaby, where the lyrics were quite formed early on. Number 38. 3 of the songs Collins wrote, Son of Man, Trash in the Camp, and Strangers Like Me, were based on his initial impressions after reading the source material. The 2 other songs were You'll Be in My Heart, a lullaby song to Tarzan by Kala, and Two Worlds, a song Collins wrote to serve as Tarzan's anthem. Number 39. You'll Be in My Heart carries a lot of emotional weight for Collins. When asked about the song, he said it was for his daughter and that it's her song, adding an additional layer of feels to an already emotional song. Number 40. While Trash in the Camp sounds relatively simple, it was actually the song Phil Collins had the most difficulty creating. Fortunately, he thinks the blood, sweat, and tears put into the song were more than worth the effort. Number 41. Popular 90s boy band NSYNC did a cover of Trash in the Camp around the time of the film's release, much to the delight of screaming teenage girls everywhere at the time. Number 42. The film score was composed by Mark Mancina, who had previously written music for The Lion King and the musical of the same name. Mancina and Collins worked closely to create music that would complement the film's setting and used many obscure instruments from Mancina's personal collection in the score. Number 43. Tarzan features an unforgettable all-star cast. Chief among them is critically acclaimed actress Glenn Close, who voices Tarzan's adoptive mother Kala. Close previously worked with Disney on the live-action adaptation of 101 Dalmatians, where she brought the diabolical Cruella de Vil into our dimension. Number 44. This wasn't Glenn Close's first Tarzan movie either. She dubbed over Andy McDowell's Jane in Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan in 1984. Close had wanted the role badly, but insisted to go uncredited in her dub when her competition, McDowell, struggled with producing a southern accent. Number 45. Young Tarzan was played by Alex Linz, who is one of the few voice actors that got a chance to play everybody's favorite football-headed city dweller Arnold from Hey Arnold. Incidentally, another character who lost his parents to the brutality of the jungle. Number 46. Mummy star Brendan Fraser auditioned twice for Tarzan before landing the lead role in George of the Jungle. Not quite Tarzan, but hopefully it was close enough to fulfill his Lord of the Jungle fantasy. Instead, Tony Goldwyn was crowned Lord of the Apes. Number 47. Clayton was played by actor Brian Blessed, who plays Boss Nass in everybody's favorite Star Wars film, The Phantom Menace. Number 48. Prolific actors Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart were both deeply considered for the part of Clayton before the role went to Blessed. McKellen and Stewart would duke it out the following year as Magneto and Professor X, respectively, in Bryan Singer's X-Men. Number 49. Blessed has gone on record to say that Clayton is one of his 2 favorite roles that he's ever played. He would later reprise the role in Disney and Square Enix's beautiful love child, Kingdom Hearts. In other words, Brian felt #blessed. Number 50. During production, Goldwyn had a problem creating the iconic Tarzan call and gave the director something unsatisfactory. Luckily for them, Blessed heard Goldwyn's call for the first time during his last day of production and bellowed the iconic call on the spot, raising the ears of the producers. The team loved Blessed's call so much they called him in for one more day devoted just to re-recording Tarzan's calls. The actor claims to have learned it from watching the Johnny Weissmuller's Tarzan films many times as a child. Number 51. Jane's voice was provided by actress Minnie Driver, known for playing Skylar in the film Good Will Hunting. She's also the voice of Lady Oboshi in the English dub of Hayao Miyazaki's Princess Mononoke. Number 52. Professor Archimedes Q. Porter was played by the late Sir Nigel Hawthorne, known for playing such characters as Martin Van Buren in Steven Spielberg's Amistad and Captain Campion in Watership Down. Number 53. Turk was originally written as a male gorilla. Tarzan's stepbrother in the books was named Turkaz, but following Rosie O'Donnell's audition, Turk was re-characterized as a female. Number 54. Unlike many other Disney voice actors, O'Donnell played both young Turk and adult Turk. Disney usually casts 2 different actors to play the same character, one for the character's youth and the other for their adult years. Maybe Turk just went through an early puberty. Apes go through puberty, right? Number 55. Rosie O'Donnell said that voicing Turk fulfilled her lifelong dream of being in a Disney film. Who better than Disney to make somebody's dreams come true? Number 56. Tantor the Elephant is played by Wayne Knight, who unleashed a dinosaur-filled hellhole in Jurassic Park, where he played Dennis Nedry, but you probably know him best as Newman from Seinfeld. Number 57. At one point, Disney attempted to court Harrison Ford for the role of Kerchak. Much like he did with the Arrow Traps and Raiders of the Lost Ark, Ford dodged the opportunity and emerged unscathed. Not that Kerchak would have scathed his resume. Number 58. Kerchak wound up being played by Lance Henriksen, who is perhaps best known for playing Bishop in the Alien films. The studio cast Lance Henriksen because of all the actors that tried out for the role, he was the one that brought the most profound sense of authority and dominance to the character. Number 59. Believe it or not, Cyber the Jaguar has a voice actor. The ferocious feline is played by actor Frank Welker, who is known for making some of the most realistic animal voices in film, most notably the monkey in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Tarzan wasn't the first time Frank voiced a creature for Disney. Welker previously played Abu and Raja in Aladdin. Number 60. Tarzan was dubbed in 35 languages, the most for any Disney movie at the time. Collins recorded his songs in French, Italian, German, and Spanish for the dubbed versions of the film's soundtrack. Number 61. Tarzan was animated on 2 different continents. While one animator was animating Jane in California, another would animate Tarzan in France. While it was more common now to have overseas animation animation companies, in the late 90s it was more of a feat to coordinate animation across oceans. Number 62. California and France were the only locales contributing to Tarzan. Additionally, there was a 200 animator team at Disney's Florida Animation Studio that did some character animation and special effects. The Florida studio was known for having created the films Mulan and Lilo and Stitch, but unfortunately closed its doors for good in 2004. Number 63. Disney animator John Ripa served as the supervising animator for young Tarzan. He based the character's movements off of baby chimpanzees, which he avidly studied prior to the film's production. Number 64. The animations for Tarzan during his later years were led by supervising animator Glenn Keane, who is no stranger to feral characters. He was a supervising animator for Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Number 65. Although Keane initially thought that Tarzan would be easy to animate because he only wears a loincloth, he realized that he would need a fully working human musculature while still being able to move like an animal. To figure out Tarzan's movements, the Paris animation team studied different animals in order to transpose their movements onto him. They also consulted with a professor on anatomy. All this work ultimately resulted in Tarzan being the first Disney character to accurately display working muscles. Number 66. Keane was inspired to make Tarzan surf through the trees because of his son's interest in extreme sports. The directors expressed concern that Tarzan would be made into a surfer dude, but when Keane revealed the test animation, they liked it enough to use it in the film during the Son of Man sequence. Number 67. More specifically, Tarzan's extreme sports moves were based on the techniques of American pro skater Tony Hawk, who's not a surfer, but close enough, right? Number 68. Randy Haycock served as a supervising animator for Clayton and based his design off of Clark Gable and other movie stars from the 30s and 40s. Haycock previously served as the supervising animator for young Hercules from, surprise, Disney's Hercules. Number 69. The scene where Jane describes meeting Tarzan for the first time to her father and Clayton was entirely improvised by Minnie Driver. As a result, animator Ken Duncan wound up bringing to life one of the longest animated scenes on record. The scene took 7 weeks to animate and 73 feet of film. That man was just begging for carpal tunnel. Number 70. To help with a very poignant scene when Tarzan realizes that he is a human and essentially adopted, Bonnie Arnold consulted with adoptive parents about how to best handle the scene and the emotions involved. Number 71. Tarzan is able to knuckle walk like a gorilla but should not be able to. Despite animators studying anatomy to get Tarzan's muscle structure down, they overlook the fact that humans have longer legs than arms, and so the idea of knuckle walking effectively like an ape is impossible for humans. Number 72. Kala is scratched by Sabor when saving Tarzan in the beginning of the film, but after she reunites with the apes, she's magically healed. I didn't know Weapon X experimented on gorillas. Number 73. There are many occurrences in the film where the gorillas make chimpanzee sounds. This is likely due to the fact that real gorilla noises go from being very subtle to very intense on a dime, as they are usually known to make soft grunts and loud roars. The chimp noises likely served as a casual in-between. Number 74. Remember how we said the book's apes had their own language? In the novel, Sabor is the ape's word for a lion, not a leopard, which means Sabor was originally a fearsome lioness. Number 75. Despite what the film appears to imply, leopards do not live very long. Their life expectancy in the wild is only 10 to 15 years. While the time between Tarzan's childhood and manhood is unclear, Sabor appears to be a full-grown adult when she appears in the beginning of the film, which would usually make it safe to assume that she'd already be long dead before Tarzan puts her down for good. Maybe there's an unhealthy obsession with trying to kill Tarzan in the Sabor family. Number 76. A geographical inaccuracy occurs during the You'll Be in My Heart sequence where ring-tailed lemurs can be seen. These lemurs are indigenous to the island of Madagascar, not on the African mainland. Sorry Disney, but DreamWorks still owns the lemur. Number 77. Animals aren't the only source of the film's geographical inaccuracies. When Jane meets a little baboon, he is eating a papaya, a fruit that's native to South America. But they did a lot of research, so let's give them a break, eh? Number 78. In real life, gorillas have no natural predators apart from other gorillas and the occasional wildcat. Large predatory cats know that they would be no match for a gorilla head-to-head, but that doesn't mean they won't go after a young gorilla who has wandered too far from the nest, like in the beginning of the film when Kala's baby is taken by Sabor. Number 79. Avoid eye contact with gorillas. While nearly every character maintains eye contact during dialogue and other scenes, in real life, eye contact with a gorilla could be seen as aggressive or as a challenge. Maybe that was Kerchak's beef with Tarzan. Number 80. In the Strangers Like Me number, we learned that this film specifically takes place in East Africa, as referenced by a map Professor Porter points to. Earlier in the film, he talked about heading west, deeper into the jungle, which would accurately put the ship on the east. Number 81. Judging by the fact that Tarzan sees Halley's Comet, and from the tech involved in the movie, we can infer that the film takes place in 1910. The shipwreck in the novel was in 1888, and if we go by that date, adult Tarzan is roughly 22 years old. Number 82. When boarding the boat, Professor Porter tells Tarzan they're taking him back to England and lists off famous people he will meet, like Darwin, Kipling, and Victoria. Charles Darwin died in 1882, 28 years before this film ostensibly takes place. Rudyard Kipling checks out, but Queen Victoria died in 1901. So either we're off on 1910, or this could mean only one thing. Professor Porter is a Time Lord. But we'll leave the conspiracy theories to that other show. Number 83. Clayton speaks of being in Zambia at one point. During the time of the film, Zambia was actually split in two regions known as Northwestern Rhodesia and Northeastern Rhodesia. Southern Rhodesia is presently known as Zimbabwe. Number 84. What would a Disney animated feature be without some nods to the studio's extraordinary past? When the girl has flipped Professor Porter upside down and shake him, a doll resembling Little Brother from Mulan falls out from his pockets. Additionally, a teapot and teacup resembling Mrs. Potts and Chip from Beauty and the Beast can be seen in the Porter's camp. Number 85. A much more subtle Disney reference can be found in the scene where Tarzan learns about the human world. Tarzan is shown a slide of Castle Neuschwanstein. Disneyland's Sleeping Beauty's castle is based on Neuschwanstein Castle, located in Schwangau, Bavaria in Germany. Number 86. The scene in which Gorilla is looking down the barrel of Clayton's gun is a tribute to Disneyland's Jungle Cruise attraction, which features a gorilla looking down the barrel of a gun in an identical manner. Number 87. Disney is famous for its hidden Mickeys, and Tarzan is no exception. When baby Tarzan is blowing bubbles, you can briefly see a Mickey head made of disgusting baby saliva. Number 88. This G-rated Disney film features quite a bit of blood and 4 on-screen deaths, one of which not so subtly depicts a hanging. Either the MPAA were sound asleep during their screenings, or they thought the film was so awesome that absolutely everybody had to experience it. Number 89. At only 88 minutes long, the film is one of Disney's shorter theatrically released movies, but it's 88 minutes of pure awesomeness, so I'll pick my battles. Number 90. On June 12, 1999, the film premiered at Disney's very own El Capitan Theater in Hollywood with the cast and filmmakers as attendees. The premiere featured a 40-minute concert with Phil Collins performing songs from the film. Number 91. Tarzan was released on June 18, 1999, opening against The General's Daughter, An Ideal Husband, and 10 days after Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me. Number 92. On July 23, 1999, Disney launched a digital projection release of Tarzan. Released only in 3 theatrical venues for 3 weeks, including Walt Disney's World Pleasure Island Multiplex, although Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and An Ideal Husband were given earlier digital projection releases, despite being shot on photographic film, Tarzan was notable for being the first major feature release to have been produced, mastered, and projected digitally. Number 93. Seeing as how it was released in 1999, Tarzan was the final film released during Disney's Renaissance period, which started in 1989 with The Little Mermaid. The Disney Renaissance also saw the birth of other Disney classics like Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and Hercules. Number 94. Legendary film critic Roger Ebert gave Disney's version of The Timeless Tale a perfect 4-star review, stating the film had gone where no previous interpretation of the Tarzan story had gone before. What he specifically found interesting was the fact that it was Tarzan who was seeking answers by asking all of the big questions, which added a layer of depth to the iconic character. Number 95. As predictably as the sunrise, Disney Consumer Products released a series of toys, books, and stuffed animals for Tarzan, partnering with Mattel to produce a line of plush toys and action figures. Mattel also produced the Rad Repeat and Tarzan action figure, but discontinued it after complaints regarding the toy's suggestive arm motions. Number 96. Disney had an advertising alliance with McDonald's, and Tarzan's promotional campaign began on the film's opening day, with several Tarzan toys accompanied with Happy Meals, soda straws that replicated the Tarzan yell, and even Tarzan-themed food options such as banana sundaes and jungle burgers. Number 97. Shortly before the film's release, Disneyland replaced its long-standing attraction, the Swiss Family Treehouse, with Tarzan's Treehouse to promote the film. The treehouse sits atop an 80-foot artificial tree and features interactive elements tying into the film. Number 98. Tarzan quickly rose to the number 1 spot at the box office upon its release. After winning an Academy Award, Tarzan was the first film to be number 1 at the box office while simultaneously winning an Academy Award since Pocahontas, obviously another Disney classic. Number 99. By the time its run at the box office came to a close, Tarzan had accumulated over $448 million worldwide, over quadruple its budget. Number 100. Tarzan's music has won its fair share of awards. In 2000, it won an Oscar for Best Song and 2 Golden Globes for Best Song and Motion Picture. Thanks, Phil. Number 101. Phil even garnered Tarzan a Grammy. The film's soundtrack was recognized at the 42nd Grammy Awards in 1999 and took home the award for Best Soundtrack Album. Phil Collins should try for an EGOT. I mean, it's gotta be pretty close by now, right? Number 102. You'll Be in My Heart was placed in AFI's Top 100 Years 100 Songs, meaning it will also be in our hearts, always. Number 103. For creating the deep canvas technology and utilizing it for the first time in Tarzan, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences awarded the program's developers a Technical Achievement Award in 2003. After Tarzan, deep canvas was used for a number of sequences in Atlantis, The Lost Empire, and eventually became so advanced that it was used to create about 75% of the environment seen in Disney's Treasure Planet. Number 104. On February 1st, 2000, the film was released on DVD and VHS. Yeah, remember those things? The DVD version contained bonus material, including the Strangers Like Me music video, the making of another Tarzan music video containing call-ins and in-sync, and an interactive trivia game. Number 105. A 2-disc collector's edition was released on April 18, 2000. It included an audio commentary track recorded by the filmmakers, behind-the-scenes footage, and supplements that detailed the legacy of Tarzan and the film's development. Number 106. Both editions were retired on January 31st, 2002 and put in the Disney Vault. The film wouldn't be available to purchase again until October 15, 2005 when Disney released another Tarzan special edition on DVD. Tarzan's first Blu-ray edition was released throughout Europe in early 2012 and in the United States on August 12, 2014, almost 10 years after the previous DVD release. Number 107. In 2005, Disney continued the Tarzan franchise with a direct-to-DVD release called Tarzan 2, which is, oddly enough, more than a midquel than a sequel that explores Tarzan's childhood much more deeply than the first film. If the reviews are anything to go off of, this was probably a stone best left unturned.
For this next video, I'm going to do something that I've always wanted to do. Pull the lever, Kronk! If I did it right, that means we're now watching 107 facts about the Emperor's New Groove. But there is always a chance that Kronk pulled the wrong lever.
The Emperor's New Groove, arguably Disney's best and funniest film between the Renaissance and John Lasseter era, has a lot more under the gold hood than you might think. We have 107 facts about The Emperor's New Groove. Let's get started. The Emperor's New Groove is the 40th film released by Walt Disney Animation Studios. The film was one of 3 theatrical releases by Walt Disney Animation in 2000, marking the busiest year in studio history. The other 2 films were Fantasia 2000 and Dinosaur. Although the title The Emperor's New Groove is seemingly a play on the short story The Emperor's New Clothes by Hans Christian Andersen, this film is surprisingly not one of the many Disney movies based on Anderson's work. The Emperor's New Groove wasn't always planned to be the buddy comedy it turned out to be. Roger Allers, who co-directed The Lion King with Rob Minkoff, originally pitched The Kingdom of the Sun as a loose adaptation of Mark Twain's The Prince and the Pauper, set in the ancient Inca Empire. The final version of the film, one film critic noted, owes a debt to Lucius Apuleius' The Golden Ass, a tale that centers on the arrogant man who turned into a donkey. Allers pitched the epic musical to Disney executives all the way back in 1994. Fresh off its hits like Beauty and the Beast and Allers' own The Lion King, Disney eagerly greenlit Kingdom of the Sun. In the early stages of production, crew members traveled to Machu Picchu in Peru and studied Incan culture, which heavily influences the look of Emperor Cusco's Golden Kingdom. For those of you who paid attention in world history, you may know that Emperor Cusco, the star of the film, is named after Cusco, the capital city of the Inca Empire. For those of you who didn't pay attention in class, you learned something new today. Emperor Cusco was originally named Manco. Which name do you like better? And it doesn't really matter because they already named him Cusco. While being developed as an adaptation of The Prince and the Pauper, David Spade was cast as the smug emperor, while Owen Wilson landed the role of the meek look-alike peasant. Wait, the shaggy blonde hair, the easygoing nature, the same blank stare? Maybe these two could reunite for a live-action remake in 2030. Disney previously adapted The Prince and the Pauper into a 25-minute film released in 1990, starring Mickey Mouse in both of the roles. Roger Allers, the original director of The Emperor's New Groove, and Mark Dindal, his successor, both worked on the project as storyboard artists. During Kingdom of the Sun's early days, Disney brought in Mark Dindal, who would go on to be the sole director of the film, to add levity and humor to what was a dark film in the early stages of production under Allers' direction. The darkness was especially present in the visual development artwork by animators John Watkiss, Colin Stimpson, and Paul Felix, among others. Missing from their vision are some of the more exaggerated and cartoonish traits of the final film's look and feel. The original story had David Spade's Emperor trading places with Owen Wilson's peasant for fun, but Eartha Kitt's Yzma discovers the switch and stages a coup. She turns the Emperor into a llama and runs the kingdom by blackmailing the peasant, and threatening to expose him as a fraud if he disobeys any of her commands. Spade's llama would then team up with a llama herder and romantic interest named Mata to journey back to the palace and reclaim his throne. Got all that? Although the original iteration of Mata was scrapped, she did survive to be the waitress at Mutka's Meat Hut. And Yzma was a bit more fleshed out, literally, in previous versions. She was the daughter of the kingdom's mortician, who taught her the magic of retaining her youth in one version. Another iteration saw Yzma plotting to steal the sun, which had wrinkled and aged her with its rays. Maybe that's why the filmmakers had fun poking at her wrinkles in the movie. The film's animators settled on purple as Yzma's main color, because it signifies madness. Wait, what does that say about Barney the dinosaur? Barbra Streisand was the original choice to voice Yzma, but she has never lent her voice to an animated production, and I guess didn't start with this one. Maybe next time? Thankfully, Eartha Kitt came in and took the role. She netted 3 Annie Awards and 2 Emmy Awards for the voice of Yzma. Now, I know what you're thinking. Emmys are TV awards, and how could Eartha win 3 Annies for one movie? More on that later. Stephen Anderson was eager to get started on what would eventually become Home on the Range, but he was first asked to join Kingdom of the Sun as a story consultant for a few weeks. Once he was offered the role of head of story story on The Emperor's New Groove, he couldn't say no. Allers left the project in 1998 after 4 years of development. Director Mark Dindal pinpoints September 23, 1998 as the date where Kingdom of the Sun officially died. What followed was a 6-month production shutdown. Disney CEO Michael Eisner originally only gave them 2 weeks to rework the project, as Dindal teamed up with writer David Reynolds and head of story Steven Anderson to craft a Chuck Jones-inspired comedy. The story change was especially tough on the animators, who were either sitting around doing nothing for a lot of the time, or asked to scrap entire sequences. Story artist Chris Williams said, "A lot of the movie was the search for the exact tone. We were in a little bit of uncharted territory. What should the movie feel like?" All of the movie's changes resulted in the loss of Andreas Deha, the project's lead animator on Yzma. He did not like the new direction and decided to go work on Lilo and Stitch instead. To keep the animation team together during script changes, supervising animator Eric Goldberg had the team animate the Rhapsody in Blue segment included in Fantasia 2000. Goldberg's prudent move had its downside, though. It played a part in delaying the start of Tarzan, infuriating then Disney CEO Michael Eisner even more. For an idea of what they were playing around with tone-wise, Anderson storyboarded an entire sequence where Kuzco and Pacha hang out in Pacha's village and come across the community's pickle festival. In one iteration of the story, Pacha's town was known for its pickles. The story and genre change came down hard on Sting, whom Disney hired to compose original songs for Kingdom of the Sun. Sting wrote 8 original songs with collaborator David Hartley for the project, but most of their work was left on the cutting room floor, though some later made it into the soundtrack. Sting's frustration with the evolving production was captured in a documentary called The Sweat Box, directed by John Paul Davidson and Trudy Styler, Sting's wife. The documentary's title is a nickname for the Disney Animation Review Studio, which unfortunately had no air conditioning during the production of The Emperor's New Groove. Things got heated, literally. The Sweat Box debuted at the 27th Toronto International Film Festival in 2002, but since Disney owns the rights to the documentary, it has not been released to the public save for an online leak in 2012. Executive producer Don Hahn said that when he, Dindal, and producer Randy Fulmer visited Sting at his home in Malibu to tell them that they were cutting most of his original songs from the film, they actually had to have the conversation with Sting twice since the documentary crew wasn't filming properly the first time. Awkward much? One of Sting's compositions that did make the film was called Perfect World. Sting asked that the song, which opens the film, be sung by an artist younger than him, but Disney hired Tom Jones, who is 11 years older than Sting. That's got to, sting, I guess. My Funny Friend and Me is the Sting and Hartley tune that appears in the movie, playing over the end credits. The ballad earned the duo a Best Original Song nomination at the 73rd Academy Awards, but they lost to Bob Dylan's Things Have Changed from Wonder Boys. Sting definitely cared about the film's story, as he objected to one of the proposed endings, Cousteau building his water park Coustopia on a neighboring hill instead of Pacha's. Sting argued that this ending showed Kuzco learn nothing on his journey, so Dindal and the team reworked it so that Kuzco would live in a simple hut in Pacha's village. The Emperor's New Groove was the first animated film scored by composer John Debney, who went on to write the soundtrack for Chicken Little, The Ant Bully, the SpongeBob movie Sponge Out of Water, Ice Age Collision Course, and more. Speaking of songwriting, Patrick Warburton ad-libbed a suspenseful ditty for a scene where his character Kronk, Yzma's bumbling minion, goes out on a covert mission. Disney had Warburton sign over the rights to his creation in order to use the song in the finished film. And while we're on the subject of the made-up aspects of Kronk's repertoire, here's what Warburton had to say when asked about the squirrel language that Kronk speaks in the film. Well, I've gotta tell you, you really should be well-versed in the languages of all woodland creatures. When story artist Chris Williams first pitched Kronk to the rest of the team, they immediately thought of Warburton's character David Puddy from the television series Seinfeld, and when they pitched the story changes to Disney executives, they played clips of Puddy to help. Guess it worked! After the shift to comedy, Warburton was a new addition to the cast along with John Goodman. David Spade and Eartha Kitt were the only cast members to survive the mid-production change. When Warburton initially got the character of Kronk, he wasn't sure exactly what he was. Was he an ogre? A robot? Either way, he knew he was going to enjoy being a lovable henchman. Despite their characters sharing most of their screen time together, Warburton and Kitt didn't share any time in the studio and recorded their roles separately. One supporting character who was cut as a result of the story changes makes an appearance as a candle holder in the dinner scene with Yzma, Kuzco, and Kronk. Bucky the Squirrel, the plucky mischief maker who befriends Kronk and antagonizes both Kuzco and Yzma, was originally included in Disney's storyboarding sessions merely to make people laugh. Those laughs earned him a permanent comedic presence in the story. Disney legend John Fielder voices the old man that Emperor Kuzco has thrown from a building in the opening act. Fielder voiced Piglet in the Winnie the Pooh series from 1968 until his passing in 2005. That old man in The Emperor's New Groove was also the first human character ever voiced by Fielder. Beware the groove! Speaking of supporting characters, remember Owen Wilson's peasant? During rewrites, the filmmakers aged the character up and cast John Goodman in the role. John Goodman also voices James P. Sullivan in Disney Pixar's Monsters, Inc., which was conceived at a lunch between John Lasseter, Pete Docter, Andrew Stanton, and Joe Ranft in 1994. The same year Kingdom of the Sun began development at Disney. And if you'll spare one final detour to Monsteropolis, Monsters, Inc. art director Tia Crater would blow a hairdryer on a llama pelt when researching how to animate the hair on Goodman's character of James P. Sullivan. So it came full circle back to llamas. When Disney first aged up Pacha, Anderson said a sketch by Chris Williams helped him connect to the peasant father immediately. Anderson remarked, "There was a peace and just kind of a real wistfulness to the drawing that made Pacha the perfect foil title for Kuzco. Anderson had a much more difficult time relating to Kuzco, as there wasn't enough heart in the character to balance to his brash, edgy persona. The changes to Pacha's character allowed the heart to come out in Kuzco. Just one example of Kuzco's heartless edge, in an early scene where Kuzco dismisses potential brides, his comments ranged from moo to needs a human head. Filmmakers softened the tone to what we see now, which is mostly just yikes, not likely, a dig at one girl's hair, and the remark, let me guess, you have a great personality. Kuzco's growing friendship with Pacha is the heart of the movie. Kuzco wants to build his water park Kuztopia on the plot of land atop a hill owned by Pacha, but in the Incan language, Quechua, Pacha means earth. So perhaps Kuzco's love for Pacha supersedes his love for Pacha's Pacha. Does that make sense? Soon after Kuzco and Pacha set out on their journey, Pacha falls through an old bridge and is caught in some ropes. Cusco taunts Pacha and utters a sassy bye-bye. This is a reference to Spade's flight attendant character in the Saturday Night Live skit Total Bastard Airlines. Later in their journey, Cusco tricks Pacha into carrying him by complaining about low blood sugar. Spade himself actually suffers from low blood sugar in real life. In the original version of Kingdom of the Sun, Owen Wilson's Pacha was supposed to fall in love with Nina, Cusco's wife-to-be, while impersonating the Emperor. Carla Gugino was set to voice Nina, but the aging up of Pacha included giving him a family, a wife named Chicha, and 2 kids, with a third on the way. Chicha, who is very far along in her pregnancy during the film, is the first woman to appear pregnant on a screen in a Walt Disney Animation Studio film. She carries the child in a basket on her back during the film's closing scene. And weirdly enough, given the character's pregnancy, Chicha is actually a well-known Peruvian beer brewed from corn. The more you know. Pacha and Chicha's daughter, Chaka, and their son, Tipo, are portrayed by actress Kellyanne Kelso and actor Eli Russell Linnetz. Kelso moved on to a career outside of the entertainment industry, but Linnetz has moved behind the camera. He most recently worked as the director of photography on the web series Wacko Smacko, released in 2015. In the recurring gag about Yzma's age, Tipo remarks that he doesn't believe Yzma's lie that she is Pacha's third cousin's brother's wife's stepbrother's great aunt, but his great aunt. That's pretty great, I guess. With the exception of Kelso, every actor from the main cast of The Emperor's New Groove, including Warburton, Spade, Goodman, and Kit, reprised their roles in the direct-to-video sequel Krunk's New Groove, produced by Disney Toon Studios and released in 2005. The film centers on Krunk's attempts to make his visiting father proud, even though the old man is hard to please. Critics weren't too impressed either, as the film scored a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes. Still, the direct-to-video installment was popular enough to spark the development of The Emperor's New School, a television show on the Disney Channel. The TV show takes place between the original film and the sequel, and features Cusco trying to complete his education to reclaim his throne. Yzma, meanwhile, does everything in her power to sabotage him. The Emperor's New School ran for 52 episodes over 2 seasons, premiering in 2006 and ending in 2008. Although Spade did not return for his role, the show did see the return of Warburton, Goodman, and Kit to their original roles. Kit bagged 4 more trophies, an Annie and an Emmy for each season, as a result. See, I told you that there would be more. J.P. Minogue took over David Spade's role as Cusco in the TV show. Minogue also voiced Cusco on the Disney Channel television series House of Mouse, which features a wide collection of various Disney movie characters. Ready to feel as old as Yzma? There was also a video game based on The Emperor's New Groove, developed for Sony PlayStation, Microsoft Windows, and Game Boy Color. That's, I need to go sit down. Minogue voiced Cusco in the video game too, but don't worry, Spade got to work with at least Warburton again. The duo co-starred together on the CBS sitcom Rules of Engagement, which ran for 7 seasons. The Emperor's New Groove did well enough in the US to become a full-blown franchise, but it needs some help in foreign territories. In Norway, the film is called A Kingdom for a Llama, because groove just doesn't translate well to Norwegian. Germany had the same problem. Hungary made things even simpler. A rough translation of the title comes out as Mindless Empire, or The Empire Goes Crazy, which still fits the theme of the movie pretty well, right? What do you think? In the Brazilian dub of the film, musician Ed Mata sings Perfect World instead of Tom Jones. Mata also sang Someday for Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame, as well as lending his pipes to the Brazilian dub tunes of Phil Collins in Tarzan. The Emperor's New Groove owns an 85% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, placing it above Disney animation classics like Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. The film also scored a 70 on Metacritic, placing it in the site's top 100 movies of 2000. But despite critical praise, The Emperor's New Groove grossed far less money than other Disney animated films of its era. It took in a little under $90 million at the domestic box office, and just under $170 million total worldwide, on a $100 million budget. Not a super great return on investment. For comparison, Disney Animation's Dinosaur grossed nearly $350 million worldwide that same year, with far less rosy reviews. Disney CEO Michael Eisner had feared during the reworking that the silly tone of The Emperor's New Groove was far too similar to that of 1997's underperforming Hercules. Hard to tell if that's what hurt it, but personally, we love the comedy. Although The Emperor's New Groove wasn't a box office smash, it did manage to outdo similarly themed DreamWorks animation flick The Road to El Dorado. To reverse William Shakespeare, all that's gold does not glitter. The Emperor's New Groove also seemed to be a victim of timing. It was released on December 15, 2000, just 16 days before 2001, the first year in which the Academy Awards introduced the category Best Animated Feature. Walt Disney Animation Studios did not win Best Animated Feature until the 86th Academy Awards held in 2014, when when Frozen claimed the prize. 1 year later, Chris Williams won Best Animated Feature for Big Hero 6, a film he co-directed with Don Hall. David Mamet, the Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright, called The Emperor's New Groove script one of the most brilliantly innovated works from the film industry during that time. Han said that a friend of his remarked that The Emperor's New Groove was the best Warner Brothers movie Disney has ever made. Famed movie critic Roger Ebert enjoyed the Chuck Jones homage, writing, "The only word for it is cartoon. I mean that as a compliment." The Emperor's New Groove has numerous Easter eggs, including one in the opening title card, which bears a striking resemblance to the Star Wars saga's beginning text. Of course, this came a long time before Disney purchased Lucasfilm. Multiple hidden Mickeys also appear in the film. The mouse's signature silhouette appears on food platters in Cusco's palace, in the smoke of a campfire started by Pacha, growing as part of jungle plants, rippling in water, and even in the pom-poms hanging from a sombrero on Yzma's head. Though there is no confirmation, fans speculate that one scene is a reference to Dindal's next movie, Disney's Chicken Little. When Yzma is ousted from Pacha's house, she ends up covered in honey and feathers and replaces a chicken piñata hanging from a tree. But that's not the sky falling, that's Yzma. In fact, this scene might have served as a nice bit of foreshadowing if story artist Jeff Branjo had his way. He pitched and sketched Yzma turning into a chicken at the end of the movie. And here's a little more Disney foreshadowing. Chicha smacks Cusco in the face with a frying pan. This predates the running gag in 2010's Tangled, in which Rapunzel uses a frying pan as a weapon. And in reference to Disney's live-action comedy, George of the Jungle, Pacha swings from a vine and screams as he rescues Cusco from hungry jaguars before they slam into a rock face. A little more painful than the trees that Brandon Fraser's George collided with. But the references extend beyond the Disney universe and into Hollywood lore itself. When Krunk rescues an unconscious Cusco from falling down a waterfall, the camera pans out to a monkey eating a bug. This mimics a scene from the classic film Citizen Kane. Another nod pays homage to The Wizard of Oz. When Pacha and Cusco raid Yzma's potion cabinet, Pacha scans over lions, tigers, and bears, only to find the human row empty. Off camera, Yzma says, "Oh my." Dindal and Fulmer both hated the joke, but Thomas Schumacher was the head of Disney Feature Animation at the time, insisted on its inclusion. To any obscure art collectors out there, story artist and Julie Andrews fan Stevie Werners actually drew up a sketch of Maria von Trapp and Cusco arguing over ownership of the Peruvian hills. The artwork was revealed as part of the film's 15th anniversary celebration. Spoiler alert! 3, 2, 1. Yzma is turned into a cat at the end of the film in a nod to Eartha Kitt playing the Catwoman on the Batman television series in the 1960s. You were warned, but now the cat's out of the bag. And guess who voices the cat version of Yzma? Not Eartha Kitt, but director Mark Dindal. Another Batman reference? Well, much like Adam West's Batman utters, "To the bat poles," Yzma shouts to Krunk, "To the secret lab," right before they board a roller coaster car that takes them below ground. Does Mudka's Meat Hut look familiar? Well, if you've ever visited Burbank, California, it should. It's inspired by Bob's Big Boy, a famous burger joint less than 2 miles from the Walt Disney Studios lot. When Cusco fires Yzma, one of his assistants gives Yzma a pink piece of paper, which is a reference to a pink slip. You know, that note given to employees by management to notify them of their termination? Tough break. And for those of you who are interested in cartoon conspiracies, when planks fall from a rickety bridge that Pacha and Cusco walk across, the falling debris spells out the word damn letter by letter. And damn, look at all those anachronisms. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the Inca Empire didn't pioneer trampolines, roller coasters, and, I don't know, the wheel. But what Disney fan doesn't enjoy hearing the automated spiel, "Please remain seated and keep your arms and legs in at all times," much like they do at one of the Disney theme parks? It was used in the scene where Krunk and Yzma ride the metal cart to the secret lab. Krunk and Yzma pass several animal-shaped gates on the way to their secret lab. The first one is shaped like a cat, and meowing can be heard coming from it, which foreshadows Yzma's transformation later in the film. Did you notice it before? Last but not least, the animator snuck in a few llamas. Most prominent are the llama-shaped cacti in Yzma's lair, and the llama-shaped salt and pepper shakers at Mudka's Meat Hut. One more bit of llama fun: the only other llama with a name in the movie is Pacha's cart-pulling llama, Misty. She shares a name with a llama featured in the 1952 children's book Secret of the Andes. Though it came out back in 2000, Pacha eventually became a meme. When he describes how the sunlight hits his hilltop, Pacha closes his eyes, makes an okay gesture with his hand, and utters "just right." The meme was born on user 4chan's video game message board in January 2016, and continues to live on. As mentioned, Dindal went on to create The Emperor's New School for television, while Fillmore devoted himself to making bass guitars. The two teamed up once again for a music documentary called Restrung. It's based on Fulmer's bass guitar making. Executive producer Don Hahn, along with the internet, considers The Emperor's New Groove one of Disney's biggest cult films. The whole team got back together when Disney hosted a 15th anniversary celebration of The Emperor's New Groove in September 2015 at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood, California. Before screening the film, Dindal, Fulmer, Williams, Anderson, Reynolds, and Hahn discussed the filmmaking process. The 15th anniversary event even included spinach puffs for those in the audience as they watched the movie.
Would you look at the time? It's Atlantis O'Clock. This kick-ass movie debuted in 2001, but folks weren't really feeling it. But guess what? We know better now. And to add on to that, we've got 107 facts about Atlantis, the Lost Empire.
When Atlantis: The Lost Empire first came out in 2001, the reaction from both audiences and critics was lukewarm at best for some reason. This movie was dope. Everyone in 2001 is an idiot. Because of this, we've never really taken a deeper dive into this movie before, but that changes today. Number 1. The directors of the film, Kirk Wise and Gary Trousdale, and also screenwriter Tab Murphy, were fresh off producing The Hunchback of Notre Dame when they came up with the idea for Atlantis. The reason they moved so fast is because they wanted to keep the same production team relatively intact, which is fair because Hunchback is the best Disney movie. Get used to my controversial takes in this video. Number 2. Perhaps unsurprisingly, part of the inspiration for them to come up with a movie of this structure came from a shared love of the three men for action-adventure movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Number 3. There were a couple of curious additions to the crew, one being Joss Whedon of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Firefly, and the Avengers acting as a story writer, though he didn't stick around for long and instead moved on to other projects. According to Whedon, none of his work ended up in the final movie. Number 4. The other addition to the creative team worth mentioning is that of production designer Mike Mignola, whose distinct comic book art style is frequently credited as part of the reason the movie gained the cult appeal that it now enjoys. You may better know Mignola as the creator of Hellboy, along his laundry list of other accomplishments in the comic space. Number 5. That said, Mignola was not immediately enthused about the project. When he was first contacted by Disney representatives, his response was, "How did you get my phone number?" Number 6. Something that'll keep coming up throughout this video is the movie's unfortunate performance at the box office. Atlantis cost somewhere between $90 and $120 million and brought in $186 million. Not a loss, but not exactly a number that Disney execs would be salivating over. Welcome to Hollywood, where a $60 million profit is considered a catastrophic failure. Number 7. A big part of this was that it had some stiff competition during the first few weeks of its release, what with there being that their Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movie. Oh, and also Shrek. That was another one that may have overshadowed it. Number 8. Even though Atlantis was not going to be a musical, it still needed a soundtrack, and for this, James Newton Howard was approached, largely because Wise and Trousdale were very impressed with the work he did on Dinosaur, of all movies. Number 9. Because Atlantis is generally hailed as part of Greek mythology, first referenced by Plato in his dialogues as a representation of man's hubris, Greek is a common influence on depictions of Atlantean architecture. However, the directors wanted to actively avoid that, and they took more influence from Maya and Southeast Asian cultures, notably Cambodia. Number 10. Sticking with the theme of not wanting to make the city of Atlantis overly Greek, Howard went with an Indonesian orchestral sound, specifically Balinese. Number 11. This reinforces the notion that similar to how the Atlantean language is referred to as a root dialect, their culture is something of a mother culture to all civilizations on Earth. Number 12. On the language, it's quite elaborately thought out, which makes sense considering the main character of the movie is a linguist. The Atlantean language does have a fully developed alphabet, though it's written and read in a peculiar way. Left to right on the first line, drop down, and then read right to left, repeat. This was done to create a flowing way of reading reminiscent of the Atlanteans' connection to water. Number 13. The alphabet was created by Mark Okrand, who also created the languages for Star Trek, most notably Vulcan and Klingon, so it's just about as legit as you can get. So where's my Atlantean course on Duolingo then, huh? Number 14. And for those who spotted the sign over the tattoo parlor in Atlantis that Cookie and Audrey admire, you'll be disappointed to learn that it says, "Eat fish." I don't know, I'm not disappointed by that at all. Number 15. A key plot point in the movie is the missing page of the Shepherd's Journal. This could very well be a nod to the fact that the earliest known account of Atlantis, Plato's writing, cuts off mid-sentence because the rest of the document has been lost to history. Number 16. Vinny's last name, Santorini, is based on a volcano of the same name in modern-day Greece. This is fitting because one eruption of this volcano around 1650 BCE, called the Minoan eruption, is sometimes cited as the basis of the Atlantis legend. Number 17. This movie is kind of unique in that a majority of the research was done on this fancy new technology finally available for wide use by the public. The internet. Well, it was unique at the time. Number 18. This was also the first Disney movie to make extensive use of the internet for marketing purposes, including a mini-game on the Kellogg's website. Number 19. There were multiple video game tie-ins created for Atlantis, including adventure games, platformers, and even a first-person shooter. Number 20. After the release of the movie, there was a graphic novel published by Dark Horse, and contrary to what seems obvious, Mike Mignola did not do the artwork for the whole book, but he did do the cover art. Number 21. The description of the Leviathan from the Bible that Milo references actually is there in the New King James Version. Milo only quotes Job 41:19, but the full verse from Job 41:19-21 reads, "Out of his mouth go burning lamps and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as of out a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out his mouth." Milo's prediction wasn't untrue, he just also didn't account for it being a machine. Number 22. We do actually get an early glimpse at the Leviathan in the opening of the movie, where not one, but 3 appear. Could this be a hint that there are more entrances to Atlantis that they guard, or are these the weapons that the king references later on? Number 23. Another sneak peek for those paying attention is that of Milo picking up a model of the balloon that's the setting for the climax. In fact, all of the vehicles modeled on Whitmore's table come into play later in the movie. Number 24. The original idea for the climax of the movie was to take place on land, however it was decided that going airborne with it would make it more exciting. Number 25. The character of Helga Sinclair is somewhat anachronistic, as both her design and mannerisms were heavily inspired by the femme fatale archetype from 1940s film noir. You know, your Mary Astor in The Maltese Falcon, or your Barbara Stanwyck in Double Indemnity. Number 26. Her voice actress, Claudia Christian, would describe her character as sensual and striking. However, she hadn't seen Helga's design before recording her lines, so she was quite relieved when she did see the design. Number 27. Helga ordering the men around while the submarine is first diving down has her saying the same lines as Vasily Borodin in The Hunt for Red October, another quite notable movie centering around a certain submersible. Number 28. Not only does this movie have a sizable body count, but there were a few deaths behind the scenes as well. Lloyd Bridges was originally cast to voice Preston Whitmore, but he passed away before production began and was replaced by John Mahoney. Number 29. Jim Varney, the voice of Cookie, and also well known for his work as the character Ernest P. Worrell and Slink in Toy Story, died of lung cancer before he could finish recording all of his lines. Stephen Barr voiced the remainder, although uncredited. The movie is dedicated to Varney's memory, and even though he never saw the finished product, he did see clips of his own character and said that he loved it. Number 30. The main reason Barr went uncredited was because the only line that he did to end up in the movie was, "I ain't so good at speechifying, but I want you to have this. It's the bacon grease from the whole trip." God, I hope the editor used the actual soundbite and not me acting an absolute fool. Number 31. Cookie saying that he has all 38 states tattooed on his chest would be incorrect in 1914. The US had 48 states by then. However, it's probably fair to assume that he's had that tattoo for a while, and it would have been correct between 1877 and 1890, so... Number 32. Preston Whitmore was initially supposed to be much more mysterious and enigmatic, but after Mahoney was brought in, his energy led the writers to rework his character into the much more eccentric version that ended up in the final movie. Number 33. The fish in Whitmore's aquarium are coelacanths, fish that are considered a living fossil. They were thought to have gone extinct millions of years ago until a living specimen was caught off the coast of South Africa in 1938, still 24 years after this movie takes place, hinting at Whitmore's taste for both exploration and the unusual. Number 34. Don Novello, voice actor of Vinny, would only do one read of the lines as they were written in the script and improvise the rest of his lines. According to Russ Edmonds, Vinny's animating supervisor, none of the written lines ended up in the movie, and the character's probably better for it since he makes me laugh every time he opens his mouth. Number 35. Vinny mentioning that he would probably take August off from his flower shop is a nod to his Italian heritage. It's quite common for Italians to close down their businesses over the month of August to go on vacation. Number 36. Rourke proved quite a difficult character to find a voice actor for. Before going to James Garner, the creators considered Tommy Lee Jones, Jack Davenport, Kurt Russell, Heath Ledger, Josh Brolin, Harry Shearer, and Joaquin Phoenix. Number 37. Nathaniel Parker also auditioned for the role, and even though he didn't get the role, it did impress producer Don Hahn enough that Parker was later cast in The Haunted Mansion. Another, bomb, so, you know, it's the thought that counts. Number 38. When the role ultimately landed on James Garner, he was chosen for his experience with action, war, and Western films. When they finally asked, Garner said that he would do it in a heartbeat. Number 39. Even though it's not spelled the same way, Rourke was most likely named after Howard Rourke from Ayn Rand's The Fountainhead, who is frequently seen as the perfect portrayal of selfishness and individualism and objectivism and capitalism and libertarianism, you know, all those garbage ideologies. Ayn Rand, of course, being the real-life perfect portrayal of all that nonsense. Number 40. The directors have stated that the scene in which Whitmore shows Milo the files of the team, they deliberately left Rourke's picture somewhat obscured, hinting at the fact that he's not who he seems. Number 41. Michael J. Fox was chosen for the role of Milo because the directors felt he really brought a great personality to the character. However, Fox was also offered a role in Don Bluth's Titan A.E. around the same time, and he ultimately had his son decide which role he should take. Number 42. Again, the casting team went through quite a few options for Milo, and with a much broader selection of actor types. Their list of people to ask included, but was not limited to, Tobey Maguire, Jim Carrey, Harry Enfield, Nicolas Cage,
and Kevin Spacey. Number 43. The line, "Why are there always carrots? I didn't even eat carrots," after Milo ralphs off the side of the ship was improvised by Fox and drawn from the fact that he's allergic to carrots. Number 44. The ending shot of the hammerhead shark flying at the vehicle is remarkably similar to the final shot in what is probably Michael J. Fox's best-known film, Back to the Future. Number 45. There were quite a few ideas cut from this movie. One of them was to make Milo a descendant of Blackbeard and have the adventure be him discovering his inner pirate. Probably for the better that this was left out, might have clashed with the whole not in it for the material reward thing. Number 46. Another idea was to give Milo a pet rat named Plato that would accompany him for the sake of an animal sidekick, but again, this didn't make it, and again, probably for the better. Number 47. The last one of these is that there was supposed to be more sea monsters in the movie, like squid bats, a lava whale, and a giant centipede. These were probably all cut for time. Number 48. For quote-unquote budgetary reasons, Milo was voiced by James Arnold Taylor in the sequel rather than Michael J. Fox, which is not a dig at James Arnold Taylor. He's a supreme talent himself. Give career voice actors the time of day. Voice acting is acting. Number 49. Milo is the first male protagonist in a Disney film to wear glasses. Wait, really? Oh, I guess he is. Number 50. His design was based on Mark Okrand because supervising animator John Pomeroy didn't know who else to draw for a linguist. Number 51. Kida is frequently excluded from the lineup of Disney princesses despite being, a princess in a Disney movie. The why on this one isn't entirely clear. Some blame her on not being a prominent enough character, some on her age, because she's technically 8,800 years old, and some, like me, blame it on the fact that the movie didn't do very well on release, which I honestly think is the most believable reason. Number 52. Another possible reason is that Kida technically isn't a princess anymore by the end of the movie. She gets coronated, albeit off-screen. This makes her the first Disney princess to actually become queen in her first appearance, so eat it, Elsa. Number 53. Despite this, Cree Summer, Kida's actress, says that she considered Kida to be her favorite role and does consider her to be an actual Disney princess. Number 54. Part of the reason was that she could see the Disney animators sketching the character as she was recording her lines, which is something that she'd never seen before. Number 55. On top of that, Cree Summer also provided the voice for Kida's mother in the opening of the movie. Another actor with a ton of range. You've probably heard Cree Summer's voice dozens of times in your life without even realizing it. Number 56. Something that history has undone pretty effectively, it's fairly unusual that Cree Summer had been doing voiceover work since the 1980s, and yet this was her first Disney movie. She was very excited to finally be approached by the mouse. Number 57. The first few iterations of Kida's design featured more tattoos and having her hair slicked back. While this didn't make it into the main body of the film, it's pretty close to what she looks like in the epilogue. Number 58. The animator of Kida was so intimidated by Summer's energy and mannerisms that it actually influenced how he animated her, because that's how he wanted her to come across to Milo in their interactions. Number 59. According to Kirk Wise, Kida's bracelet being returned to her at the end of the movie was an idea of Heidi Mollenhauer's, who provided the singing voice for Esmeralda in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Number 60. Joshua Sweet is one of the first black characters to be featured in a main supporting role in a Disney movie. The animation supervisor for the character was prolific black animator Ron Husband. Number 61. Dr. Josh Sweet's voice work, provided by Phil Morris, actually proved to be something of a challenge for the animators. His speech patterns were so rapid that they struggled to have the animation sync with the speech. Number 62. Sweet's medical supplies are accurate for the time. Ron Husband got in touch with Howard University, who provided him with reference material of what a medic's toolkit would look like in the 1910s. Number 63. The dialogue he strikes up with Milo about fishing is largely taken from the Bill Cosby sketch about being at the dentist. Unfortunately, that bit of knowledge won't help this movie age very well. Number 64. Molière was originally supposed to be a much more serious character, but this was changed when story artist Chris Ure designed him as a horrible little burrowing creature, according to Kirk Wise. And yes, I pronounced his name with the French stank because he's a French character. Number 65. The vase he's burrowing in at the end of the movie has the Great Wave off Kanagawa painted on it, despite the fact that the real artwork of this is a 15-inch woodblock print by Hokusai, not a vase. Though it does make sense for it to have been replicated as the original print was created in the 19th century. Number 66. Mrs. Packard is, so far at least, the last character to be seen smoking in an animated Disney movie. Given how views on smoking have evolved over the years, this is unlikely to change. Number 67. Despite the fact that all of the characters have their full names revealed, even if they're never called by them in the movie, the King of Atlantis goes unnamed. Even in the end credits, he's just referred to as Atlantean King. Number 68. Even though he was blinded by looking at the crystal, he could still recognize that Rourke was carrying a sidearm. How exactly this works is never explained, not that it really matters. Number 69. Tim Curry was considered for the role of the king, but it went to Leonard Nimoy instead. According to Michael Sedeno, supervising animator for the character, he was astounded at how there was so much rich character in his vocal performance. Number 70. Since Disney wanted this movie to appeal to an older audience, the crew walked around during production wearing t-shirts that said, "Atlantis, fewer songs, more explosions." They certainly weren't wrong, and I low-key want one of those shirts. Number 71. And Disney got what they wanted. This was only Disney's second 2D animated movie to earn itself a PG rating from the MPAA, only behind The Black Cauldron. Number 72. However, the Australians were a little bit more strict. Because of them, it was the 5th Disney movie to receive that rating. Based on my incredibly limited knowledge of the Australian rating system, the other 4 were The Black Cauldron, obviously, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, Tarzan, and Dinosaur of all movies. Man, the second mention in this video, and before now I haven't thought of that movie in like 20 years. I might also be wrong on this. Feel free to correct me if you're really into movie ratings. Number 73. But still, as previously mentioned, even to this day, it holds the record for being the Disney movie with the highest body count. The only exception might be Mulan, but we don't exactly know how many Huns she killed in that avalanche. Number 74. That said, they still wanted the Disneyland tie-ins, and when the submarine voyage in Anaheim closed down in 2002, it was supposed to undergo remodeling to follow the style of the movie more. However, because of the movie's poor performance at the box office, this never ended up happening. Number 75. Instead, while Disney was hemming and hawing over what to do with the ride, Finding Nemo came out, and the ride was themed after that movie instead, which was a much bigger hit with audiences and critics if I'm remembering correctly. Number 76. But there still is a little nod to that ride in the movie. When the submarine first descends, the line spoken, "Dive, dive, 5 degrees down bubble," is from the ride. Number 77. Because of the nature of the film as an action-adventure rather than a musical, unlike traditional Disney movies being animated in a 1.85:1 aspect ratio, Atlantis is animated at a 2.35:1 widescreen aspect ratio. Number 78. This did come with a little bit of a complication. The animators' desks weren't set up for widescreen animation. Rather than going through the expense of buying them all new desks, it was instead decided to draw on smaller paper. Number 79. Wise was not unhappy with the absence of songs, specifically referencing the scene at the campsite and how they wouldn't have had time to do that if they had to include 5 or 6 songs. And that scene is a huge reason the characters are so endearing, so it would have been a tragedy to cut it. Number 80. The original opening of the movie was supposed to be the Vikings stumbling across Atlantis while on their way to explore the New World. Number 81. This cut happened fairly late in production. Half the movie had already been completed, rough cuts had been screened, and some of the scenes involving the Vikings had already been used in trailers. Number 82. This is only Disney's second animated feature to not have Walt Disney Pictures Presents after Fantasia 2000. Number 83. The final shot of the movie was one of the most complicated ones to pull off, as it required hundreds of individual drawings being composited together into one shot. Part of the reason the flying fish in that shot were so useful was to cover up the seams in between those drawings. Number 84. The directors commented that this was quite possibly the most difficult shot in the history of Disney animation at the time. They got experience with the final shot of Hunchback, but they thought it looked a bit flat, so they had to go with multiplaning here, hence why there are so many drawings. Number 85. Aside from having the same linguist work on the movie, Atlantis contains a number of references to Star Trek. Leonard Nimoy, best known for portraying Spock, voices the King of Atlantis, and Rourke's full name is Lyle Tiberius Rourke, possibly a nod to Captain Kirk's middle name. Number 86. That, and the wealthy financier of the museum Milo talks to at the start, is named Fenton Q. Harcourt, likely a nod to the recurring Star Trek comic villain Harcourt Fenton Mudd. Number 87. But with that said, the guns and explosions sound much closer to what you would hear in Star Wars. That, and the sound the faceless soldiers make while breathing through their gas masks, bear a more than passing resemblance to Darth Vader, but that's probably just a coincidence. Number 88. More sound effects were borrowed from the Jurassic Park franchise. 2 of Rourke's screams during the climactic battle, and 1 during the Leviathan's pursuit. Number 89. This is one of the few Disney movies to actually tell the audience which year it takes place in. 1914. Number 90. Of course, this is the same year that World War I broke out, but the war only started at the end of July, and we don't know what month the movie takes place in. And of course, the US didn't actually join the war until 1917, so it's not unheard of that the movie might be divorced from that socio-political nightmare. Number 91. The designs of the weapons in this movie are pretty accurate to the guns that were available at the time. Rourke carries a Luger, Helga a C-96 broom handle, and Vinny and the soldiers have Lee Enfield rifles. Number 92. The only exception to this is the submachine gun Molière holds when Milo comes out of the water. It's rough, but it appears to either be an MP-18 or a PPSH-41, both of which were designed after 1914. Number 93. Despite this, even now, we can't build submarines that would be anything like what we see in this movie, and even if we could, this design would be desperately impractical. Number 94. Even though it's never actually said out loud in the movie, the submarine itself is called the Ulysses, named after the Latinized version of Odysseus. Number 95. And the ship from which it launches, it's hard to spot but it's there, is called the Lewis and Clark, after the expeditionaries sent out west by President Thomas Jefferson. Number 96. There are multiple versions of the soundtrack available to the public. There was the normal version, 53 minutes of movie music, but also a limited release with a 3D effect album cover of which 20,000 were produced. Number 97. Then there's the version nobody is supposed to have, which is 73 minutes long. It was intended to be only for the Academy Awards, but leaked to the public, and you can probably find it if you go looking. Number 98. Much like The Lion King before it, there were a couple of noteworthy claims of plagiarism surrounding Atlantis, the strongest one being that of the Japanese movie Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water. Production company Gainax wanted to sue, but their parent company NHK didn't dare pick a legal fight with Disney. Number 99. The directors commented on this issue after the fact, stating that they were unaware of Nadia until after Atlantis was completed. However, they did admit that both works drew inspiration from Jules Verne's novel 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and that might explain some of the similarities. Number 100. Like many Disney movies of the era, Atlantis was supposed to provide a platform for multiple spin-offs and sequels. However, because of the poor performance of the movie at the box office, most of this led nowhere. Number 101, and for those of you reflexively reaching for the comment section, yes, there was a direct-to-video sequel called Atlantis: Milo's Return, consisting of the first 3 episodes of the planned animated series that was cancelled before it made it to TV. We don't talk about that, though. Number 102. In an interview in 2020, Kirk Wise did state that there had been plans for a proper sequel with a new masked villain attacking Atlantis. This villain would later be revealed to be Helga Sinclair, but having been turned into a cyborg after surviving her fall from the balloon in the erupting volcano. Probably for the best that this one never made it to the screen. Number 103. Milo, Kida, Mrs. Packard, and Rourke would go on to make it into the ABC TV show House of Mouse, though, so there's that. Number 104. Kida mentions the city being sunk by the gods, implying that the Atlanteans are polytheists. Of course, it could be in reference to the Greek origins of the myth, or even the Eastern and Mesoamerican influences on the creators. Number 105. There is an argument to be made that Rourke is the first in the long line of all Disney villains being so-called twist villains. Some pin it here, some pin it to Tarzan, but it's up to debate. Wait, who was watching Tarzan and was surprised when Clayton ended up being the bad guy? Number 106. With Disney's love of live-action remakes, rumors have been circulating about Atlantis getting this treatment. However, these are just rumors. Both Wise and Trousdale commented on this and said that the only place they saw this being discussed was on the internet. And number 107. But with that said, Disney hasn't fully forgotten this movie. On the 20th anniversary of its release, Disney tweeted about it, and they brought out a limited run of commemorative pins. Wow, really giving it the star treatment there, guys.
Staying on track with those early 2000s traditionally animated really cool Disney movies that didn't do so hot in the box office, here's 107 facts about Treasure Planet. Number 1. Directors John Musker and Roger Clements had been trying to get this movie off the ground for years. They first pitched the idea to Disney back in 1985, but were continuously rejected and put onto other projects, including The Rescuers, Aladdin, and Hercules. Number 2. It was that last one that finally allowed them to realize their dream project. They agreed to direct Hercules, but only if Disney would let them do Treasure Planet immediately after. Number 3. And while you might interpret that as this movie having spent 17 years in production, which would frankly be absurd, the fact that production only began in earnest in 1997 means that it was only 5 years, about average for an animated Disney movie. Number 4. This movie still holds the record of being Disney's most expensive 2D animated movie ever, with a production budget coming in at $140 million, plus an additional $40 million for marketing. Number 5. Part of the reason for this inflated budget compared to other movies at the time was the radical animation. The humans are hand-drawn, Ben and John Silver's cyborg parts are flat-rendered CGI, and the ship was created using Disney's deep canvas technique. There are a few shots that required all three at the same time. Number 6. Not that the money did the movie much good. This was Disney's biggest financial loss for years, up until the release of The Lone Ranger in 2013. Number 7. Towards the end of the Disney Renaissance, it became more common for their movies to be released twice a year, but 2002 with both Lilo and Stitch and Treasure Planet would be the last time this happened until 2016. Number 8. This was not Disney's first stab at adapting the novel of Treasure Island to the big screen. Their first attempt was made in 1950, and while the 1996 movie Muppet Treasure Island was not made by Disney, it was distributed by them. Number 9. Similarly, John Silver's appearance and vocal performance was roughly based on that of Wallace Beery's in the 1934 adaptation of the novel. Ah, the joys of works in the public domain. Number 10. The ship's full title is the RLS Legacy. While prefixes like that are fairly common for ships, particularly Navy ships or ships under government contracts, here it's an homage to the writer of the novel, Robert Louis Stevenson. Number 11. In the novel, the name of the ship used to search for the treasure is the Hispaniola. Why it was changed, it could either be to make it easier to pronounce, or because it could be odd to have a ship named after a Caribbean island in the sci-fi future. Number 12. While the way the sails unfurl on the Legacy isn't even close to how real tall ships had their sails drop, NASA probes Insight and Lucy would go on to use a suspiciously similar technique for unfolding their solar panels. Number 13. There's actually a little bit of confusion over who exactly owns the ship. Doppler says he will charter one, but it's flying the Navy flag of the in-universe Terran Empire, for which Captain Amelia is an officer. Number 14. Yes, there are actually 2 known flags for the Terran Empire, the Civil Flag and the Royal Navy Jack. Number 15. Montresor was quite possibly named after the character from Edgar Allan Poe's short story, The Cask of Amontillado. Number 16. In the DVD extras, it's revealed that Montresor is primarily a mining planet. While this does add up with the excavation we see Jim flying through in the opening, it doesn't get mentioned again afterwards. Number 17. The second theatrical trailer of the movie had the arch over the Disney logo morph into the spaceport. Number 18. According to art director Andy Gaskill, something called the 70-30 law was implemented for this movie. 70% traditional art, 30% sci-fi. Number 19. One of the main inspirations for the look of the traditional art was what the animation team called classic storybook illustration, with its painterly feel and warm colors. Number 20. In one case, they took this quite literally, turning the painting The Hostage by N.C. Wyeth into a shot in the climax. Number 21. In order to see how well the integration of CGI with the traditional character animation would work for John Silver's cyborg parts, the team took footage of Captain Hook from the 1953 Peter Pan version and gave him the cyborg arm instead. Number 22. The score was originally supposed to be composed by Alan Silvestri, later of Avengers fame, but he left Treasure Planet to do the score for Lilo and Stitch. Number 23. In the end, the soundtrack was composed by James Newton Howard, later of Dark Knight fame, and he had only 5 months to compose and record the whole thing, which is not much. Number 24. While John Silver having a leitmotif as a main supporting character isn't too unusual, what's notable here is that it really only shows up when he's acting as the good guy rather than the villain. Number 25. The song Always Know Where You Are was written and recorded by John Rzeznik for the song that plays over the end credits. However, the version that appears on the album version of the OST was recorded by the British group BB Mac. Number 26. It's strangely notable how all 4 times perps either show up or are mentioned. The purple fruit that's a hybrid between a pear and a plum, it signifies tension. When Jim first gets arrested, when Jim probes Silver, when Silver threatens Mr. Scroop, and when Jim accidentally eavesdrops on the planned mutiny. Number 27. Treasure Planet was Tony Jay's 3rd and final performance in a Disney movie, after Beauty and the Beast and the Hunchback of Notre Dame, albeit in a much smaller role this time. He does the narration. Number 28. It was also the final role for Patrick McGoohan, voice of Billy Bones, who died in 2009. Number 29. Strangely enough, the original version of the opening would have been narrated by an adult Jim Hawkins. It's a bit longer, a bit more graphic, and would have contained a few more hints as to how Flint operated. It's not too widely available, but if you go looking for the original intro, you can find it online. Number 30. This was the first movie by Musker and Clements not to feature Frank Welker in some capacity. It would remain the only one until Moana in 2016. Number 31. This movie marked the first time voice acting for 2 of its main characters, Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Jim Hawkins and Emma Thompson as Captain Amelia. Number 32. Both of them would go on to do more voice acting for Disney, though for Gordon-Levitt it wasn't until the 2022 remake of Pinocchio. Number 33. Open auditions were held in London, New York, and Los Angeles, but the deck was stacked against whoever came in to try for the 2 mains. Casting director Ruth Lambert already had the winners in mind. Number 34. But that didn't stop big names from trying. Christopher Plummer, Sean Connery, Jim Broadbent, and Miguel Ferrer all auditioned for the role of John Silver. Number 35. Captain Amelia's design was actually changed fairly late in the game. Originally, she was going to have black hair, but this was changed to the light red shade, matching her voice actress. Number 36. There were also plans to give her tentacle hair, something she would use to grab and hold small objects. Again, this idea was scrapped, but this would be a feature given to Davy Jones in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, although whether there's a direct link is unclear. Number 37. Her full name, Amelia Smollett, is once again a reference to the novel, where the captain of the ship is Alexander Smollett. Number 38. In the theatrical cut of the movie, when she clutches her side and looks at her hand after getting injured, it's covered in blood. This was removed for the DVD and VHS release. Number 39. According to Disney, she's 35 years old, though this is never mentioned in the movie. Number 40. It's rather fitting that she ended with 4 children at the end of the movie, given that Emma Thompson was pregnant during some of her recording sessions. Number 41. After the events of the movie, she did quite well, finding herself promoted to Admiral in the game that takes place afterwards. Number 42. Delbert Doppler was named after the Austrian physicist Christian Doppler, best known for describing the Doppler effect, waves compressing and stretching when the source is moving, like a race car sounding higher in pitch when it's moving towards you and lower when moving away. Number 43. Him mentioning Alponian chowder that Sarah Hawkins gives him is a little nod to the Alpo pet food company. Number 44. Doppler identifies these space whales as Orcus galacticus. While Orcus is a real genus in biology, it's a species of beetles. If they wanted to reference orcas, the name should have been Orcinus. Number 45. According to the tie-in video game Battle at Procyon, Doppler and Amelia are part of the same species, felinids. Why the males look like dogs and females like cats, I have no idea. Number 46. It does explain how they managed to have 4 children at the end of the movie. In Disney's 365 bedtime stories, they actually get names: Mady, Jib, Tilly, and Sunny. Number 47. And just to make this whole thing more bizarre, Disney demanded that a line be cut explaining that it was Doppler who gave birth to the children. Number 48. Doppler saying, "Dang it, Jim, I'm an astronomer, not a doctor," is a nod to Star Trek, where the reverse of that phrase is frequently said by Leonard McCoy. Number 49. Jim Hawkins' middle name, Pleiades, comes from a star cluster in the constellation Taurus. Number 50. To signify his character arc from troublemaker bad boy to hero, the color of Jim's clothing becomes lighter and lighter as the movie goes on. first changing from a black shirt to a lighter one, later on getting rid of his dark jacket, and eventually dressed in white in the epilogue. Number 51. Though an argument can also be made that the color of his clothes symbolize Jim's grief over his father. He finds new father figures in Doppler, kind of, so his shirt becomes lighter, and when he finds a true new father figure in Silver, he also ditches the jacket. Number 52. This idea of the colors of his clothes symbolizing his grief is a point strengthened by the fact that while Jim doesn't wear his jacket in the bonding montage and the supernova scene, he does shortly afterwards when he believes himself to be responsible for Mr. Arrow's death. Number 53. While Jim's father suffering from a bad case of not there isn't exactly unique for the parents of Disney protagonists, one might say it's ubiquitous for them to be missing at least one parent, he does stand out for having just left, rather than dying some kind of tragic death. Number 54. In fact, Jim's father is mentioned to have died a tragic death of illness in the novel. Makes the movie seem more cruel, which is strange considering Disney's typical habit of making their movies more child-friendly than the source material. Number 55. His name is actually revealed in the art book, Leland Hawkins. Number 56. According to a deleted scene, Jim Hawkins is 15 years old. Number 57. Various actors were considered to voice Jim Hawkins, including Michael J. Fox, Jared Leto, Anthony Michael Hall, and perhaps most bizarrely of all, Tom Cruise. Perhaps for the best that they didn't get the then 40-year-old man to voice a teenager. Number 58. And for those wondering, Joseph Gordon-Levitt was 21 when the movie came out, so at least he was still a teenager when he recorded his voice lines. Number 59. If you're a surfer, you might have picked up on Jim's stance on his Solar Surfer, which is known as Goofy, right foot at the front, left foot in the rear. Number 60. Speculation time. It could be done to reference the character, a nod for those who recognize it, or to showcase Jim as a rebel, not conforming to what is considered regular. Number 61. In spite of this, he is clearly a diligent worker, as even Silver seems impressed at how quickly he got through the gigantic mountain of dishes he had Jim clean. Number 62. According to supervising animator Glenn Keane, Jim Hawkins' personality was based on that of James Dean. Number 63. The scene where both Jim and Silver are trying to coax Morph into bringing them the map was improvised by the voice actors. Number 64. The animators went to a Benihana restaurant to observe how to animate the scene where John Silver chops the shrimp. Number 65. The circles in John Silver's cybernetic eye do occasionally form the shape of Mickey Mouse. Number 66. Even though he appears broadly human, Silver's race is said to be Ursid, a bear-human hybrid of alien species. Number 67. This is strangely fitting with both what we see and how he is described in the book, namely as extremely strong in spite of his missing leg. Number 68. Note from the writer. While I mentioned Mrs. Packard from Atlantis to be the last character in a Disney movie seen smoking on screen, John Silver does hold a pipe while comforting Jim. However, he does not take a puff of it, so I stand by that fact. Number 69. The way John Silver talked about Jim in front of the mutineers is actually pretty close to the way he genuinely feels in the book. Here, it's more of a facade though. Number 70. The flag the mutineers raise is the same flag seen flying on Flint's ship in the opening. While that isn't how Jolly Rogers were used in the golden age of piracy, it's a nice little nod given Silver's goal. Number 71. The job of popping the mussels and barnacles off the side of the ship Jim and Silver are seen doing is known as careening. Of course, it's made vastly easier by them being in space, as it would normally require hauling the ship ashore. Number 72. The name of Mr. Scroop is one of the few that did not come from the original novel, instead sharing his name with the characters from the Shakespeare play Henry V. His novel counterpart is Israel Hands. Number 73. Like in the novel, Jim ends up killing Mr. Scroop/Hands, though not in quite as graphic a fashion, causing him to float off into space instead of shooting him in the head. Nice. Number 74. Although, interestingly enough, there is a character called Hands among Silver's pirates, but he doesn't serve the same role in the story as he does in the book. Number 75. While the role of Scroop would ultimately go to Michael Wincott, Goran Visnich did do an audition for it. He didn't get it, but he would go on to voice another character who tries to see the evil plan through even though the main villain had a change of heart in 2002. He voiced Soto in Ice Age. Number 76. While plenty of the mutineers do die on screen, there are a couple of conspicuously absent ones that are not shown among the survivors after returning to Montresor. Most notably, Mr. Snuff, the alien who converses with Doppler in Flatula. Number 77. According to the animators, he was very difficult to animate with so many individually moving parts, so that's probably the why on that one. Number 78. The aliens who stick together in the head and body arrangement are called Oxy and Moron, and they are in fact brothers. Number 79. This movie has a, let's say, loose relationship with science and physics. However, one thing that's surprisingly close to reality is the time frame of the star going supernova and collapsing into a black hole, which can happen in as little as a single second. Number 80. Mr. Arrow's death of falling into a black hole is surprisingly horrifying, as the massive gravity of the black hole would pull him apart atom by atom in a process called spaghettification. Thanks for adding a little bit of levity, science. Number 81. Doppler saying that the next wave will come in 47.2 seconds is pretty much spot on, as that is the exact amount of time that passes on screen before the next wave erupts. Number 82. Sadly, the same can't be said for Ben's calculations at the end of the movie. Time definitely gets a bit stretched to the amount he mentions. Number 83. Amelia almost succeeds in making her entire sentence monosyllabic, as she put it, were it not for the fact that she ends it with saying hired. So close, yet so far. Number 84. Hidden details time. On Jim's shelf, you can see both a Stitch figurine as well as the traditional hidden Mickey. Number 85. With a little bit of imagination, you can see Mr. Scroop in the clouds during the opening of the movie. Number 86. Also in the opening, the rug from Aladdin can be seen on the floor of Jim's room. Number 87. Ben is singing the song from Pirates of the Caribbean when Jim sneaks him aboard the Legacy. However, not in reference to the movie, that wouldn't come up for another year, instead referring to the ride at Disneyland. Number 88. The directors have a habit of animating themselves into the movie. In this case, the two are working with the latter, whom Jim asks for directions. Number 89. Right, let's talk about the movie's failure at the box office some more. A direct consequence was the cancellation of its planned sequel, where Jim would have to track down Silver and fight the villain Ironbeard. Number 90. Ironbeard was already cast. He would have been voiced by Willem Dafoe, indicating that the sequel was already quite far along in development when it was cancelled. Number 91. Of course, this doesn't answer the question of why the movie performed so badly at the box office, given that critics and audiences at the time liked it just fine. Some blame it on being released on the same day as the Adam Sandler comedy 8 Crazy Nights, but that seems unlikely given that movie also bombed. Number 92. Why people choose to blame that movie when Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets and Die Another Day were also in theaters around the same time, I have no idea. Those seem to be the more likely culprits. Number 93. There are some who claim that this failure was engineered by Disney, that they deliberately let the budget spiral out of control, making it harder for the movie to recoup its investment. They did this ostensibly to justify shutting down the 2D animation department in favor of shifting over to 3D animation, which would happen 2 years later. Number 94. Evidence for this can also be found in the marketing campaign, which openly spoils John Silver's true nature, Morph's change of heart, and the mutiny that takes place. Number 95. Of course, one could also argue that Treasure Planet being based on a 100-plus-year-old book goes against the whole idea of spoilers, but most of the target audience wouldn't have read the book. You could go both ways there. Number 96. A more compelling argument lies in the fact that it was pulled from nearly half the theaters that were showing it after only 3 weeks. For comparison, Lilo and Stitch was running for almost 2 months before getting to that point. Number 97. But to argue in Disney's favor again, they held test screenings that had disappointing results. In an attempt to counter this, Disney actually increased the marketing budget, so exactly how much this conspiracy is worth depends on your own bias. Number 98. November was not a common month for Disney movies to be released in. Outside of Aladdin 10 years earlier, it was rare, until Treasure Planet. Virtually every other year has seen a Disney animated movie come out in November since then. Number 99. This underperformance made it the second nautical-themed Disney movie that was going to have a Disneyland ride, but had its ride cancelled for that reason after Atlantis. As mentioned in the 107 Facts video, the theme would ultimately go to Finding Nemo. Number 100. And in a similar vein to Atlantis, Treasure Planet garnered quite a cult following over the years, which is probably the reason you're watching this video. Number 101. But not even poor box office could stop the video games from coming out in droves. First, the Battle of Procyon, which is still available on Steam, and separately developed games on the PS1, PS2, and Game Boy Advance. Number 102. Although one game series that Treasure Planet has been notably absent from is Kingdom Hearts. If there was ever a movie that could lend itself well to traveling to different worlds, it would be this one. Number 103. Then again, this wouldn't be the only Musker and Clements film to be snubbed from this dubious honor. The Great Mouse Detective never made it to that series either. Number 104. John Silver is the only character in that game to still be voiced by the same actor as they were in the movie. Brian Murray reprised his role, while Jim Hawkins and Captain Amelia had to be recast. Number 105. This was the first movie made by a major studio to be simultaneously released in both regular and IMAX theaters. Number 106. It was also the last movie of Musker and Clements that would see a VHS release. Number 107. And finally, if you're watching when the video is still relatively new, then you'll be just in time for the 20th anniversary of the wide release on the 27th. Good an excuse as any for a rewatch, if you ask me. We're gonna veer in a different direction for a moment here. How about we get acquainted with some facts about The Nightmare Before Christmas? We've got 2 videos worth of info on Jack Skellington, Oogie Boogie, and more. The real question, however, is this a Christmas movie or a Halloween movie? Let me know.
It's a well-regarded example of Tim Burton's style, home to my 4th favorite skeleton, and the inspiration for half of the clothesline at Hot Topic. Let's get started. Number 1. Danny Elfman was the composer for The Nightmare Before Christmas. He is a longtime friend and frequent collaborator of Tim Burton's. He also created the main title theme for a little show called The Simpsons. Maybe you've heard of it because it's the freaking Simpsons! Number 2. Chris Sarandon was cast to play Jack Skellington. The actor is best known for his role as Prince Humperdinck in The Princess Bride. Number 3. It turned out that Sarandon couldn't sing, so Danny Elfman provided the singing voice for Jack Skellington. Number 4. Elfman also voiced Beryl and the clown with the tearaway face. Number 5. Zero's glowing nose is actually a tiny jack-o'-lantern. Number 6. Danny Elfman has said that writing songs for The Nightmare Before Christmas was one of the easiest jobs I've ever had. I had a lot in common with Jack Skellington. Number 7. In 2001, Walt Disney Pictures considered making a computer-animated sequel to The Nightmare Before Christmas. Tim Burton managed to talk them out of it. He said, "I was always very protective of The Nightmare Before Christmas, not to do sequels or things of that kind. You know, Jack Visits Thanksgiving World, or other kinds of things, just because I felt the movie had a purity to it and the people that like it, which is a very noble thing to keep in mind when Sora comes visiting in Kingdom Hearts 2. Number 8. The Nightmare Before Christmas is based on a 3-page poem of the same name, which was written by Burton while he was a Disney animator in the 1980s. He originally intended to adapt the poem into a television special narrated by Vincent Price, or a children's book. Instead, it has been adapted into the entire apparel line at Hot Topic. Number 9. Burton's poem draws inspiration from the holiday television specials such as Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, as well as the poem A Visit from St. Nicholas. Number 10. Tim Burton was spurred to write the poem after seeing a store's Halloween merchandise display being taken down and replaced by a Christmas display. Seeing ghouls and goblins alongside Santa and his reindeer got his creative juices flowing. Number 11. According to Henry Selick, Vincent Price, Tim Burton's childhood idol, was originally cast to play the role of Santa Claus. Unfortunately, after Price's wife passed away, his own health began to suffer and his vocal performances were too weak to be used. They also had a sadness to them that made them unsuitable for Santa Claus. To Selick's great regret, they had to recast the role. Number 12. It took a team of 100 people around 3 years to complete the film. Number 13. 12 stop-motion frames were shot for each second of film. The final film was a total of 109,440 frames. Number 14. If you pay attention to the street band in the film, particularly when they're inside the town hall, you'll be able to notice a small man inside the base. The character is based on composer Danny Elfman. Number 15. The original introduction for the film was narrated by Patrick Stewart, but it was cut at the last minute for unknown reasons. He can still be heard on the film's soundtrack. Number 16. The 2008 special edition Blu-ray DVD release of the film includes a reading of the original poem that it's based on by Christopher Lee. The poem is accompanied with new animated visuals. Number 17. There's some back and forth debate on who has the right to call the film their own. Henry Selick was the director and spent more time on the set and production than Tim Burton, but Burton claims that he owns the story because it was all his idea. He wrote the original poem and most of the script. He designed the characters, and he served as the producer on the film. Number 18. Tim Burton wanted to direct The Nightmare Before Christmas, but was working on both Batman and Ed Wood and couldn't find the time. Number 19. Henry Selick has estimated that Burton was only present at a total of 8 to 10 days during the film's production. Number 20. There is a verse in the song "This Is Halloween" with the words "Tender Lumplings" everywhere. The line is referring to a song written by Danny Elfman for Oingo Boingo titled "Tender Lumplings." Number 21. The most difficult shot to film in the entire movie was the one that has Jack reaching for the doorknob to Christmasland. Getting the reflection in the doorknob to look just right took a staggering degree of time and effort. Number 22. During the film's production, the crew came up with 2 inventions to assist them with animating. The first was a light alarm that warned animators if any stage lights failed to come on. The second was a system that enabled a stop-motion puppeteer to seamlessly replace a puppet mid-shot. Number 23. Dr. Finkelstein isn't listed by his name in the film's cast credits. Instead, he's included as Evil Scientist. Number 24. Tim Burton and Danny Elfman may be buddies, but that doesn't mean they're immune to creative differences. In fact, the ones they encountered while working on The Nightmare Before Christmas led to Burton selecting Howard Shore to compose for the film Ed Wood instead of Elfman. Number 25. The opening overhead shot of the trees in the forest and the shot of the bugs falling into Oogie Boogie's molten pit are the only 2 in the film that have been shot at 24 frames per second. Number 26. Since 2001, Disneyland California and Disneyland Tokyo have had a seasonal overlay for the Haunted Mansion ride called Haunted Mansion Holiday in California and Haunted Mansion Holiday Nightmare in Tokyo. It combines the original ride with characters and elements from The Nightmare Before Christmas. Number 27. An instrumental version of Kidnap the Sandy Claus can be heard on the Haunted Mansion Holiday ride. Number 28. The Nightmare Before Christmas was originally going to be released under the Walt Disney Pictures banner, which can be seen in its teaser trailer, but was moved to the Touchstone Pictures label by the time its theatrical trailer was released. Michael Eisner, the CEO and chairman of the Walt Disney Company at the time, felt the film was too dark for kids. Number 29. When the film was re-released in October 2006, it was once again under the Walt Disney Pictures banner. Number 30. The Nightmare Before Christmas poem by Tim Burton only contained the characters Jack, Zero, and Santa. All other characters were original to the movie, with the exception of some children who had their names mentioned in the poem. Number 31. Sally's insides are composed of leaves. Number 32. The character Behemoth is based on the Swedish movie actor and wrestler Tor Johnson. I'm not sure how Tor Johnson feels about that. Number 33. A crossed out calculation on Jack's blackboard declares that 3 times pi squared multiplied by 12 equals a Santa hat. Number 34. Some presents Jack delivers are references to earlier Tim Burton films. The snake toy resembles a sandworm from Beetlejuice. Number 35. The shrunken head toy is taken from the afterlife waiting room in Beetlejuice. Number 36. The cat toy resembles the mascot for Shrek's department store in Batman Returns. Hey everyone, you're watching Tuned Ups 107 on ChannelFrederator. If you like what we do and you want to suggest an episode, you can call this phone number right here and let us know what you'd like to see. If we like your voicemail, we might feature it in an episode. Coming up this next Tuesday on Cartoon Hangover, we have 107 facts about Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and next Thursday on ChannelFrederator, we have 107 facts about the very classic Peanuts. And now, let's get back to the facts. Number 37. The duck toy is similar to a vehicle driven by the Penguin in Batman Returns. Number 38. The first home visited by Jack has what appears to be 2 commemorative Elvis Presley plates hanging on the wall in the living room. This is likely a pointer to the iconic singer's song, Blue Christmas, in which he croons, I'll Have a Blue Christmas Without You. Number 39, Jonathan Davis of Korn has created a metal cover of Kidnap the Sandy Claus. Number 40, each minute of The Nightmare Before Christmas took an entire week of filming. Number 41, there are around 60 different characters in the film, and each one has 3 or 4 duplicate puppets. Number 42, despite the crazy number of puppets, the film's sculpture department only consisted of 4 people. Number 43, Jack Skellington had over 400 different heads that were used during filming. Number 44, because her long hair prevented animators from swapping out her entire head, Sally had different masks for her various facial expressions instead. Number 45, there were 10 different faces for Sally, and each one had 11 different and unique expressions. Number 46, many of the film's sets required 20 to 30 lights to achieve its dramatic look. Number 47, the film sets may have been miniatures, but when they were being lit, they were given the same treatment as full-sized movie sets. Number 48, Jack is available in the game Little Big Planet 2 as a DLC costume. Number 49, when Jack Skellington rides his sled on Christmas Eve, there's a full moon out. This fact can be used to narrow down which year the film takes place in. Possibilities include 1950, 1958, 1969, 1977, and 1988. Not all of these years had full moons, but they were close enough to count. Number 50, there were 13 animators working on the film. Number 51, the film utilized 8 different camera crews. Number 52, the set of Halloween Town was designed to break into smaller pieces because the whole thing was too large to fit in one space all at once. So even though the individual pieces were tiny, the actual set of Halloween Town was massive. Number 53, each puppet for the film contains an armature, which allows for flexible movement. Number 54, in order to animate Jack blinking, different wedges would be shoved into his eyes. His blinks were 3 frames long. Number 55, Greg Olson, the film's set designer, built a quarter-scale mock-up of Halloween Town that served as a model for the actual set. Number 56, the film's set had trapdoors that allowed animators to pop up and animate from below the structures. Number 57, if even a single frame had an issue, the film's crew would have to start over and rephotograph the entire scene. That would be like today if working on a CGI film, a shot had a messed up thing and your computer just caught fire. Number 58, the film required a total of 230 sets. Number 59, the 230 sets were set up in 19 different sound stages. Number 60, when working on the songs for the film, Danny Elfman wasn't given a script. Instead, Tim Burton would describe scenes to him and Elfman would take over from there. Number 61, the film's crew included over 100 specially trained camera operators, puppet makers, set builders, and prop makers. Number 62, The Nightmare Before Christmas almost got made back in 1982. Disney was considering developing the concept into a short film or 30-minute TV special, but decided it was too weird. Number 63, they ended up reviving the project once they saw the success of Tim Burton's Beetlejuice and Batman films. Number 64, Jack Skellington actually makes his first appearance in Beetlejuice. You can spot his head on Beetlejuice's carnival hat. Number 65, Tim Burton was friends with Henry Selick and was the one who hired him to direct the film. Number 66, The Nightmare Before Christmas was Selick's directorial debut. Number 67, after The Nightmare Before Christmas, Selick went on to direct 2 more well-known stop-motion films, James and the Giant Peach and Coraline. Number 68, the visual style of the film's sets was inspired by the ink illustrations of Ronald Searle and Edward Gorey. Number 69, in the film's original ending, Oogie Boogie was going to be Dr. Finkelstein in disguise. This was changed before the film began shooting. Number 70, The Nightmare Before Christmas was only moderately successful at the box office. It only earned $50 million for its first theatrical run. Number 71, re-releases have pushed its box office total up to around $75 million. Number 72, Disney planned on building a Nightmare Before Christmas ride at Disneyland, next to the It's a Small World ride. Tim Burton, who owns a portion of the rights to the film's characters, supposedly shot down the idea. Number 73, if you want some more Jack Skellington in your life, watch James and the Giant Peach. He makes a cameo as a pirate skeleton. Number 74, you can also spot his shadow in The Princess and the Frog. Number 75, and if you watch Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland, he's been turned into the print on the Mad Hatter's bow tie. Number 76, the Pumpkin King can also be found on the yolk of an egg in Coraline. Number 77, in Burton's original designs for Jack Skellington, he wore an all-black suit. Selick is the one who added the white stripes to Jack's outfit. Number 78, on top of adding a fashionable twist to the character's clothes, the stripes also helped Jack stand out more against the film's other darker elements. In early camera tests, his black suit blended into Halloween Town a little too well. Number 79, animation and puppetry have a general rule that eyes are important to connect to viewers. Because of this, and also probably because missing eyeballs are a little terrifying, Disney insisted that Jack Skellington be given eyes, but Burton and Selick stood firm on their stance that he didn't need them, and they were right. I mean, not about the general principle, but they were right in this one decision. Eyes are actually really important. They're the windows to the soul. Number 80. Edward Ivory replaced Vincent Price as the voice of Santa Claus. He also replaced Patrick Stewart as the film's narrator. Number 81. Cut footage from the film revealed that creator Tim Burton was supposed to make a cameo. His decapitated head would have been used as a hockey puck by the ice-skating vampires instead of the jack-o'-lantern that appeared in the final version of the film. Number 82. They may have pulled their name off the film, but Disney still let Selick and Burton work a hidden Mickey into the movie. When Jack's presents are attacking, there's a flying stuffed animal that's meant to be a Burtonized Mickey Mouse. The girl it attacks is wearing a Mickey-patterned nightgown, and her brother has Donald Duck-patterned PJs. Number 83. Behemoth's previously mentioned resemblance to Tor Johnson was included as a reference to Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space. Tim Burton was working on a biopic about the filmmaker that was in pre-production at the time. Number 84. Tim Burton is known for repeated collaborations, and the cast of The Nightmare Before Christmas is no exception. He brought on Catherine O'Hara and Glenn Shaddix, who he had worked with on Beetlejuice, and Paul Rubens, who he knew from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Number 85. One deleted scene from the film would have featured Behemoth singing about pretty presents during making Christmas. Number 86. Another deleted scene had Oogie Boogie partying it up with the bugs that compose his innards. Number 87. Jack and Sally are both mentioned in the Blink-182 song I Miss You. The specific verse is, "The unsuspecting victim of darkness in the valley, we can live like Jack and Sally if we want." Number 88. The film's official soundtrack had an epilogue that wasn't included in the film. The epilogue reveals that many years later, Santa visited Jack in Halloween Town to find that the Pumpkin King had 4 or 5 skeleton children at hand. Sound like Jack and Sally sure got busy after the movie. Number 89. An early animation test made by Henry Selick had Jack voiced by the legendary voice actor Frank Welker. Number 90. Jack Skellington is the host of Disneyland's Halloween Screams fireworks show. Number 91. Amy Lee, the singer of Evanescence, has covered Sally's song. Number 92. The film's model artists would draw its designs with their non-dominant hands to help give it that unnerving kick. Number 93. The film's sets and costume designs were influenced by German Expressionism. Number 94. Caroline Thomas, the writer of the film's screenplay, has said that while Jack's dilemma gives The Nightmare Before Christmas its plot, Sally's gives it its heart. Number 95. Zero is definitely a ghost, but the movie seems to imply that he still needs to breathe. When he's shown sleeping in his basket, his chest moves up and down. Number 96. Oogie Boogie is meant to be one of the worst things you could get on Halloween, a sack full of bugs. Number 97. Despite the fact that he's the antagonist of the film, Tim Burton does not consider Oogie Boogie to be evil. Number 98. Santa's naughty or nice list was fabricated by using 2 very thin sheets of paper to sandwich a piece of aluminum foil. This enabled animators to keep it still but flexible. Number 99. The world of The Nightmare Before Christmas was included in the Disney Square Enix game Kingdom Hearts. Number 100. The PlayStation game Medieval is based on the visual style of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Number 101. Tim Burton did have plans to make a second movie tied to The Nightmare Before Christmas, but decided it would spoil the magic of the first movie. Its title would have been The Unlucky Clover, presumably about St. Patrick's Day. Number 102, obvious fact runner-up, Jack's last name is, of course, a play on the word skeleton. Number 103, the Jack Skellington puppets created for the film were made out of clay. Number 104, it was originally planned for Sally to have trouble walking, but animators scrapped the idea because she came off looking like she was drunk. Number 105, Lock, Shock, and Barrel's names are derived from the saying lock, stock, and barrel. Number 106, the trio were meant to emulate how actual children their age act. And finally, number 107, Tim Burton has said that although the title makes the film sound a little scary, I see The Nightmare Before Christmas as a positive story, without any truly bad characters. The characters are trying to do something good and just get a little mixed up.
That's right, we couldn't get enough of those wonderful dreams of Santa's 9 tiny reindeer, dancing sugar plums, things like snakes and spiders in my hair, and pumpkins screaming into the dead of night, much to the delight of boys and ghouls everywhere. And we're back with 107 more facts of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to become part of the notification squad. Disney's initial thoughts to bring The Nightmare Before Christmas to life were brought on by the success of Tim Burton's original short entitled Vincent. Although Vincent was released 11 years prior to The Nightmare Before Christmas, Burton had already solidified the artistic trends that he would eventually carry on into The Nightmare, including German expressionism. Our skeletal hero Jack can be seen in his earliest conceptual form in the animated short. He appears in the upper left-hand corner of the screen while Vincent reflects on the horrors he invented. Jack can also be seen as part of the gaggle of Vincent's horrors that swept his mad laughter into terrified screams. Look for him again on the left side of the screen, minus his snazzy pinstripe jacket. Although Burton almost had Disney convinced to bring The Nightmare Before Christmas to life just after he created Vincent, he later stated that he hated working as a Disney animator because he couldn't even fake a Disney style. For someone who supposedly didn't fit the Disney mold, Burton has still been involved in a number of Disney films, from The Black Cauldron in 1985 to Alice in Wonderland to the anticipated 2019 remake of Dumbo. Burton explained that part of his leanings towards the works that examine the dead and spookier elements of our world has to do with where he grew up as a child. Burton lived in Southern California, and though death was not an easy topic to discuss with his own family, he cited the Hispanic culture of treating death as a celebration of one's life as inspiration for most of his work, including The Nightmare Before Christmas. As he got closer to getting the production greenlit from Disney, Burton brought on fellow Beetlejuice co-writer Michael McDowell to adapt his poem into a screenplay. Burton and McDowell experienced the creative differences throughout the creation of the screenplay, which ultimately resulted in the film being made into a musical and led Burton to seek out Danny Elfman for help writing the film's iconic songs. Pre-production for the film had its humble beginnings in Elfman's house, where he and Burton went over Burton's story ideas and drawings. Elfman then took those ideas and translated them into song over the course of about 3 days, and then the process began again. The pair continued in this way until they had 10 songs to work with. While working on the soundtrack, Elfman ensured the movie wasn't bound to a particular period by avoiding the usual musical trends that animated films tended to follow. He wanted the movie to remain timeless and an instant classic. Filming began on The Nightmare Before Christmas before the final screenplay had actually been developed. The crew could only wait so long because stop-motion animation is such a time-consuming process, and they started to work once Danny Elfman finished a majority of the film's songs. The first sequence the animators worked on was Jack's musical exploration of the customs of Christmastown called What's This? In order to create the feel of a living illustration on a physical set, the film's production design team covered the set in clay and then etched cross-hatched marks into clay all over the set. An oil-based clay is also provided in the mold that the film's 4 sculptors used to cast the entire, cast. The clay models allowed the sculptors to create plaster molds from their forms without tearing the mold. But clay wasn't the only type of model used in this film, of course. The stop-motion animators would often act out sequences with director Henry Selick to ensure that the characters' movements would seem as realistic as possible. Each movement of the puppets and cameras were run through at least 3 to 4 test shots before the final shot was allowed to be taken. Animators included the final layer to the nightmare with some select cartoon additions, such as the ghosts you see carrying Christmas packages over the town. Artists use a very familiar technique we've talked about often, rotoscoping, to trace the movements of the puppets frame by frame. The animators would then draw in the characters or effects around the puppets, and the 2 shots would be composited to create the final product you see on screen. Out of all of Burton's films, The Nightmare Before Christmas comes the closest to replicating Burton's own sketches of his own characters on screen. In fact, Burton first sketched Jack out while he was on the phone doodling. So yes, all those articles you read about how doodling is good for concentration were true. Jack was created as a result of Burton pondering the idea of making a main character with no eyeballs. Our bony hero's attempt to spread happiness through the world, but ultimately ending up frustrated by his failures, is something of a metaphor for how Burton felt about life when he was growing up. That you can say something, but the meaning would come out entirely wrong. The main inspiration for Halloween Town comes from the German silent horror film The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which is often heralded as cinema's first true horror film. Halloween Town's holiday counterpart, Christmastown, was meant to give off Dr. Seussian vibes, much like Whoville in the book How the Grinch Stole Christmas, one of the inspirations from The Nightmare Before Christmas. On the other hand, the real world, which we see Jack delivering Halloweenified Christmas presents, is very straight-laced and plain, which is representative of the world we, the audience, live in. Burton explained that the movie is something like watching The Grinch backwards, where Jack sees what Christmas is all about, loves it, and decides to replicate it for himself. Before working on stop motion for The Nightmare Before Christmas, Selick had experience doing stop motion animation for MTV, then for Pillsbury with 9 Pillsbury Doughboy commercials. So if you think you see a little bit of the giggling doughboy and Oogie's evil nature, well, You wouldn't be wrong. Because of his perfectionist streak, Selig actually refused to watch The Nightmare Before Christmas for several years after finishing work on the movie. The original opening for the movie, which never made it past storyboarding, started off with a calendar flipping all the way to Halloween, accompanied by a jack-o'-lantern. Viewers follow the camera as it goes through the pumpkin's eye and proceed with the title sequence. The scene in which Jack deliberates the meaning of Christmas on his chalkboard was cut slightly short by eliminating Jack's drawing of Santa Claus turning monstrous when Jack spins the board around. Photos of the next deleted scene were used in promotional materials, but never made the final cut. The trio of devious kiddos, Lock, Shock, and Barrel all crowd into their elevator with snacks so they can watch Oogie get to work on Santa and Sally. However, Jack drops onto the elevator while the kids are inside, scaring them senseless before moving onto Oogie's territory to save the day. When Jack is alone in the graveyard lamenting his failures with Christmas, he was initially confronted by Santa at this point in the movie. The deleted scene contains a lot of differences from the actual movie, including Jack losing his Santa Claus suit and Santa having a bit of an angry streak, among other variations. This same scene contains quite a few continuity errors, which is likely why it was cut out of the film. One of Selig's favorite background characters in the movie is the Corpse Kid, the boy with his eyes sewn shut. According to Selig, the Corpse Kid embodies the spirit of legendary Disney and Pixar screenwriter, storyboard director, animator, and voice actor Joe Ranft. Although a little on the strange side, the Corpse Kid, or Ethan as he's known in the trading card game, loves Christmas as much as any living kid would. Although Ranft did not voice the Skull Kid, he did voice Igor and served as storyboard supervisor as well. Of all the extremely complex characters in the film, Oogie Boogie actually proved to be the most challenging to bring to life on the silver screen. The scene in which Oogie is pulled apart and scatters his bug guts was only composed of 4 shots. However, it took an entire month to film due to the complexity of the puppet's movements. The clown with the tearaway face was supposed to be a lot creepier, complete with a bloody mess under its face. Jeffrey Katzenberg, former chairman at Walt Disney, shut the idea down while the film was in production. Selig agreed to the change to the character, and the tearaway face reveals nothing more than a hollow space. The reason Danny Elfman related so well to Jack was due to his stint as a lead singer of his band Oingo Boingo. He likened the position of a lead singer to King of Halloween Town. It's widely known that Elfman also provided the singing voice for the Pumpkin King, along with creating all the film's musical numbers. However, Elfman was originally supposed to be the speaking voice for Jack too. Selig actually didn't like Elfman's version of Jack's lines and voiced this opinion to Burton, resulting in the pair choosing Chris Sarandon for Jack's speaking parts. Elfman resented the decision so much that he refused to compose the score for Burton's next film, Ed Wood. The dynamic duo eventually made up over coffee in Kansas City, where Burton was filming Mars Attacks, and have been nothing but friendly ever since. Don Amiche, who you probably know best as the voice for Shadow in Homeward Bound, was almost cast as the voice for Santa, but his tone proved to be too grouchy for the Jolly Red Man. The role was also proposed to James Earl Jones, aka Mufasa. But he and Elfman reportedly wound up shouting at each other during their meeting. Ken Page, the voice of the villainous Oogie Boogie, ended up getting the role of Santa because he had the same attorney as Danny Elfman. The attorney told Elfman that he knew the perfect candidate for the type of singing voice he was looking for, a mix of Cab Calloway and Fats Waller, for the Oogie Boogie song, and the rest is history. Prior to his appearance in The Nightmare Before Christmas, Page held roles such as King Gator in All Dogs Go to Heaven and Darnell Watkins in Family Matters. Typically though, Page was on stage in theatrical productions, not in films. However, when Page auditioned and gave the character something of a blend between the Cowardly Lion of The Wizard of Oz and the demon from The Exorcist for a voice, Selig and Elfman were sold on Page for the part. To this day, Page thoroughly enjoys singing Oogie's song and surprising kids with his line, "Well, well, well. What have we here?" Chris Sarandon, the speaking voice for Jack, stated that he loved working on the film, even though he did have a couple of parts he had to re-record after viewing the whole movie with Burton prior to its release. As an actor who had mostly worked in live-action films, Sarandon stated that for his role in an animated film, it was his responsibility to give Jack more amped-up emotional reactions to match the spectacular settings on screen. Sarandon also admits that, though he could have sung the parts for Jack and done alright, Elfman did a better job than he could have at the time. Selig admitted that the title of the movie, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, did upset him initially, as he felt that his efforts on the film weren't appropriately recognized. The title sequence had already been created, with the film's title spelled out in candy corn when Burton's name was added to the title about a month before the movie was released. Years later, Selig had acknowledged that the decision to call the film Tim Burton's was likely a good marketing decision, as it pulled in an audience craving another Burton spectacular. Burton, on the other hand, was unsure about the decision to call the movie movie Tim Burton's, because he felt it identified his work as a brand name. The name change also distinguished the Disney film from the much scarier horror flick A Nightmare on Elm Street. Of course, it's well known that this wasn't the only source of contention between Selick and Burton during production. Plot-wise, Selick wanted everything to be made right at the end of the movie, while Burton wasn't a fan of the shots of Santa saving the day. The final call came after Burton showed the movie to a group of his friends who insisted that he kept those feel-good moments in the movie. In 2006, when the film was up for re-release in 3D, Selick was very apprehensive about the film's conversion, as Disney's initial foray into the realm of 3D was with the completely computer-generated movie Chicken Little. Burton was worried that because Nightmare was created with a series of photographs on flat film, the movie would end up looking like flat cutouts constantly zooming off the screen. Thank goodness it didn't. After seeing the final product, Selick reported that he thoroughly enjoyed the 3D edition of his directorial debut. He reported that it warmed him to feel taken back to the sets that he and Burton created, and that it was a more immersive experience for the audiences. Burton also became a fan of 3D for the movie because he liked the texture that the effects gave the puppets and felt that it accentuated the fact that the film was a stop-motion production. Disney initially advertised the movie with the 3D lenticular poster, so that it's almost like the movie was meant to be in 3D anyway. The Nightmare Before Christmas was the first ever stop-motion film to be fully converted for your 3D viewing pleasures. 2006 also brought on a re-release of the film's soundtrack, accompanied by covers of several selections by Marilyn Manson, Fall Out Boy, Fiona Apple, She Wants Revenge, and Panic at the Disco. 4 demo versions of some of Elfman's original masterpieces were also included in the revamped soundtrack. In 2008, for the film's 15th anniversary, a new cover album was released entitled Nightmare Revisited. The album featured Flyleaf, All American Rejects, Rise Against, Korn, and Plain White T's. Basically, it was your perfect 2000s cover album. The film has also since been released in 4D at the ultra-magical El Capitan Theater in Hollywood, with an October run of the film every year since 2010. During October, the El Capitan features some of the artwork and set pieces from the making of The Nightmare Before Christmas, as well as some ghost-free tours of the theater. The patrons who attend the film at El Capitan may also attend the Pumpkin King Dinner, which hosts such dishes such as blood punch and the Italian eyeball soup. A special event at the Hollywood Bowl called The Nightmare Before Christmas Live took the world by storm in recent years as well, with several familiar faces like Elfman, Catherine O'Hara, the voice of Sally and Shock, Paul Rubens, the voice of Locke, and Paige. Elfman, who was victim of stage fright just as much, if not more than, any regular guy, initially resisted the thought of performing live to any type of audience. It took a little encouragement from Helena Bonham Carter, who sang the parts for Sally that evening at the first ever live performance of Nightmare at the Royal Albert Hall, before Elfman overcame his fear for the sake of the audience. During the show, Elfman, O'Hara, and Rubens all worked together to provide the voices for Lock, Shock, and Barrel for Kidnap the Sandy Claus. For her performance of Sally's song, O'Hara's makeup includes a set of stitches on her neck to match her puppet counterpart. And if you hang around after the credits, you know, kind of like a Marvel movie, you might get a taste of Elfman's former band, Oingo Boingo. But don't get used to this type of performance occurring every year. In 2016, Elfman explained that he attempted yearly performances with Oingo Boingo for 15 years and hated being so predictable in his scheduling. Burton is a big fan of the Nightmare Before Christmas toys from Japan due to their texture and appearance, and has stated that he's impressed by their ability to almost be animated. Although The Nightmare Before Christmas has been included into the Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland, Burton stated that he feels pretty conflicted about his character's presence on the ride, as the movie was never viewed as a special project by Disney during its creation. In the Haunted Mansion attraction, Jack takes on his Christmassy persona and causes holiday havoc throughout the duration of the ride. The alteration of the ride runs from September through December annually at Disneyland, just 4 months out of the year. Plan your trip from now. Jack and company have made frequent appearances in Disney video games since their original appearance in Kingdom Hearts, beginning with Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. In the game, Jack, the ever-helpful hero, attempts to help Sora get his memory back. In Kingdom Hearts 358 Over 2 Days, Jack is once again looking for inspiration for Halloween Town and pays careful attention to Roxas's battles to look for that new stroke of genius. Kingdom Hearts 2 has Jack at it again, trying his hand at making Christmas one more time. His plans are thwarted by Lock, Shock, and Barrel, among many other mishaps caused by Maleficent. We also find out that Sora doesn't believe in Santa. The Nightmare Before Christmas was nominated for several awards when it was released, and did come away with a few wins. Of the major awards, the film was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Visual Effects and a Golden Globe for Best Original Score in a Motion Picture. The crew came away with 2 wins at the Academy of Science Fiction, Fantasy, and Horror, with Saturn Awards for Best Fantasy Film and Best Music. Selick received an Annie Award for Best Individual Achievement for Creative Supervision vision in the field of animation. Deanne Taylor, art director for the film, also took away an Annie Award for Best Individual Achievement for Artistic Excellence in the field of animation. And finally, the film won the all-important Blimp Award for Favorite Movie at the Kids' Choice Awards in 1994. After 25 years, it looks like Nightmare will be getting a sequel after all, but it won't be a new movie. Tokyopop acquired licensing rights for The Nightmare Before Christmas and will be using those rights to produce the first new Nightmare Before Christmas comic series. Tokyopop announced the move in September 2017 at the Disney manga panel during New York Comic-Con and said that they would publish the sequel in May 2018. The sequel is entitled The Nightmare Before Christmas: Zero's Journey. The comic will follow Jack's faithful ghost dog Zero as he becomes lost in Christmas Town. Once Jack discovers that Zero is missing, he puts Halloween on hold to search for his loyal companion. The sequel will be written by DJ Milky, Stu Levi, Tokyopop founder's pen name. Kei Ishiyama, author of Grimm's Manga Tales, is set to illustrate the comic. Kiyoshi Arai, whose profile includes works such as Final Fantasy VII and Nightcry, will design the comic's covers. The series will run initially as a traditional manga, with 20 issues total. It will read from right to left. Following the first run, the series will be available in full-color trade paperbacks and in black and white manga volumes. It looks like some of the characters will be getting a little tune-up too design-wise. For example, Zero's jack-o'-lantern nose is significantly more prominent. No need to look closely to spot that little secret. Tokyopop originally produced a manga adaptation of the film back in July 2005 with a hardcover version in 2016. The film had 24 frames per second, so each character had 24 poses for each second of the movie. The film as a whole had about 110,000 frames total.
We've dealt largely with traditionally animated movies so far, with some exceptions, but now it's time to transition into the digitally animated realm. We'll start with one that really impressed folks upon arrival, both for its story and charm, but also for its fascinating hair animation process. It's time for 107 facts about Tangled.
Do you have a dream?
I had a dream once.
Is it to learn more about Disney's first computer-generated princess film? Well, you can finally let your hair down. It took us a while to climb the tower.
Please don't freak out.
But we're finally bringing you the highlights of Disney's feature film. So, whip out your smolders, heat up your frying pans, and get ready to untangle a load of hairy trivia. This is 107 facts about Tangled. Let's get started. Number 1. Tangled has the honored title of being Walt Disney Animation Studios' 50th feature film. That's a major milestone. When the directors found out, they were surprised, but felt even more determined to make it a great one. Number 2. Tangled was also the first Disney princess film to be rated PG by the MPAA. The next two princess films, Frozen and Moana, followed suit by receiving PG ratings as well. Number 3. At a cost of $260 million, Tangled is not only the most expensive Disney animated film to be made, it is the most expensive animated film of all time as of this video. Number 4. But Tangled did manage to bring in some money, making $350 million worldwide. Number 5. The idea to create a Rapunzel film was floating around Disney Studios since around the 1940s. That's 70 years it took to film. Walt Disney wanted to tackle the story himself, but wasn't sure how to turn the small-scaled fairy tale into an epic adventure. Number 6. When the studio finally decided to make the film a reality, it took 10 years of development until the Tangled we now know was finally picked up for production. During those development years, 3 different versions of the story were worked on. Number 7. It was Glenn Keane, legendary Disney animator, who convinced the studio to begin work on Rapunzel's story. But while he wanted to create a sincere fairy tale, the executives wanted to mimic DreamWorks' success with Shrek by poking fun at fairy tales as opposed to taking them to heart. Thus, Rapunzel Unbraided was born. Can you imagine? They had a bunch of two-headed cyclopses. Cyclopsi? Number 8. In the Rapunzel Unbraided version of the film, the main characters were named Claire and Vince. This bickering teenage couple would have been sent to a magical world and then taken over the bodies of the real Rapunzel and her prince Beau. Sounds a little like that version inspired Disney's other film, Enchanted. Number 9. Unbraided was meant to take place in San Francisco before Claire and Vince were transported to the magical realm through the witch's wicked curse who despised happy endings. Number 10. Reese Witherspoon was a producer behind Rapunzel Unbraided and was also set to voice Claire, who, as we mentioned earlier, eventually swapped bodies with Rapunzel. Rapunzel herself would have been transformed into a squirrel voiced by Kristen Chenoweth. Yep. Number 11. By the time Glenn Keane pitched the idea of doing a Rapunzel-themed story, the studio knew it wanted to begin heading towards CG animation. To convince Glenn that the computer graphics would still be pretty, they animated a test where Rapunzel was swinging in the forest. artist. Number 12. The test was based on the French Rococo painting The Swing by Jean-Honoré Fragonard. A few years later, this very painting showed up in Anna and Elsa's castle. Number 13. Keen hoped to create a CG style of animation that combined the world of computer with hand-drawn visuals. While Tangled didn't completely meet this desire, it eventually came true in the short Paperman. Number 14. After becoming the head of Disney Animation, it was John Lasseter who made the call to completely redo the Rapunzel-themed story and push it towards Keen's true desire to make the touching fairy tale film. Number 15. And so, work began on Glenn Keane's personal vision of Rapunzel. He wanted to focus on European art as an inspiration by having Rapunzel take on a darker tone and theme, which he hoped would evoke a sense of Rembrandt's paintings. Number 16. Keane was going to co-direct Rapunzel with Dean Wellens, who later went on to be a story artist on the Tangled we know now. You've definitely seen his work on other Disney films like Bolt, Big Hero 6, and Zootopia. Number 17. In Keane's dark version, rather than having Rapunzel pioneer a combative use of frying pans, she was supposed to be amazingly skilled at using a crossbow. Whoa. Number 18. Rapunzel was still going to have an animal companion in the dark version, except instead of the sassy chameleon we know today, he was supposed to be a fuzzy little squirrel. Oddly enough, we actually think the chameleon is more cuddly, even if he is a little scaly. Number 19. Unfortunately, Glenn Keane suffered a heart attack in 2008 and decided to leave the position of director. However, Keane did stay on as an animation director for what would become Tangled. Number 20. Looking for someone who could make the project his own, Lasseter approached Nathan Greno, asking him if he wanted to direct Tangled. After having worked with Bolt director Byron Howard on the short film Super Rhino, Greno knew he wanted to work with him again and asked if Howard could co-direct. Thus, the third and final development of the Rapunzel story was underway. Number 21. When Greno and Howard first thought about how they wanted to make the movie to stand out stylistically, they knew they wanted it to feel very Disney. So, of course, they referenced Cinderella and Pinocchio's signature looks to understand the flow of shapes and lines. Number 22. However, the new and final project came with a tight schedule. Greno and Howard were told that their film needed to be completed in 2 years. Most other Disney films had double the amount of time to get to the end product. So, deadlines became a huge part of Tangled's production, and there were no holidays. Talk about dedication.
Don't ever ask to leave this tower again.
Number 23. In fact, by the last May of production, they had only animated about 40% of the film and only had 2 more months to finish. No extensions. Weekend homework doesn't seem so bad now, does it? Number 24. And at the September 2010 press event that Disney held for Tangled, it shouldn't be a surprise that the film was shown. Well, sort of. Since only 60% of the animation was completely rendered, the score wasn't put in, the 3D effects weren't ready, and the movie the press watched was extremely rough. It was just a reminder that this was only months before the film was released. Number 25. One of the first scenes of the entire film to be animated was the one in which Flynn is trapped in a chair by Rapunzel's hair. By the time they finished, they were already working on the other shots, but that was the first stepping stone for the feature film. Number 26. But the scene in which Rapunzel struggles between the joy of having left her tower and the anxiety that she felt for betraying her mom's trust was one of the first scenes to be storyboarded. You can thank story artist Mark Smith for that. Number 27. Many of the animators credit Glenn Keane for making their shots even better. He would draw over every scene to create a standard for the full film, even after animators presented him with what they thought would be their finalized versions. He usually focused on the eyes and told them all to tilt, rhythm, and twist when it came to personifying the body. Number 28. Otherwise, the storyboards were usually so well defined that the animators would do exactly what they saw, even if it meant little movement. But one scene that gave more freedom was Flynn's pan sword fight, and the animators had a load of fun creating that movement in their reference room. Number 29. They went back and forth on how old Mother Gothel should appear when she's young. First, they decided on 40, but she looked 50 when they rendered her. They had a little age slider so they could play with the way that Gothel looked. Apparently, 80 years old was absolutely terrifying, and getting her age down was vital. Number 30. Donna Murphy, the Broadway actress who brought Mother Gothel to life, believes that Rapunzel was the first real relationship that her wicked character truly had. She feels that there was some actual love in there, even if it came from a manipulative source. Number 31. While trying to work through the relationship between Rapunzel and her mother figure, the directors asked women in the studio to go over their own personal relationships with their mothers. They were surprised that so many mothers would say such harsh words with the mindset of, "It's best for you."
I'm just saying 'cause I love you.
And that, plus many other aspects they learned, made it into Gothel's final personality. Number 32. There were hundreds of women auditioning for the part of Rapunzel, and one such person was Idina Menzel. You might recognize her name from a small little movie that Disney released later called Frozen. The casting director recorded Menzel's audition on her phone and was waiting to give her a call back for the right fit, and luckily, she didn't have to wait too long. Number 33. You know who else else auditioned for Rapunzel? Kristen Bell, aka Princess Anna. From the get-go, the casting director told her she thought she'd be great for a project that was then titled The Snow Queen. Number 34. Originally, Flynn Rider was supposed to have a British voice. Zachary Levi even auditioned for the role by putting on the accent. But Lasseter wasn't fond of people acting with accents, so he asked Levi to use his regular voice. Number 35. Even though their on-screen chemistry is off the charts, Mandy Moore and Zachary Levi didn't actually record together. None of the actors did. Wow, could have fooled us. Number 36. Mandy Moore and Donna Murphy didn't officially meet until after they had recorded all of their parts in Tangled. They met during a press conference interview, and Mandy said she absolutely loves Donna and even wishes that she could be her real mother. Number 37. Zachary Levi and Mandy Moore met halfway through recording the movie for the only part they actually did record together, the duet I See the Light. Number 38. Speaking of music, Alan Menken, the composer of Tangled's music, among many other Disney films, Little Mermaid anyone, stated that there was no easy way into the musical language of the film. He had to work on elevating the story through his music and making it feel authentic. Number 39. Rapunzel's debut song, When Will My Life Begin, was almost cut from the film. Alan Menken had to persuade John Lasseter to keep it in the final version. Thankfully, all his efforts worked out. It's definitely what I sing during my 7 a.m. usual morning lineup. Doesn't everyone? Number 40. Actually, there was a small part of the song that was cut out. Teenage Rapunzel's introduction was supposed to immediately start with her singing, instead of her playing hide and seek with Pascal. The rest of the song continues on as what we now know, so we didn't actually miss too much. Number 41. There's also a slightly extended version of Mother Knows Best, where Gothel acts as though she would die if Rapunzel ever betrayed her and left the tower. Some of you may know this version, however, because it made it onto the album. Number 42. You Are My Forever was a deleted song altogether. It was eventually replaced by both Mother Knows Best and I See the Light, as it was supposed to be Gothel's, motherly song that would have been reprised by Rapunzel during the romantic lantern scene. Number 43. Flower, gleam and glow, let your power shine. Rapunzel only sang this song in full when she healed Flynn's hand. Can you finish the rest? Number 44. This was the first musical for many of the animators who worked on the film. The biggest thing they realized from it? Breathing is such a subtle but vital motion to focus on while working on songs, and they would watch Donna Murphy's live performances to understand breath. Number 45. All the details in Tangled are so fine, from the freckles on Rapunzel's face to the texture on the fabric. However, one of the most amazing details in the entire film is the reflection of the characters' surroundings in their eyes. Impressive attention to detail. Number 46. Because hair was quite the challenge to conquer when it came to computerized animation, Disney hired Kelly Ward, whose PhD concentration was in animating CGI hair. She helped the crew understand the physics behind how hair moves. Number 47. 7 years of research and work went into 70 feet of Rapunzel's blonde magical hair, back from when Keen was a director. But why is her hair 70 feet? Well, simply enough, it's because that's how tall the tower is. Of course, there's other magical properties to Rapunzel's hair. It grows and shrinks throughout the movie so the animators could work with it more easily. Number 48. Rapunzel's hair has over 100,000 strands. Boy, that's a lot to control. Well, actually, that's about the same amount as a regular brunette has. I guess we can't dispute her hair change at the end then, can we? Number 49. Dragging along that much hair must be a chore since it would weigh about 10.4 pounds in real life. That's 4.2 kilograms for our non-American viewers. Gonna bet that Rapunzel has some strong shoulders, or a strong head on her shoulders. Hey! Number 50. Keen saw Rapunzel's hair as a metaphor for the potential that is growing out of her. He expressed his vision to his technical crew when they were working on animating her locks so that they would look at it in a more artistic light. Number 51. The title Rapunzel became Tangled for 2 reasons. The first reason is that, after The Princess and the Frog, Disney realized that their titles weren't appealing as much to boys. The second reason came from the director's realization that Flynn was just as important as Rapunzel to the plot, so it reflected the film's story better. Literally! Number 52. We all know that Flynn's real name is Eugene, right? Well, it was almost Bastian. We, like Rapunzel, like Eugene much better. Number 53. Early designs of Flynn had him looking like a pirate thief with a long goatee and a braided ponytail. Later, he had a bigger but softer look, kind of like Kristoff in Frozen. Number 54. Disney actually held a hot man meeting to decide on Flynn's look. You heard right. Women in the studio were asked to describe their idea of a handsome guy, and a combination of those notes led to Flynn Rider's appearance. In fact, the photos that were brought in were Frankenstein together to give a better visual reference. If only we could create our love interest like that that in real life. Number 55. I know we all wish we could stare into Flynn's hunky brown eyes forever, right? Well, there's literally 1 second in the movie during a prison scene where Flynn's eyes are blue. Whoops. Number 56. The iconic lantern scene was inspired by a suggestion from John Ripa, one of the film's story artists. After the crew wasn't fully satisfied with the initial idea of using fireworks to capture Rapunzel's attention, John Ripa referenced the traditional lantern ceremony in Indonesia as a different option. They loved the idea, and so do we. Number 57. When deciding to go with the lantern idea, the crew hoped that they would introduce Lasseter to something completely new, but he had his own personal history with floating lanterns already. On his anniversary, Lasseter and his wife traveled to Bora Bora together and released a wishing lantern together. Maybe the scene was fated all along. Number 58. The romantic scene of lights is made up of 45,000 lanterns. That's a lot of love the kingdom has for Rapunzel. Number 59. To make it even sweeter, the lantern that Rapunzel pushes back into the sky belongs to her parents. You can tell because of its unique design with the kingdom emblem on it. So sweet. Number 60. Both the lantern and the dance scene in the film beat out the Hunchback of Notre Dame for having the largest crowd in any animated film. Tangled's crowds consist of 3,000 people, and each one was animated individually. Number 61. Greno and Howard considered starting the film with a traditional storybook opening, but they decided against it in the end. However, they did still keep some aspects of it by having Flynn narrate.
This is the story of how I died.
Number 62. In that version, the story followed the Brothers Grimm tale of Rapunzel a little more closely. The king knew that Gothel had the magical flower and asked her for it 3 times until he ultimately stole it from her. Number 63. In early drafts, there was a fortune-telling monkey named Vigor the Visionary who had a big old role in the film, but because he was a favorite among the crew, they didn't completely get rid of him. You can see him in the end credits animation. Number 64. Originally, Vigor predicted that someone in Rapunzel's life was keeping her from her destiny. Well, he could have told her that it was Gothel. The monkey also nearly told Rapunzel that she was a lost princess, but they were interrupted. Number 65. Though it seems almost obvious that Pascal and Maximus should be silent but hilarious sidekicks, the idea to keep them as pantomimes came from Greno and Byron admiring the comedic works of Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. They took those idols as inspiration and tried to add that flair in the chameleon and the horse that we love today. Number 66. The lovable Pascal was created so that Rapunzel had a friend to talk to, but he came from an earlier concept where Rapunzel would paint creatures that visited her. Since chameleons keep changing colors, she would keep repainting him. It was a moment that kept the cuddly lizard in their minds. Number 67. Since chameleons are known for changing colors so much, artist Victoria Kim wasn't sure what color to make him. She explored blues, purples, and different patterns, but eventually landed on green because it looked best with Rapunzel. Number 68. Pascal was named after a real panther chameleon. The real-life Pascal is a true animal companion of Kelly Lewis, one of the Disney animation artists. Number 69. If you pay close attention to the end credits, you'll notice 6 names under chameleon kids. Well, real-life Pascal's babies, Shakti, Bitey, Tungbert, Mr. Sticky, Baby, and Nathan Jr. were all born during the production of the film. Aw, little cuties. Wait, does this mean Pascal's a girl? Number 70. You may have noticed that the Snuggly Duckling is actually integrated with a tree. It's based off old pubs in England that shifted shape due to their natural surroundings, but they did also take inspiration from some American roadhouses. Number 71. Specifically, Heinold's First and Last Chance in San Francisco was a huge inspiration for the chaotic interior of the Tangled pub. They simply loved how the old floor was immediately slanted upon entrance. Number 72. So much hard work went into Tangled's cozy little pub that it even has its own cute backstory. An old grandmother opened the pub and planted a small tree near it. As the tree grew, it began to engulf the building. Rather than cutting the tree, the family began to adapt the branches into the pub's design. What a charming history. Number 73. There's actually a little shrine to the grandmother in the pub's design, but it's not visible in the movie since the story of the pub's details never made it into the plotline. Number 74. We all can agree that the Snuggly Duckling is an adorable name, right? Well, at one point, concept art implies that the place was called the Rotten Corpse. Yikes, not as friendly. Number 75. The pub was also called the Jaunty Moose in early production. Rapunzel refused to go into the pub at first, but went in to save Flynn after he stole some food. Oh, Eugene. Number 76. It was also in this version of the film that Rapunzel showed us her tactical strategy by whipping her hair around a person's limbs and using them as a fighting puppet. Man, I don't want to get tangled up in her hair. Number 77. There are about 20 thugs in the pub, plus 3 civilians in the balcony. However, we only know the name of 14 ruffians: Hookhand, Vladimir, Ulif, Big Nose, Shorty, Attila, Gunther, Tor, Killer, Fang, Innkeeper, Axel, Bruiser, Pirate Thug, and Goat Boy. Okay, they're only sort of names. Number 78. Hookhand actually has a tiny little baby hand under his hook that's about the size of a thimble. This was so that the animators could work with his model efficiently. But hey, the more you know.
I bet it feels huge in this hand.
Number 79. The initial idea behind I Have a Dream was to show the thugs performing poems about their dreams. This came from the very real tough poetry jams that happen in biker bars all over. Number 80. If you look closely at the decorations in the Snuggly Duckling, you might spot a few Easter eggs. Pinocchio, Pumbaa, and Louis from The Princess and the Frog are all there. Number 81. Some think that the goat that appears during I Have a Dream is an Easter egg referencing the park ride Thunder Mountain, but the animators have admitted that it's not. They just thought a goat would be funny. Number 82. Remember how Rapunzel and Flynn briefly went to a library in the kingdom? Well, if you look around, you might notice that many of the books reference other Disney movies, specifically Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, and Sleeping Beauty. Number 83. The mobile above baby Rapunzel's crib foreshadows important figures from Rapunzel's future. Note the chameleon, duck, Cupid, horse, and bluebird. Okay, so we get that the chameleon represents Pascal, the duck is for the pub, the Cupid is for Shorty, and the horse is for Maximus. But what's the bluebird for? Well, there was a bluebird that flies around Rapunzel when she finally leaves her tower. Pretty cool. Number 84. If you look closely at Rapunzel's tower, you'll notice that in her paintings and surrounding objects, there are references to 5 previous Disney princesses. For example, there's an apple at the end of the staircase and a spindle in the room. Can you find the other 3? Number 85. 3 pigeons from Bolt make a cameo while Flynn is soaring through the sky after the thugs help him escape from the prison. Birds of a feather. Get it? Because they're thieves. Number 86. The Stabbington brothers don't have official names, but the crew called them Patchy and Not Patchy. Not Patchy was also sometimes called Chops. Figured out which one is which yet? Kinda obvious. Number 87. The design behind the look of the tower actually came from the idea that it was part of a ruined kingdom destroyed by a catastrophic landslide. Originally, the ruins were supposed to surround the tower, but later they realized that people may not think about the tower too much. It definitely saved them a lot of time. Number 88. The Kingdom of Corona was based off a French island city named Mont Saint-Michel. What's funny about its name is that Donna Murphy was born in the area named Corona in Queens, New York. Number 89. To truly capture a Middle European feel in Tangled scenery, the crew did extensive research to make sure the architecture and nature matched up with real-life environment in those locations. That means that every plant you see in the film really does grow in the Austrian-Hungarian area. Number 90. Keen's daughter Claire grew up in her father's footsteps and also became an artist. She helped him and his team out by illustrating much of Rapunzel's paintings in the tower. Glenn actually came up with the idea to have Rapunzel paint the walls of the tower because Claire begged to do that when she was a little girl. Aww. Number 91. Apologies for this in advance, but Flynn's sultry smolder is based directly on Nathan Greno. Howard said that he's always been a bit of a ladies' man. Number 92. As Gothel never ages, it shouldn't be too surprising that she wears slightly outdated clothing. Mother Gothel's signature red dress is fashioned like those from the Renaissance, which took place quite a long time before Tangled is set. Number 93. Rapunzel's real parents actually have clothing from an older period as well. This is because they're continuing the tradition of culture of their country that has been passed down for generations. Number 94. For a long time, Rapunzel's wardrobe consisted of a light green dress. It later ended up becoming purple to signify that she is indeed royalty. Number 95. Rapunzel is the first Disney princess to be barefoot since Pocahontas. However, in 2013, they both received some footwear in the Big Princess redesign. Can't have them getting splinters. Number 96. Mandy Moore adores performing barefoot, so she and Rapunzel have footwear aversion in common. Nice to know that there was some authenticity in the sound booth. Number 97. Rapunzel was the first trademark Disney princess to have powers. Though many of the other princesses were involved with magic in one way or another, it wasn't until Tangled that the heroines were able to do fantastical things themselves. I guess Elsa has Rapunzel to thank. Number 98. For a while there was a rumor that Tangled would be the last Disney princess film, but as we all know, it ended up being not true. Guess the rumor was, well, you know, let go. No. How about a tangle of lies? Number 99. By now, you must know about Rapunzel and Flynn's brief cameo in Frozen when the gates of the castle are open. Can you guess who didn't know? The directors! In fact, it was an observant fan that first let Greno know. Number 100. Remember when Double Rainbow was a thing back in 2010? Believe it or not, Disney marketed Tangled through a parody of the viral video. Double Tower features Flynn's, camcorder point of view as he discovers Rapunzel and her tower with the same enthusiasm of the original Double Rainbow guy. The video is definitely something. Oh,
What does it mean? What is it?
Number 101. On the Blu-ray bonus features, there's a fun selection of promotional type videos that mimic different types of commercials. From a cologne called Smolder by Flynn, to an ad for multi-use frying pans, to the commercial Rapunzel's hair. Can't help but smile and laugh when you're watching them.
Side effects may include drowsiness.
Number 102. They also have a series of Flynn's animated thieving adventures. The style is much different, but Flynn is the same suave, smoldering smart aleck.
I'll just let myself out.
Number 103. And if you were sad that you didn't get to see Rapunzel and Eugene get married, you actually can. The short film sequel, Tangled Ever After, came out in 2012. We suggest you watch it, especially if you want to see Maximus and Pascal get into their own little fiasco. Number 104. The only time we hear Rapunzel's real mother speak is in that short, though it is just Maximus's imagination of what she would say.
My grandmother's wedding rings!
Still counts! Number 105. Rapunzel is still barefoot in Ever After, though her dress is too long for us to notice. Concept artist Victoria Ling's illustrations are proof enough. Number 106. You know those Disney Channel wand clips? Rapunzel got her turn at drawing the famous mouse ears, right after Flynn drew glasses and a mustache on Maximus. Those two, what a bromance. Number 107. Speaking of Disney Channel, Tangled is getting a series. After the premiere of the original movie, Tangled Before Ever After, on March 24th, 2017, the TV series will begin. It takes place before Rapunzel and Flynn tie the knot, and when this show finally gets here, it's going to be the best day ever.
Remember when Frozen first hit the scene? That was a full-blown cultural reset, a whole generation of people who will literally never forget the tune of Let It Go. Wild to imagine. Well, people liked it so much that we made not one, but 2 107 Facts videos about the exploits of Elsa, Anna, Olaf, Sven. And Kristoff's there too.
Do you want to build a snowman? Probably, but I'm not here to teach you how. I'm here to lay down 107 facts all about Disney's phenomenon, Frozen. I'm Cade, and I am freezing out here. Let's get this list started already. Number 1. We all know and love her for being an ice-cool older sister, but Elsa was originally going to be a villain. Number 2. She had blue, spiky hair and a coat made of living weasels. Sounds kind of itchy. Number 3. Jennifer Lee, a co-director of Frozen, was the first woman to direct a Disney animated feature, and to be honest, she did an amazing job. Number 4. If you say Hans, Kristoff, Anna, and Sven in that order really fast, it will probably sound familiar. The 4 names are a tribute to the Snow Queen author Hans Christian Andersen. Number 5. Kristen Bell, the voice of Anna, worked at TCBY in high school. Frozen, meet frozen yogurt. Number 6. Frozen was a long time coming. Walt Disney had wanted to make a movie based on the Snow Queen since the 1940s. Number 7. For design inspiration, the film's production team visited Hotel de Glace, located in Quebec. The hotel is made of ice. Number 8. If you're tempted to go, make sure you stay in the Frozen suite that's now been added. Take note though, Hotel de Glace is only open in the winter. Number 9. Expecting a baby girl anytime soon? Well, why not name her Anna or Elsa? The 2 names have become increasingly popular since the movie's release. Number 10. The sand snow girl who makes a brief appearance during Olaf's performance of The Summer Song is a reference to Coppertone's iconic sunscreen advertisement. Number 11. How many animators does it take to build an ice palace? Well, in case of Frozen, it took 50 of them 9 months to complete the scene. Number 12. That only translated to 36 seconds of Elsa working her magic in the film. Number 13. A note in the film's ending credits states, the views and opinions expressed by Kristoff in the film, that all men eat their own boogers are solely his own and do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of the Walt Disney Company or the filmmakers. Neither the Walt Disney Company nor the filmmakers make any representation of the accuracy of any such views and opinions. Number 14. Jackson Crawford, a professor of Old Norse and Scandinavian mythology at UCLA, was hired by filmmakers to help them work Norwegian words, accents, and phrases into the film. Number 15. Those of you with sharp eyes may have spotted Rapunzel and Flynn from Disney's Tangled at Elsa's coronation. The couple makes a very brief cameo. Number 16. Anna's horse is named Citron, which is Norwegian for lemon. Number 17. You can't have a Disney film without their official mascot. A small Mickey Mouse makes an appearance in Wandering Oaken's Trading Post and Sauna. Number 18. Elsa's hair is on point, maybe because filmmakers hired celebrity hairstylist Danilo to help them with it. Number 19. Shout out to all you Arrested Development fans. Frozen references the series 3 times. There's the Duke of Wesselton's chicken dance, the line, finish each other's sandwiches, and the similarities between Duke calling Elsa a monster and Buster's confession to being a monster with his hook hand.
I'm a monster!
Number 20. The painting in the Palace Gallery Anna poses in front of is homage to Jean-Honoré Fragonard's The Swing. Number 21. The inclusion of the painting was an inside joke. Lisa Keene, a visual development artist on the film, had also used The Swing as inspiration for Tangled art style. Number 22. To get inspiration for the film's landscapes, filmmakers traveled together on a trip to Norway. Number 23. They also watched The Sound of Music. Number 24. Rosemeling, traditional Norwegian folk art that features flowers and geometric designs, can be seen in the characters' costume designs. Since the film's release, Rosemeling has grown increasingly popular. In fact, I'm wearing something very similar right now. Number 25. Looking for a limited edition Elsa or Anna doll? On eBay, they were listed as high as $10,000. Number 26. You can't say Disney isn't dedicated to detail. The film's production crew traveled to Jackson Hole, Wyoming to observe and experience the effects of deep snow on clothing. Number 27. Animators even put on long skirts and hiked through the snow to figure out Anna and Elsa's movements. Some of them were guys. Number 28. Arendel's castle was inspired by Akershus Castle in Oslo and Stiftsgarden Royal Palace in Trondheim. Number 29. In a rare occurrence, producers had Idina Menzel and Kristen Bell read their lines together to add to their chemistry. Typically, voices for animated films are recorded separately. Number 30. During Olaf's performance of The Summer Song, he dances with seagulls. This is a reference to Bert's penguin dance from Mary Poppins. Number 31. Shout out to all you Norwegians. Tourism in Norway has now boomed since Frozen's release. Number 32. Flight searches to the country have increased by a whopping 153%. Number 33. Based on a picture seen in his shop, it was speculated that Oaken may have a partner of the same sex. Number 34. In order to better animate Elsa's hair, animators at Disney had to develop a program called Tonic. Number 35. Because of her braid, Elsa had 420,000 strands of CGI hair. Number 36. Now here's another fact to surprise you. That's 15 times more hair than Rapunzel. Number 37. Kristoff's character was influenced by the Sami people, who are indigenous to northern Norway. Number 38. Santino Fontana, the voice of Prince Hans, previously auditioned for the role of Flynn in Tangled. Spoiler alert, he did not get it. Number 39. Similarly, Idina Menzel, the voice of Elsa, auditioned to play Rapunzel in Tangled, but she didn't get the part either. Number 40. Frozen is the highest grossing animated film of all time. Number 41. During the film's production, the team had an actual reindeer come by the studio for a visit. Animators used him as inspiration for the character Sven. Number 42. The chocolate that Anna eagerly wants to eat early in the film is taken straight from the kingdom of Sugar Rush in Wreck-It Ralph. Number 43. The sequence where Elsa walks out onto the balcony of her newly formed palace is 218 frames long. Each of the frames took 132 hours to complete. You do the math. Number 44. Dr. Kenneth Liebrecht, a renowned snow expert, was brought in by the film's effects team to offer insight on how snow and snowflakes form. Number 45. The sequence at the start of the film depicts ice cutting, which used to be an actual profession. Now, it's just used for ice and snow sculpture competitions. Number 46. The crew used 312 character mock-ups in the movie, which is more than any other Disney film. Number 47. Megan Mullally, who you may know from Will and Grace or Parks and Rec, was originally slated to play Elsa. Number 48. Frozen was originally going to be a 2D movie. Number 49. Amy Winehouse was a major source of inspiration for character designer Claire Keane in early exploratory designs for Evil Elsa. Number 50. It's basically halfway. Evil Elsa's designs were also inspired by Bette Midler. Number 51. Claire Keane is the daughter of famous Disney animator Glenn Keane, who served as the lead animator of Ariel, Beast, Tarzan, Pocahontas, and more. Number 52. Sven's original name was going to be Thor. Number 53. The animation team designed a snowflake generator program that built 2,000 different snowflake shapes for them to use. Number 54. The film's hit song Let It Go was written in just one day. Number 55. The Frozen soundtrack was definitely not songwriter Robert Lopez's first collaboration with Disney. He's also written songs for Phineas and Ferb, Finding Nemo the musical, and the latest Winnie the Pooh, alongside his wife Kristen. Number 56. Besides his projects with Disney, you may know Robert Lopez through his work on The Book of Mormon and Avenue Q. Number 57. When animating the film, animators mimicked the facial expressions the actors and actresses made in real life while they were acting out their lines. Number 58. Elsa is the oldest Disney princess to date, as well as the only one who is not a teenager. According to director Jennifer Lee, Elsa is 21 and Anna is 18. Number 59. Kristoff is 21 and Hans is 23. Sounds like Kristoff and Elsa should be drinking buddies. Number 60. Josh Gad, the actor behind Olaf, improvised most of his lines. Number 61. Dreams do come true. Kristen Bell has wanted to be a Disney princess since she was a child. Number 62. To get a better grasp on sisterly relationships, the film's animators held a sister summit. Number 63. In an earlier version of the film, Hans gave Anna a snow globe after the coronation. The idea was dropped for narrative streamlining. Number 64. The official crest of Arendelle depicts a flower called a crocus, which is a symbol of rebirth and spring. Number 65. The Duke of Wesselton was originally going to serve as a royal handler to Anna and Elsa. As they continued to work on the film, filmmakers changed his character's role. Number 66. Chris Williams is a multi-talented man. In addition to being a story artist on the film, he also voiced Oaken. Then he went on to direct a Disney film, Big Hero 6. Number 67. Towards the end of the film, when Anna is frozen, you can see Elsa's signature snowflake on her iris. Number 68. The artists on the film had to take a crash course in meteorology to learn about snow. Number 69. When Santino Fontana auditioned for the role of Hans, he sang I Feel Pretty from West Side Story. Number 70. Anna isn't your standard princess, and Kristen Bell helped. She's explained, I kept pushing for her to be quirkier and goofier because that's how I felt growing up. Number 71. Let It Go has been recorded in 41 different languages. Number 72. Everyone loves baby Anna singing to her sister, but Do You Want to Build a Snowman almost didn't make the cut. Number 73. Young Anna is voiced by Katie Lopez, the daughter of the movie's two songwriters. Number 74. Inspired by the fact that snowflakes have 6 sides, animators had Elsa's crystalline castle branch out and grow to a 6-sided structure. Number 75. Elsa is the first Disney princess to be crowned queen in the film. Number 76. While Arendelle is covered in snow, 2 townsmen are seen arguing over the correct way to stack firewood. The options: bark up or bark down. This is a reference to a heated debate that took place in Norway after a 12-hour TV program on firewood aired in 2013. 8 of those 12 hours showed footage of a live fireplace. The network received dozens of texts complaining about how the firewood was stacked. The complaints were from viewers who were upset about the direction the bark was facing, split even from those who thought it should be up and those who thought it should be down. Number 77. The book that Anna and Elsa's father pulls out to find the trolls is written in Nordic runes, which is originated in Scandinavia, a location where filmmakers drew much inspiration from. A map that falls out of the book resembles the map of the Lonely Mountain seen in The Hobbit, which may be tied to the fact that Nordic runes were also the basis for the dwarf runes used in J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings. Number 78. In his early designs, Elsa's snow monster was just a gigantic version of Olaf, who would address him as Little Brother. It was later changed because despite the cute and humorous aspects, to be honest, it looked kind of dumb. Number 79. Talk about double achievements. Not only is she the first woman to direct a full-length Disney animated feature film, Jennifer Lee is also the first woman to write an entire screenplay for a Disney animated feature film by herself, since Linda Wolverton wrote Beauty and the Beast. Number 80. When Anna, Kristoff, and Olaf reach Elsa's castle, Anna has the others wait outside for 1 minute. The 2 actually count, and it's exactly 1 minute later when Olaf says 60 before entering Elsa's castle. Number 81. When Kristen Bell was little, she recorded a voice box of her singing songs from The Little Mermaid. These vocal tracks helped her nab the part of Anna. Director Jennifer Lee told her that if she hadn't recorded them, they would have had a difficult time finding the right actress to play Anna. Number 82. We mentioned that Idina Menzel auditioned for the role of Rapunzel in Tangled. Well, fun fact, so did Kristen Bell. Number 83. Frozen is the first Disney animated feature film to win a Golden Globe since Tarzan, which came out in 1999. That's 14 years before Frozen. Chris Buck must have had some movie magic because he co-directed both films. Number 84. Frozen was the #1 film in Japan for 16 consecutive weeks. It went on to break Spirited Away's record for being the highest grossing animated film in Japan. It also became the country's 2nd highest grossing film in general, right behind Titanic. Number 85. During her first meeting with Hans, Anna let out a "wait, what?" Kristen Bell improvised the line.
You're gorgeous. Wait, what?
Number 86. If the Duke of Wesselton's voice sounds familiar, well, that's because he's the second consecutive Disney character to be voiced by Alan Tudyk. The first, King Candy from Wreck-It Ralph. Number 87. Frozen soundtrack has spent 13 non-consecutive weeks in the #1 spot on the Billboard 200. They just can't let it go, can they? Number 88. Two servants of the royal family who make minor appearances in the film are named Kai and Gerda. Sound familiar? Well, that's because Kai and Gerda share their names with the two leads in the original story for the Snow Queen. Number 89. It took 600 people 2.5 years to complete the film. That's basically 3 million hours. Number 90. Did you know that Elsa's ice castle changes colors based on her emotions? Blue is happy, red is fear, and yellow is anger. Much cooler than a mood ring, and not quite Inside Out. Number 91. For the production design and art direction for Frozen, Michael Giacomo drew inspiration from the work of Mary Blair and Cinderella and Peter Pan, as well as the work of Ivan Earl and Sleeping Beauty. Number 92. Upon Frozen's release, Idina Menzel became the first person to act for 2 different Disney princesses. At this point, we all know she voiced Elsa, but she also played Nancy, the alternate princess in Enchanted. Number 93. Alan Menken, who you may know from countless classics like The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Pocahontas, Hercules, Enchanted, Tangled, and more, was originally set to be composer of Frozen. He wrote a song called Love Can't Be Denied before the film moved further away from the story of the Snow Queen, but then left the project. Number 94. Frozen is the first Disney animated feature film soundtrack to have a vinyl record release since the 1988 film Oliver and Company. Number 95. Another one of Menzel's most notable roles was playing Elphaba in the Wicked musical on Broadway. If you take a moment and think about it, Elphaba and Elsa have a lot in common. They're both daughters of influential parents, they're both orphaned over the course of their stories, they both have powers they try to hide but accidentally reveal in front of a crowd, they both become resented outcasts, and most importantly, they both have names that start with the letter E. Number 96. Do you want to build a snowman, love is an open door, for the first time in forever, and let it go? What do they have in common? Well, they all have a rhyming couplet that uses the word door and the word anymore. Number 97. Though they're in several scenes together, Elsa and Kristoff never speak directly to one another. Number 98. On to the final 10. If any of you are familiar with Dave the Barbarian, you probably know who Dark Lord Chuckles the Silly Pig is. The character's voice and actor, Paul Rugg, were considered for the role of the Duke of Wesselton. Number 99. Jonathan Groff has a solid Broadway background. He's even been nominated for a Tony Award. So why didn't he have many more songs to sing? The directors revealed that it was because Kristoff is such an introvert. Number 100. During an early table read, Idina Menzel and Kristen Bell sang Wind Beneath My Wings with John Lasseter sitting right across from them. After hearing them together, Bobby and Kristen Anderson Lopez realized they needed to write an emotional song for the pair. Number 101. Kristoff was originally going to be the one to punch Hans, but we're glad Disney made the switch. It was so satisfying to see Anna sock him. Number 102. Musical fans get hyped. The Broadway adaptation of Frozen is coming to a New York City near you in 2017. Number 103. Sven and Kristoff are the best of buds, which makes sense when you find out that Sven was modeled after John Lasseter's dog, Frankie. Man's best friend meets reindeer. Number 104. Director Chris Buck has worked on a number of Disney classics, including The Little Mermaid, Pocahontas, Oliver and Company, and The Rescuers Down Under. Number 105. The co-director and writer of Frozen, Jennifer Lee, also wrote the screenplay for Wreck-It Ralph. Number 106. After beating out Toy Story 3, Frozen became the highest grossing animated film in history. It's made over $1.07 billion. Finishing up the list with number 107, if you add up the running time of the film's musical scenes, you'll find they make up more than 24 minutes of Frozen.
We didn't mention it in the last 107, but did you know Olaf doesn't have a skull or bones? Chilling, isn't it? Of course, I'm messing around, as there's plenty more to talk about when it comes to the popular Disney classic Frozen. And just when you thought you got that song stuck out of your head, huh? Hi, I'm Shelby Peak, and whether you're a diehard fan or fairly new to the Blizzard, we've got something for everyone as we take you through 107 more facts about Frozen. So put on your snow cap, sit back in a sleigh, and let's get started. Fact number 1. Frozen took at least 70 years to make. Discussions about either a biographical film or a feature-length collection of Andersen's fairy tales began in late 1937, shortly before Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was released. Samuel Goldwyn was also interested in Andersen's life, and in March 1940, Walt Disney suggested a co-production, with his studio animating fairy tales and Goldwyn providing the live-action sequences. Development continued into 1942, but the project was shelved when Disney became too busy producing military training films during World War II. Number 2. One of Andersen's other characters proved more forthcoming. The release of The Little Mermaid in 1989 heralded the start of the second golden age of Disney animation, the so-called Disney Renaissance. Throughout the period, interest in an adaptation of what was known as the Snow Queen remained high. It wasn't until 2012, however, that the project began to break the ice. Number 3. During the initial pitch to John Lasseter, co-directors Buck and Lee pitched 3 or 4 ideas to John, but Frozen was one that he really jumped onto. The snowy, icy world was just something he had never seen before in an entire Disney feature. Then the magical part of the story itself about the Snow Queen was something that just spoke to him, even though it went through many previous iterations. Fact number 4. What makes Frozen's story different from all the other fairy tales? Well, besides leaving psychologists in over their heads, it's the first Disney movie to pass the Bechdel test, a list of criteria used to determine whether a movie is gender exclusive or not. Finally, Disney, finally. Number 5. Frozen was originally supposed to be hand-drawn, just like The Princess and the Frog, but because the film didn't do well commercially, Disney animators decided to use CGI, just like they did in Tangled. Number 6. At the time, the studio was concerned that contemporary audiences were not interested in sincere fairy tales, but they felt there was a way to tell these heartfelt stories to the modern audience. I mean, The Princess and the Frog and Tangled were proof that people everywhere still loved them. Number 7. The co-director and writer of Frozen, Jennifer Lee, also wrote the screenplay for Wreck-It Ralph. Number 8. Unlike most of her peers who earned their degrees at places like Cal Arts or USC and have spent years in animation trenches, Lee started out in book publishing. Before getting her master's in film at Columbia University, she was more immersed in new wave and independent cinema than Dumbo or Shrek. Number 9. Frozen wasn't originally about sisterly bonds. In fact, in the early drafts of the Frozen script, Elsa and Anna weren't even related. Anna was a peasant girl, and Elsa was more a fearsome snow queen. This followed the original fairy tale, but like all original folklores, the story was deemed too dark. Number 10. Is imitation the sincerest form of flattery? Maybe not so much. Carrie Wilson, co-director of the 4-minute short The Snowman, filed a lawsuit against Disney in March 2014, alleging that the Frozen teaser trailer, released in June 2013, copied the key plot elements, characters, themes, events, setting, mood, pace, dialogue, and sequence of her short. Whoops, that's a lot. Number 11. In development, the movie started out with the ending first. The crew knew that Anna was going to save Elsa, so they centered the story around that inevitable tearjerker. Number 12. Early costume designs placed the story in the late 1700s. For a more classical fairy tale look, it was decided to place the narrative in the 1840s. Number 13. Rosemaling, the traditional Norwegian folk art that features flowers and geometric designs that are used in the characters' costume designs, have exploded in popularity since the movie's release. Number 14. An early version of the Queen's costume design shows a heavy Russian influence. When it was decided to bend the film visually towards the Norwegian aesthetic, the design was streamlined using the bunad, the traditional style of folklore, as a touchstone for this and the costumes in the film. Number 15. Early in the production, it was decided that Arendelle would be based on Scandinavian designs, as Sleeping Beauty had been inspired by French illuminated manuscripts. The artists made a trip to Solvang, the Danish village in central California. After meeting with historians who explained the specificity of Scandinavian cultures, they realized they couldn't pick and choose and focus specifically on Norway. Number 16. The charming Norwegian village of Valstrand provided not only the inspiration for the chapel where Elsa was coronated, but also provided many architectural motifs for the Arendelle kingdom as well. Number 17. Arendelle village is based on the Dragonsteel style of architecture, which was a late 19th century nostalgic take. This blended the Victorians aesthetic with Norwegian rustic design. Number 18. The team went to Quebec's Winter Carnival, a 2-week festival with dog sled races, parades, and amazing snow sculptures. What really struck the artists was how the cold weather didn't stop so many people from living their lives outside. In fact, the weather brought the whole city together to celebrate the cold. That experience inspired one of Frozen's themes, which is the merriment of winter. Number 19. So in our first 107, we mentioned that the production took inspiration from the Hotel de Glace, a hotel made out of ice. Well, the hotel actually made a Frozen suite, modeled after Anna and Elsa's bedrooms. Number 20. The design for Elsa's palace was actually based on a snowflake. John Lasseter explains, "It's this simple, elegant, 6-sided shape, so why not make a giant snowflake the foundation of Elsa's palace and then turn it into a 6-sided structure? Makes sense." Number 21. The animators for Frozen recorded video of the actors and actresses in the sound booths and then created animations based on their real facial expression. real Disney princess. Number 22. Some of these effects used for Elsa's magic were in fact hand-drawn and not added by CG. This includes key scenes of Elsa using her magic to freeze water. Number 23. The System Matterhorn is a snow-generating software that was created specifically for this film. It works by taking a particle, like a snowflake, and creating parameters of how it behaves, or rather, how it moves, resulting in a simulated reality. Number 24. Just in effects alone, it took over 50 people to make the scene of Elsa building her ice palace during her musical number. According to the directors, it took forever to render. Number 25. Depending on the shot, it can take up to 40,000 computers and 30 hours just to complete one frame. Number 26. Part of the animation process included bringing in Idina Menzel to talk to DeSalvo, where up to 60 different animators were crammed into one small room to learn and discuss techniques, singing, and the most important aspect of all, breathing. The animators would take video recordings of Menzel singing "The Past is in the Past" and watch subtle things like diaphragm movement, neck tension, cloth, lighting, and breathing. If it would make the performance more believable, it would be included. Number 27. The animators brought in Dr. Ken Leblecq, aka Dr. Snow, I know, sweet name, from Caltech to learn about the formation of snow crystals. Number 28. Frozen was so popular that a short sequel titled Frozen Fever was created and premiered right before the live-action Cinderella film. The return of Arendelle made directors Jennifer Lee and Chris Buck a little nervous, seeing how much fans cared about Frozen and its characters. Thankfully, they got over this little bump on the road. If they didn't, we wouldn't have gotten this cute little short. Number 29. Kristen Bell's voice lends itself to the character of Anna. While viewing film recordings of the voice recording sessions, animators would notice subtle things like Belle biting her lip a lot. These subtle things were taken into consideration when animating characters. Number 30. Anna's catchphrase, "Wait, what?" is actually something that Belle says a lot when she realizes she's talking too much. Fact number 31. The song "Do You Want to Build a Snowman" follows Kristen Bell, but she's cool with it. As she explained it, people do often ask me if I want to build a snowman, or sing, "Would you like to build a snowman?" And I always respond with yes. So I have a lot of snowman to build. A lot. Number 32. Anna's story arc was changed slightly throughout production. Lee said, "I wanted a girl whose only journey was sort of coming of age, where she goes from having a naive view of life and love because she's lonely to the most sophisticated and mature view of love, where she's capable of the ultimate love, which is sacrifice." And that was all I wanted for her. But people really went into more of a dysfunctionality, making her more codependent. They wanted to make her a little more like Vanellope in Wreck-It Ralph, and I didn't have a reason why not to do it. I just couldn't articulate it yet. Number 33. Idina Menzel thinks of her own voice as a superpower. As she explained in an interview regarding Elsa's secret ice magic, "When I was a kid, I had this voice, and I would hide it all the time, so I completely related to this character." Number 34. Elsa is the only Disney princess who is not a teenager. According to director Jennifer Lee, Elsa is 21 and her sister is 18. Number 35. Artist Claire Keane has posted design work she did on the early stages of development from Frozen and explains some of the sources of her inspiration for Elsa. In the drawings from 2011, we can see two very different takes on the ice manipulating princess. One pulls from Amy Winehouse's iconic Updo, which Keane explained by writing, "I imagined her to have a deep soulful voice and dramatic mood swings." Number 36. When Menzel joined the cast, Elsa had blue spiky hair and a coat made of living weasels. Number 37. Songwriters Robert Lopez and Kristen Anderson Lopez felt inspired when writing Elsa's big song. They ended up turning it into an anthem about freedom and empowerment instead of the traditional Disney villain number. When they played the rough cut for the creative crew, all involved collectively realized they needed to rewrite the entire script to fit the song. That song came at the right time and it fundamentally changed the entire movie, explained Lasseter. Number 38. After Let It Go was recorded and extremely well received, the creators realized it was too inspirational to come from a villain, and they rewrote the story to have Elsa being a heroic character, or at least not written as a villain. Number 39. Next we have Kristoff. Chris revealed we had an intro for Kristoff that was action mountain man climbing with pickaxes. It was great. Wow. And guess what? It's actually on the DVD. Number 40. Christian added that there was a troll song about walking in other people's shoes. It had this romantic music in the middle of it where Anna and Kristoff literally walked in each other's shoes and saw how each other saw the world. It had a lot of lyrics about foot fungus. Well, that stinks that they had to remove it. Number 41. Jonathan Groff, the voice of Kristoff, isn't known for his singing, but he does. The crew kept fighting the whole process to get a Kristoff song, but Kristoff wasn't considered quite the introvert. As Chris explained, he's the type of character who wouldn't sing until Anna helped complete him, and by then we were into action all the way through the film. For the Broadway version, you can rest assured Kristoff will have a bigger, longer song. Number 42. On On a side note, Chris also hinted that there is a ballad, a love song to Anna that exists in an undisclosed location. Do you know where it is? Leave us a comment. Number 43. Supervising animator Randy Haycock drew one test of a very awkward Kristoff trying to make small talk with Anna. When I'm animating a character, especially a male character, I look for traits I can identify with, he says. Kristoff really wants to be an ideal guy, but he's very aware that he's not, so he tried too hard. He fidgets and takes his hat off and puts it back on. I was always uncomfortable talking to girls, so I got that part of the character. Number 44. Like most Disney films, there is an animal companion. In Frozen, Kristoff, the main lead, has Sven, a reindeer, but the way the two communicate is different than when we have seen in previous Disney films. While the two look like they are communicating, it is actually Kristoff who speaks for Sven in what he thinks a reindeer would sound like if they could make words. So it may look like Kristoff is conversing with himself because he is actually saying what he thinks Sven would respond with. Number 45. They modeled the reindeer, Sven, after executive producer John Lasseter's dog, Frankie. They actually brought in a real reindeer, but he just stood there and didn't move, as you probably learned in the previous 107. Number 46. Kristoff is the only main character to not have a name with only 4 letters. Wait, Anna, Elsa, Olaf, Sven, Hans? Oh, Kristoff is just the odd man out. Number 47. In very early versions of the movie, Olaf was supposed to be one of the first guards of Elsa's palace. Chris Buck compared that version of the character to a trial run or someone's first pancake where the cook throws out the pancake when they find out it's burnt at the bottom. Sweet, but weird analogy to take, Chris. Number 48. Olaf had to earn his place in the film. Jennifer Lee says that he couldn't just be thrown in, that he had to have a purpose. And one of his purposes is that he is the embodiment of love between Elsa and Anna. Number 49. In order to keep from getting too complex, Chris Buck and Jennifer Lee wanted Olaf to have a childlike innocence. Like when a child makes a snowman for the first time where the heads are never perfect and the body is disproportionate. Number 50. However, animators complained about the snowman's lack of anatomy. Like Lotso in Toy Story 3, Olaf was extremely hard to render due to his lack of extremities. It's hard to make 2 sticks look real. Number 51. Olaf's song, In the Summer, was not the first song written for the character, nor was it the only song. Olaf, who is a snowman, doesn't have much experience with summer, and as a part of that twisted humor, directors Chris Buck and Jennifer Lee wanted to make sure that warm temperatures was the theme of his song. Before settling on In the Summer, Bobby and Kristen Lopez wrote a song that involved calypso. However, it was deemed too Sebastian by its directors, who did not want the same thing twice. Number 52. Who voiced the younger versions of Anna and Elsa? Katie, the daughter of Frozen songwriters Robert Lopez and Christian Anderson Lopez, and Aggie, the daughter of the writer and co-director Jennifer Lee. Number 53. Still holding that grudge about Hans? Well, Lee has shared that she views Hans as a tragic figure because he's a consequence of being raised without love. Remember, hug your family and show them that you care. Number 54. Ever wonder what a real-life Elsa looks like? Wonder no more. Princess Anna, Queen Elsa, Sven, and all the other characters now appear on the popular ABC series Once Upon a Time. Now please give us a Tarzan so our cartoon conspiracy fantasies will be complete. Number 55. Love is an Open Door is the second song in which the protagonist sings with the villain. The first is Hi Diddly Dee from Pinocchio. Number 56. The movie has a hard to spot Donny Osmond reference. In Love is an Open Door, right after Prince Hans steps out from behind the waterfall. According to Hiram Osmond, one of the film's animators and also Donny Osmond's nephew, Hans' pose is directly inspired by his uncle's signature pose while belting out notes. It's subtle, but it's there. Number 57. The Academy Award the songwriters won for Let It Go now sports a familiar dress and lives in Walt Disney Animation Studios. Number 58. Let It Go was originally called Elsa's Badass Song, as in this was the direction they wanted to go in to create the song. Number 59. Frozen's art director playfully said that when Elsa creates her dress during the song Let It Go, the design of her new costume isn't properly highlighted because of the way the camera looks down on Elsa from above. This is actually corrected in Frozen Fever. When Elsa transforms her wardrobe, we see all the beauty of her new dress from the front and side. Number 60. For environmental design, artists were inspired by the sound of music, which bears a close relationship to the environment of mountains, water, and blue skies. Robert Wise took the city of Salzburg and created an exquisite backdrop that enhanced the characters. Number 61. Christian explained when the team wrote First Time in Forever, they were inspired by their first times going to a dance in high school. Number 62. Speaking of dances, the next time you want to plan that Disneyland trip, don't forget to see Frozen, live at the Hyperion. The Broadway-style show replaced the tenured and beloved Aladdin, a musical spectacular show, and is going through its daily dallies at Disney's California Adventure. Number 63. The Trolls were inspired by its combination of Book of Mormon and Kinky Boots cast members. It's not a coincidence that Stephen Oramus directed both. Number 64. It has been theorized that Oaken, the owner of Wandering Oaken's Trading Post, might not only be Disney's first ever homosexual character, but could be its first depiction of a gay parent too. This is because after Anna is introduced to to his family, it then shows another man in a sauna with 4 children. When Jennifer Lee was asked about Oaken's sexual orientation, she responded with, "We know what we made." But at the same time, I feel like once we hand the film over, it belongs to the world. So I don't like to say anything and just let the fans talk. I think it's up to them.
Number 65. Excited for Disney's upcoming film, Moana? Well, there's a chance you'll see a little bit of Frozen in there. According to director Ron Clements, Olaf will make a brief appearance on those sandy beaches. Keep your eyes peeled.
Number 66. There's a Mike Wazowski figurine on Oaken's desk right next to the troll figurines.
Number 67. Elsa wasn't the only one going through a tough time. As Idina Menzel picked up the role as Elsa, she was going through some tough trenches balancing her family and work life with divorce and sickness. She admits, "Everyone talks about me being a role model for young girls, and that's not always the truth in my day-to-day personal life. I'm not constantly practicing what I preach." That's alright, Idina. Just let it go.
Number 68. The flute was a musical instrument owned by Kristoff that he used to perform songs for Sven in the film. However, it had 4 strings, but only 3 turning pegs. Odd. Number 69. When Kristoff and Sven leave Anna at the castle and go back to the mountain, they're stepping in the snow, leaving footprints. But when the cloud appears over the castle and they return, there are no signs of their footprints. Is it an animation error or an intentional mystery? We may never know, so we should just let it go. And yes, expect to make us that joke an annoying amount of times. Number 70. When Prince Hans finally confronts Elsa, he is not wearing his sword. The sound of his sword being drawn is heard while Anna is on screen, and when Hans reappears, he has his sword in hand, but still no scabbard. Hans must have quite the hammer space. Number 71. When you think of a Disney princess with lots of hair, Rapunzel comes to mind. She was animated with 27,000 CGI strands of hair. Elsa blows that stat away. We said in our last Frozen 107 that Elsa had 420,000 CGI strands of hair, which is a phenomenal feat by the animators. But did you know that was even more than Tangled's Rapunzel? Despite her character having a huge emphasis on long hair, she has about 6% of strands that Elsa has. The average human has about 100,000 strands, meaning that Rapunzel has about 25% of the average human. Pretty unbelievable. Fact 72. It is revealed on Elsa's coronation day that Anna had stayed inside the palace the whole time that the gates were closed, even though the gates were closed only to control Elsa's powers. Anna wasn't a threat to society at all, and could have gotten a bit more life experience had she wanted to. Number 73. When Anna and Kristoff are thrown down the stairs by Marshmallow, Anna is missing her hat. Her hat is back on her head in the next shot. Number 74. On the eve of Frozen Fever opening with Cinderella, Disney had announced that Frozen 2 is beginning production. The plan was revealed during the Walt Disney Company's annual shareholders meeting on March 12, 2015 in San Francisco. Number 75. In Frozen Fever, Elsa's cold was originally going to spawn an army of mini Olafs, but the creators decided against it. Adam Tanswell says, "Originally, we thought it would be fun if a bunch of mini Olafs were created every time Elsa sneezed." Chris Buck admits, "Olaf is very special and we wanted to keep him unique, so we ended up with the Snow G's instead. They don't have arms and they don't really talk, but they are incredibly cute." Number 76. Chris Buck and Jennifer Lee returned as co-directors for Frozen Fever. Peter Del Vecchio returned as producer, and the new song Making Today a Perfect Day was created by Kristen Anderson Lopez and Robert Lopez. Number 77. All of the animators from Frozen wanted to come back to animate at least one shot on Frozen Fever, resulting in a large number of animator credits for a short film. They struggled to squeeze the animation phase of the short's production into a tight time slot in fall 2014, after animation wrapped on Big Hero 6 and before the studio's animators had to start working on subsequent features. Number 78. Every voice actor and actress from the original movie returns for Frozen Fever, including the likes of Idina Menzel, Kristen Bell, and Josh Gad. Number 79. Director Chris Buck says the movie took between 3 and 4 years to create, but Frozen Fever only took 6 months. It was great to return to Arendelle for a whole new adventure with the characters we love so much. Number 80. Elsa has a sniffling cold in Frozen Fever, which causes tons of pesky problems. Every time the Snow Queen sneezes, a mini snowman is created. So what are the cute new creatures called? We've named them Snowgies, reveals Chris Buck. It's a shame they had to let the idea go. Number 81. There's a lyrical Easter egg in the new short, which we hear after Anna expresses her concern that Elsa had a cold. Elsa tells her sister not to worry as she says, "A cold never bothered me anyway." The original line in Frozen is, "The cold never bothered me anyway." According to director Chris Burke, the idea came about because quite a few kids confuse A and the in that line from the monster hit, Let It Go. Number 82. In Frozen Fever, Elsa leads Anna on a scavenger hunt for her birthday gifts, which are connected with the long piece of colored string left in various parts of their home in Arendelle. The inspiration for that part of the story came from Frozen Fever director Chris Burke's own life. One Easter, he gave each of his sons a different color string, and they had to follow their own string through the house to find their Easter basket. Number 83. According to Frozen Fever's directors, the inspiration for the the family portrait seen in the film's castle was the website awkwardfamilyphotos.com. Number 84. When young Anna points to a portrait and says, "Hang in there, Joan," she's actually speaking to a historical figure, Joan of Arc. She was considered a heroine of France for her role during the Lancastrian phase of the 100 Years' War and was canonized as a Roman Catholic saint. Fans speculate that Joan, whom songwriter Leonard Cohen described as such a cold, such a lonesome heroine, acts as a sort of stand-in for Elsa. Number 85. During Let It Go, Elsa stubbornly declares, "Here I stand." As a Norwegian monarch, Elsa shows she's familiar with Martin Luther's apocryphal "Here I stand, I can do no other" declaration. Number 86. A fan sent Jennifer Lee a tweet saying that the fans had been calling Han's horse Lemon. She liked the idea and named the horse the Norwegian equivalent Sitchin. Number 87. Similarly, when a deleted scene mentioned an Admiral Westergaard, who was apparently in love with Anna and acting in opposition to Elsa, fans assumed he was the character that eventually became Hans and asked Jennifer Lee whether Westergaard would be Hans' last name. Since the Admiral was Hans in an earlier draft and the issue of Hans' last name never properly came up in the final script, Jennifer Lee confirmed that it was as good as a last name as any other. Number 88. Jennifer Lee has stated that Elsa suffers from anxiety and depression. Not surprising when you look at her childhood. Of course, that means she got better through epiphany therapy. Number 89. When letting her hair down during Let It Go, Elsa's braid passes through her arm. This mistake was actually intentional, as the animators claim her rig was so complex that they could either let her hair phase through or watch her braid crumble like an origami model. Fact number 90. Do you ever wonder about the origin of Elsa's powers? Initially, it was going to be explained through narration by a troll with a Brooklyn accent that a child is born with ice magic 1,000 years after a certain alignment with Saturn. It was figured that explaining it would cause more questions to be raised on how the rules of magic work and wasn't important to the plot of the film anyway, so that explanation was left out of the film itself. Number 91. As if the song Let It Go from the hit movie Frozen couldn't become more significant, you can now credit it with helping a child calm down during an emergency. In March of 2014, firefighters sang the tune to comfort a little girl after she became stuck in an elevator. Number 92. In the most damning accusation of life theft to be lobbed at Frozen from someone besides the parent of a 4-year-old, a woman named Isabella Tanekumi sued Disney for $250 million, claiming that its hit movie was stolen from her own story. While the official logline of Frozen is that it's inspired by Hans Christian Andersen's Snow Queen and takes place in an imaginary realm trapped in eternal winter, Tanekumi's argument is that it's a direct ripoff of her own Yearnings of the Heart, an autobiographical tale of her own immigration from Peru to America, the most dazzling snow kingdom of the world. Number 93. According to eyewitnesses, the Regal Cinemas Park Place Stadium 16 in Pinellas Park was forced to stall for time after technical difficulties delayed the start of the movie. A decision to play a filler cartoon went awry, and a sexually explicit scene ended up on the screen for 2 long minutes. Talk about a frostbite. Number 94. As of April 11, 2014, Frozen became both the highest grossing animated and highest grossing musical film of all time and the 9th highest grossing film of all time with the worldwide box office gross of $1.2 billion. Number 95. In addition to being the first female to direct a Disney film, Jennifer Lee is also the first writer at any major animation studio to become a director and the first female director of a feature film that earned more than $1 billion in gross box office revenue. Number 96. Frozen was the first full-length Disney non-Pixar movie to win the Golden Globe for Best Animated Feature. Number 97. A campaign to change Disney's stance on gay marriage caught fire on Twitter under the hashtag Give Elsa a Girlfriend, a plea to Disney to make one half of its beloved princess duo a lesbian in the forthcoming sequel. Number 98. We owe it to Zootopia for the many Frozen Easter eggs. To start, Kristen Bell also voiced Priscilla the Sloth. So cool. Number 99. Also seen in the movie, 2 of the smaller elephants were dressed as Anna and Elsa. Number 100. But most importantly, there's this guy, Duke Weaselton. Not the Duke of Weselton, but both characters were also voiced by the same actor, Alan Tudyk. He also plays the crafty King Candy in Wreck-It Ralph. Number 101. Continuing on that note, Duke sells bootleg movies, all of which seem to be Disney references, including those that are still in production like Moana, Gigantic, and Frozen 2. The movies are arranged in what appears to be chronological order, suggesting that the release of Frozen 2 will immediately follow Gigantic. Historically, Walt Disney Animation Studios releases films either in March or November. Tangled was released in November 2010, Wreck-It Ralph in November 2012, Frozen in November 2013, Big Hero 6 in November 2014, and now Zootopia in March of 2016. Moana comes out November of this year, then Gigantic is slated to be released in March of 2018. If Frozen 2 was indeed the next release for the studio, then that would put it coming out sometime in November of 2018. Cartoon conspiracy? Number 102.
Presumably, before he became a criminal, Hans was a revered character in San Francisco.
Big Hero 6 also includes a quick shot of the statue of Hans. However, it is almost immediately destroyed by Baymax. Number 103. An entire wing of the Disney Animation Studio is dedicated to upcoming films. Each wing in itself is then decorated by the film's theme. So for Frozen, there is a lot of ice, transparency, and cool blue colors, whereas Big Hero 6 was decorated to the theme of San Francisco, the fictional city, a hybrid of San Francisco and Tokyo, where the movie is set. Number 104. Frozen's marketing campaign did not really emphasize the fact that the main characters were female. Lee said that she found it important to respect the challenges of getting to a movie-going audience and the expectation. She hopes what Frozen does really is show boys that just because it stars two girls, it doesn't mean you shouldn't see it. She believes if you create well-balanced characters that are well represented, boys and girls relate to them regardless of their gender. Number 105. Early in November 2014, Disney announced that it sold 3 million Frozen dresses in North America, which, as it happens, is roughly the number of 4-year-old girls in North America. Number 106. Although Frozen Fever was planned very shortly after the film was released, a highly anticipated sequel, Frozen 2, was initially not planned. Jennifer Lee, the director, said, "It's been in the press that we are doing it, and we would ask each other, are we? It all comes down to the story. Like, with the short, it was so daunting until we found the story. Then it was all the things it usually is, and we were thinking of every emotion and moment and feeling. Until we found our way into what's next emotionally, it will feel too big."
Fact number 107. You might remember there is a note in the end credits stating that Disney does not support the consumption of boogers. Yeah, the names listed above the disclaimer are those of the crew members' babies born during production.
It's Zootopia time. I thought about doing a sloth joke here, but I thought better of it. You're welcome. Here's 107 facts. No slow motion stamping movement required.
Fresh off the mega success of Frozen and Big Hero 6, Disney Animation Studios is back and cuddlier than ever with Zootopia. This time around, the animals are running the show. But bringing this mammal metropolis to the big screen was no easy task. Are you a die-hard Disney fan? Or are you just curious what all the hype is about? No matter which level you're at, we've got you covered. So get ready, because ChannelFrederator is counting down the 107 facts that you should know about Zootopia. Let's get started. Number 1. Zootopia is written and co-directed by Rich Moore, Brian Howard, and Jared Bush, the same guys responsible for the ridiculously awesome Wreck-It Ralph. Number 2. Howard began brainstorming the film shortly after Tangle's debut. He drew inspiration from Disney's classics, such as The Jungle Book and The Lion King. Number 3. According to co-director Jared Bush, after all of that brainstorming, Howard finally decided on centering the film around animals. Growing up, Howard's favorite Disney film was Robin Hood, and he thought it was time that Disney made a movie about talking animals again. Number 4. When Howard pitched the idea to Disney's studio head John Lasseter, Lasseter was so overjoyed he literally picked up Howard and hugged him. And to be clear, that was 100% consensual. Number 5. The biggest concern the creative team had was ensuring Zootopia would be unique enough to stand out among other animal films, so they put in almost 2 years worth of research into the project. Number 6. The creative team traveled everywhere from Los Angeles to Kenya to gather research on animals. Before they even started developing a story, the team spent a full 15 months studying movement, fur, and behavior. Number 7. The animators visited the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles, where they examined the different structures and textures of fur on a microscopic level. Number 8. While in Kenya, Nate Warner, the director of cinematography for Layout, was bitten by an ostrich, a zebra, and then clawed by a cheetah. He was attacked so many times the team nicknamed him Nate the Bait. Number 9. The idea to create a city of civilized animals transpired after observing mutual respect among predators and prey around their watering hole. The creators decided that, just like in nature, Zootopia's design would begin around a body of water and branch outward. Number 10. While designing the world and history of Zootopia, writers interviewed several experts on the subject matter, including zookeepers, anthropologists, behavioralists, and even psychologists. Number 11. Ultimately, it was Howard's decision to center the story around a rabbit named Judy Hopps and her sly fox counterpart, Nick Wilde. As a kid, Howard favored foxes and had an obsession with drawing rabbits. Number 12. The writers thought that a rabbit and a fox would make an interesting combination. Not only are they natural enemies, but both animals are small, underrated, and yet extremely extremely intelligent. Number 13. It took a full year of research and brainstorming before they even began developing an outline for Zootopia. They pitched so many different versions of the story that once the script was actually finalized, it had zero resemblance to the original draft. Number 14. To set Zootopia's characters apart from other animated films, the animals were designed to walk on 2 feet, have occupations, and use advanced technology, making them more relatable to us. Number 15. Zootopia takes place in a world where humans never existed, yet society has evolved in similar ways. For instance, these animals have the tendencies to stereotype each other based on certain characteristics.
They're all sloths?
Number 16. The story changed significantly over the course of production, shifting from Nick as the protagonist to Judy. Ultimately, Disney made the change because they thought it would make for a much more optimistic perspective. Number 17. In an early draft, it was clear that Nick was lying to a very naive Judy. In the new version, we fall for Nick's lies along with Judy, which makes his scandalous plan a surprising yet inevitable reveal. Number 18. Only mammals live in Zootopia, with the exception of apes. Rich Moore explained that apes were intentionally left out because they already bear a close resemblance to humans. Number 19. Creators admit that the story is by far the most challenging part of the animation process. Zootopia was screened probably 7 times within a 2-year period. Number 20. One of the first story pitches involves citizens of Zootopia wearing collars that prevented them from animalistic behavior. Number 21. Screenwriter Phil Johnston prefers a very hands-on style of filmmaking. According to him, it's the best way to figure out how a story progresses. Number 22. After a script is finalized, artists create storyboards to visualize each shot in the scene. Zootopia had 197,136 story panels created for the film. Number 23. The storyboard artists would act out their scenes and even provide their own sound. If everyone agreed on a scene, they would add dialogue, sound mixing, and then background music. Number 24. After storyboards are finalized, the layout team reassesses scenes in the CG environment. A virtual camera is then placed in the shot to suggest angle, depth, and the movement within the scene. Number 25. Close attention to detail, no matter how small, set Zootopia apart from any other Disney movie today. The goal was to make something never before seen by personalizing every minor detail down to its very core. Number 26. Just a few years ago, creating realistic hair was a huge challenge for animators. Now Disney Animation have experienced a breakthrough, generating new colors, textures, and lengths of fur during the making of Zootopia. Number 27. Each animal species has a completely different fur pattern. Individual strands have been customized down to the root to give each species its own unique design. Number 28. The fur was created 1 strand at a time, making it a tedious job for the animators involved. Number 29. Keep Alive is a new groundbreaking technology developed by Disney to process animation. It's able to imitate the constant flow of energy that we exhibit in our day-to-day lives, which has never been perfected in animation until now. Number 30. The on-screen world of Zootopia is even bigger than San Francisco in Big Hero 6. Still, Disney took the time to carefully design each environment to look natural enough to appear as though it were constructed by animals. Number 31. Zootopia is divided into 5 different areas, each with its own climate. They're known as Tundra Town, Rainforest District, the Burrows, Sahara Square, and Little Rodentia. Number 32. To prevent issues with scaling, Disney animators created a size chart for the animals. The city design had to accommodate mammals of all sizes, from giraffes to mice. Number 33. To make Zootopia's layout feel more authentic, the crew studied how actual cities function, specifically the transitions and interactions between areas like Chinatown and Little Italy. Number 34. Production designer David Gotes came up with the idea to build a giant air conditioning wall through Zootopia to regulate the different climates. Number 35. Every neighborhood is completely original. There were no duplicate models used. Number 36. There are custom vehicles for the animals in Zootopia that vary according to district. Number 37. Now, you'll know this if you saw the film, but Zootopia has its own DMV. That's right, the Department of Mammal Vehicles is run by sloths. A very clever joke on the writer's part. Number 38. To ensure that the world feels somewhat familiar, the animators loosely base their locations on real places. For example, Sahara Square is an animal version of a Las Vegas, while the bunny burrows were modeled after actual carrot fields.
Hey everyone, taking a quick break from the facts to let you know that Frederator's online store Stash Riot is giving $1,000 away for buying your plushies and t-shirts and other stuff from your favorite cartoons. All that's needed to enter is an email address, contest rules apply, and there's a link in the description. Also, all shipping inside the United States is totally free, and if you're outside the United States, shipping is $5 off. Both of these offers will end on April 30th, so go ahead and check them out now while you can. And now, back to the facts.
Number 39. For animators, the goal is to make Zootopia as real as Los Angeles or New York and illustrate a diverse melting pot of species living together with an imperfect city that anyone could fall in love with at any moment. Number 40. The decision to separate Zootopia was influenced by New York City, Paris, and London being constructed into different sections and subsections. Number 41. To be certain that contrasting climates could actually coexist within one city, the team interviewed air conditioning experts on the subject. Number 42. Originally, Zootopia was going to be portrayed as a dystopian city. The directors eventually changed it because they didn't think the idea was right for this film. Yeah, that kind of sounds more like a Tim Burton film. Number 43. Finalizing the neighborhoods for Zootopia proved challenging for the creative team. Several regions were cut from the film, such as Meadowlands, Outback Island, and even a nocturnal district which was located underneath the city. Number 44. To bring a world like Zootopia into existence, an overwhelming amount of conceptualizing goes into every possible aspect of the film. A shocking 190,000 storyboard drawings and about 80% of the design work didn't even make it into the film. Number 45. Before finalizing a design, up to 15 different layouts were developed for the city. Eventually, designers were influenced by Disneyland itself and modeled Zootopia off of the theme park's map. Number 46. Disney developed around 800,000 characters for the film and gave each of them their own personality. Every background character has its own individual quirks that make them completely unique. Number 47. Zootopia features 400 different kinds of mammal species from every continent. Despite that number, there are no duplicates. Number 48. Early on, the designers chose to give their animals flat feet. The combination of human and animal anatomy allowed clothes to fit better on the characters. Number 49. Walk cycles developed character traits during development. The animators used this process to determine how four-legged animals would walk standing straight up. Number 50. Animators used software called iGroom to bring the definition of the CG fur. It helps the animators create unique patterns and textures by combing through the character's hair. Number 51. The sheep's wool was the hardest animal fur to develop. Disney eventually sent groomers to a petting zoo for up-close photos the artists could use as a reference. Number 52. A mouse in Zootopia has up to 400,000 individual hairs covering its body, which is the same amount of hair that Elsa had in Frozen. In comparison, a giraffe has 9.2 million. Number 53. The writers and animators took the various sized animals into account while creating all aspects of the city. They designated certain areas within each section to provide safe transport for specific animals, such as the rodent subway. Number 54. The animals were intentionally written to match the personalities of their real-life counterparts. Wildebeests were first imagined as business people, but were later reduced to average citizens once research proved that they're dim-witted animals. Number 55. Character archetypes were developed for the film before anyone was cast. Jason Bateman and Jennifer Goodwin were at the top of the list for the parts of Nick and Judy,
Sly Fox, Dumb Bunny.
basically because their personalities matched the character descriptions.
Jason is doing parts that aren't even highlighted.
No bump needed.
Number 56. Goodwin stars as Snow White in ABC's Once Upon a Time and voices character Judy Hopps, a regular bunny from the Burrows with dreams of becoming the first bunny cop in Zootopia. Number 57. Bateman, most famous for his role in Arrested Development, voices Nick Wilde, the clever con artist fox. Despite his cunning nature, Nick believes that we will never escape our stereotypes, making even his personality the polar opposite of Judy Hopps. Number 58. The concept behind Judy's character is that she firmly believes in what the city represents, the idea that anything is possible. Unfortunately, she is faced with the hidden dark reality that animals in the city stereotype each other. Number 59. Judy is immediately underestimated by her fellow officers because she isn't large or intimidating. So, to prove her self-worth, she bets her badge on a case that leads her to the devilish Nick Wilde, the only witness in the case. Number 60. Howard and Moore's main goal by switching Judy to the protagonist was to inspire their audience with Judy's can-do attitude. Judy eventually goes on to inspire Nick by showing him that he too is capable of change. Number 61. In a clever twist, the case reveals itself to be part of a much bigger and complex plan. Considering Judy only has 48 hours to solve the case, her and Nick are forced to team up in order to solve the mystery in time. Number 62. The official trailer for the movie was released on Walt Disney Studios Studios YouTube page on New Year's Eve 2015. Number 63. Details about the plot were finally released in a teaser trailer entitled Elephant in the Room, featuring never-before-seen footage of Bogo explaining that there are a total of 14 missing persons, all mammals and all predators of various sizes, which suggests a possible grand scheme. Number 64. For Idris Elba, voicing an animated character is a career first, but has been a secret desire for a very long time. Recently, Elba stated in an interview that he always wanted to be Tom Hanks in Toy Story, but now that he is a buffalo, he couldn't be more excited. Number 65. Police Chief Bogo was shaped to resemble most bodybuilders and muscular policemen. Development artist Corey Loftus noticed that none of them could button the top of their uniforms, so he added that trait to Bogo's design. Number 66. Elba will be in another Disney film in 2016, Finding Dory. He also voices the tiger Shere Khan in the upcoming live-action Jungle Book adaptation. Number 67. Gazelle was originally written as a generic pop star, but was then remodeled after the singer Shakira when she signed on to the project. Gazelle is a popular celebrity character written to symbolize social acceptance within the city. Number 68. Shakira became involved with the project 2 years ago. It's her first time voicing a role in an animated feature. Number 69. It's common for voice actors to get physical while recording their lines, and most of their actions were translated into the character's performance on the big screen. Number 70. There's a scene in the movie where Nick is struggling to eat an extremely small piece of cake. To capture the perfect reaction for this moment, animators filmed Lasseter acting out the scene as a reference. Number 71. Shakira performs her new single, Try Everything, co-written by the singer-songwriter Sia and the songwriting duo Stargate for the Zootopia soundtrack. Number 72. Oscar-winning composer Michael Giacchino created the score. He's the genius composer behind memorable films such as The Incredibles, Inside Out, and even Star Trek. But Zootopia will be his first Disney animation studio project. Number 73. And that score is nothing short of impressive. In fact, it was recorded with an 80-piece orchestra. Number 74. In animation, getting cast members to record lines together is preferred, yet pretty much impossible. But Zootopia was a rare case. The scheduling stars aligned and gave co-stars time to rehearse and build chemistry. Number 75. In addition to Elba, Goodwin, Bateman, and Shakira, the all-star voice cast also includes J.K. Simmons, Octavia Spencer, and even legendary Tommy Chong. Number 76. Chong was shortlisted for the role of club manager at the Mystic Springs Oasis in Zootopia. He's the head of a naturalist club where the animals prefer not to wear clothes. Number 77. Bateman jokes about being cast as the con artist character, claiming Nick Wilde is crafty and sarcastic, a role he's been playing since the young age of 12. Number 78. Raymond Percy plays Flash, the fastest sloth of the DMV, but was also the zombie villain in Wreck-It Ralph. Although completely different in design, these characters have virtually the same delivery method. Number 79. Disney cast John DiMaggio to play Jerry Bumbucks Jr., an elephant business owner in Zootopia. DiMaggio is a famous voice actor known for his role as Bender Rodriguez in Futurama and Jake the Dog in the hit animated show Adventure Time. Number 80. The film Story Group provided background voices for the feature. Originally, their voices were recorded as stand-ins, but decidedly they kept them in the movie. Number 81. After the layout is approved and the dialogue has been recorded, character movements are finally animated in great detail. Nick's smirk alone involves several facial controls. Number 82. Hyperion is the rendering software used to light Zootopia down to the fur by processing several million light rays at one time. It was originally created to light the city of San Francisco in Big Hero 6. Number 83. Zootopia's major newspaper is called the Wall Street Gerbil. Number 84. You won't catch any of the characters just standing around doing nothing. Everybody is constantly in motion, and it's a huge step in the animation process considering even Frozen had stationary characters. 85. The whole world of Zootopia is constantly in motion, right down to every single leaf on every branch we see. Disney developers spent 9 months creating a wind simulator that is so accurate it even impacts fur on the animals to different degrees. Number 86. After a scene has been animated, it continues down to the simulation department, which takes care of clothing, fur, and lighting. Number 87. Lighting is the final and very crucial step in any animation process because it works as a final polish, emphasizing the textures and environments to look real. According to Disney, only 58% of the film's lighting was completed as of October 27, 2015. Number 88. The biggest problem on the project were the deadlines. Due to the intricate detail involved in every scene, development could continue on forever. Number 89. Directors Brian Howard and Rich Moore cameo in the film. The two appear as nosy neighbors eavesdropping on Judy. Number 90. Because Zootopia is a civilized society where predator and prey live together in harmony, they agreed to feed on insects instead of each other. Number 91. 91. If you look in the background closely, there's a parody of a Lululemon called Lululemmings. Number 92. Every single background character was created with a history and a specific purpose. If you pay attention and listen closely, you may catch tidbits about their side stories. Number 93. There's going to be Frozen Easter eggs hidden in the film. The creators have told us to keep an eye out in Tundra Town. Number 94. Zootopia's notorious crime boss, Mr. Big, is actually no big deal. Literally, he's an Arctic shrew portraying the Godfather in reference to the old mobster films. Number 95. There are bootleg movies in the world of Zootopia. According to Howard, there's an ad on a theater for Star Trunk. Number 96. Goodwin is a self-proclaimed Disney addict. She even married Prince Charming, her co-star on Once Upon a Time, and then bought a house previously owned by a Disney animator. Number 97. According to the creators, not only is it possible, but it makes perfect sense for Zootopia to take place in the same world as Robin Hood. They are completely in favor of the classic Disney film taking place in the Middle Ages of Zootopia. Number 98. There's an observational side of Zootopia that jokingly has been compared to Seinfeld in interviews. Rich Moore would like to think Zootopia has its own version of the television show called Swinefeld. Number 99. The creators have already hinted at the possibility of making spin-off movies featuring islands of birds or reptiles, since both were left out of Zootopia. Number 100. There's a fun chase scene that plays with the audience sense of scaling. When Judy crosses the border into Little Rodentia, suddenly she becomes a relative giant to all the surrounding mice, and the scene turns into a Godzilla-like parody. Number 101. Shakira recently opened up about her new role in the film. Apparently, she was thrilled about the part of Gazelle because she too was a Disney fan growing up. Number 102. Disney has put emphasis on the fact that Zootopia is the first of its kind, and technology is definitely the reason why. Animation software has advanced so much since Tangled and Wreck-It Ralph that even the rough animation dailies now look like completed scenes. Number 103. Zootopia was renamed Zootropolis for UK. Number 104. Disney only had concept art to show when the film was first announced at the 2013 D3 Expo. The first original image to debut was on USA Today. The poster featured Nick Wilde, the Sly Fox, tripping the self-righteous rabbit, Judy Hopps. Number 105. Zootopia has a very encouraging message. Howard claims that the theme is to define yourself despite how the world may see you. Number 106. Zootopia characters are joining the Disney Infinity 3.0 cast. Nick and Judy Infinity figures hit the shelves on March 1st, 2016. Number 107. Oh, and one more slightly important detail. Zootopia is in theaters right now. It came out on March 4th, 2016.
You're not gonna believe this, but we actually got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to introduce our next video. The thing is, he's only gonna say one thing, and he didn't want to be shown on camera. He didn't want to get outshined. So yeah, here's Dwayne to introduce 107 facts about Moana.
You're welcome! Rolling out their next film, Disney has brought us another diverse Disney princess who kicks butt all on her own. Kudos to them. And to Moana, our newest heroine who sails the ocean, teams up with a demigod, and even runs from killer coconuts? How can you not want to know more? So, get your inner warrior ready, because we're counting down 107 facts about Moana. Let's get started. Number 1. Moana is Walt Disney Animation Studios' 56th animated feature film, and it was released in November of 2016, almost 9 months after their last film, Zootopia. So, just in time for your next child. Number 2. This marks the first time in over a decade that Disney released 2 animated features in the same year. The last time was in 2002 when they released Lilo and Stitch and Treasure Planet. Both times they released movies involving the Pacific Islands. I smell a cartoon conspiracy. Number 3. Unlike Zootopia, Moana debuted a short film before the feature, which is a Disney animation tradition. Big Hero 6 showed Feast, Frozen showed Get a Horse, Wreck-It Ralph showed Paperman, and Moana shows Inner Workings. Inner Workings is basically Disney's version of Inside Out, following a man's journey to balance his emotions. Number 4. Moana was directed by Ron Clements and John Musker, who are widely known for their movies The Little Mermaid, Hercules, The Great Mouse Detective, Treasure Planet, Aladdin, and The Princess and the Frog. So, chances are you've seen at least one of their movies. Number 5. Moana is about a teenage girl who sets sail with the goal of proving herself as an expert wayfinder and completing her ancestors' unfinished business. Along the way, she meets a demigod, Maui, who helps her on her journey across the oceans full of dangerous dangerous creatures and obstacles. Number 6, wayfinding involves navigating the open ocean without sextant, compass, clock, radio reports, or satellite reports. The wayfinder uses the sun, stars, and ocean to navigate their way across the seas. Number 7, Moana's story is based on a real-life mystery. Approximately 2,000 years ago, Pacific navigation came to a halt. It remained stagnant for 1,000 years, and then all of a sudden the voyagers began again, and Polynesian explorers went to colonize Hawaii and New Zealand. Number 8, to this day, historians are still unsure what caused the navigators to stop, take a break, and then resume. So Clements and Musker decided to answer that question. It was all because of a 16-year-old girl named Moana. Number 9, Moana is Disney's 14th official princess from their feature films. Let's count them all together. Ready? There's Snow White, Cinderella, Aurora, Ariel, Belle, Jasmine, Pocahontas, Mulan, Tiana, Rapunzel, Merida, Anna, Elsa, and now Moana. If we count the TV princesses, we also have Elena of the new Disney series Elena of Avalor. 15 princesses. That's a lot of royalty. Number 10. If you're headed into the film expecting a typical princess movie, you may be a little disappointed. While her father is the chief of the island, Moana herself is not technically a princess, at least not according to Disney standards. According to the demigod Maui, if you wear a dress and you have an animal sidekick, you're a princess. Does my dog count as an animal sidekick? Number 11. Moana has not one, but 2 animal sidekicks, Pua the pet pig and Heihei the rooster village idiot. Despite some promotional images, Pua doesn't actually join Moana on her journey across the ocean. Number 12. In early versions of the story, Heihei was actually a smart character who was in charge of guarding Moana, kind of like Sebastian was with Ariel. However, as the chief's watchdog, Heihei has to be mean towards Moana, and the writers found it was kind of difficult for the audience to like Heihei. Poor Heihei. Number 13. Heihei was almost cut from the film by Disney's chief executive officer, John Lasseter. Lasseter gave the writers 48 hours to figure out how to save him, so they lowered his IQ, making him a friend of Moana and someone who could get Moana into trouble, which saved his role in the movie. Heihei is now officially the dumbest character in Disney history. It's good to know that a low IQ can save your life. I guess I'll never die. Wait, what? Number 14. In Hawaiian and Maori, the name Moana means, drumroll please, ocean. No subtlety there. Number 15. Despite its Hawaiian name, Moana doesn't actually take place in Hawaii. The movie takes place in the South Pacific around the islands of Samoa, Fiji, and Tonga. Number 16. Geography lesson. The Polynesia is a subregion of Oceania that encompasses all of the islands within the triangle of Hawaii, New Zealand, and Easter Island. So, is that a love triangle? Because I love those islands. Number 17. The Italian version of the movie is called Oceania, and Moana's name is Viana. Although that decision has less to do with the geography and more to do with the fact that there's an Italian adult film star named Moana Pozzi, and in Italy, a Google search for Moana would lead to some confusing results. Number 18. On top of that, in Spain and some other countries, Moana will be titled Baiana due to some international trademark issues. Bonus fact, Vaina in Spanish does not translate to ocean. It actually translates to sheath. You know, like the thing you put a sword in. Number 19. Musker got the idea for an animated feature set in the Pacific Islands 5 years ago. He cites the novels of Herman Melville and Joseph Conrad as specific inspiration, so don't be surprised if Moana has to fight a giant white whale. Number 20. The Polynesian heroine Moana is voiced by Auli'i Cravalho, who is actually Polynesian. And just like her character, Cravalho is Disney's first ever Polynesian heroine voiceover. There's a lot of firsts in this film. Number 21. Cravalho is from the Hawaiian island of Oahu, which is just 50 miles from Kauai, where the plot of Lilo and Stitch takes place. Number 22. This is not only Cravalho's first voiceover role, but her first acting role ever. Cravalho wasn't even going to audition for the role of the movie because she didn't think she would stand out amidst all of the great submissions. Hundreds of Polynesian women auditioned for the role of Moana, and Auli'i Cravalho was the last audition on the last day of casting. Talk about a classic Cinderella story. Number 23. At the age of 14, Auli'i Cravalho also happens to be the youngest actress ever to voice a Disney heroine, unless we're counting 8-year-old Katie Lopez, who voiced young Anna in Frozen, but we'll let you be the judge of that one. Number 24. To ensure her voice was perfect, Cravalho worked with a vocal coach via Skype between her daily routine of classes, homework, and surfing. She's so cool. Number 25. Moana was released one day after Cravalho's 16th birthday. Talk about a sweet 16 present. Number 26. Another huge first. Moana is Disney's first heroine movie without a love interest. According to Cravalho, the movie isn't about finding someone, it's about finding yourself. Number 27. The demigod Maui was voiced by the larger-than-life Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. You know, the former former pro wrestler turned actor known for his movies such as Central Intelligence, Fast and Furious, G.I. Joe, who is currently working on a reboot of Baywatch and Jumanji? Yeah, that guy. Number 28. Johnson's grandmother, Leah Maivia, belonged to a royal lineage of Hawaii and Samoa, while his grandfather, Peter Maivia, and his father, Rocky Johnson, were also professional wrestlers. Number 29. Moana is The Rock's second role in an animated film, as he previously starred as Captain Charles T. Baker in the alien movie Planet 51. Wild guess here, but something tells me The Rock found it a little bit easier to relate to a Polynesian demigod than an astronaut on an alien planet. Number 30. There were several months in the original story drafts where the movie was going to star Maui because of his larger-than-life personality and rich mythology. Spin-off movie maybe? Number 31. Maui's face was actually modeled after Dwayne Johnson's. Artists used The Rock's dimples and, of course, his eyebrows as a source of reference for the character. Do you smell what Maui's cooking?
Nothing?
Number 32. In Polynesian mythology, Maui is regarded by some as the Hawaiian Superman. Although the tales vary from island to island, he is one of the most prominent figures in the mythology of Hawaii, Tonga, Samoa, French Polynesia, New Zealand, and other small islands in the South Pacific. Number 33. Among Maui's most famous tales is one about how he used a giant magical fish hook to snare the sun and pull islands out of the sea, both of which are featured as tattoos on our Disney-fied version. Number 34. Speaking of Maui's tattoos, they are the only thing in the movie that wasn't animated in CG. The tattoos were hand-drawn, animated, and imported into the computer. As if animating isn't hard enough, try animating a 2D figure while simultaneously animating a 3D character. Number 35. Maui's tattoos were animated by Disney legend Eric Goldberg. Goldberg is most known for creating the genie in Aladdin, so we know that Mini Maui is bound to be funny. Number 36. Maui's tattoos serve as characters themselves, acting as Maui's cheerleaders and conscience. If tattoos can act as conscience, I would be totally down for a tatted-up reboot of Pinocchio. Number 37. The tattoos also represent Maui's accomplishments and adventures. The filmmakers consulted with expert Pacific Island tattoo artists for accuracy. Number 38. Besides his magic fishhook and his moving tattoos, Maui has another power. He transforms. In the movie, you'll see Maui as a bird, a shark, a bug, and more. But, of course, he can't do this without his magic fishhook in hand. Number 39. You may be wondering, why a bird? And rest assured, there's a good reason for it. According to the mythology, Maui had 4 brothers, but was raised by an ancestor instead of his mother. When he was reunited with his family, he had to prove himself to his brothers, so, to earn their respect, Maui transformed into every kind of bird in the jungle. Number 40. Maui's shark transformation should come as no surprise either, since sharks also play an important role in Polynesian lore. Some early Hawaiians worshipped, cared for, and protected sharks since they saw them as family gods, while others viewed them as an important source of food and tools. Number 41. Creating a character who can seamlessly transform into an animal proved to be quite the challenge for Disney animators. I guess they don't have too many morphing characters in Disney films. Number 42. At the start of the movie, a scene plays that shows us how Maui got marooned on an island for a millennium and got separated from his hook. I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty cranky if that happened to me.
Oh, come on!
Number 43. We Know the Way was the first song written for the movie and was created to pay homage to the Pacific Island navigators. Number 44. Considering the movie's name, it should come as no surprise that the ocean itself is a character. After hearing the quote, "The ocean doesn't divide us, it connects us," Clements and Musker were inspired to make the ocean a major character. Number 45. It also comes from the fact that the Polynesians really do believe that the ocean is alive, and that it unites all of the islands together. The people of the Pacific Islands believe you must speak gently to the ocean. Number 46. For the sake of authenticity, Clements and Musker traveled to the Pacific Island region, including trips to Tahiti, Fiji, Bora Bora, and Samoa. In total, they took 3 separate trips, one for general research, one for music, and one just for visuals. Number 47. While on their trips, Clements and Musker established the Oceanic Story Trust, a team made up of anthropologists, educators, and master navigators. They advised on the story, character names, dialogue, and cultural references in order to ensure that Moana stayed true to the ideals of the South Pacific. In other words, the oceanic fact checkers. Number 48. The filmmakers talked to locals as well, who gave them some advice. Know your mountain. To know where you're going, you have to know where you came from. Sounds pretty wise to me. Number 49. As spectacular as the movie looks, the Disney artists wanted to stay away from photorealism. The motto of the movie was believability, not necessarily reality. Number 50. If we were to boil it down, Moana is about a determined girl who teams up on an adventure with a washed-up guy, which would explain why Musker cites the Western novel turned movie True Grit as inspiration. Number 51. As mentioned, Moana is a new kind of heroine for Disney, so she's also built differently than any of her founding mothers. Moana's body is not built for strutting around in insanely tiny dresses, but instead is built to hold her own while navigating the perils of the open sea. In other words, she's buff. maybe she could take the rock. Number 52. The filmmakers worked hard to keep Moana's femininity while still giving her some edge. They spent lots of time on her wardrobe, making sure it was both beautiful and badass. They purposely put a slit in the front of her outfit to make it easier for her to jump, swim, and fight, because God knows nobody can move in a corset. Number 53. An early version of the script was written by New Zealand filmmaker Taika Waititi, who older fans might know as the creator of Flight of the Conchords and for his latest role as the director of Thor Ragnarok. Number 54. While much of Waititi's dialogue is no longer in the movie, some of his major story beats and ideas were kept in, so he's still credited as a writer for the film. Fingers crossed that one of these ideas is a badass team-up between Moana, Maui, and Thor. Hey, Marvel is owned by Disney now, so as far as I'm concerned, there's really no reason why it can't happen. Okay, that's wishful thinking, I know. Number 55. Hamilton star Philippa Sue makes an appearance in Moana as a villager on Motunui, Moana's home island, meaning the movie is automatically more fabulous. This was Sue's first ever animated voiceover role, and we're pretty sure she nailed it. Number 56. After directing The Princess and the Frog, Clements and Musker were originally working on a 2D animated adaptation of Terry Pratchett's Mort, a novel about a character who gets offered an apprenticeship with the Grim Reaper. However, they couldn't get the rights to the character, and so the project was scrapped. Number 57. In order to ensure they wouldn't run into the same problem, Clements and Musker returned to Disney and pitched 3 completely new ideas, one of which was Moana. She does sound a little nicer than the Grim Reaper. Number 58. Ron Clements said that Moana may be the iconic duo's last movie. No! Come back! Number 59. Clements and Musker have been nominated for an Oscar twice, but have yet to take one home for a win. Getting the gold statue isn't necessarily their goal, but the duo says they wouldn't be disappointed with winning. Come on, give it to them, so they'll come back. Number 60. With their long history at Disney, it may be hard to believe, but Moana is Clements and Musker's first CG featured film. The directors joke that they're still having nightmares about animating some parts of the movie. See, everybody still has something to learn. Number 61. One of the main reasons for using CG was that the environment was much easier to animate digitally than traditionally. Can you imagine trying to animate that much water? That is actual nightmare fuel. Number 62. Moana's musical team is seriously stacked with talent. The songwriting team is made up of Lin-Manuel Miranda, Opataya Foai, and Disney veteran Mark Mancina. Lin-Manuel Miranda is the mastermind in charge of creating the historical hip-hop musical Hamilton. Clements and Musker actually recruited Miranda after his successful first production, In the Heights. The two were impressed with Miranda's ability to write bilingual songs and signed him onto the team before Hamilton even launched. Number 63. Opataya Foai is the leader and founder of the group Te Vaka, a South Pacific contemporary fusion band that has been touring internationally for over 20 years. Foai himself has written, recorded, and co-produced 8 Te Vaka albums, and on top of that, he is a singer, guitarist, and percussionist. We weren't kidding when we said talented. Number 64. Te Vaka performed the song We Know the Way at Disney's D23 Expo and also recorded a version of the song for the movie, so you better get those dancing shoes and hula skirts ready. Number 65. Mark Mancina co-wrote songs and produced and arranged the score for the musical version of The Lion King. He also wrote the score for Disney's Tarzan. Like we said, this team is a musical powerhouse. Number 66. The villain of Moana is an ancient rival of Maui, the lava guardian Tekka. In the movie, Tekka is after the heart of the ocean, a crucial artifact that Maui stole from him centuries ago. Number 67. Every time Tekka appears on screen, there are approximately 10 layers of animation happening at once for things like fire, smoke, and water splashes. Number 68. During the later end of production, the story team was only a few hours ahead of animation. A piece of dialogue would be written and then a few hours later would immediately go into animation, meaning there was little room for error while creating the film. Number 69. At one point in the film, Moana and Maui encounter the Kakamora, a creepy group of walking coconuts. You heard right, walking coconuts.
They're kinda cute.
The Kakamora are like pirates, I guess. They travel on a massive boat full of trash and will do whatever it takes to get what they want. The Kakamora end up chasing Maui and Moana in a scene that was inspired by Mad Max Fury Road. Number 70. Moana is actually the most technically advanced animated film. With the ocean being a critical part of the movie, Moana is approximately 80% visual effects shots, whereas Big Hero 6 was less than 50%. Number 71. Of that 80% of effects shots, 65% of them were water effects. They wanted the water movements to look very natural, so Disney had to design and build a special water effects engine in order to pull off those beautiful effects. And the engine is appropriately named Splash. One of the first water simulations was called the Toddler Effect. Number 72. Before adding some of the characters to the story, the animators did calisthenics tests to ensure that the characters had the range of motion they needed. Pua the Pig was one of the first characters who was tested. Poor little fella, at least he passed. Number 73. What other simulators did they use? Well, Disney actually created their own software that was basically a hair simulator simulator to make Moana's hair as lifelike as possible. The simulator moved her hair around on its own, instead of the animators having to draw how the hair moved themselves. Hey, that's a time saver. Can they make a simulator for my job? Number 74. Because of its large reliance on effects, Moana couldn't have been made 5 years ago in terms of technology. Imagine what animation's gonna look like in another 5 years. Number 75. Since Moana is a musical, Dwayne Johnson will be singing and rapping for the movie. If you want to get a taste of his musical skills, check out Journey to Mysterious Island, where Johnson broke out the ukulele and gave us his rendition of What a Wonderful World. Number 76. Dwayne Johnson also frequently sang during his pro wrestling career, which Lin-Manuel Miranda and the musical team studied in order to compose songs that would fit his voice. Miranda wrote the song You're Welcome, which features Maui and tells the story of how his magical fishhook impacted South Pacific culture. Number 77. Moana opens with a scene that might have audiences experiencing deja vu. It starts with the story of creation and the world of Oceania, and a song that sounds a bit similar to Circle of Life. Hey, we don't mind that. Another Lion King similarity is that just like Simba, Moana is friends with a pig. Number 78. At the Cannes Film Festival, John Lasseter compared Moana to Pocahontas, Little Mermaid, and The Lion King, which is some serious praise. Number 79. An Easter egg parody of Moana was teased in Zootopia as the cat-inspired South Pacific musical Meowana. You can also see a parody of Disney's Gigantic and Frozen 2. Number 80. Another Easter egg, Maui's hook can be seen in Zootopia as a decal on Finnick's van. Sneaky, sneaky little fox. Number 81. And the Disney Easter egg tradition continues. It's been confirmed that 2 characters will appear in Moana, Flounder and Olaf. Considering the fact that Flounder lives in the ocean, that shouldn't come across as much of a surprise, but according to Musker, Olaf's inclusion will also make sense. I can't wait to see how a snowman ends up in the South Pacific. Musker said there are a few other Easter eggs in Moana as well, so be sure to keep your eyes peeled in theaters. Number 82. At the D23 Expo, it was hinted that Heihei was modeled after John Musker, and that Pua was modeled after Ron Clements. The directing duo has a history of inserting themselves as cameos into their movies, and we don't blame them. Can I get a cameo? I mean, just give a character big eyebrows. Number 83. In their previous films, Musker and Clements usually made cameos as minor characters. They've appeared as 2 men in Aladdin, 2 men in Hercules, and a robot and an alien in Treasure Planet, 2 wedding guests in The Little Mermaid, and 2 men in The Princess and the Frog. Number 84. Before the movie even came out, Fijian boat makers were ready to sue Disney over intellectual property rights. They claimed that Disney used the design for a traditional Fijian boat called a kamakau without their permission, or that of Itau K Affairs. Whether Disney legally needs their permission or not is still in question and is being investigated. Number 85. Disney animators put some of Auli'i Cravalho's quirks into Moana. Just like her character, Cravalho and Moana touch their hair a lot and tend to ramble a bit. So adorable. Number 86. The El Capitan Theater in Hollywood hosted a Ron Clements and John Musker film festival in October 2016 as a countdown to Moana. They screened the previous Disney films directed by Clements and Musker, and the audience got to see special presentations by the creators and voice actors along with some Q&A sessions. Number 87. When working on animated films, Musker and Clements always try to create a spectacular sequence that can only be done in animation, which would explain the living, moving ocean in Moana. Animation has no limits, people. Number 88. Moana is a critical part of Disney and John Lasseter's goal to add more diverse characters to the roster. Lasseter said that people usually associate Europe with fairy tales, but Disney is now stressing the importance of expanding out to find fairy tales and legends from all over the world. Another reason to love Disney. Number 89. Back in the day, finding a female wayfinder would have actually been pretty rare, as they lacked a certain body part that was used as a tool. In order to determine the ocean's swell, wayfinders would typically sit naked on their boat and feel the movement in their testicles. Okay guys, whatever works. Number 90. Disney veteran Alan Tudyk, who is a Juilliard alum, provided the voice for the thick-headed rooster Heihei. Hey, it's harder than it sounds. Crowing is tough. Tudyk has previously lent his voice in Frozen, Zootopia, Big Hero 6, Phineas and Ferb, and Wreck-It Ralph. Number 91. Originally, it was rumored that Moana was going to be developed in a new style of CG animation, in a similar style of Paperman. Unfortunately, it's still too early for Disney to create a full-fledged Paperman-style movie. Technologically speaking, the interface has a number of production issues, including problems with color. Number 92. Moana stars many New Zealand actors who are part Maori, including Jermaine Clement, Temuera Morrison, and Rachel House. More diversity points to Disney. Number 93. Temuera Morrison stars as Chief Tui, Moana's overprotective father and leader of the island. Unfortunately, her father's worry for her causes him to not support her desire of sailing the seas. Hey, I'd be worried for my kid too. Did I mention the ocean is alive? Number 94. It's not just Moana the chief is protecting. Everyone in the city is forbidden from going beyond the reef due to the danger that lies outside of the island. But once a darkness comes to the island, Moana breaks the rules and sets sail to find a solution for her people. You go, girl. Number 95. Nicole Scherzinger has a role in the movie as Sina, Moana's mother. Scherzinger herself has Hawaiian and Filipino roots, adding to the film's well-deserved praise for casting actors with actual Polynesian heritage in a movie about the Pacific Islands. Number 96. Sina is much more supportive of her daughter's wishes, but she still has to argue both sides and keep the peace between Moana and her father. I mean, hey, somebody has to. Number 97. Rachel House stars as Tala, Moana's grandmother and the resident village crazy lady. Tala has a very close relationship with Moana because of her shared love of the ocean, making Moana feel closer to her grandmother than her parents. Tala even encourages Moana to go on her journey. Number 98. Moana is also like her grandmother in that she follows her own rules. Tala pretty much does as she pleases and goes according to her instinct. She also keeps all the stories of their ancestors but will not reveal the ancient secrets to Moana until the time is right. Ooh, mysterious. Number 99. Another supportive character? Moana's pet pig Pua. Sure, pigs can't talk, but Pua is always right there by Moana's side. Pua puts Babe to shame. Number 100. In a role that could only suit him, Jermaine Clement voices the comically villainous 50-foot giant crab Tamatoa, who also happens to live in the realm of the monsters. Clement is no stranger to comedy, being one half of the comedy duo Flight of the Conchords, so Tamatoa definitely has plenty of Jermaine-isms. Number 101. Tamatoa is super into himself and covers himself with anything shiny he can find. Bling bling, y'all. He wants to be more than just a bottom feeder and has a strong hatred of Maui. Number 102. The studio created a special physics-based graphics simulator named the Matterhorn for the snow and Frozen, which has since been upgraded from Moana to handle mud, foam, sand, and even lava. I guess they should now dub it the Moaterhorn? The Moana horn? The Matterwana? I don't know. You get the point. Number 103. For you graphic nerds out there, Moana is Disney's second movie to support images with high dynamic range, or HDR. However, most movie theaters don't have the super high quality projectors for that, so you'll have to go to specific theaters to see the movie in its highest quality state. Number 104. It's worth the extra miles. The filmmaker spent lots of time on the details in this movie. Even if a character's wardrobe was only on screen for 6 seconds, they still spent a ton of time making the outfit absolutely perfect. Do it right or don't do it at all. Number 105. In case you didn't guess it, Maui is a few thousand years old. Looks good to me. What's his secret? Oh right, he's a god. Clement said that Maui owns any room he walks into. Well yeah, of course he does. He's the freaking rock. Number 106. Maui must have owned a lot of homes during the 2016 Olympics since Moana got a TV spot during the NBC coverage of the games. Maybe wayfinding should be an Olympic sport. Number 107. Most reviews of Moana by entertainment outlets have been positive, including those from Entertainment Weekly, The Hollywood Reporter, and Screen Daily.
Up next, we've got 107 facts about Raya and the Last Dragon.
107 facts about Raya and the Last Dragon. Fact number 1. The movie has Southeast Asian roots and is set in a world inspired by Southeast Asian cultures and peoples. Number 2. The time period of the film is set somewhere between the 9th and 12th centuries. Number 3. The filmmakers visited Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. This trip eventually inspired the themes of the movie, the main theme being trust. Number 4. If you've watched the trailer or the movie itself, some of you might have experienced the sense of deja vu, so maybe it's not surprising to hear that the movie indeed has a lot of things in common with Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is another popular Asian-inspired world, though that is not to say that all fantasy worlds with inspirations from Eastern Asia or Southeast Asia are the same or even similar, but here are some of the biggest examples of similarities between Avatar and Raya. Number 5. Overall, it's fair to say that Avatar and Raya have a common narrative structure. Both take place in a big divided world that's fractured into opposing lands. In both universes, there was a group of people or species with great spirituality and magical powers gone extinct who had a sole survivor. And during their journey, the main protagonist encounters people from different regions of the world who become important allies and eventually befriend their rival. Number 6. There's also the undeniable similarity of young Raya, who looks a lot like Korra, and her father Benja, whose mask resembles Zuko's alter ego as the Blue Spirit. Number 7. And wouldn't you know, Benja is voiced by none other than Daniel Dae Kim, who voiced General Thong in Avatar: The Last Airbender and Asami's father Hiroshi Sato in The Legend of Korra. A look at the credits also reveals an appearance of Jenny Kwan, who's the voice of Suki in Avatar. Number 8. And to top it all off, the movie's musical score was composed by James Newton Howard, who's also the composer of The Last Airbender movie. Though it would be fair if you, maybe don't want to go ahead and advertise that similarity. Number 9. Raya is the first animated Disney princess to have the same voice actress as a child and an adult. Number 10. Before Kelly Marie Tran was cast as Raya, Cassie Steele was originally going to be her voice, but during the development phase there was a key change in Raya's personality, so the team decided that Steele was no longer a perfect fit for Raya. Instead, they found Tran to be a more fitting embodiment of the character. Number 11. Of the 6 main characters, 2 of the voice actors are Southeast Asian. Talia Tran, who voices Noi, is Vietnamese, and Isaac Wang, the voice of Boone, who is Laotian American. However, most of the cast is East Asian. Number 12. Kelly Marie Tran is Vietnamese and voices Disney's first Southeast Asian protagonist. Number 13. Incidentally, Tran was also the first Asian American woman to be featured in the Star Wars franchise after landing the role of Rose Tico. Number 14. With this movie, Raya would be the one to take the 13th throne of the Disney princesses. Number 15. Technically though, as of the time of this video, Disney has not yet officially added Raya to their Disney princess lineup, so it's all, theoretical. Number 16. Raya's quote, "Here's the sitch," in the beginning of the movie is a nod to Kim Possible's catchphrase. Number 17. Each character that Raya encounters on her journey represents one of the 5 divided lands. Number 18. Each land of Kumandra represents and is named after one of the 5 parts of a dragon: heart, tail, talon, spine, and fang. Number 19. The distinct design of each land was inspired by the region's distinct characteristics and personalities. Number 20. At the beginning of the movie, Raya is 12, then there's a time skip that covers the events of the story 6 years later when she's 18. Number 21. In the early drafting phase, when Raya met Sisu, the latter was trapped in her human form and refused to cooperate with Raya. This is different from the final version, in which Sisu's character was portrayed as full of hope and helpfulness. Number 22. Raya's personality was a bit different too. According to production designer Paul Felix, Raya was a no-nonsense swordswoman focused on her goal of finding Sisu and bringing her father back. Eventually, Raya's personality softened in later story phases. Number 23. Sisu shares many similarities with another Disney character, the genie from Aladdin. Both are blue magical beings awakened by the main protagonist after several centuries of dormancy, and both are self-aware of modern-day culture. Number 24. Although while the genie was asleep for 10,000 years, Sisu was asleep for 500 years. Number 25. The name Raya seems to have several meanings. In Slavic countries, it's a form of the name Reina, which means queen. In Indonesian, it means great. If you pair her name up with the Malay word bunga, it means flower. Bunga Raya means celebratory flower. In Malaysia, this would be the hibiscus, which is the national flower of Malaysia. The flower symbolizes the celebration of unity in a multicultural nation and stands as a national symbol. This perfectly aligns with Raya's goal of reuniting the lands of Kumandra. Number 26. Raya's look was inspired by the research in Southeast Asia. The designers initially wanted an all-leather outfit for her because she was a warrior, but this wasn't possible because of Kumandra's largely tropical environment, and it'd have been too hot for her. They instead looked at the more breathable styles of the region and landed on the sabai top and dhoti pants, which you can see her wearing. Number 27. Raya's costume, later consisting of a big hat and cape with a high collar, represents Raya's grown mistrust towards others. Number 28. Young Raya's costume consists of rich woven silk and brocade, which are exquisite fabrics often associated with Southeast Asia. Number 29. Raya's sword is inspired by kris or karis, which is an ancient dagger in Indonesian folklore with a modern take. Raya's sword is high-tech, and its handles allow her to extend the blade so that she can grab or hook things with it, or to change direction when she rides on tuk-tuk. Number 30. In previous versions of the story, Raya made her own fantasy weapons, including a bunch of bells she could drag to distract the baddies, or a customized arm cannon that could fire off spark balls to stun them. Number 31. Raya is ambidextrous. Number 32. Raya's hand-to-hand fighting style is inspired by pencak silat from Indonesia and Muay Thai, and her weapon style is inspired by arnis, also known as kali, from the Philippines. Number 33. Some of Raya's character was inspired by the Marvel Comics character Star-Lord, because he was the only superhero that had any of the nuance that could fit Raya, and the movie makers couldn't find a female superhero with any of those qualities. Number 34. Raya's animal companion and best friend Tuk-Tuk is an amalgamation of a pillbug, pug, and pangolin, and was also inspired by doodlebugs. Number 35. In Thailand, a tuk-tuk is a vehicle used as urban transportation in cities such as Bangkok, which is fitting for said character. Number 36. Sisu is a water dragon inspired by the so-called Naga, and we don't mean Korra's polar bear dog, that would have been too many parallels. Nagas are mythical, powerful beings in Southeast Asian folklore who are able to manifest as a serpent or a human. Number 37. Even in her human form, Sisu's costume bears symbols of her real dragon form. The phrase on the bottom of her jacket are reminiscent of her fins, and her long sash is reminiscent of her tail. Number 38. All the dragons shown in the movie are related to water. Number 39. According to the original draft of the movie, which was reportedly titled Dragon Empire, Sisu was originally a male dragon known as Katsu and greatly resembled the Chinese dragon. Number 40. The creative teams created over 200 variants of plants, shrubs, and trees to invoke the feeling of a fantastical world with environments unlike our own. This includes vegetation commonly found in Southeast Asia like bamboo and plumeria. Number 41. Kumandra's Dragon River is inspired by the mother river of Southeast Asia, the Mekong River. Number 42. Each of the 5 lands in the world of Kumandra has a different worldview and different climate, as can be seen in the movie. Number 43. The Land of Heart reveres dragons the most, which is reflected in the region's costume. Raya's costumes has elements representing the dragons, like, obviously, dragons, and raindrops, which are the motifs of Heart. Her pants have a stylized dragon pattern, and you can see embossed textures meant to represent raindrops on her jacket. Finally, her hat has dragon scales carved into its lip. Number 44. Heart is aspirational and hopeful and is an island surrounded by water, which is the element of the ancient revered dragons. Number 45. Tail is the most geographically remote and underdeveloped of the 5 lands, and is said to be a desert haven for outliers and scavengers. Number 46. The people of Tail used to live off the Dragon River and travel on water, but the water became more scarce after the break of the Dragon Gem, which makes sense considering the gem used to harbor the dragons of, well, water. Number 47. According to Larry Wu, the head of environments, it's always sunny in Tail, which was inspired by the Wild West. Number 48. In contrast, Talon is bustling and chaotic, full of merchants and traders vying for attention to make a buck. Number 49. The Talon lands are said to be the trading crossroads of the 5 lands, aka a melting pot. Number 50. The floating city on the Dragon River was inspired by real-life counterparts, Southeast Asia's water markets on the Mekong River in Vietnam and the night markets of Thailand and Laos. Number 51. Spine, which is located in a black bamboo forest on a snowy mountainside, is insular and defensive. Number 52. Spine's climate differs from most regions found in Southeast Asia. The cold and snowy temperature allowed the visual development team to repurpose the multi-windowed high rooftop structures that are commonly found in Laos and Indonesia so that the rooftops serve as ventilation for smoke from fire rather than to ventilate heat. Number 53. Meanwhile, Fang is all about power, in keeping with the motto, might is right. Number 54. Fang used to be located on the peninsula before its inhabitants moved to a small island of their own creation in order to ward off the Droon's attacks. Number 55. Each of the 5 lands' personalities eventually were represented visually. Number 56. Heart is represented in a blue color palette with its motifs suggesting fluid water shapes. Number 57. Tail's architecture reflects the resourcefulness of its people by incorporating found objects and scrap metals into the designs. Number 58. Loud, flashy Talon became full of layers of bright, bold, and colorful patterns. The overall shape of Talon's architecture and environment was additionally inspired by seafood. If you look closely, the roof lines have a fish shape, so now we know that the merchant deals aren't the only thing about this place that are fishy. Number 59. The shape of Talon Chief Dang Hai's home was inspired by an anglerfish. The protruding poles resemble the many kinds of poles used on the Mekong River. Number 60. Fortifications dominated in Spine, with defensive spikes and weapon imagery. Number 61. Fang's ferocity was reinforced in repetition of strong, bold, and sharp geometric shapes. Number 62. The design team also looked at shared underlying design principles in Southeast Asia for inspiration, one of which is a belief system of cosmology. Number 63. The cosmology of Kumandra and each individual land was represented through icons inspired by the mandala, which is a unique geometric configuration of symbols that often informs architectural designs of temples in Southeast Asia. Number 64. The icon for Heart represents the round dragon gem and includes another connection to its dragon mythology, which can be found in the form of the icon's rain droplet ripples. Number 65. The slope of Raya's hat is an homage to stupas, which can be found in Southeast Asian temples. Number 66. Fang is philosophically at odds with Heart, hence why its icon is full of squares. Number 67. Talon's icon is meant to convey the feeling of an explosion, where everything is connected with dots, very spiderwebby. Number 68. If you look closely, Spine's icon looks like the inside of a bamboo. Fitting for a folk located in a bamboo forest, but maybe a bit too on the nose. Number 69. Last but not least, Tail's icon reflects a place where everything is a little bit scattered. Number 70. These icons became the basis for each land's city or village layout. Taken together, the 5 lands that make up Kumandra are represented by a 5-pointed pentagon shape, which you can see in various locations, prop elements, and costumes throughout the movie. Number 71. The temple designs of each land also represent the land's connection to their central belief system. Because of its deep spiritual connection to its dragon mythology, the temple and heart is built in round shapes, whereas Tail is very minimal, hence why their temple is rather subtle so that it's barely noticeable. Number 72. Heart's natural landmark is a massive rock that was formerly called the Eye, on top of which the Heart Temple is located. Number 73. The idea for the symbolic Heart Bridge where Raya's father holds his inspiring speech came to the movie makers when thinking about Benja's role of bridging the gaps between the disparate lands, leading them to create a literal bridge. Number 74. The flowers which are located around the pond where the dragon gem is kept here are called Kumandra flowers, which light up when the dragon gem is near. Thematically, the flower represents the idea that one light can light the world. Number 75. The Heart Forest's design was inspired by the Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Number 76. The dragon gem was inspired by real-world gems such as quartz, fluorite, and opals. Number 77. The people of Fang were originally conceived as villains. Number 78, which also includes Namaari, who controlled the Droon and was more of a traditional Disney villain in a very early story version. Number 79. In earlier designs, Namaari used to have fangs whenever she bared her teeth. Kinda wish they'd kept this one because it would have been on brand for someone from a place called Fang, but maybe that would have been, again, too on the nose. Number 80. Namaari's hand-to-hand combat style is inspired by Muay Thai and Vav Nivam from Vietnam. Her weapon style is inspired by Krabi Kabrong from Thailand. Number 81. Just like Raya, Namaari too has animal companions called Surlet cats, whose designs were inspired by caracals and servals. At least those guys got fangs. Number 82. Young Namaari's clothes include insignia that symbolize her homeland, Fang. Number 83. Originally, the movie was supposed to be much more violent based on an earlier script. A cut scene from the movie included broken bones and other graphic details. At the time, it was even speculated whether or not the movie was going to receive an R rating. Number 84. In the drafting process, the creative team knew that they wanted to have Sisu die at one point in the movie in order for Raya to learn to trust other people rather than rely on a magical being to solve all of her problems. But it was unclear whether or not Sisu and the other dragons would actually return. Number 85. The Tail Chief is the only chief to be deceased instead of getting petrified by the Droon. Number 86. While not explicitly stated in the movie, the Droon are indifferent otherworldly entities that thrive on despondence and discord and multiply through absorption of human spirits. They are the physical embodiment of hopelessness. Number 87. In an early story version, Raya was known as the fearsome dragon blade and tail that traveled the lands and fought the Droon. This later changed so that the Droon became these ethereal and unfightable beings instead of being sentient and fightable. Number 88. Raya is the first non-Pixar Disney princess to not sing, and the second Disney princess after Merida in Pixar's Brave. Again, assuming Disney adds her to the Disney princess trademark canon. Number 89. Raya and the Last Dragon is Walt Disney Animation Studios' first fantasy film since Brother Bear to not be a musical. Number 90. It's also Walt Disney Animation Studios' first film since Chicken Little without any involvement from John Lasseter, following his departure from all of Disney's animation areas. Number 91. Most of Awkwafina's lines as Sisu were ad-libbed and improvised, similar to Robin Williams when he voiced the genie in Aladdin and David Spade when he voiced Kuzco in The Emperor's New Groove. Number 92. This is the first Walt Disney Animation Studios movie to be executive produced by Jennifer Lee, who previously wrote and directed the Frozen duology. Number 93. This is Walt Disney Animation Studios' 60-second feature film and the first one of the 2020s. Number 94. The word Binturi is used as an insult along the lines of enemy or traitor. Number 95. The official Raya and the Last Dragon Jr. novel reveals that the word Depla is used as a term of endearment meaning best friend in the Kumandran language. The term also seems to be derived from the Vietnamese word Dep, which translates to beautiful in English. Guess we can check off friends to enemies to lovers for our list then. Number 96. In fact, Raya's voice actor Kelly Marie Tran supports the popular ship. While recording her dialogue, Kelly Marie Tran personally interpreted Raya and Namaari's relationship as romantic. By trans own admission, however, this was not made official by Disney. Number 97. Raya and the Last Dragon is only the 9th movie by Walt Disney Animation Studios to not be based off any existing work, after The Lion King, Dinosaur, Lilo and Stitch, Brother Bear, Home on the Range, The Wild, Bolt, and Zootopia. Well, The Lion King is partially based on Hamlet, and there is that whole Kimba the White Lion thing, but whatever. Number 98. It's also the first Disney animated feature movie since The Fox and the Hound that's the first movie of a new decade to not release in the first year of that decade. Number 99. Tail Chief Dang Hai's mother, Dang Hu, is inspired by co-screenwriter Ki Huin's immigrant mother. Number 100. According to the official art book, Raya is 5 feet 8 inches tall. Number 101. Boone's origin underwent some changes in the story development phase. Originally, he was a mechanic from Tail who got hired by Raya to fix one of Tuk Tuk's tires when a Droon arm got stuck in it. In another version, Boone was a hustler of knickknacks from Talon, and last but not least, he became a seller of shrimp rice soup on his shrimp boat in Tail. They do say that people in the business world wear a lot of hats. Number 102. The 3 cute animal companions of Noi are called Ongis, who are part monkey and part catfish. Number 103. If you watch real closely, you might spot beloved animal sidekick Heihei from Disney's Moana with a basket over his head when Raya visits the Talon marketplace. Number 104. The food in the movie is meant to symbolize Raya's arc and the strong sense of community common to cultures in Southeast Asia. Young Raya is seen to be sharing her food with her father Benja, but since she's been left to her own devices, she's had to learn how to eat with other people again and even adds to the shared food. Number 105. The cinematography, too, reflects Raya's character arc by using narrow color palettes and high contrast for conveying her distrust towards others, and using broad colors and lower contrast for trust. Number 106. The art that's seen in the movie's end credits was created in under 2 weeks. And number 107. Nearly all shot production for Raya and the Last Dragon took place from the homes of more than 450 artists and crew members. In total, more than 900 Walt Disney Animation Studios employees worked remotely contributing to this film. The credits also list 42 babies born to the crew during the movie's production.
Sure, we don't talk about Bruno, but we do talk about the rest of the family. And talk about them we will, as we've got a whole stack of facts about the Oscar-winning Encanto.
With no time to lose, here's 107 facts you should know about Disney's Encanto. Number 1. For all of you language aficionados, as well as those who don't speak Espanol, an Encanto is a place that has an important role in Latin American culture and means a place in nature filled with enchantment. Considering the setting of the movie, this makes sense. Number 2. So it should also not be so surprising to learn that the word madrigal is a type of musical composition in a song which has several singers overlap each other in different melodies. And if we've learned anything from the movie, it's that the Madrigal family definitely loves to sing. Number 3. Even though Disney has a long history of powerful and diverse female protagonists, Mirabel is Disney's first Latina heroine. Number 4. The story of Encanto is based on the concept of magical realism and blends in many different elements of Colombian culture, which is often thought of as the home of magical realism. Number 5. The story was inspired by the works of authors like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Isabel Allende, Jorge Luis Borges, and more. Number 6. In case you've been wondering how long it takes to make a 90-minute movie, Encanto was in production for 5 years, spanning from 2016 to 2021. Again, this makes perfect sense considering the number of changes the movie went through in its initial production process, and there's quite a few of them. Number 7. In the story's early sketches, Mirabel's father, Agustin, was the central figure and found the Encanto where he built the magical home. This was later changed to have a female leader in the movie after the filmmakers were told that it was common for the women to be in charge in Colombian culture instead of having a ruling patriarch. Number 8. Prior to Mirabel's conception, in one early story version, there was a young woman receiving a magical doorknob that transports her to an unexpected world. Number 9. Later, this was expanded upon with the design of Mirabel, who initially was supposed to set out on a quest of pursuing a magical gift of her own. Number 10. This was later scrapped with the reasoning that by the movie's events, Mirabel had outgrown that desire and instead focused on being seen by her family and wanting their approval. Number 11. Unlike other movie productions, the character design process in Encanto specifically had multiple different character designers be assigned to the same characters whose designs were shared and improved upon further. Number 12. Early designs were oriented towards a global look due to the movie taking place in the 1950s, but this was later changed to a 1900s feel with a folkloric Colombian aesthetic. Number 13. Initially, the story of Encanto covered a span of 100 years with multiple family generations. Number 14. While the span of the movie's timeline got compressed, individual characters' ages were altered as well. In an early story version, Bruno was much younger and around Mirabel's age. Number 15. When designing the Encanto, the filmmakers were inspired by the Cocora Valley, which lies in the heart of the Andes Mountains in Colombia. Number 16. Even though the magical gifts of each Madrigal was decided by factors such as their role within the family, their personality, and emotions, the characters' gifts weren't always set in stone. Number 17. In an early version, Peppa's power was to be indestructible, along with her having a more daredevil side, but this got changed to her weather powers because this would have been too similar to Luisa's powers, which is super strength. Number 18. Another character that received a major change is Peppa's oldest son, Camilo, who is named Carlos. Originally, Camilo was depicted as an angry teen instead of having the more easygoing personality that we see in the final movie. Number 19. Another character that used to have a different name is none other than everyone's favorite uncle, Bruno, who was first known as Oscar. Turns out there were a lot of Oscar Madrigals in real life, which led the filmmakers to explore 5 other name options. We agree though, we don't talk about Oscar. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. Sorry. Number 20. If you're curious about the other 5 names that were in the running, they were Arlo, Anko, Andre, Emo, and Marco. Number 21. Interestingly, Arlo is the name of Rosa's dog in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Rosa is played by Stephanie Beatriz, who is the voice of Mirabel in Encanto. Number 22. Stephanie Beatriz originally auditioned for the role of Luisa, but the filmmakers found that her personality was much more like Mirabel's and offered her that role instead. Number 23. When auditioning for the role of Mirabel, Beatriz sang the song You're Welcome from Moana. This was even turned into an animatic later by one of the animators that worked on the movie. Number 24. Prior to Stephanie Beatriz being cast as Mirabel, Sarah Nicole Robles provided the voice for Mirabel in Scratch dialogue. Robles also did Scratch for the character of Moana and is part of other Disney productions, including her voice work as Luz Noceda in The Owl House. Number 25. If you pay attention, you won't miss that some of the characters' overall appearance, including costume, were infused with elements of their magical power or lack thereof. Number 26. This includes iconography specific to each family member's power on the character's costumes. Peppa has raindrops running down on her dress, and Bruno has hourglasses in his costume. Number 27. The non-magical members of the family don't have this. Number 28. Mirabel's clothing is based on that of local Colombian women's in the Andean region from the 19th and 20th century. Number 29. The do-it-yourself aesthetic of Mirabel's hand-customized clothing is meant to reflect her personality. Number 30. Mirabel's self-embroidered skirt has different icons representing her family members. A basket of buñuelos, fried dough fritters, for her mother, a chameleon for Camilo, and flowers for Isabella. Number 31. Meanwhile, the pink tassels at the bottom of her skirt are part of the loud elements of her clothing that are meant to draw attention onto her to be seen. Number 32. Luisa's costume has weight symbols on it to represent her power of strength. Number 33. The embroidery around Isabella's neckline represents the national flower of Colombia, which is an orchid. You can also see other types of flowers on her costume that are home to Colombia, like dahlias. Number 34. The Colombian-specific herbs of Julieta's outfit symbolize both her healing power and cooking. Number 35. The flower in Augustine's lapel was given to him as a gift by Isabella. Number 36. Each one of his socks represents Mirabel and Luisa with respective color palettes and iconography. Number 37. Peppa's outfit is a fusion of several folkloric dresses and incorporates iconography that represents her powers, like lightning bolts, raindrops, and little suns as earrings. Number 38. Dolores' outfit combines that of her parents. Her loose blouse and skirt with red highlights, which is inspired by the cumbia dress, represents her father Felix's Caribbean heritage. Number 39. Camilo has a chameleon as his iconography, which reflects his shape-shifting powers and appears on his poncho and the weaving on his sandals. Number 40. Antonio's outfit is white in the beginning of the film due to him not having received a gift yet. Later on, his outfit incorporates the animals he can communicate with. Number 41. Antonio's outfit is inspired by the design of Caribbean coast outfits like his red handkerchief. Number 42. Felix's shirt is a traditional guayabera, which is common in the Colombian Caribbean coast. Number 43. The geometric shapes in his costume, like the triangles, represent the stability that he gives his family and his support of nature. Number 44. Bruno's costume is his old ceremonial outfit that he used to wear when he was having visions of the future for whenever people came to see him, though by now it's worn down by a lot. Maybe that's why he decided not to do visions of the future anymore. Number 45. By now, Bruno has risen in popularity and he can be sure to never again be left out of everyone's mouth. But there is another important character that has been driving the story forward as the central figure that no one has been talking about. the Madrigal family house. After all, we never said anything about characters being limited to humans or animals. With how reactive the house is shown to be throughout the events in the movie, it makes perfect sense that it's an extension of the Madrigal family that lives and breathes alongside the family members. Number 46. In fact, the house was originally meant to be an extension of only Abuela Alma instead of the whole Madrigal family. Number 47. Following this, the wallpapers in the house would change color depending on her mood in whatever room she was in. Number 48. The core of this idea was kept due to the house being healthy when the family was happy and the house cracking when the family was struggling. Number 49. In order to incorporate the magic and personality of the house into its visual design, the filmmakers consulted Colombian architects and studied the architecture of typical houses found in Colombia. Number 50. Sadly, or maybe fortunately, the Madrigal house is the only magical house in the Encanto. With the amount of attention it needs, that's probably a good thing, or else just one family won't be enough to take care of all magical properties in town. That is, if the next Madrigal member was given a magical gift that allows for more effective and faster cleaning. Definitely a useful gift to have. Number 51. Even though the movie alludes to it, not every piece of furniture in the house moves on its own actually. According to the official movie art book, only attached or built-in architecture like lamps and moldable material are able to do so. But hey, at least Luisa doesn't have to worry about finding a treadmill thanks to convenient magical floorboards. Number 52. The rooms of the magical family members reflect the room owner's power and personality. Number 53. Ideas for Luisa's room, which eventually got cut completely, included a room with everything made out of stone to reflect that she was the responsible one. This came with a secret exit to a different room with a theme park in it where she could have fun just like a little child to escape the pressure. That's a neat way of diving under the surface when met with pressure. Number 54. The pink and pastel colors in Isabella's room reflect Isabella's role as the golden child and perfect princess, while the large curtains are a visual symbol of how trapped Isabella feels in her role. Number 55. Antonio's room was inspired by the rainforest in the Choco region. Number 56. The filmmakers played with the idea of having Antonio's room form a regular one into a magical room, but it was decided to have it always be in its magical form. Number 57. If you look closely, there's still a transitional section upon entering the room where the wallpaper goes from painting to real plants and where the tiles turn into moss. Number 58. Bruno's room design is partially inspired by the Estoraques, I hope I pronounced that right, which are special natural rock formations, and by the Salt Cathedral of Zipaquira, which is an underground cathedral built within the tunnels of a salt mine. Both of these locations are found in Colombia. Number 59. Each branch of the family tree has a different color palette, which allowed to show the characters' personalities and the family ties on a visual level. Number 60. Due to Felix being of Caribbean heritage, his and Peppa's family reflect this with the color of their costumes, which are warm tones of orange, yellow, and red. Number 61. In contrast, Mirabel's side of the family wears cool tones of blues, purples, and greens. Number 62. The townspeople wear neutral colors, so the core family stands out with their vibrant hues. Number 63. The magical doors form whenever a Madrigal child nears their 5th birthday. Number 64. The rooms amplify each child's gift by creating space designed to allow the gifted to learn, practice, and grow their gift. Number 65. Even though the magical spaces in the rooms are bigger than the exterior of the house, they are finite spaces. I guess every sort of magic has its limit. Number 66. The rooms of the Madrigal family members are aligned in birth order, with Abuela's room at the center. The colors of each section match the character they're representing, with Mirabel's room mirroring Abuela's. Number 67. The assortment of the rooms to have all be on the 2nd floor is meant to show the equality between the family members with a lack of hierarchy. Number 68. According to the art book, when the house came to be, Abuela would often fight with the house, but they liked each other so much that they quickly mended the relationship whenever it fell apart, by Abuela sewing the cracks of the house. Number 69. It's also revealed that Mirabel is not the only family member that has a close bond with the house, and that she and her grandmother share an equally close connection with it. Number 70. At one point in development, the filmmakers thought about playing with the colors in the movie and wanted them to reflect Mirabel's own point of view, which would switch to Abuela's, whose would look more photographic and realistic, in the 3rd act of that movie version. But the idea was deemed to be too distracting and the movie retained Mirabel's point of view instead. Number 71. The wax palms in Mirabel's rooms are common to the area where the movie's set. Number 72. Julieta is said to be the most empathetic family member. Number 73. Agustin is from outside the Encanto, from a place that's similar to Bogota. Number 74. Agustin and Felix were originally a double act that connected with Mirabel due to all 3 of them having no magical power. Number 75. The filmmakers explained that the film's core lie in the shared emotional tie between Mirabel and Abuela. Number 76. Extending Mirabel's family to include uncles, aunts, and cousins is meant to reflect the multi-generational household which is common in Latin American culture. It's also meant to reflect the ethnic diversity within real Colombian families. Number 77. Early on, co-director Jared Bush created a website for the town that is seen in the Encanto. Number 78. The townspeople come from different regions of Colombia. The creative team drew inspiration from towns such as Barichara and Salento. Number 79. In an early story version, Mirabel and Alma would visit the town that Alma was originally from, which would have technology that wasn't available in the Encanto. Number 80. Abuelo Pedro is said to have been a writer who sat at his desk to write poems. Number 81. At one point, Isabel had another suitor named Bubo with a dorky personality who was from the city and had a much more modern look compared to the rest of the town. Number 82. Encanto is the first Walt Disney Animations production to use a tall frame since Tangled. Number 83. Felix, Antonio, Camilo, and Dolores are Afro-Colombian. Number 84. One of the many things that the creative team did in order to make Mirabel come to life on screen was to study and incorporate the characteristics and mannerisms of Mirabel's voice actress Stephanie Beatriz. Number 85. Mirabel has inherited her mother's empathetic nature, and her desire to belong is shown visually whenever she sings alone, where she's seen dancing to her own rhythm but trying to match the rhythm and dance moves of her family in shared songs, which is a very poetic way of coming full circle concerning our earlier explanation about the meaning of madrigal. Number 86. During the family's performance of We Don't Talk About Bruno, Augustine is seen preparing the table without knowing the lyrics and just trying to dance along to everyone's rhythm. The only people singing are the ones that Mirabel directly asked about Bruno. Co-director Jared Bush explained that, just like his daughter, Augustine wants to fit in with the madrigals and dances anyway. We think that's a noble effort and certainly charming for the rest of the family. Number 87. The voice actors for Abuela Alma, Felix, Pepa, Mariano, and Julieta reprised their roles in the Spanish dub. Julieta's voice actress is the only original cast member to be featured in the Italian version, making her be featured in 3 languages. Number 88. At the time of her final recording of the song Waiting on a Miracle, Stephanie Beatriz was over 9 months pregnant. 48 hours after she finished recording, she had a baby. Looks like her miracle came early. Number 89. When writing the song The Family Madrigal, songwriter and composer Lin-Manuel Miranda was inspired by the song Belle in Beauty and the Beast. Number 90. When he was offered to sing a song for the movie, Colombian singer and songwriter Sebastián Yatra immediately accepted the offer without knowing what the movie was about. Number 91. The song he sings, called Dos Orillitas, was the only song submitted by Disney for the category Best Song for the Oscars. Yeah, we're just as baffled as you are. I mean, everybody around town has ironically been talking about We Don't Talk About Bruno, so I can't blame you for expecting that song to have been nominated instead. There is an explanation though. Number 92. According to the creative team, the song Dos Orillitas is a better representation of the emotional conflict at the movie's core. This is in line with the intention behind the song of being stuck in people's minds like a century-old folk song. Number 93. It's also the first song that songwriter Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote completely in Spanish. Number 94. The cinematography for We Don't Talk About Bruno was designed to create the sense of a live performance. The layout team was inspired by dark rides at theme parks. Luisa would probably appreciate that. Number 95. The filmmakers initially considered an after-credit joke to end the movie, but decided against it to keep the movie's joyous atmosphere instead. You can watch the animated post-credit scene in a tweet by co-director Jared Bush. Number 96. When Mirabel meets Bruno, Bruno refers to himself as Hernando, which is a nod to Hernando Behamon, who is a friend of the filmmakers that invited them during their stay in Colombia. Number 97. If you listen closely, you'll hear a tick-tock sound when Luisa performs her song Surface Pressure. The sound was recorded by Lin-Manuel Miranda with his own voice. The filmmakers liked it so much that they kept it in the final version. Number 98. Mirabel's voice actress Stephanie Beatriz improvised a lot of lines in the movie. One of them is when Mirabel says, "Nope, you flew away immediately," after the toucan in Bruno's room flies off and leaves her alone.
Nope, you flew away immediately.
Number 99. The town boy that is addicted to coffee was scratch-voiced by co-director Jared Bush's son Merrick for 2 years, but he was ultimately replaced just 4 months ago. Let's just hope his real coffee won't taste so bitter after that betrayal. Number 100. For a song called We Don't Talk About Bruno, it surely is talked about a lot and very catchy. The songs reached number 1 in the Billboard Hot 100 chart, surpassing Let It Go, which was at number 5 in 2014, and set a new record for Disney. It became the highest charting song from an animated Disney movie in 26 years, and it's still going strong. As of recording, it's been number 1 for 2 consecutive weeks. Number 101. The other 3 Disney songs to ever break the top 5 were A Whole New World from Aladdin, which hit number 1 in 1993, Can You Feel the Love Tonight from The Lion King, and Colors of the Wind from Pocahontas, both of which hit number 4 in 1994 and 1995 respectively. Number 102. Other Encanto songs on the Billboard chart include Surface Pressure on number 8, The Family Madrigal on number 20, What Else Can I Do on number 31, Dos Orejitas in number 38, Waiting on a Miracle on number 50, All of You on number 74, and Colombia, Mi Encanto on number 100 for its debut in the chart. Having 8 songs of your musical movie be in the top 100 chart definitely counts as a success. Congratulations from the Frederator team. Number 103. Dolores' line in We Don't Talk About Bruno, in which she refers to Bruno's vision about the man of her dreams being betrothed to another, was a plotline that was spontaneously made up by Lin-Manuel Miranda when he wrote the song. Dolores was supposed to be a counterpoint to the character Eponine from the French musical Les Miserables, who falls in love with a man who's in love with another woman. However, unlike Dolores, Eponine has a tragic ending as she confesses her love toward her love interest Marius, spoiler alert, right before she dies. Number 104. Originally, the movie's final song, All of You, was 7 minutes long and had to be reduced down to only 4 minutes of available screen time for animation. Number 105. The song includes a small Easter egg to Let It Go from Frozen, which you can hear when Bruno sings. Number 106. According to Disney CEO Bob Chapek, Encanto became the fastest title to reach 200 million hours of viewing on Disney+. Number 107. And for this one, we've got something exciting for you. Both Disney's CEO Bob Chapek as well as the filmmakers behind Encanto expressed open interest in an Encanto franchise consisting of a spin-off series, stage show, or sequel. Vamos!
We're nearing the finish line now. Coming full circle on this 100-year thing, we've caught up with Disney. It's time for 107 facts about Wish. After 100 years, Disney finally decided to put out their own original fairy tale. Who would have thought? Obviously, I'm joking. They've put out plenty of original stuff this past century, but it's fun to see them take their classic formula and turn it on its head a bit to celebrate 10 decades of filmmaking. Of course, folks are interested in what's going on under the hood, so we've put together 107 facts about Disney's latest animated feature, Wish. Let's get this party started. Number 1. Wish came out during Disney's 100th anniversary celebration and acts as an origin story to the wishing star featured in other Disney films such as Pinocchio, Peter Pan, and The Princess and the Frog. The stars serve as one of Disney's most iconic symbols and have been used in the very first shot of the Disney Castle logo since 2006. Number 2. Wish can be considered a celebration for the company's centennial and possibly a spiritual prequel to Pinocchio. In reference to Disney's 100th anniversary, trailers for the film refer to it as a story a century in the making. Number 3. Unlike past fairy tale movies from Disney, Wish is entirely an original idea. This is not an adaptation of a classic tale like Snow White, Cinderella, or Sleeping Beauty. Wish is a story created entirely by Disney about Disney. Number 4. This is the first Disney animated film to be released in CinemaScope since Lady and the Tramp and Sleeping Beauty. Number 5. It's also the 5th Walt Disney Studios animated film to be released on November 22nd after Beauty and the Beast, Toy Story, Coco, and Frozen 2. I wonder what it is about that day. Number 6. The film is intended to be a celebration of Disney's centennial anniversary, with wishes coming true being its main theme, which was an integral part of the company's history. Number 7. This is Walt Disney Animation Studios' 62nd animated feature film. Number 8. Directors Chris Buck and Fawn Veerasunthorn represent 2 generations of Disney being brought together. Buck, who started at the studio in the late 1970s, was the mentee of Eric Larson, who was one of the few main animators known as the 9 Old Men during Disney's formative years. Veerasunthorn joined during Disney's CGI era. Number 9. Wish began development in 2018, but was not publicly disclosed until January 21st, 2022, when it was reported that Jennifer Lee was writing an original film at Walt Disney Animation Studios. Number 10. Wish is the 3rd collaboration between director Chris Buck, writer and executive producer Jennifer Lee, and producer Peter Del Vecchio, following Frozen and Frozen 2, where Lee served alongside Buck as director. Number 11. Julia Michaels was announced to write lyrics and music to original songs for Wish alongside Benjamin Rice at D23 Expo in September 2022. By April 2023, Dave Metzger was confirmed to be composing the film's score. Number 12. The score was influenced by the film's original songs penned by Julia Michaels and Benjamin Rice. Since the songs were written long before, Metzger had to look at how to tie his music into the songs. Number 13. As for his toolbox, Metzger used castanets and finger cymbals because they had been used in the song instrumentation. He utilized different types of percussion and Mediterranean instruments to bring color to the score. Number 14. Although Julia Michaels had contributed backing vocals to the pop version of Let It Go from Frozen and performed In This Place from Ralph Breaks the Internet, Wish was a 3-year endeavor that was the culmination of a lifetime of wanting to write songs for a Disney film. Number 15. The movie's third song, This Wish, was actually the first song written. Michaels said in an interview that it was based off a very short paragraph which was the synopsis of the film. And because this film is honoring the 100th anniversary of Disney animation, she wanted the song to feel classic, yet modern. Number 16. According to Benjamin Rice, I'm a Star was one of the most challenging songs they had to tackle. They're trying to give a 7th grade science lesson in the middle of a pop song, while also incorporating multiple characters, making it catchy, and giving the audience the most positive and inclusive message possible. It's based on the idea that we're all made of stars, and towards the end of the film, the song serves a very direct purpose. Number 17. For the song This Is the Thanks I Get, the composers wanted to capture Magnifico's entire character. They had to show how likable and caring he appeared in public, while also highlighting a dark side that he's good at masking. The more that you hear this song, the darker, deeper, and scarier he gets. In the middle of it, he has to convince himself that he's still a good guy, and no matter what he does, it trickles in that he's not what he seems to be. Also, this is the only song that Asha doesn't sing in. Number 18. This film is dedicated to Bernie Mattinson, a Disney legend who died on February 27, 2023, and had worked at Walt Disney Animation Studios for over 70 years. Number 19. In July of 2023, it was reported that Disney was considering postponing some of their 2023 releases, including Wish, due to the 2023 Hollywood labor disputes. Number 20. The crew who worked on the movie watched all the previous 61 animated films while working on Wish. Number 21. There are many deliberate references to the movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, largely in the opening credits. Instead of saying Disney Presents, they say a Walt Disney feature production in the same font as the opening credits for Snow White. Number 22. Keeping the trend of classic movie references, Wish begins with a fairy tale book opening to tell the prologue before getting into the main story, just like Snow White, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, and other Disney titles. Number 23. Wish is set in the fictional kingdom of Rosas, a fantastical place where wishes can come true when they're relinquished by the citizens to its ruler, King Magnifico. Number 24. The kingdom is a melting pot of cultures, from those of the Iberian Peninsula to North Africa, and even people from the Silk Road. All have influences on the cultural aspect of Rosas. Number 25. King Magnifico's castle is inspired by a military watchtower in Spain. According to the Art of Wish, Seville's 12-sided Torre del Oro, which translates to the Gold Tower, served as inspiration for Magnifico's 12-sided castle. Number 26. The origin of Rosas is similar to that of Corona in Tangled. Both are small islands that did not exist as kingdoms at the start of the story's history, but ultimately were founded and built up over time prior to the start of the story. However, Rosas was founded by King Magnifico. Number 27. Speaking of whom, King Magnifico, played by Chris Pine, is a powerful and charismatic sorcerer who rules over and grants the wishes of his people. However, he only grants wishes that are seemingly beneficial to him under the pretense of them being good for his kingdom. Number 28. The name Magnifico means magnificent in Spanish and Italian, which alludes to his narcissistic personality. Number 29. Before the release of the film, King Magnifico had already become beloved by fans due to his cool design and sinister, power-hungry character, with many saying he gives off the vibes of traditional villains in Disney's past movies. Number 30. The similarities with classic Disney villains don't end there. His clothing silhouette resembles that of Jafar from Aladdin. He's obsessed with his beauty, reminding many of Disney's first villain, the Evil Queen. Number 31. After absorbing the wishes, Magnifico appeared on every reflective surface on Rosas while saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the handsomest of them all?" Another reference to Snow White's evil queen. Number 32. Magnifico's lair features elements from the lair of the evil queen, including the skull with a candle and a poison apple. The way he forges his staff is even evocative of how the evil queen crafted her disguise, and the Book of Dark Magic was based off the queen's spellbook. Number 33. Despite King Magnifico having other apprentices in the past, only Asha seems to care that there are wishes that will never be granted. This implies that all of his previous apprentices kept quiet about the ungranted wishes, so as to not get on Magnifico's bad side. Number 34. While Magnifico is probably one of the most narcissistic of Disney's villains, he's possibly the most sociopathic as well. Since he chooses what wishes to grant and to decline, it's possible that some wishes he rejected from his subjects include asking for their loved ones to be healed of a terminal illness, only for him to reject the wish because it did not benefit him. As a result, he probably has an outrageously high body count simply because he can't be bothered. Number 35. During the climax, Magnifico summons a spiral storm cloud above his castle, in much the same way that Maleficent and Jafar did in their respective films. Number 36. The image of the magic mirror's face flashes for a split second when Magnifico becomes trapped in his staff, implying that he becomes the character in Snow White. Trapping Magnifico inside his staff is also reminiscent of Jafar becoming trapped within the genie lamp in Aladdin. Number 37. According to the Art of Wish, early drafts for Wish had Magnifico as an alchemist and astrologer, in addition to being the evil king, and his lair was originally a glass altar. Later drafts had him sharing the villain role with his queen as an evil couple. Number 38. Yes, Queen Amaya was originally going to be a villain in Unholy Matrimony with King Magnifico, running the Kingdom of Rosas. She was also going to have a Sphinx cat called Charo as her pet. However, this idea was scrubbed, and while her personality changed, her design actually stayed the same. Number 39. Amaya is similar to Aladar Blight from the Owl House, as they both had spouses who were evil and cruel, and both grew to be intimidated by them when they started showing their true natures. Yet, in the end, both managed to stand up for themselves, side with the heroes, and cut ties with their spouses for good. Number 40. According to rumors, the design for Star was modeled on Mickey Mouse's face. We can kinda see a resemblance, but both have pretty simple faces. Star is literally just two eyes and a mouth. They do have the same cheerful mood, but we might need to see some proof on this one. Number 41. When Star attempts to enter the king's study, wildly throwing magic around to try and unlock the dumbwaiter, it enchants a quill to start drawing a familiar pair of ears before some scissors go after it. Although the finished drawing is never seen, the intent is clear. Number 42. The macaron tower in the kitchen also features hidden Mickeys. Number 43. Fireworks towards the end of the movie display Mickey ears above the castle. Number 44. The name of the lead character, Asha, is of Arabic origin, meaning alive and well, but it has several meanings depending on which language you're looking at. For example, in Hindi it means desire, or perhaps more appropriately, wish. Number 45. During her designing stage, Asha was rumored to be a princess. In an interview with Animation Scoop, director Chris Buck confirmed that Asha was not descended from royalty. Number 46. One of the more subtle nods to earlier Disney films is the fact that in the first act, Asha aspires to be a sorcerer's apprentice, just like Mickey Mouse in 1940s Fantasia. Number 47. Wish is supposed to take place in the 1200s. While everyone else wears period piece shoes, interestingly enough, Asha's are more modern. They appear to be a reference to Princess Diana's wedding slippers. Number 48. When Asha faces off with Magnifico, she wears a blue hood with a pink bow that looks very much like the dress of Cinderella's fairy godmother. This makes sense when you consider Asha's ending, as she becomes something of a wish-granting fairy godmother herself. Number 49. Asha is the only character featured in the short Once Upon a Studio before the release of her own movie. Number 50. Asha's grandfather, Sabino, is celebrating his 100th birthday, just like Disney at the time of Wish's release. Number 51. The word Sabino is of Spanish and Latin origin, meaning wise. He's also called Saba by Asha, which is Hebrew for grandfather. Number 52. The character design for Sabino was inspired by Georges Hautcourt of the Aristocats, which was the work of one of Disney's legendary 9 old men, Milt Kahl. Number 53. Sabino is wearing the same color scheme as Prince Charming from Cinderella, and his outfit matches that of the prince, also known as Prince Florian in Snow White. Number 54. At the end of the film, Star recreates the Disney Studios logo, complete with the Mickey Mouse-shaped fireworks and the magical arch over the castle. Number 55. In Magnifico's library, the Book of Forbidden Magic has a serpent eating its own tail on the cover. This is the symbol of the Ouroboros, the world serpent who represents the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Number 56. Magnifico sends out green vines to cover the kingdom, which could be a nod to the thorns Maleficent uses in Sleeping Beauty. Number 57. This is the first Disney animated film to receive a rotten rating on Rotten Tomatoes since 2005's Chicken Little. Number 58. On October 4th, 2023, Disney announced a Wish Together campaign in partnership with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, in which Disney would donate 10% of the sale price of each individual item of merchandise from the film up to $1 million to the foundation. Number 59. Wish was released alongside Napoleon and the wide expansion of Saltburn, and was initially projected to gross $45 to $50 million from 3,900 theaters over its 5-day Thanksgiving opening weekend. The film made $8.3 million on its first day and a total of $31.7 million over the 5-day period. Number 60. Wish premiered at the El Capitan Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles on November 8, 2023, and was theatrically released in the United States on November 22nd. Number 61. Usually in animated Disney films, the good guys wear white and or blue, while the bad guys wear purple and or red. In a twist on the trope, King Magnifico, the villain, wears white and blue, while Asha, the protagonist, wears purple and red. Number 62. The opening song, Welcome to Rosas, provides the introduction of the film, similarly to the family madrigal from Encanto. Asha greets new people and sings about a wishing ceremony and King Magnifico. Number 63. The musical number I'm a Star is full of singing animals in the style of Kiss the Girl from The Little Mermaid. Number 64. After Asha's wish results in the arrival of Star, she and Valentino chase Star through the woods. During the chase sequence, Asha briefly leans against a well. This well bears a striking resemblance to the wishing well from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Number 65. When Asha looks at a clutch of sentient mushrooms, she calls it crazy, and they respond, "We love crazy," a line from Frozen. Number 66. There's also a squirrel in this number that looks an awful lot like the one from The Sword and the Stone. Number 67. At the end of the song, a deer says to a bear, "Thanks for not eating me, John," which is an obvious reference to Little John from Robin Hood. Number 68. While in response, the bear says, "Don't mention it, Bambi," another nod to a Disney classic. Number 69. One of the rabbits in the woods even thumps his foot like Thumper. Number 70. Pocahontas may get its own shout-out too, with sentient trees a la Grandmother Willow and a singing raccoon, a nod to Miko. Number 71. While Asha is standing on the cliff as she makes her wish, the wind blows her hair. This visual is reminiscent of the famous image of Pocahontas in the Colors of the Wind sequence from her movie. Number 72. According to Asha, her father used to tell her that the stars are there to guide us, which is a reference to one of Mufasa's famous speeches to Simba in The Lion King. While Mufasa's advice for Simba is more metaphorical, Asha is inspired by her father's words to wish upon a star. Number 73. Asha's 7 teenage friends, known as the Teens, are inspired by the 7 dwarfs, each sharing the first letter of their respective names. Dahlia is Doc, Simon is Sleepy, Gabo is Grumpy, Safi is Sneezy, Hal is Happy, Bazima is Bashful, and finally, Dario is based on Dopey. Number 74. Harvey Guillen, who usually plays a more optimistic or comedic character, as seen previously in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, plays the cynical deadpan snarker Gabo. Number 75. Guillen is probably best known for his role as Guillermo de la Cruz in the hit Hulu series What We Do in the Shadows. He's also a talented singer, infamously proving his skills by singing the entirety of Sentimental Man from the musical Wicked in Japanese. Number 76. Asha's silly and awkward friend, Dario, is voiced by John Rudnitsky, who is best known as a brief cast member on SNL and for his roles in the 2019 miniseries Catch-22. Moreover, Rudnitsky is an experienced stand-up comedian who made a notable appearance on Conan in 2019. Number 77. Hal is a constantly upbeat friend to Asha. She is voiced by actor, music artist, and voice actor Nico Vargas, best known for their roles in Monkey Wrench and Craig of the Creek. Vargas is also known for their Japanese music covers on YouTube under the name Nico the Pierrot. Number 78. Another one of Asha's friends, Simon, is a big-hearted and strong ally who always has his head in the clouds. Seasoned actor Evan Peters plays the role of Simon. Evan Peters debuted in 2004 in the drama Clipping Adam, but would gain wide recognition playing multiple roles in American Horror Story from 2011 to 2021. Number 79. The comical character constantly struggling with allergies, Safi, is voiced by American stand-up comedian, screenwriter, and director Rami Youssef. Youssef is best known for his starring role in the Hulu series Rami, for which he won a Golden Globe Award for Best Actor. Number 80. Bazima is the quieter and softer spoken friend of Asha and is voiced by actress Della Saba, best known for her role as Bunny in the Apple TV Plus series Physical. Number 81. Asha's best friend Dahlia uses a crutch to walk. Her voice actor, Jennifer Kumiyama, has arthrogryposis and uses a wheelchair. Number 82. Kumiyama gained recognition after appearing on Warner Bros. Reality TV show Pop Stars 2 and subsequently made history as becoming the first performer in a wheelchair for her part in Aladdin, a musical spectacular, at Disney California Adventure Theme Park. Number 83. Asha's pet goat Valentino is also a throwback to Jolly, from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, who is Esmeralda's pet goat. Number 84. Valentino is voiced by the talented Alan Tudyk, who has played various other roles in Disney animated films, notably Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph, Duke of Wesselton from Frozen, Alistair Cree from Big Hero 6, and Heihei from Moana. Number 85. Near the end of the film, Valentino wishes for a utopia where all mammals are treated equally and wear clothes, leaving the audience to speculate that this might be how Zootopia got started. Number 86. Amaya introduces a girl whose wish is to fly to a man named Peter who is working on a flying machine. Peter is pretty much dressed exactly like Disney's version of Peter Pan, and the girl's clothes and hair are the same color scheme as Wendy. Number 87. During the ceremony where King Magnifico declares Asha a wanted enemy of Rosas, Asha and Star employ some unorthodox help to get Queen Amaya's attention from a creature in a nod to Cinderella. Star enchants a mouse to deliver a message from Asha to Amaya, which is similar to the role of the mice in Cinderella. Number 88. Another direct reference to older Disney movies is the appearance of a familiar outfit. When Asha takes a glimpse of several people's wishes, she sees a woman aspiring to be a dressmaker. The dress she makes is very similar to the one Princess Aurora wore in Sleeping Beauty. Number 89. While Asha attempts to draw Magnifico away, her friends and Queen Amaya attempt to free the wishes from the castle by opening up the roof. In doing this, they're aided by some flying books. These flying books reference the movie The Sword in the Stone, in which Merlin similarly bewitched books to levitate. Number 90. In one scene, Asha can be seen blowing the seeds off a dandelion, much like the memorable image of Belle from her eponymous song in Beauty and the Beast. Number 91. Like Tinkerbell, Star floats into the story to provide a bit of magic, and both characters do so by sprinkling dust over others. There's one major difference between pixie dust and stardust. While pixie dust gives the ability to fly, stardust is more diverse in its magic, making animals talk, float, and so much more. Number 92. Near the climax of the movie, after several failed attempts to pull the roof open, the Wish characters come to the conclusion that they just aren't strong enough. A suggestion from Star and Gabo leads them to jump over the railing of Magnifico's study, using gravity to help open up the roof. As they jump, one of the characters lets out a loud yell, which sounds a whole lot like that of Tarzan. Number 93. The credits display a drawing of each animated Disney film over the last 100 years, starting with Snow White and ending with Strange World, although not every film is represented. Number 94. Although its success led Disney to keep its animation division running, The Rescuers was excluded from the ending credits, along with The Black Cauldron and Meet the Robinsons. Number 95. If you stay until the end of the credits, Asha's grandfather Sabino uses his mandolin to play the tune of When You Wish Upon a Star from Pinocchio. Number 96. The wishing tree that Asha sits in is a nod to Walt Disney himself. According to The Art of Wish, Walt Disney spent hours on his family's Missouri farm lying under a giant tree. He called it the Dreaming Tree, and there he came up with some of his early ideas. Number 97. Apart from being the voice for Asha, Ariana DeBose had already established herself as a unique and accomplished talent, winning multiple awards including an Oscar, a BAFTA, and a Golden Globe. Number 98. DeBose is a trained dancer, having taken dance at CC & Co. Dance Company in Raleigh. This diverse set of talents has led to DeBose being featured in various films and TV, including Hamilton, Schmigadoon, and Steven Spielberg's West Side Story. Number 99. Like many popular animated films in recent years, think Spider-Verse, The Bad Guys, and Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, the art style of Wish resembles 2D artwork through computer-generated animation. Number 100. There are some differences between Wish and other films using the same style. Wish combines traditional hand-drawn animation, Disney's original art style, and CG animation, while other films might combine comic style or oil painting style with CG instead. Number 101. The filmmakers had considered making the film traditionally animated at one point. However, they decided against it due to the limitations of traditional animation compared to CGI. Number 102. In order to represent Disney's legacy in a modern aesthetic, production designer Michael Giaimo dug into Disney's first two animated features, Snow White and Pinocchio, and took interest in their watercolor-styled backgrounds and wanted to honor that art in Wish. Number 103. Giaimo has stated that the creative team had to find the right balance, so they leveraged the look for Wish by taking a background from Pinocchio and putting a CG Asha in it. Apparently, it melded quite well. Number 104. The VFX team was given a rule book for these magic effects of Magnifico and Star that were traditionally animated in Harmony software. These effects, evocative of the sorcery in Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and The Little Mermaid, were translated from their 2D design language into finished CG shots. Number 105. Another effect was the Torchfire volumetric simulation, where they use neutral style transfer, an AI machine learning process developed by Disney Research that calculates how the volume would be represented in terms of a particular style of whatever image you give it. Disney's Raya and the Last Dragon used neutral style transfer for the trippy light effects, and Pixar's Elemental employed it for the look of the fiery ember. Number 106. While far from universal, the painterly, watercolor-like style quickly received praise from certain people, with many quickly comparing it to the Oscar-winning Disney short Paperman, for how it blends Disney's classic 2D animation style and their modern CGI style together. Number 107. Wish still uses the standard 24 frames per second to render characters' movements, but the films we mentioned a little earlier might tend to use fewer frames per second for stylistic reasons. And with that, we've made it to the end of our list. Holy smokes, that's a lot of information. So, what did you think? Have you seen Wish yet? Did you learn anything new about the movie? Where would you rank it among other Disney animated features? And to finish everything off nice and tidy, why not discuss the man behind the magic, Walt Disney? Get ready for a history lesson and a half.
Disney, the happiest place on earth. We've all seen the movies, we all know them, we all love them. But how did it all start? How did it get so big? How did the movies become so popular? To answer these questions, we're going to take a look at the life of the big man himself. 107 facts you should know about Walt Disney. Number 1. And we start at the beginning. December 5th, 1901, Walter Elias Disney was born as the fourth child in a family with 5 children. He shares this birthday with Werner Heisenberg, yes, namesake of Walter White's alter ego in Breaking Bad. Number 2. The name of Disney is an Americanization of the French name Designy from the town of Isigny-sur-Mer in Normandy. Number 3. One important event early on in Walt's life was when he accidentally killed a small owl. He felt so guilty about this that he vowed never to harm another animal, and this led to his interest in personalizing them. Number 4. Taking this to a logical next question, was he a vegetarian because of this belief? The answer is a firm no. One of his favorite dishes was beef chili. Number 5, in fact, he loved it so much that he would bring cans of the stuff with him wherever he went, and he would ask the chefs of the hotels he stayed in to heat it up for him. Number 6, In a school play, he once played Peter Pan, a story he would later go on to adapt into a movie, though reportedly he was not happy with the way that one turned out. Number 7. His first real job was a simple paper route, which he had to do so early that he would frequently fall asleep in school. Number 8. Disney took an interest in art and drawing very early on. His first time working as a cartoonist was when he was still in high school, at the school newspaper, mainly about World War I, which the US had just joined. Number 9. Walt did enlist in the US military, was initially rejected for being too young, tried again with the Red Cross, and this time lied about his age. Now he was admitted and he did ship out to France, but only arrived when the armistice had already gone into effect. Number 10. But he did drive an ambulance while there, and true to form, decorated the side of it himself. Number 11. One of the other people in this unit whom Walt Disney served with was Ray Kroc, who is frequently credited as the brains behind McDonald's global expansion. Number 12. Back in the US, he took a job as an artist for advertisements and commercials at Pesman Rubin Art Studio, where he met Ub Iwerks, with whom Walt would work for years to come. Number 13. Pesman Rubin would lay off Disney and Iwerks only a year later, whereupon Walt would come to work for Kansas City Film Ad Company, and this is what would directly lead to the start of his career in animation. Number 14. Technical note here is that he was mainly working with cutout animation, whereas Walt preferred to work with cell animation. Unable to convince his boss of this, Walt left the company to found his own with a co-worker called Laugh-O-Gram Studios. Number 15. That being said, the cited reason for him being fired was a, quote, lack of imagination. Now that's what you'd call irony. Number 16. Now this failed Laugh-O-Gram went bankrupt in 1923, but Walt finished a 12.5-minute semi-live action Alice in Wonderland film just a little too late though. The studio went under and that version of Alice in Wonderland was never released to theaters. Number 17. Importantly though, Walt did keep possession of the finished film, and went to California to try his luck instead as a director of live-action film. Number 18. In Los Angeles, he met with Margaret J. Winkler, then the rights holder to Felix the Cat, among others, but she was losing those rights and needed something else. Disney, using the Alice in Wonderland film as a sort of resume, managed to sell her on the idea and got commissioned for 6 more of those Alice films. Number 19. It's important to note that had this not happened, Walt would have joined his brother Roy in selling vacuum cleaners door to door. Number 20. And now at last, Walt and his brother Roy formed the Disney Brothers Studio to produce those 6 films. Moral of the story? Walt Disney's path to success was anything but a straight line, instead being one of continuous trial and error, but he persisted and ultimately succeeded. Number 21. Now a couple of notable additions to the early studio. In 1924, Walt convinced Ub Iwerks to move from Kansas City to work for him in Los Angeles. And in 1925, he hired an ink artist named Lillian Bounds, whom Walt would marry a few months later. Number 22. 2 years later, Disney worked with producer Charles Lintz, and after the Alice films, Walt wanted to move to all animation and created his first original character, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. Number 23. 1926 is the point where the studio was renamed to the Walt Disney Studio, a name it would carry for the next 3 years, then being renamed to Walt Disney Productions. Number 24. Now the working relationship between Mintz and Disney was strained to say the least. Though a technicality, Mintz was the owner of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. The two had a falling out over money, whereupon Mintz convinced basically all of the animation staff from the Disney Brothers studio to come work for him in Universal, with only Iwerks remaining with Disney. Number 25. So now the Disney Brothers studio needed a new mascot, which turned out to be quite the team effort. Walt sketched a cartoon mouse he called Mortimer, a design which Iwerks would later refine, and Lillian didn't like the name Mortimer, instead suggesting to call him Mickey. Number 26. Mortimer would show up in an animated short in 1936, though, as Mickey's romantic rival for Minnie's affection. Apparently, Mortimer's design was based on Walt himself, though. Number 27. Here's where things get a little muddy. The first finished film with Mickey Mouse is Plain Crazy, but it wasn't the first one to be published. That was Steamboat Willie. Number 28. Steamboat Willie is significant in another way, as not only was it the first widely released appearance of Mickey, it was also the first cartoon ever to be made with a fancy new technology, post-produced sound. This is what truly made the 7.5-minute short a big hit with the audience. Number 29. This will also become a running theme in Walt's life and, by extension, this video. He was always looking for technological innovations to make his films better, and this is a big part of what made him so successful. Number 30. Plain Crazy would later be revised, now with the addition of sound, and released in 1929 to be another hit for Disney. Number 31. Walt Disney himself famously did the voice of Mickey Mouse until 1947, leading to many at the company saying that while iWorks gave Mickey his shape, Disney gave him his soul. Number 32. But this did create friction. Walt refused to give iWorks the credit he deserved for Mickey's final design, and iWorks left the studio in 1930 to found his own animation studio. Number 33. Perhaps unsurprisingly, iWorks Animation wasn't able to compete though, and he returned to Disney in 1940, where he started working on special visual effects and technologies, which would lead to breakthroughs that would pave the way for more movies like Mary Poppins. Number 34. Now Disney begins the Silly Symphony series, which soon became a decent hit. It wouldn't really take off until 1932 when they released the installment Flowers and Trees, which became one of the very first animated films in full color and became a huge hit. Number 35. This was not a surprise though, as Walt had managed to secure the Technicolor patent, making him the only person allowed to make animated films in color. This patent was only valid for 2 years. Number 36. Because most of the animation had already been done in black and white, Walt nearly went bankrupt converting the whole thing to color, but it definitely paid off because it was a huge hit and would also win him his first Academy Award. Number 37. This was the first of 22 Oscars Walt Disney would win during his life, more than any other individual. He won a further 4 more honorary Oscars and was nominated a total of 59 times. Number 38. In fact, Walt would receive at least 1 Academy Award nomination every year for the rest of his life, with the only 2 exceptions being 1933 and 1941. Number 39. That said, one of the cartoons he produced in 1933, Three Little Pigs, was so popular with the general audience that it was frequently billed over the actual feature film it was supposed to accompany. Number 40. For his 35th birthday, his employees threw him a surprise party at the behest of his brother. 2 of the animators thought it would be funny to make a short clip of Mickey and Minnie consummating the relationship. Walt fired them both on the spot. Number 41. By 1934, Walt was growing tired of producing nothing but animated shorts. They were successful, but having spent years trying to make people laugh with his cartoons, he started wondering if it would be possible to make people cry with them instead, and he decided he needed to make a feature-length animated movie. Number 42. To say the media were skeptical of this would be an understatement. They were so convinced that it would be a disaster, they nicknamed the project Disney's Folly, and they may have had a point. Number 43. The production of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs cost $1.5 million, which doesn't sound so bad until I tell you that it exceeded its originally estimated budget 3 times over. Number 44. But it definitely struck a chord with audiences, because not only was the film a huge hit with audiences earning $8 million, it also won him an honorary Academy Award, 1 full-size statue accompanied by 7 smaller ones. Number 45, but then a tragedy struck the family. After the success of Snow White, Walt bought a new house for his parents, but there was a leak in the heating and his mother died from carbon monoxide poisoning, something Walt felt guilty over and is frequently hailed as the reason why so many Disney characters don't have mothers. Number 46. This convinced the studio to begin 2 more projects in 1938, Pinocchio at the start of the year and Fantasia by November. The problem was, animation takes a long time, and both of them were released in 1940, by which time World War II had broken out in Europe, meaning very little revenue from over there. The Disney company was now in trouble. Number 47. So in that same year, Walt and Roy decided to take the studio onto the stock market in an attempt to expand their funds, and this, in combination with a salary cut of everyone at the company and producing Dumbo on the cheap, largely worked, and it kept the studio afloat. Number 48. Around this time, though, Disney took a stab at adapting Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale The Snow Queen, but he couldn't quite get it to work. It would be 70 years before this finally came to fruition, as Frozen. But given how loose the adaptation is, No surprise he couldn't get it to work. Number 49. It's late 1941 and the US joins World War II. Walt doesn't enlist again, he's a bit too old for that, and instead starts producing training videos for the military and various factories supporting the war effort. Number 50. On the more cartoony side, he also made propaganda films for the US Department of the Treasury, both to promote the sale of war bonds and in an effort to lift public morale, which was very low at this point in time. Number 51. 1942 sees the release of Bambi, another financial loss for Disney, again because of the war, but he couldn't get around it. It had been in production since 1937. Number 52. The propaganda was more successful, though, the most famous of which probably being Der Führer's Face featuring Donald Duck, whom we haven't mentioned until now, despite having been created in 1934. Number 53. This film also went by the titles of Donald in Nutsyland or Nightmares in Nutsyland. You can see why they didn't go with those, even in the context of the war. Number 54. That said, an Army draft notice was delivered to the studio following the Pearl Harbor attack, addressed to Donald Duck. Number 55. However, one of Disney's propaganda films, Victory Through Air Power, was shown to, among others, Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt, and actually went on to influence policy and strategy of the Allies, mostly concerning long-range bombing. Number 56. One of the scenes in that film, a rocket bomb destroying a German submarine pen, led to British engineers developing that cartoon into a real weapon that would become known, informally, as the Disney bomb. Number 57. While that bomb worked well in theory and even in testing, a continuous problem the pilots had using it was accuracy, so the actual success of the bomb is debated. Number 58. It's 1945, the war is over, and Walt Disney can now focus back on keeping his company afloat, because throughout the war it was perilously close to bankruptcy. Number 59. The company was $4 million in debt with the Bank of America, which is huge, and the only reason the bank didn't pull the plug on it was a gut feeling by the executives that even though the risk was high, it would pay off in the long run, which it did. Number 60. One thing to note on the war, there are very persistent rumors to this day that Walt Disney was secretly a Nazi sympathizer, but as far as anyone who actually worked with him was concerned, this isn't true. Even Art Babbitt, developer of Goofy, who hated Walt and went so far as to sue him at one point, never mentioned anything of the sort. Number 61. So why the rumors? Well, they started in 1938 when Leni Riefenstahl, the famous director and Nazi propagandist, got a tour of the studio from Walt Disney himself, only a month after the Kristallnacht, a massive attack on Jewish-owned buildings and synagogues in Germany, so there was no way to make that look good. Number 62. And that brings us to 1946, when because of their consistent money problems, Roy Disney convinced his brother that they should be including more live-action pieces into their animated movies to save money. Number 63. Walt listens to this, and in that year they release Song of the South. Great timing. Way to make all those racism arguments go away. For the record, it's set on a plantation in the Deep South, and even at the time, was heavily criticized for its stereotypical portrayal of black people and other archaic depictions among others. Number 64. If you haven't heard of that movie, it's because Disney doesn't want you to have heard of it. It's never been released on home media in the US, and neither is it on Disney+. Number 65. Now, while there is no real evidence to support the notion that Walt Disney was considered a racist by the standards of the time, there is plenty of evidence that he was fervently anti-communist. He had been passing information on that subject to the FBI from 1940 to his death. Number 66. For this, he was given direct contact with J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, and given the title of Full Special Agent in Charge Contact in 1954. Number 67. Walt Disney was quite the train enthusiast, having originally wanted to become a train engineer. Obviously, this didn't happen, but when he moved to Holmby Hills in 1949, he did get a miniature railway in his own backyard, and gave it the rather grandiose title of Carrollwood Pacific Railway. Number 68. For this, he got a rideable, working steam locomotive that he named the Lily Bell after his wife. Number 69. Sadly, he didn't get to enjoy it for very long. In 1953, there was an incident while one of his guests was operating the train, causing it to derail, and a girl suffered burns on her leg from the escaping steam. Number 70. A lot of investors in the studio were not sold on Disney's idea of a theme park, so he set up another company with his own money to get different investors to build his park. Number 71, but he purchased a plot of land outside Anaheim and began the construction of what would become Disneyland. Originally, he wanted it next to the studio, even going as far as getting zoning permission, but there wasn't nearly enough space available in Burbank. Number 72, he chose Anaheim because demographics experts convinced him there would be a population boom there over the next 10 years or so. They turned out to be completely right. Number 73. Of course, the studio itself didn't stand still either, releasing Cinderella in 1950, the first fully animated Disney movie since Pinocchio, and finally, another success for the company. Number 74. But this is also where Walt Disney starts to distance himself somewhat from the animation department. He's still a key figure in deciding the hows and whats of the stories, but is more hands-off, leaving more decisions to his animators. Number 75. On July 17, 1955, Walt Disney's pet project opened its doors and it was a complete disaster. Because of counterfeit tickets, it was too busy, rides weren't finished and kept breaking down, traffic was backed up, water fountains didn't work, and the weather was so hot that the freshly poured asphalt slightly melted, and women in high heels would sink into it. Number 76. It was, however, attended by Disney's friend Ronald Reagan. Reagan was a television host at the time for the show General Electric Theater. Number 77. A lot of people also thought that the water fountains being turned off was because the opening ceremony was sponsored by Pepsi, and that it was a cynical attempt to sell more drinks. The truth was that the plumbing wasn't finished because the workers were on strike, and Walt had to choose between having either the toilets working or the water fountains, and chose the former. Good call. Number 78. Walt's love for trains persisted though. The train around the park's 4 themed areas was designed to look like the miniature train he had in his own backyard, albeit a lot bigger. Number 79. But ultimately, those issues were all ironed out, and the park soon became a big hit, having attracted 3.6 million guests by the end of its first year. Number 80, around this time as well, home media begins to rise, and Disney, ever the innovator, latches on immediately. He struck a deal with ABC, believing it could be a powerful marketing tool, which he was quickly proven correct on. Number 81, Walt was also called in to produce a film for the World Fair in 1958, and produced a short film called America the Beautiful, which would be moved a year later to the American National Exhibition in Moscow. It was one of the most popular attractions there. Number 82, when Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev visited the US in 1959, he had 2 requests, to meet John Wayne and to visit Disneyland. He wasn't allowed into the park, but he did get to meet John Wayne. Number 83, Walt Disney was also chosen to be the head of the pageantry committee and design the opening, medal, and closing ceremonies of the 1960 Winter Olympics. Number 84, despite not being involved with the day-to-day at the animation studio anymore, the technical firsts did keep up though, having the first animated movie in CinemaScope, Lady and the Tramp, the first animated movie on 70mm film, Cinderella, and the first movie to use Xerox cells, 101 Dalmatians. Number 85, and of course in 1964, one of his biggest hits came out with Mary Poppins. He had been trying to buy the rights from the author of the books, P.L. Travers, since 1938, after his daughters had made him promise to turn the book into a movie. Number 86. This struggle for the rights and the creative direction of the movie was adapted into a movie of its own in 2013, Saving Mr. Banks, with Tom Hanks as Walt Disney. Number 87. Fun thing to note, Tom Hanks is actually a distant cousin to Walt Disney. Number 88. Incidentally, most aspects of this movie are not accurate. When Travers arrived in Hollywood to give her approval of the script, Walt Disney himself left a few days into her visit to go on vacation to Palm Springs. A lot of the dialogue in the movie was adapted from telegrams, letters, and phone calls between them. Number 89, and while Travers famously didn't like the movie, critics and audiences loved it, and it was Disney's only movie to be nominated for Best Picture during his life. Number 90. For the 1964 World Fair in New York, he developed the It's a Small World, sorry for putting that incredibly catchy tune in your head, Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, Carousel of Progress, and Ford's Magic Skyway, all of which would later be reinstalled in Disneyland. Number 91. With the success of his theme park, he was looking to venture out to other places, and he started planning a ski resort in Mineral King and Disney World in Orlando, Florida. Number 92. Ever the futurist, he wanted the centerpiece of the park to be Epcot, his idea for what the community of tomorrow would look like. Sadly, he would never see this project finished. Number 93. Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer in November of 1966 and died from it a month later, only 10 days after his 65th birthday on December 15th. Number 94. The lung cancer was not a huge surprise though, since Walt had been a heavy smoker since he was a teenager. However, because he sold products aimed primarily at children, he avoided smoking in public where they could see him. Number 95. It also gave him quite a heavy smoker's cough, something that was very useful for his employees as it often heralded his arrival. They would also warn each other with the phrase, "Man is in the forest," a reference to Bambi. Number 96. There are two very persistent rumors, one being that he was cryogenically frozen, and one that he was buried under Disneyland. Neither are true. Walt was cremated and his ashes interred at Forest Lawn Cemetery in Los Angeles. Number 97. Epcot was never built though, and even though Walt's brother Roy came out of retirement to finish the park, Walt's vision was never fully realized, instead being turned into the Epcot Center in 1982. Number 98. Neither was the ski resort, which would remain a paper project forever, as the company saw way more potential in the Orlando park. Number 99. The last few years of his life, Walt did become more involved with the production of movies though, and the last movies he worked on were The Jungle Book and Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day. Number 100. Technically, he also worked on The Happiest Millionaire, but that movie was such a disaster both critically and financially that we don't really count it. Number 101. After Walt's death, you can kind of tell just how much of a driving force he was behind the animated movies, as both their frequency and quality would take quite a hit after 1966 for years to come. Number 102. There is some debate about Disney's last words. It was either Kurt Russell, who was a child actor at the time, but even Russell didn't know why Walt Disney would say his name on his deathbed, or a comment on how shabby the water tower at Disney Studios looked. Number 103, whatever the case, studio executives made sure that the water tower is now regularly repainted. Number 104, people often think that the Disney logo was Walt's signature, but this is not true. His signature was much simpler, and the logo was designed by an animator at the studio. Apparently, Walt himself was never able to replicate it. Number 105, he quite disliked being referred to as Mr. Disney by his employees, and insisted that they just call him by his first name. Number 106, after his death, he left 25% of his estate to CalArts, which the private university used to build up the campus. Number 107, and in spite of his very recognizable appearance, Walt banned Disney employees from wearing a mustache in 1957, a ban that was not lifted until the early 2000s.
And just like that, 100 years of movie magic just flew by. Crazy how that works, eh? You should be proud of yourself. And now you're armed with all sorts of new and awesome Disney knowledge. So, what did you think of the marathon? What's your favorite Disney movie? Are you more of a Pixar person? Make sure you let us know down in the comments and subscribe to ChannelFrederator for more like this. Thanks for watching, and remember, Frederator loves you.